Zhang had just returned from the forest and was emotionless as he saw his grandfather dead. His grandfather was cut in half. That's how he was brutally murdered. Looking at the body, tears won't come. He doesn't feel any sadness either. He was the only family I had. How terrible of a human am I? Back then, Zhang just returned home and proudly showing his grandfather that he got a spirit connection herb. You're back. Good work. I looked in the eastern parts, as you said, and that's where I found it. Zhang proudly said while showing off the herb. He then shares that he saw a fox den beside where he found the herb. The mother fox is not present, only the babies. Hearing this, the grandfather immediately asked, "So, did you kill the babies?" "Why would I? The mother would be sad if she came back to see all her babies had been killed." Hearing this, the grandfather felt relieved. "Let's put this away and have dinner." Then he immediately turned serious. "Zhang, can you promise Grandpa something?" Zhang then asks what promise. "The true nature that you hide within yourself. Don't ever reveal it to anyone." "I'm sorry, Grandpa." This time, he decided to fully unleash the evil within his heart. He immediately picked up a sickle. "I don't think I can keep that promise." Zhongyang country. The sound of thick wooden bars on the carriage wheels could be heard. Prisoners with their hands and feet bound were seen in the wooden cages. A large crowd gathered in the marketplace and a long procession was passing through the center of the village street. The villagers' mood was extremely grim as they watched the procession. The procession continued for a while. "Die, you swines." A government official watched them from an inn's second-floor window. He glanced at a certain cage. Unlike the other prisoners, there was one locked up alone. The prisoner's chest and abdomen were stained red. "He's young and must be about the same age as the young master," he said while sipping his tea. The man who had been observing him spoke. "We shouldn't underestimate him just because he's young. He's probably the worst out of all the prisoners. Well, I assume that's why he got a whole carriage to himself. You'll be surprised if I told you how many people he killed with a scythe. People call him the scythe killer demon." Then, the man changed the subject. "What kind of request did you have this time?" "I need to hire someone. Someone young. Someone no one would care about if he were to die." Thud. Before the government official could finish speaking, a stone flew and struck the head of the boy inside the wooden cage. The surroundings became noisy. However, the boy showed no signs of movement or groans of pain. That young boy is quite a unique one. Does he not feel pain? His head is like that. Yet how? This sight caught the government official's attention as well. As the flowing blood soaked his head, the government official was staring at the young prisoner with an extremely shocked expression. Just then, the boy tilted his head upward as if it was bothersome. This revealed his face that had been obscured by his hair. Instantly, exclamations of surprise escaped the nearby onlookers' mouths. The government official was the same. He's pretty enough to be mistaken as a woman, killing people with such a pretty face. Just then, the government official stood up from his seat. "I don't have a request for you anymore." "What? You called me here." "Hey!" the man called out as the government official walked down the stairs. As he walked out of the entrance of the inn, he glanced at the cage. Found him, he thought after looking at the prisoner. He's the perfect candidate. In the inner castle of Zhongyang Country Golden Jade Hall, most of the imprisoned criminals were asleep. Amidst them, there was only one person who wasn't asleep. Zhang was staring blankly at the wall. "I was too rash. That bastard." He was reminded of the person whom he believed killed his grandfather. "I was wondering who was following us, but to think it was some kid who no one knows of. He was a monster. I finally managed to find the one who killed my grandfather, but he was different from the others. He defeated me before I could even do anything. Even if I were to fight him again, the result would be the same. I cannot think of a way to kill him." As his consciousness gradually faded, Zhang thought he was going to die like this, but to think it was some kid no one knows of. Those words echo in his head. However, when he woke up again, he found himself back in the dungeon. Although he miraculously survived, he was unable to avenge his grandfather. From the man, he learned of the existence of martial arts. If I could master martial arts, maybe I could defeat him, but do I still have a chance? As he pondered his next move, thick fog reached his feet. Zhang's eyes narrowed. "Smoke? Is there a fire?" "No, it's a different smell." Just then, a thick fog filled the cell. Familiar with medicinal herbs from childhood, he instantly identified the components: lizard's tail, purple parsnip, valerian root, and birthroot, ingredients for sleeping incense. Moments later, he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, a figure came straight to his cell. The man raised his hand and unlocked the shackles on his feet. Just as the person was about to take him away, Zhang suddenly opened his eyes and, seizing the moment of shock, kicked him hard, then frantically ran towards the outside of the cell. "I don't know what's happening, but this is my chance." I was able to stay awake thanks to how badly the herbs were combined. However, in the next second, a strong numbness swept over his body. The man quickly pointed a few fingers at Zhang. "I've gone for your pressure points. You won't be able to move anymore." Then, he was thrown back into the cell. "A martial artist. Is it perhaps the one who killed my grandfather?" When Zhang saw the newcomer's face, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. No, they're similar in appearance, but that bastard had several scars over his left eye. Suddenly, a man wearing a bamboo hat slowly walked up. "Guard Cam, is it him?" "Young master, I told you to wait outside." Before Guard Cam could finish speaking, the man wearing a bamboo hat interrupted. "Is it him? Prop him up so that I can see his face." "And a chair." "Yes, young master." Zhang, who is immobilized by acupuncture, watches them silently. Just then, Guard Cam grabbed his hair and forced him to sit. "You're right, he looks exactly like me. When the young master lifted the bamboo hat, Zhang showed a shocked expression. This person looked exactly like him. For someone who looks exactly like me to appear in this situation, could there be anything more fateful than this? Seems like you're just as surprised. Zhang was astounded to the point of disbelief at the resemblance, as if they were twins. I heard you were on death row, drawn and quartered in 2 days. Zhang remained still momentarily before replying. That's right, there really was such a strange coincidence in the world. We share the same face, but our fates are utterly different. I am a young master, and you are a death row inmate. Zhang looked at him directly, confused about what he meant. However, I will give you a very rare chance. A chance to become the third young master of the Great Mock Sword Manor. A chance to become my double, Mok Jiangun. Hearing this, Zhang felt a glimpse of hope. A chance? It won't be difficult, and you just need to enjoy the delicacies and beauties in the villa. You'll be able to enjoy all the things you've never had the privilege of so far, and after it's done, you will be given endless wealth, so that you can go wherever you want as a free man. If you want to do it, eat this, Mok Jiangun said while guard Cam showed Zhang the pill. Is it poison? Did you think that we'd just trust you blindly when you're a prisoner? If you manage to complete the job, I will give you the antidote. So, what will you do? Seeing the pill placed to his mouth, Zhang knew his opportunity had arrived and opened his mouth without hesitation. Seeing Zhang swallow the poison, Mok Jiangun's face revealed a sinister smile. Now, will you really give me that chance? Hearing this, Mok Jiangun smiled. A wise choice. He then ordered guard Cam to release Zhang's acupoints and locks. Guard Cam did as ordered and undo Zhang's pressure point seal and unlocked the wooden restraints binding Zhang's hands. Little did he know, he would soon pay with his life for this decision. Guard Cam approached the entrance of the prison and quietly said, I'll lead the way. You, follow behind me. Young master, please follow behind him. Alright, since the boy had taken the poison pill, he wouldn't be able to escape, but it was a precautionary measure. If guard Cam led the way and the young master watched from behind, how could the fellow escape? Even if he was a death row inmate, he was no different from a child compared to those who had learned martial arts. Just as guard Cam was about to open the prison door and leave, he turned his head. We're clear. Please be careful following me. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. As they walked out of the cell, Zhang seized the moment of Mok Jiangun's unpreparedness and directly snapped his neck 180 degrees. Totally taken aback, guard Cam is clenching his jaw. Zhang then dropped Mok Jiangun on the floor with a shocked expression. His neck completely twisted and turned around. It had happened so suddenly that guard Cam was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang nonchalantly said, What now, guard Cam? The fake's dead now. Right before the slaughtering scythe demon was arrested, cry for help can be heard from afar. Run, help! Zhang is grabbing a decapitated head of a person. This is fun, he thought while chasing and killing people. I killed everyone that I thought might be related to the death of my grandfather. The emotion I felt while killing dozens of people was joy. He then remembered what his grandfather said. Don't ever reveal to anyone the true nature that you hide within yourself. My true nature. What kind of facial expression did I have while killing all these people? Am I smiling? Is this the true nature my grandfather was referring to? Slaughtering scythe demon, the man shouted as Zhang walked closer. Is my true nature evil? I don't know. I'm just going to kill for now, he thought while grinning and raising his scythe. Just then, his body was suddenly kicked away. He felt a strong impact from the kick. He then coughed from the pain, which caught the attention of the newcomer. You're alive? That's impressive. Zhang looked at the man and thought, this bastard, he's dangerous. His instincts told him that this newcomer was the murderer of his grandfather. Yet, just from the formidable presence emanating from the man, he was rendered immobile. Looks like you haven't even learned martial arts. Before he could react, the man appeared in front of him in an instant, grabbed his neck. He's fast. He was standing far from me, but he closed the distance in just a second. Is he even human? Zhang thought as he is struggling to break free from the man's grip. Interesting. I was wondering who was following us, but to think it was some kid who's not even trained in martial arts. He then pierced his sword through Zhang's body. Zhang immediately coughs blood. He then pulled the sword. A kid that can survive my ultimate attack despite not being trained in martial arts. He then pierced Zhang with the sword again. It'd be best to kill you now. You shouldn't have gone around killing people. You ended up shortening your own lifespan. You should have just lived a quiet life. I was defeated so easily. After finally finding the person who killed my grandfather, as his consciousness gradually faded, Zhang thought he was going to die like this. I did not die, but I will soon be killed. If I were given another chance, I would not let go of it. Looking at Mok Jiangun's corpse on the ground, it was already too late. Zhang revealed an ominous smile. What now? Guard Cam. The imposter's dead now. Quickly regaining guard Cam's senses, he grabbed Zhang by the neck and slamming him against the wall. Insane bastard. You actually killed the young master. Do you want to die? Zhang then revealed a sinister smile. He knew well that the double must bear all the dangers in place of the real person. If he went with them, his death was indeed inevitable. Guard Cam furrowed his brows. He was grabbing the boy's neck, but there were no signs of distress. Rather, the boy was speaking perfectly fine. Didn't you consider the possibility that I might kill you? Actually, you don't really want to kill me, otherwise you would have done it already. Upon hearing Zhang's words, the guard, enraged and embarrassed, lifted his hand and violently threw him to the ground, his sword poised to stab Zhang. Do you think I really don't dare to kill you? Yet Zhang remained calm and composed, unconcerned, and instead said, "Is that necessary? Why wouldn't it be?" Guard Cam asked in a violent voice. "I took the poison you gave me. I can't live without the antidote. That means I have no choice but to obey you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. The third young master of the Mock Sword Manor is now your loyal dog. So you mean to tell me I should betray the young master and use you as my puppet?" Hearing this, Zhang smiled. The loyal guard was shaken by Zhang's words. He snorted coldly, raised its arm, and thrust his sword into the ground, barely missing Zhang's head. He then pulled his sword. "From now on, you are the legitimate Mock Jiangun," and thus began Zhang's plan for revenge. Not long after, inside the Mock Sword Manor, the guard warned Zhang, "Stay in your room and don't leave without permission." "Then it's not different from being a double, is it? You're in no position to be asking questions when you've chosen to be a puppet instead of a double. If you get caught, you will not receive the antidote." Then Guard Cam moved closer to him. "If you disobey me or try any tricks, I will kill you immediately." Zhang then smiled. "All right." Saying this, Guard Cam casually threw an antidote to Zhang. "Take one every 24 hours, or you will die from the poison." In the afternoon, Zhang took the antidote, feeling very fortunate to have survived being stabbed in the chest. "Perhaps this is all Grandpa's doing to stop me from dying so early. Well, I don't intend on dying until I avenge you, so don't worry, Grandpa," Zhang thought while looking out the window. As for the person who wanted him dead, they probably thought he was already gone. Now, he could legitimately impersonate Mock Jiangun in the Mock Sword Manor, learning martial arts to avenge his grandfather. "I will then find the bastard who killed my grandfather and kill him the same way he killed my grandfather." The thought of this made Zhang happy. Morning arrives. Zhang is inside his room having his meal. "I miraculously managed to avoid death, and I did get a chance to learn martial arts," Zhang thought to himself. He then glances at the door. To prevent Zhang from playing tricks, Guard Cam specifically sent his disciple, Go Chan, to monitor him. When Go Chan learned that Zhang had killed Mock Jiangun, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped, but he had no choice but to follow his senior brother's arrangement and continue with the plan. Meanwhile, Guard Cam also felt a headache coming on. "I'll come up with a different plan in the meantime, and we'll throw him out and side with someone else." Hearing this, Go Chan curiously asked, "Didn't you say that you fed him poison? It'll be hard for him to disobey us. The reason we chose third young master in the first place because..." Before he could continue, Guard Cam interrupted. "He's not it. He's not the kind of person to be obedient." As a death row inmate, not only had Zhang killed Mock Jiangun in such circumstances, but he also claimed to replace him. Keeping such a person even one more day was a risk. "He's dangerous. Getting involved with him will do us no good," Guard Cam added as he walked down the stairs. Go Chan was left there speechless. Go Chan, however, thought Guard Cam was getting cowardly. A kid who doesn't know martial arts isn't that scary. Zhang also spent the past few days reflecting on everything that had happened. Guard Cam hadn't told him the real reason they needed a double, just left Go Chan to watch and left. The Great Mock Sword Manor wasn't a place so dangerous as to require a double, so Zhang guessed they would only use him under specific circumstances. And with no action for so long, perhaps Guard Cam was already considering changing masters secretly. Within moments, Zhang had mostly figured out Guard Cam's intentions. At that moment, Go Chan, who was guarding the door, was already dozing off. Zhang directly pushed open the room door. Zhang told him that he just wants some fresh air and invited him to come along since he have a question to ask Go Chan. Go Chan immediately warned, "If you don't want to die, stay in the room." Zhang scoffed, "As long as you don't tell, no one will know we went out." Seeing him openly challenging him, Go Chan pressed Zhang against the wall. "You seem to have forgotten your place. Nothing good will come out of annoying me, so go the hell back inside." Zhang looked at him calmly. "You're definitely weaker than Guard Cam." The next second, Zhang placed his hand on Go Chan's shoulder, mimicked Guard Cam's move, and threw Go Chan over his shoulder, pressing him on the floor, then seal several of Go Chan's acupoints. "My body won't move? Could it be seal my pressure points?" Go Chan looked at Zhang in disbelief and thought to himself, this bastard, was he hiding the fact that he learned martial arts? Zhang showed surprised expression. He had pressed the acupoints just as Guard Cam had, yet Go Chan could still move. Immediately, he pressed several points on Go Chan's back again. At that moment, Go Chan finally realized this person had learned Guard Cam's martial arts just by witnessing it once. Guard Cam was right. This guy is dangerous. Seeing that he was no match for Zhang, Go Chan once again used poison as a threat. "Aren't you afraid of bleeding from all orifices and dying in agony?" But Zhang was unaffected, merely biting his finger and feeding the blood into Go Chan's mouth. Go Chan panicked completely, rolling back and forth on the ground trying to spit out the poisoned blood, but it was too late. At the same time, Zhang kicked him and spoke again. "I've been picking herbs with my grandfather since I was young and have tasted all kinds of poisons. Ordinary poisons are useless against me. Even my blood contains a strong poison, so I don't need the neutralizer. I said I wanted to ask you a question, right? Can you tell me about the Mock Sword Manor? By the way, I'm the only one who can neutralize the poison of my blood. I'm sure you'll be a lot of help to me." Hearing this, Go Chan is visibly scared and thought, he's a demon. At the Mock Sword Manor main hall, it turned out that the Lord of Mock Sword Manor, Mock Inden, had been seriously ill for a long time, and despite the doctor's best efforts, even the cause of the illness was undiagnosed. Since the Lord had not decided on an heir. The four sons were brewing a fratricidal storm. If the manor master dies, the brothers will spill blood trying to obtain the position. The eldest son, Makyango, not only indulged in debauchery but also had a violent temperament, making him the most incompetent among the brothers. The second son, Mak Yunpian, was cunning and ruthless in achieving his goals. The first lady, favoring only her eldest son to ascend as the lord. Who knows what she'll do to secure that position for him? Lady Suk, manor master's first wife, asked, "How's the manor master?" The doctor is unsure what to answer. Thus Lady Suk repeats her question. "I asked how he is. I apologize. My knowledge is lacking. I cannot figure out a treatment for him. I can only call it very strange." Hearing this, Lady Suk is disappointed, as I expected. Thus, she mentioned that there is no option other than shamanistic arts, ostensibly to exorcise demons for the manor master. Hearing this, the doctor immediately disagrees. Shamanism is nothing more than a false belief. How could you resort to such a? Lady Suk then interrupted. Then should I just do nothing until my husband dies? Despite the doctor's strong objections, it was to no avail. I don't want to hear it any longer. I've already called a shaman who deals with such unidentified illness, so you are excused. Later, the first lady even ordered that the lord's room be sealed off, allowing no one to approach. We will have the shaman deal with the manor master's illness, so don't let anyone into the main hall. Not a single soul. That is the current situation of the Mock Sword Manor. After learning of these circumstances, Zhang called on Go-chan, planning to meet the manor master. At the same time, the entire plan of the third young master, Mok Jaewoon, was fully exposed to him. The real Mok Jaewoon wanted the double to appear, letting the brothers kill each other, and then he would reap the benefits. As long as the brothers died, he could emerge quietly and take control, also known as a winning by default plan. This way, regardless of who lives, it becomes such that the two brothers tried to kill each other and they would be eliminated as heirs. Then, after Mok Jaewoon appears perfectly fine, he would easily gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, Zhang's arrival became the biggest variable in this plan. But young master, why are you trying to go to the manor master? Go-chan asked curiously. From what I heard, the life and death of the manor master is related to my life. That's why I'm trying to visit. Zhang answered while tearing the paper with a written plan. He then threw the paper into the air. But if guard Cam finds out that you're moving. Before Go-chan finished, Zhang interrupted with an ominous smile. You'll keep it a secret from him? Thanks, guard Go-chan. Just then, Lady Suk is waiting for someone. Walking figure can be seen from afar. So, can I see the manor master now? This is Shaman Myo Shin, the shaman hired by Lady Suk. I've heard that Shaman Myo is miraculous, so I will trust you once. Shaman Myo then told Lady Suk to ask everyone within 30 paces of the main building to leave. Otherwise, it'll be bad luck. I have already taken those steps. Other than the guard who protects the entrance, they will all leave. The shaman then looks at Lady Suk. You also need to take your leave, madam. You haven't forgotten what I've asked, right? Of course, Shaman Myo answered immediately. The manor master's seal and secret manual. Hearing this, Lady Suk is satisfied. If you find those, I will give you 300 silver coins immediately. Thank you, madam. Lady Suk then ordered all the servants, all of you, leave until I say otherwise. Then, she also prepared to leave the main hall. On her way out, someone training caught her attention. Displeased can be seen all over her face. It turns out that the one training is the fourth son, Mok Yu-chun, the child of a geisha. She immediately turned around and thought to herself, even if I can understand fooling around with a geisha, giving the manor master position to that lowly blood is something I can't forgive. Then she exited the hall. Meanwhile, on their way to the lord's room, they passed the training ground and happened to see the fourth son, Mok Yu-chun, practicing martial arts. Although he was born to the lord and a geisha, he was diligent, skilled in martial arts, and deeply favored by the lord. However, this was something the first lady absolutely could not tolerate. Seeing Mok Yu-chun's way of practicing, Zhang became very interested in him. He casually asked Go-chan, if I learn martial arts, could I kill guard Cam? Receiving no response, Zhang repeated the question. Hearing this question, Go-chan trembled inwardly, thinking, has he realized that we're planning to abandon him? This guy is not only smart but practically a schemer. He swallowed and explained to Zhang, the foundation of learning martial arts is the cultivation of internal strength. Hearing this, Zhang became more interested and asked Go-chan to elaborate more. Internal strength means allowing the energy of nature to circulate within the body through breathing techniques, eventually forming inner chi. The more inner chi accumulated, the stronger the martial power. However, inner chi cannot be developed overnight. A first-rate expert like Guard Cam has at least half a cycle of chi accumulation, so it's very difficult for you to surpass him in the short term. So, it'll be difficult to do in a short period of time, Zhang said after listening to Go-chan's explanation. At this point, Go-chan hadn't fully explained because there is also an optimal period for cultivating internal strength. After the age of 7 or 8, the body accumulates too much impure energy, making it impossible to gather internal strength even with practice. That is to say, Zhang would never be able to surpass Guard Cam in his lifetime. Seeing Go-chan looking smug, Zhang had already guessed his thoughts and turned to touch his cheek, softly saying, your eyes sure do look greedy. It makes me want to gouge them out. However, Zhang did not pursue this further and instead asked cheerfully, how about you become my man from now on? Out of fear fear, Go-chan agrees. Since Jong couldn't kill Guard Cam or persuade him to switch sides, he had no better strategy at the moment. Thinking this, he turned his head and asked again, is there any bad blood between Mok Jae-won and the 4th young master? He learned that 2 years ago, Mok Jae-won called the 4th young master's mother a whore and got beaten up pretty badly for it. Jong couldn't help but laugh loudly. The 4th young master is quite decent, at least he didn't crush Mok Jae-won's limbs. Saying this, he then turned and walked towards the Lord's room. At that moment, back in the Manor Master's room, Shaman Myo was wrapping the entire room with red threads and copper coins while the Manor Master lay on the bed unresponsive, with strange black lines spreading outward from his heart. Although it looked like poisoning, it was actually the result of being consumed by evil energy. Fortunately, the Lord had practiced martial arts for many years, which kept him alive until now. Sadly, having been afflicted by evil for too long, even if Shaman Myo had great powers, he only had a 50% chance of saving him. However, Shaman Myo's goal was not to save the Lord but to complete the task given by the lady. The Lord's life or death was of no concern to him. He held a pen in one hand and drew a ghostly talisman, then chanted loudly a spell while commanding the talisman, and the talisman stuck directly to the Manor Master's chest. A burst of energy surged wildly from the talisman, accompanied by Shaman Myo chanting spells and slapping seals, scattering the evil energy on the Lord's body. Gradually, Manor Master's eyes turned blood red, as if he was about to be possessed by something, and even Shaman Myo was blown away, with the situation nearly spiraling out of control. Just then, Jong pushed open the door and said with a smile, I've come to pay my respects. I give you my greetings, father. The sudden intrusion interrupted Shaman Myo's casting, and before he could identify the intruder, he cried out, get out now, or the Lord will be in mortal danger. But Jong ignored him, busying himself with checking on the Lord. Shaman Myo desperately begged, please get out, if things go wrong. At this moment, the evil energy on the Lord's body surged, and the strange power possessing him grew stronger, completely losing control. The Lord's body twisted and floated in the air. In desperation, Shaman Myo quickly asked Jong and Go-chan to help hold down the Lord. Looking at the Manor Master, Go-chan and Jong are unsure of what to do. Hurry, hold him down, Shaman Myo instructed. The shaman placed another talisman on the Lord's forehead, continuously muttering under his breath. However, the evil energy on the Lord grew stronger, and the small talisman could not suppress it. The eerie aura began to travel along the Lord's arm toward Go-chan. At this critical moment, Jong made a decisive move and chopped off the Manor Master's hand. This action stunned everyone present. Seeing the eerie aura returning to the Manor Master, Jong showed an ominous smile, then, proceeding to attack again, decapitating the Manor Master's arm. Seeing this, Go-chan thought, this crazy bastard just cut off the Manor Master's arm. Shaman Myo quickly raised his hand, sticking another talisman on the severed limb, barely stabilizing the situation. But by then, Shaman Myo was already thinking of escaping. Just as he was preparing to pack up and flee, a long sword was already placed at his neck. Jong had seen through his little scheme from the start. Go-chan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jong. Is this the reason the Lord has been bedridden? Jong asked indifferently. The shaman, now terrified by Jong's actions, could only stammer out excuses. The Lord is possessed by something strange, and the situation is far from over. If we waste more time, he could die at any moment. However, Jong's face remained indifferent. The shaman shivered and tentatively asked, do you also wish for the Lord to die? When Jong heard the word also, he instantly understood everything. Was it the lady who instructed you to do this? Knowing he could no longer hide the truth, the shaman confessed everything. After hearing the truth, Go-chan wiped a cold sweat, thinking to himself, if the eldest son takes the Lord's position, one can only imagine what will become of him. To secure his own future, Go-chan hurriedly explained to Jong, we must save the Lord. If the Lord dies, the lady will surely pin the blame on you. The shaman also chimed in, saying he had a way to save the Lord. However, at this moment, Jong fell into deep thought. Soon, Jong revealed a smile. He did not ask the shaman to save the Lord, but instead instructed him to continue inquiring about the whereabouts of the official seal and the secret manual. Everyone was terrified by his decision, but Jong offered no explanation. Out of options, the shaman took out a puppet, saying, if the evil spirit continues to erode the Lord, he will truly die. This puppet can take the Lord's place. After saying this, the shaman tied the puppet and the severed arm together, then slapped a seal and chanted a spell. The evil spirit attached to the severed arm materialized into a hand that tightly grasped the puppet. Meanwhile, the Lord let out a painful scream. Knowing that the evil energy emitted by the evil spirit was too strong, the shaman realized that if he continued, the seal would be broken, and the third young master would definitely not spare him. Thinking this, the shaman made a decisive decision to kill two birds with one stone. He used the excuse that outsiders should not stay here to send Go-chan away first, then murmured a few more words, and under his control, the Lord slowly revealed the hiding place of the secret manual and the official seal, past the front stone door in an underground chamber under the medicinal hall. As soon as the words were spoken, the puppet shattered under the erosion of the evil energy. The shaman quickly shouted to Jong, cut the red thread quickly. The evil spirit is trying to take over the Manor Master's body. However, However, as the red thread was severed, the evil spirit rapidly crawled along the ground and climbed toward Zhang. Zhang glanced at the shaman. At this moment, the shaman revealed a sinister smile. As the ghostly hand enveloped Zhang's body, he pressed a talisman on Zhang's forehead. In this way, he completed the lady's mission and could also pin the blame on Zhang. However, what the shaman did not know was that this action completely unleashed the purest evil thoughts hidden deep within Zhang. The deceived evil spirit, venting all its anger on Zhang, tried to completely take over his body. At the same time, Zhang fell into an illusion. He was in a familiar place, the watering hole he always visits. A peaceful mountain. He knows this place well. Since it's a place he always visits, he wouldn't be able to forget even if he wanted to. He fetches water like he used to. However, while walking, he felt a strange feeling. A feeling as if he is forgetting something. Just then, he noticed a fire blazing in the forest, and he was shocked when he realized it was the direction of the house. In a rush, he drops the pail of water and runs hysterically, muttering to himself, "Grandfather, please, please." He runs as fast as he can. When he reached the house, he shouted, calling out to his grandfather. When he saw his grandfather, he was utterly shocked. The scene of his grandfather's tragic death replayed before his eyes. "Wake up, grandfather," he called out while holding the corpse. "No, who could have done this?" And this time, he cried, his tears heart-wrenching. He finally understood how important his grandfather was to him. After sensing Zhang's inner desire, the evil spirit created a world without regrets for him. Seeing his deceased grandfather standing before him again, Zhang could no longer contain his excitement and hugged his grandfather tightly. "Hey, this old man is gonna fall over. Why are you being like this all of a sudden? I won't lose my grandfather ever again since he is the reason that someone who should have died, is still alive." Zhang thought to himself. Just when the evil spirit thought that Zhang would forever bask in this false happiness, Zhang's expression suddenly changed, and he turned and grabbed towards the evil spirit's head. "You made me angry, daring to mock me with my grandfather's death." The evil spirit wore an incredulous look, unable to understand why Zhang could see through its illusion. "And you seem to have misunderstood something." Zhang sneered. "Did you think my happiness is to revive my grandfather? You should have let me rip apart the bastard that killed my grandfather." Before it could continue to ponder, a bone-chilling cold swept over its body. This was a purity of evil that even spirits would not approach. At that moment, feeling Zhang's overwhelming intent to kill, it was terrified in its heart. Can a living person really possess such emotions? Meanwhile, the grandfather's voice rang in Zhang's mind. "Do you know why I named you Zhang? You are a child that's different from others, but I wished for you to grow up to be kind and righteous. So, I pray that you will continue to grow as a righteous person." Feeling the overwhelming intent to kill, the evil spirit actually detached its arm and turned to flee. By this time, the evil spirit had no idea how long it had been running. Finally, the evil spirit reached the deepest part of Zhang's heart. On a vast meadow, there was only one sealed door. A field? This is the place deep within his consciousness? Then the evil spirit noticed the door. Although it did not know what was behind the door, the evil spirit decided to open it and completely devour Zhang's heart. However, before the evil spirit can open the door, everything around was gradually enveloped by black mist, and the body of the evil spirit was bit by bit consumed by the black mist. It struggled desperately, trying to escape, but it was too late. Amidst its desperate screams, the evil spirit was completely dragged into an endless abyss. Meanwhile, Zhang suddenly opened his eyes, and the evil energy instantly filled the room. Shaman Miao turned around and immediately showed a look of terror. Zhang nonchalantly tore off the talisman from his forehead, and clouds of black mist continuously surged from his palms. Zhang quietly uttered one word, "Demon Monk." The black mist slowly condensed, eventually forming a human figure. Shaman Miao looked on in horror, realizing this was not a mere resentful spirit, but a high-class evil spirit. Before he could react, at Zhang's command, Demon Monk violently attacked him. Although Shaman Miao barely blocked the attack, he was completely terrified by Zhang's action. Zhang was actually able to command an evil spirit. For humans, evil spirits are nothing short of a disaster. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, the evil spirit's hand reached for him again. He was blasted from the Demon Monk's energy. In a panic, Shaman Miao quickly grabbed a precious sword beside him, but against a demon from hell, his figure seemed so insignificant. How could a mere mortal object withstand it? Countless tendrils reached for his body, and Shaman Miao continuously cried out for mercy. But Zhang did not waver, watching everything coldly, devoid of any compassion. Shaman Miao reached out to Zhang, crying out, "If it's because I tricked you." Before he could finish, Zhang interrupted, "No, that's not why. Since you've heard about the official seal and the secret manual, I can't let you live." Just like that, Shaman Miao was dragged into the abyss of endless fear. Only at the last moment did he realize that from the beginning, he was merely Zhang's prey. Moments later, Zhang called out to Go-chan. When he returned to the room, he was utterly shocked, and seeing the terrifying state of Shaman Miao's death, he shivered. Just then, Zhang nonchalantly said, "You can ask questions later. Can you carry the corpse?" Under Zhang's arrangement, Zhang staged the room to look like Shaman Miao went crazy and cut off the Lord's arm and then attempted to kill him. We stumbled upon the scene and put a stop to it. Hearing this, Go-chan was a bit confused and then asked, "Is that your plan on hiding the truth?" "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" But Go-chan worried that such tricks wouldn't deceive the lady. Young master, a half-hearted attempt to concealment will only draw suspicion to you. Was it that obvious? Even if the shaman somehow went crazy and we ended up subduing him, the manor mistress that hired him won't easily accept it. Zhang thinks of a way to make it a bit more believable. Without hesitation, Zhang lifted the sword and plunged it into his own thigh. This act made Go Chan's spine chill. Then Zhang looked at him directly. Is it a bit more believable now? Seeing this, Go Chan hadn't expected Zhang to be so ruthless even to himself. His fear intensified, realizing this was not someone he could afford to provoke. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Zhang Mianjin from the inner hall of Mocksword Manor. Originally, he and the Lord Mockindan were brothers in arms and had sworn loyalty to the Lord 19 years ago. But now, for the future of Mocksword Manor, he had eerily agreed to the lady's request. Stepping away for a while shouldn't cause any problems. He hadn't expected to return to this scene. He angrily demanded to know what they had done to the Lord. Go Chan hurriedly explained that it was a misunderstanding, while Zhang feigned weakness, about to say something but then collapsed on the floor. Confused, Zhang Mianjin grabbed Go Chan and interrogated him. Go Chan initially wanted to say something but, seeing the sinister smile on Zhang's face, immediately abandoned all thoughts. He understood that Zhang was definitely acting. In the end, he could only explain things according to Zhang's arrangement. Soon after, Zhang lay in the pharmacy of Mocksword Manor, the scent of medicinal herbs around him feeling immensely familiar. Thinking he would soon have the secret manual and the official seal, he felt much relieved, even though these items were just beneath the pharmacy. With the place crowded during the day, Zhang decided to search for the official seal and the secret manual at night. At that moment, Go Chan, his hand bandaged, entered the room and, following Zhang's instructions, retrieved 2 books from Shaman Myo's corpse. One was Master Chu's summary, original book of the Yin-Yang school, and the other was first tome of Anomaly. Since the lady had ordered all Shaman Myo's belongings to be burned to destroy evidence, these books were secretly taken by Go Chan before they were destroyed. Go Chan didn't understand why Zhang wanted these 2 books, but Zhang didn't explain, merely pointing out the window. Can you see anything out there? Go Chan looked out the window for a long time but couldn't spot anything. Unbeknownst to him, a ghostly shadow was floating outside the window, visible only to Zhang. That's why I want to figure it out. Just then, both of them heard noises from the outside. When Zhang thought everything was going smoothly, the lady suddenly visited the pharmacy. Seeing her appear, both Go Chan and Zhang were startled. Go Chan quickly greeted her immediately. Zhang looked at her carefully. The lady, born into a martial Suk clan, was not only highly skilled in martial arts but also more cunning and dangerous than the eldest son, Mak Yango. Even guard Cam reminded Zhang to be extra cautious around her. Just then, Zhang greeted her. He's still sitting on the bed, indicated he was unable to stand due to his leg injury. Go Chan sweated coldly at his actions. He greeted her better than I expected. I'm not here to hear your greeting, which made Zhang confused. Then Lady Suk suddenly punched Zhang in the leg. Zhang and Go Chan were utterly shocked. The intense pain made Zhang involuntarily grunt. Go Chan wanted to intervene, but a sword was suddenly placed at his neck. Don't move, Lady Suk guard said seriously. Lady Suk then looked at Zhang with a smile, instantly realizing that his wound was self-inflicted. She hadn't expected Zhang to go so far as to harm himself to conceal the truth. Although you fooled the inner hall master, you can't fool me. You should know, a powerful shaman would never be backfired by his own spells. Are you trying to fool me with such tricks? With that, Lady Suk slapped Zhang across the face. Zhang's frail body was instantly flung away. Lady Suk shook her hand and continued to press. What exactly did you hear in the room? Zhang was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. The lady thought he had gone mad, but the next second, Zhang's expression turned cold, and he simply said, "Demonic monk." A ghostly shadow suddenly appeared behind him and lunged at the lady. The lady felt something pass over her, while a maid beside her was grabbed by the neck by demonic monk, her whole body floating in the air, desperately struggling. Seeing this, the lady remembered Shaman Myo's terrifying death. Before she could ponder further, Zhang's voice came from behind her. The secret manual and the seal. Aren't those what you need? Then you should be negotiating terms with me, instead of trying to threaten me. At this moment, the lady clearly panicked. She wanted to say something, but Zhang didn't give her a chance. Actually, I don't want the Lord's position, but since you're pressing me so hard, I might just have to tell the 2nd or 4th brother the information about the secret manual and the seal. After all, the 4th brother has a good foundation in martial arts. It would make a nice peace offering to him. These words infuriated the lady so much that her face turned green, but she was helpless against Zhang and could only leave in a fit of rage. Back at her residence, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She repeatedly muttered, "How dare he? How dare he?" And her guard tried to calm her down. Calm down? Does it look like I can calm down right now? The usually weak boy had dared to snatch her things right in front of her today. She suspected that Zhang had always been hiding his true nature. Now that I think about it, others have always praised him for being smart. But after his mother died, the family on his mother's side began to lose influence. Perhaps he changed in order to protect himself. Thinking this, she immediately regretted letting her guard down. At that moment, a maid suggested, "Should we kill the 3rd young master before he can try anything?" The lady didn't agree. She feared the secret manual and the seal might end up in someone else's his hands, but she didn't want to be led by the nose forever. Thus, she instructed the maid to inform the Phoenix Pavilion that Shaman Myo was dead, and soon this little devil would also not have it easy. At night, in the pharmacy, Jong sat on the floor reading the books left by Shaman Myo. According to the book, a person turns into a vengeful spirit or even an evil spirit after death due to their unresolved resentment. Depending on various factors, evil spirits are classified into different ranks. The first type is called red spirit, a spirit bound to a certain location. Its power are limited to causing chills or goosebumps in a person. The second type is orange spirit. This rank of evil spirit can possess humans and cause physical discomfort. The third type is yellow spirit. These are dangerous spirits that should be exorcised. It is so powerful it can use evil energy to kill. Just then demonic monk show itself. Jong thought to himself, I guess the demonic monk belongs to yellow spirit. It is useful for finding doorways to the underground and for scouting, but as seen before, demonic monk could not take action against the lady. It seems whether it can be a threat depends on the target's strength. Jong had tested demonic monk's power on Go-chan and the results were good, but it was still not enough to deal with the lady and guard cam. Therefore, he must find a more powerful evil spirit soon. The fourth type, green spirit, a spirit that has lived for decades, can induce chaos, cause hallucinations, and is an extremely dangerous existence. Just then, demonic monk found the entrance to the basement. It seemed like the right time to retrieve the secret manual and the seal. After what felt like a long walk, Jong finally reached the end of the ladder, facing 4 stone doors. The fourth stone door was his target. As he opened the door, he was dumbfounded. It seems like he needs to go even farther in. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, he triggered a trap. A huge rock fell from above, but luckily, he was able to dodge it. I didn't expect there to be traps. Just then, arrows crazily shot towards him. With his agile skills, Jong easily dodged the attack. An arrow was about to pierce his chest, but fortunately, the lamp was pierced instead. But the traps did not stop, and a massive pillar smashed down. Jong leaped up, narrowly avoiding it. The continuous traps made Jong realize that besides the secret manual and seal, there must be something even more important stored here. After navigating countless traps, Jong finally reached the deepest part of the stone chamber. The room was extremely symmetrical, and from the signs of life above, it seemed someone often practiced here. Jong didn't dwell on it. He smoothly found a wooden box on the table, inside which were the sword techniques and mental methods of mock sword manner. Go-chan once informed him that the secret manual was divided into 2, sword techniques and cultivation techniques. He pocketed them without hesitation, but then he thought there might be something else here. At that moment, a strange box caught his attention. It looks unnecessarily heavy and not functional. From the drag marks on the floor, it seemed the box had been deliberately dragged there. When he pushed the box aside, he noticed something on the floor. A floorboard sealed with a yellow talisman was revealed. Without a second thought, he flipped open the floorboard and found another small box underneath, still sealed with a yellow talisman. After pondering for a moment, Jong decided to tear off the yellow talisman. An ominous aura rushed towards him, and even the lantern beside him went out without any wind. Inside the box, there was a book made of human skin. Although it was wrapped with prayer beads, the eerie aura emanating from the book was distinctly palpable. It seems I've found a treasure, Jong thought to himself. Meanwhile, somewhere in mock sword manor, there was the beating of drums and joyful music. Standing in the center was the second young master, Mok Yunpyeon, who was celebrating because today he had moved one step closer to becoming the lord of the villa, all thanks to the help of one person. That person was the long-missing guard cam. At that moment, inside mock sword manor, the second young master, to win over guard cam, had specially organized a grand banquet for him. Guard cam wore a flattering expression, but he had already guessed the second young master's intentions. After a show of reluctance, he gladly accepted the second young master's overture. After the banquet, the second young master again confirmed with guard cam, is it true that Mok Jae-woon has lost his martial arts? To this, guard cam affirmed, the real Mok Jae-woon is dead, and the imposter indeed does not know martial arts. This wasn't really a lie. Besides, if people knew he had failed to protect his master, leading to his master's death, he would not end well. Thus, he decided to pledge his loyalty to the second young master with the life of the imposter Mok Jae-woon. However, the second young master did not easily let down his guard. Although that boy was originally useless, now that he has lost his martial arts, he is indeed less of an opponent. Well, I guess I should be grateful since I have someone as talented as you working for me now, but I am still curious. How exactly did he lose his martial arts? Faced with the second young master's skepticism, guard cam was startled, pondering how to respond when the second young master spoke again. You don't have to worry. Even if this was your negligence, I won't hold you accountable. He tried to alleviate guard cam's concerns, but after all, both were cunning old foxes. How could they easily leave a handle for others? Guard cam bowed again. I am sorry. I cannot disclose it yet, but I assure you it will not implicate the second young master. Although the second young master verbally expressed his trust, he secretly pondered, guard cam must be an assassin from that infamous place, right? Hearing that place, guard cam's body jolted. He had thought the second young master was just a green kid, but it turned out he had thoroughly investigated him. Instantly, the situation became more delicate delicate. However, the second young master did not let go, instead pressing further. Are these also unspeakable secrets? Frightened, guard Cam hurriedly denied. Seeing that he was completely under control, the second young master chuckled inwardly. The second young master then decisively ended the conversation, saying no more, just letting guard Cam leave first. But the matter was not over. The second young master still had great doubts about the information provided by guard Cam, and immediately ordered his subordinates to clarify guard Cam's intentions and the real situation of Mok Jae-won. The subordinates were puzzled. Was it just to confirm whether Mok Jae-won had lost his martial arts? The second young master smiled coldly. No, that's no fun. Break an ankle or something while you're at it. Hearing this, the subordinate immediately agrees. Meanwhile, in the basement of the pharmacy, Jong was holding the human skin ancient book for a long time. His fingertips could clearly feel the pulsation coming from it, as if some powerful energy was churning inside. Although it was not a living thing, Jong knew this ancient book was extraordinary. He couldn't wait to undo the prayer bead sealing it. Just then, a black mist rose behind Jong, and the figure of demonic monk gradually appeared. Just as Jong was about to ask what had happened, demonic monk's expression suddenly changed. Just a glance at the human skin ancient book in Jong's hands made demonic monk break into a cold sweat, trembling all over. Seeing this, Jong's face showed excitement. Even demonic monk fears the existence of this book. It seems I really have obtained something incredible. However, he quickly put away this excitement because he had sent demonic monk and Go-chan to keep watch, and now demonic monk had come back to find him, indicating that certainly someone was coming. He wanted to see which troublemakers were actually coming. At this moment, outside the pharmacy, the assassin sent by the second young master was hiding in the trees. Noticing that Go-chan, who should be protecting his master closely, was instead keeping watch outside, the assassin speculated that the third young master must be hiding something, and took the opportunity to sneak into the room while Jong was asleep. Just as he was about to check whether the third young master really had lost his martial arts, the assassin was surprised to see the secret manuals of mock sword manner laid out on the table, immediately drawn to them. After a quick look, realizing they were genuine, his hands began to tremble. If he could bring these to the second young master, the lordship would undoubtedly belong to him. However, just then, Jong's figure quietly appeared behind him, grabbing his head and fiercely smashing it into the table. Once, twice, 3 times. Jong's expression was cold. What brings you to my bedroom? Are you also here to sleep? The assassin was shocked, not expecting to have been outmaneuvered by a kid. But before he could say anything, Jong's movements grew more violent, and soon the assassin lost consciousness. When the assassin opened his eyes again, he found himself hanging upside down from the ceiling beam. Jong smirked coldly, his hand fiercely stabbing into the floor. Should we have a proper talk now? After subduing the assassin, hearing some noise, Go-chan quickly pushed open the door and saw the man lying on the floor. He recognized him at once as Cho Il-sang, a close aide of the second young master. The second son? Why would he be here? I'm not sure, but considering he's wearing a mask, he couldn't have any good intentions. Go-chan advised, the second young master always values talent. I would advise you best not to act rashly. But Jong didn't care. He simply carried Cho Il-sang on his back and turned to leave. Seeing Jong not listening to Go-chan, he lay on the floor and shouted, damn it, I don't care anymore. He won't kill him though, right? Even if he's reckless, he's smart. Go-chan talked to himself, but the thought of what Jong did with the manor master made him nervous. He won't kill him, right? When Cho Il-sang woke up, he found himself hanging upside down from the beam, facing Jong's sharp gaze. He still spoke arrogantly. I belong to the second young master. If he finds out how you've treated me, he will make sure you pay dearly. After saying this, he arrogantly demanded Jong hand over the secret manual. In return, I might speak well of you in front of the second young master, perhaps even sparing your life. Jong merely smiled slightly, then pulled out a dagger from his pocket. It seems the second brother really cherishes his subordinates. You're in such a state, yet you can still boast about his authority. Saying this, Jong untied Cho Il-sang. Seeing this, Cho Il-sang thought the other party had compromised. Just as he felt a stroke of luck, Jong's face showed a cold smile, and he asked coldly, whose fingers are these? Cho Il-sang's face filled with terror and confusion. It was clearly his own fingers, yet he felt no pain at all. It turned out that Jong had already used a paralysis poison on him. The affected would feel nothing in their body for 2 hours. Hearing this, Cho Il-sang panicked. Jong sneered, alright, from now on, for every question I ask, if you don't answer, I'll cut off one of your fingers every second. First, what was the purpose of the second brother sending you here? Cho Il-sang was so frightened that he couldn't react in time. As he hesitated, Jong's dagger easily sliced off his fingers. In an instant, Cho Il-sang was left with almost no fingers. When Jong was about to chop off the last thumb, Cho Il-sang finally came to his senses from the fear and hurriedly begged for mercy. Cho Il-sang quickly explained that he was ordered to investigate whether Jong had really lost his martial arts. Hearing this, Jong fell into thought, surmising that Guard Cam had already sided with the second young master. He then asked again, was it Guard Cam who told you? Cho Il-sang affirmed. Seeing the calculating young man in front of him, Cho Il-sang did not expect that just a few words would reveal Guard Cam's betrayal. This made him wonder if he had fallen into their scheme from the start. However, at this this moment, he could no longer afford to think so much. As he sensed a strong murderous intent from Zhang, he desperately shouted, begging Zhang to spare him and swearing loyalty to the third young master, willing to do anything for his life. Just then, Zhang suddenly changed his previously vicious demeanor and showed a friendly smile. I happen to have a favor to ask of you. Can you help me now? Hearing this, Cho Il-sang, like grasping at a lifeline, eagerly thanked Zhang for sparing his life. As long as it's an order from the third young master, I will accomplish it. As soon as the words left his mouth, a dagger pierced straight through his neck. You said you were willing to risk your life. Zhang cut his neck, his blood splattering. Zhang then looked at Cho Il-sang coldly and said, then I'll borrow your blood for a bit. The reason Zhang did this was to remove the prayer beads sealed on the magic book. He learned from the ancient book Yin-Yang family that righteous objects could seal evil ones, meaning that the blood of a wrongfully killed person might break the seal. Thus, he dripped Cho Il-sang's blood on the magic book. In just a moment, the prayer beads on the book began to shatter bit by bit. As Zhang pondered what was sealed within the book, the blood in the box began to churn violently. The blood spread all around, and above the magic book, a cocoon formed by countless vapors of blood coalesced. When the entity within the cocoon hatched, the entire space was engulfed by a sea of blood. Just then, a slender jade leg stepped out from the sea of blood, and a beautiful woman dressed in red slowly walked towards Zhang. The aura she emitted far surpassed that of a green spirit. According to the records of the Yin-Yang family ancient book, there is a fifth level of ghost spirit, blue spirit. At this moment, Zhang was unsure whether he was lucky or unfortunate. The woman issued a cold command from her lips, kneel. A mysterious pressure swept over, and Zhang's body was forcibly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Foolish human, hand over your soul to me. As a vengeful spirit dead for over a century, a blue spirit of this kind usually requires a minimum of 10 Taoist masters to subdue. At that moment, Zhang slowly rose, finally experiencing the danger described in the book. He scoffed, saying, it seems the book wasn't wrong. Indeed, a very dangerous entity. Seeing Zhang manage to stand, the woman in red couldn't help but take an interest in him. Zhang did not give up resisting and even provocatively said, just a ghost spirit without a body. You can't really do anything. Hearing this, the woman in red smirked. If you want my body, you'll have to take it by force. As soon as the words fell, the woman in red gently lifted her hand, and blood immediately gushed from the ground, forming sharp blades that pierced directly through Zhang's abdomen, leaving a deep gash. Zhang fell to the ground with a thud, but the woman in red did not stop there. A second blood spear rushed out mercilessly, destroying half of Zhang's face. The woman in red sneered. Do you realize now? There's nothing you can do. Zhang spat out blood, the intense pain causing his body to tremble involuntarily, yet he never yielded. Seeing this, the woman in red was shocked. Such a fragile human, why not just hand over your soul willingly? However, Zhang before her remained resolute, clearly no ordinary person. Thus, the woman in red waved her hand again, flinging Zhang harshly against the beam on the roof. Mortal, I offer you a proposal. If you agree to give up your soul, I will grant you one wish. Faced with the woman in red's proposal, Zhang hesitated. Clearly, she had the upper hand. Why would she make such an offer? The woman in red explained, continuing to fight might harm your soul, which would be of no benefit to me. What if I refuse? If you refuse, I will show no mercy and kill you, then find another suitable soul. Hearing this, Zhang sneered, indicating he indeed had one wish. The woman in red immediately became excited, eagerly asking, has someone betrayed you, or has someone killed a loved one? Whoever it is, I can obliterate them, so tell me now, your desire. However, Zhang scoffed, my wish is for you to shut up and then obediently become my familiar. This response completely infuriated the woman in red. She decided to let this foolish mortal taste the agony of having his bones sliced and flesh shredded. The woman in red waved her hand again, and countless blood-colored spikes shot out like arrows, instantly tearing Zhang's body into pieces. At the same time, Zhang's soul seemed to plunge into an endless sea of blood, his body sinking deeper and deeper. Zhang felt that the blood sea around him was different from any blood he had encountered before. Previously, the lively blood was full of vitality, warmth, and the breath of life. But now, all he felt was the cold of death. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, easily shattering the illusion. Countless cracks appeared, and the barrier instantly shattered, the terrifying shockwave also flinging the woman in red away. Zhang emerged from the illusion unharmed. The woman in red's face was full of shock, unable to accept that Zhang could so easily break through her illusions, but she was not willing to give up, waving her hand to again materialize a blood-colored butterfly that slowly flew towards Zhang. As the blood-colored butterfly approached, it sliced a wound across his face, yet Zhang did not even blink, continuing to stand there composedly. The woman in red was once again shocked. Her illusions, which even a top Taoist master might not be able to break, had been easily shattered by Zhang. Could this be a natural talent he was born with? Just then, Zhang suddenly burst into laughter, which made the woman in red grit her teeth in anger. She coldly said, even if you have broken the illusion, do you think you can change the situation at hand? Zhang responded with a sneer, I just remembered something amusing. The woman in red appeared somewhat flustered, especially when she looked at the human skin magic book that sealed her, realizing that the other party had discovered her weakness. Indeed, the more ancient mention a spirit, the more it requires a medium to inhabit, and this book was precisely her medium. In that instant, Jong opened his mouth wide and began frantically tearing at the book cover. Simultaneously, lines of blood emerged on the woman in red's body. She stood aghast as her power began to overflow. She couldn't believe that Jong had actually torn the book cover. That book was filled with demonic energy, and even a top shaman couldn't destroy it. They could only seal it temporarily, but now this brat had damaged it. The woman in red, frenzied, lunged at Jong, grasping his neck tightly, with only one thought in mind: to end Jong's life as quickly as possible. However, Jong continued to chew on the book cover, asking the woman perplexedly, "Why didn't you simply take this human skin book?" In reality, he had already deduced the truth. The woman in red couldn't touch this eerie book at all. The woman in red, teeth clenched in anger, threatened Jong to spit out the book immediately. At the same time, the blood energy within him began to surge, his body feeling as if it would burst apart like the first time he ingested poison. Spit it out. However, what Jong felt at this moment was not only the physical pain, but also the profound anger from the depths of the ghost spirit's heart. This rage far surpassed the physical pain. It was a burning desire for revenge. The woman in red cursed Jong as a madman, her hands tightly clutching his throat, causing him to spit out fresh blood. At this moment, as their gazes met, the memories of the woman in red flooded into Jong's mind like a torrent. The next second, Jong found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment, surrounded by corpses and rivers of blood. Just then, Jong found the woman in red. The severely wounded woman in red was struggling desperately. She tore off the cloth from her body, tightly wrapping her hands and sword together, the tip of the sword pointing directly at the man on the throne. Although Jong couldn't hear what they were saying, he could feel the deep hatred and despair. Jong clearly felt the towering rage in the woman in red's heart. The man on the throne looked down on her from above, which only fueled her anger further. She exerted all her strength and charged at the man. However, in just one round, the man's palm pierced through the woman in red's chest, even ripping her heart out directly. Powerlessly, the woman in red fell at the foot of the stairs. As she fell, numerous figures gathered around her, pointing their weapon directly at her. Her eyes filled with despair as she helplessly watched numerous figures stabbing into her body with weapons. Jong witnessed all these events unfolding. The woman in red couldn't even leave behind a complete body. She was ultimately made into this eerie human skin magic book. Meanwhile, Jong suddenly awoke from the memory, surprised to find a red thread on his chest, connecting him tightly to the woman in red. Suddenly, the woman burst into tears, her tears flowing like water breaking through a dam. She had become Jong's familiar. Jong sighed in relief, thinking, "I got myself a blue ghost. This has to be a dream." The woman in red called out to Jong. Anger swiftly consumed her rationality, and she frantically slapped Jong's neck, demanding he immediately release the contract. However, the next second, a deep handprint shockingly appeared on her own neck. A sudden feeling of suffocation overwhelmed the woman in red. She was both furious and frustrated, yet helpless. Eventually, she angrily turned away, sulking in a corner alone. This scene, observed by Jong, led him to an epiphany. Apparently, a familiar shares the pain with its master. This made him think of demonic monk. Having endured so much pain before, what was it going through now? At this moment, demonic monk was standing pitifully outside, all its previous suffering reflected upon it. Yet, without Jong's command, it could only silently endure the pain. Meanwhile, the woman in red gradually calmed down, and the atmosphere briefly became awkward. Seeing that she was not planning to engage with him, Jong took the initiative to speak up. "Since we're going to be together from now on, shouldn't we get to know each other's names? My name is Mok Jaewoon." However, the woman in red remained icy. Seeing this, Jong decided to use his last resort. "Well then, from now on, I'll just call you Red Dung Betel." The woman in red was both panicked and furious, furiously scolding Jong. "Are you out of your mind? How dare you mock me?" Hearing this, Jong laughed heartily, thinking to himself that his strategy had worked successfully, provoking a reaction from her. "It seems you're not too happy about it." The woman in red, rendered speechless by Jong's antics, and still unwilling to reveal her identity due to her pride, declared, "You ants are not worthy of knowing my name." Jong chuckled at her stubbornness and casually gave her a name, given her level as a blue spirit. "Then from now on, I shall call you Blue Spirit," Jong said offhandedly. The woman in red huffed and turned her head away, disdainfully ignoring him. Jong sighed lightly, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect this woman to have such strong pride. It's really troublesome since I can't defeat her by force. It looks like I'll have to slowly persuade her to like me." Moments later, Jong turned his attention back to the human skin magic book and asked, "Blue Spirit, do you know what's inside this?" The woman in red still acted uninterested, waving her hand to indicate she was busy and didn't want to talk. Left with no choice, Jong began to read the contents of the magic book himself. Although it was disorganized, he found it quite intriguing. His serious demeanor gradually caught the woman in red's attention. She thought he was just casually browsing, but the next second, Jong accurately recited the incantation written on it. As soon as the incantation was recited, a strange power flowed into Jong's body, and his hand holding the magic book stuck to the human skin pages. The woman in red was shocked, unable to believe what she saw. "How did you do?" Jong, puzzled, didn't understand what had happened. Just as he was feeling confused, a surge of dark energy suddenly appeared, appeared and began to corrode his body. The woman in red, sensing danger, urgently exclaimed, "Little devil, hold your breath immediately, empty your mind, think of nothing." Following her instructions, Zhang held his breath and focused, and gradually, the sinister black energy stabilized. At the same time, with a thud, the magic book that had stuck to his hand fell to the ground. The woman in red was profoundly shaken, not expecting Zhang to so easily unravel the ritual of attachment. A person without martial arts skills possessing such an ability was unexpected. At this moment, the woman in red unprecedentedly showed a hint of a smile. She had not witnessed such a miracle during her life and never expected to see such a thing after death. This young man truly was a prodigy. After escaping the danger, Zhang collapsed onto the ground, his face full of confusion. What exactly happened just now? The woman in red explained, "It's because you couldn't control the ritual of attachment properly, and there was a problem with your breathing during the process." Zhang didn't miss a chance to tease her. "So you're finally willing to talk to me seriously?" The woman hurriedly explained, "I was just afraid you would mess things up and get me involved." "So, what exactly is this ritual of attachment?" Zhang continued to inquire. "It's a technique that can generate a pulling force through the energy in the body," the woman in red answered. Zhang became even more puzzled. "Then why do I feel a stomach ache and tightness in my veins?" "This is because you were pulling at nothing, leading to the reversal of the energy inside your body and causing your breath to become utterly chaotic." After explaining, the woman in red instructed Zhang to try it on Cho Il-sang's body. She then directed Zhang to position Cho Il-sang's body properly. "Now, repeat the same method on this person." Zhang chanted the incantation, and a strong suction force appeared on his palm again, but this time, he felt a warm breath flowing through his veins and converging towards his energy core. "It seems you have grasped the essence of it. This is the ritual of attachment, which can absorb the energy of all things, including qi. That is how the ritual of attachment works." Zhang was quite astonished. "A warm energy is wrapping around my torso. Is this what Go-chan referred to as qi?" According to Go-chan, qi takes a long time to cultivate. However, this method allows me to absorb someone else's qi. In other words, I can get stronger in a shorter period of time. Just when Zhang thought he was about to become invincible, the qi he had just absorbed suddenly dissipated. It just scattered away. Zhang confusedly said, "It turns out that the cultivation of qi requires a special breathing technique so that the energy core can firmly hold onto it. Due to the specificity of this condensed qi, it is not easy to mix with someone else's qi. This means, attempting to condense and maintain qi through the ritual of attachment is not feasible." Zhang felt deeply disappointed, but the woman in red encouraged him not to be discouraged. The ritual of attachment has its uses as is. After all, this is just the basics of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Even mastering just one of these techniques can reveal endless possibilities. Although the qi you absorb will quickly dissipate, qi is still qi. Try to concentrate the qi into your hand by circulating it. This left Zhang thoroughly confused. Qi circulation involves guiding the images in the mind to channel the energy, and as long as this is achieved, qi can be condensed into the palms. The woman in red did not believe Zhang could achieve this because, for a novice, without a breathing mantra, even exceptional talent is useless. However, things developed unexpectedly. Without any warning, the qi that had just dissipated now slowly started to condense into Zhang's palms. He threw a punch, and a thick bean was easily snapped into 2. This completely astonished the woman in red. Having seen many prodigies in her lifetime, it was the first time she had witnessed such an exceptional child. A complete novice in martial arts had executed a technique for qi circulation as a complete beginner. "That's great." Zhang is astonished at what he can do. Just who is he? The woman in red became more curious. Looking at Zhang, the woman in red can't help but think, "I've seen countless talented individuals in my lifetime, but I've never met someone like him before." At this moment, Zhang was reveling in the power of his punch, remarking, "No wonder everyone wants to learn martial arts. Just mastering this makes it much easier to kill." Zhang casually stated. This comment once again astounded the woman in red. This boy was not only incredibly talented, but he had also perceived the essence of martial arts, how to effectively kill an opponent. Just then, Zhang called out to the woman in red and eagerly asked what the second technique of the thought-shattering 8 techniques was. The woman was about to answer, when suddenly, thinking of something, she turned her head away haughtily, almost tricked by you again. "I absolutely will not help you. I just slipped up earlier." Now she finally understood why those old masters were always shouting about taking disciples. Seeing the woman revert to her uninterested demeanor, Zhang felt somewhat disappointed. He had intended to ask about the origin of the black energy on his hands, but given the current situation, he presumed she would not answer. Perhaps it was better to explore on his own. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lady Sukgard Hoang arrived at the Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as she entered the room, she was greeted by an assortment of eerie wooden sculptures, which made her spine chill. Just as she was about to speak, a nearby candlestick spontaneously ignited, filling the surroundings with a strange atmosphere. She quickly relayed the message that Shaman Myo had been killed by the 3rd young master. This is Lady Suk's expression of grief, 300 silver niang, and she stated that if the other party was willing to take on the commission to kill the 3rd young master, the lady would add an extra 400 silver nian as a reward. However, after After she finished speaking, the room remained eerily silent, only the candlestick extinguished by itself. It seemed the deal was done. Hoang immediately turned to leave. Although the room was empty, she felt as if a pair of eyes were staring intently at her back, sending shivers down her spine. After Hoang left, several figures suddenly appeared in the previously empty room, holding staffs and wearing veils. They all gathered around the corpse of Shaman Myo. Based on Hoang's description, they quickly confirmed that the third young master had employed a ghost spirit, and moreover, one of the yellow spirit level. However, they were puzzled, as normally a vengeful spirit could not become a familiar, meaning this third young master was quite dangerous. The leader of the pavilion softly instructed, "One of you, go immediately and kill this third young master." In the morning, Zhang got up and ordered Go-chan to bring a brazier. Just as Go-chan wondered what he intended to do, Zhang took out 2 martial arts secret manuals from his bosom. Those were the peerless techniques everyone dreamed of. Go-chan was instantly shocked, and before he could recover, Zhang nonchalantly tore the manuals to shreds and threw them into the brazier. Go-chan exclaimed in disbelief, unable to process what was happening. This insane bastard just burned the secret manual. Unable to understand the reason behind this, Go-chan questions Zhang, "What are you doing? Such a waste of heaven-sent treasures. You're crazy." Third young master, although I know you do not know martial arts, everyone wants these manuals. You could have used them properly. Zhang, unconcerned, casually threw a new manual at Go-chan's face, scoffing, "That's exactly why I burned them. The real techniques have all been preserved here." He pointed at his head. "So now, only I can utilize them." Hearing this, Go-chan suddenly understood, but Zhang's next statement shocked him even more. "Before the sun rises, make sure to deliver this manual to Lady Suk and the second young master." Go-chan was both surprised and puzzled. "Didn't you say everyone wants it?" Zhang smirked in response, ironically, "I am a person who loves peace, so isn't it a beautiful thing if I can share it with my family?" Looking at the sinister smile on Zhang's face, Go-chan could not fathom the depths of his schemes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Guard Kim got up in the morning and started tidying his room, then carefully checked what needed to be done today. This was a habit he developed while working as an assassin, living strictly according to a planned schedule. However, soon he wouldn't need to live this way, because if he could successfully help the second young master ascend to the position of family head, he would become an elder of Mock Sword Manor. Thinking of the wonderful life beckoning to him, Guard Cam felt extremely relaxed. However, reality often deviates from expectations. At that moment, a servant came to inform him that the second young master needed him. Moments later, outside Mok Yunpyeong's room, Guard Cam stood there, his head bleeding. Just a while ago, it turned out that Cho Il-seng's disappearance had infuriated Mok Yunpyeong, who blamed everything on Guard Cam. Guard Cam was at a loss, but still firmly promised that he had not deceived the second young master. However, by this point, the second young master had already lost trust in him and picked up an inkstone from the desk and smashed it at Guard Cam's head. Then why hasn't Escort Cho returned yet? With Guard Cam's skills, he could have easily dodged, but he chose not to, knowing that if he continued to act against the second young master now, his plans for a change of masters would be ruined. He had invested too much to give up now. Having come so far, Guard Cam would not allow such an incident to occur. Enduring the pain on his head, he swore with his right arm, "Please give me some time. I will find out the truth and explain everything to you." Seeing Guard Cam's demeanor did not seem deceptive, Mok Yunpyeong pondered for a moment, then said, "Good, then prove it to me. If you can find Cho Il-seng within 2 hours, I will believe you. But if you fail, you will lose not just your arm, but your life." "I'll keep that in mind," Guard Cam answered immediately. Moments later, Guard Cam left the room furiously, his mind racing. Ever since that imposter appeared, everything had deviated from his plan. Although he thought Zhang was unlikely to be involved, if that boy had used some trick, Guard Cam would not let him off easily. Thinking this, he headed straight for Zhang's room. However, he hadn't gone far when he suddenly ran into Go-chan, and seeing Go-chan looking disheveled, Guard Cam, furious, abruptly grabbed his neck. "Didn't I tell you not to take your eyes off that boy for even a moment? Do you think I was joking?" Go-chan was already guilty and faltered under Guard Cam's tirade, but just as he tried to argue, Guard Cam suddenly noticed the manual in Go-chan's arms. Guard Cam snatched the manual. Go-chan immediately felt something was wrong, but it was already too late. When Guard Cam saw the name on the cover, even he showed a look of disbelief. He then called out to Go-chan, which made Go-chan shiver. "What have you been doing this whole time?" At this moment, rage completely took over Guard Cam. Go-chan gritted his teeth while sweating profusely. Soon after, Guard Cam, dragging an injured Go-chan, headed towards Zhang's room, pushed open the door, and violently threw Go-chan's body inside. Seeing Go-chan lying on the ground, barely alive, Zhang revealed a meaningful smile. "Welcome. I've been waiting for you, Guard Cam. Explain yourself." Zhang's composed demeanor infuriated Guard Cam, who grabbed Zhang's neck and demanded, "If you try anything funny, I'll kill you." Zhang smiled and responded, "Did you say that? I can't recall. What exactly did you do to the second young master's guard?" Zhang feigned innocence and calmly replied, "What could someone who doesn't know martial arts possibly do to him?" Guard Cam knew Zhang was right but still felt uneasy. Zhang before him had killed the real third young master without hesitation. With such cunning, how could he be expected to obey? Suddenly, Guard Cam realized, it must be this guy who killed Cho Il-seng. Ilsang. Thinking this, Guard Cam immediately drew a dagger, determined a person like this must not be allowed to live. Seeing Guard Cam pull out a weapon, Jong showed an excited smile. What will you do now? Guard Cam, you switched sides, but the damn fake killed the second sun guard. Guard Cam was extremely furious, as a sword crossed, blood splattered. However, Jong did not die. With eyes full of reluctance, Guard Cam growled, "For 3 years. Do you know how I survived these 3 years? To get into Mock Sword Manor, I spent all the money and time I had. Every day, I had to do various chores, and it was hard enough to make it till now, but now you've ruined everything, so I must kill you, or I too will die here." Guard Cam roared in anger. "I'm going to kill you and leave. I have no other option." At that moment, an idea suddenly flashed into his mind. "No!" Guard Cam shouted, which startled Jong. "Cho Ilsang's already dead. There's nothing that can be done about that, but there is something that can replace him." At that moment, Guard Cam pulled out a manual from his bosom. "But now, you still have one chance. Tell me where the rest of the manuals are. Maybe then, I'll spare your life. You have it, right? Answer me." Seeing Guard Cam finally showing his true colors, Jong smirked coldly, but still maintained an innocent appearance. "I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing that soft tactics were ineffective, Guard Cam once again pointed the dagger at Jong's neck, threatening, "If things go wrong for me, I can just kill you and leave. But who knows? It might change my mind if you give me the rest of the secret manual. But if you keep lying that you don't know, you're going to die a terrible and slow death filled with suffering, so you better give it up while I still have my patience." Jong sighed lightly. "All right, I'll give them to you now." Hearing this, Guard Cam instantly became excited, hastily reaching for the manuals from Jong. But the next second, Jong placed his own hand on Guard Cam's, smirking coldly. "Now, I've given them to you. The manuals are all in my mind." Guard Cam flew into a rage instantly, ready to punish Jong, but Jong suddenly gripped his hand tightly. A strange power suddenly emerges, and Guard Cam is utterly shocked. Thought-shattering 8 techniques. First technique, attachment, and Guard Cam's chi began to flow continuously into Jong's body. Jong stated coldly, "I was considering who to use this trick on, but you've come to me voluntarily. I'm so grateful for that." Guard Cam was shocked, trying to withdraw his hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back. In panic, Guard Cam raised his dagger and stabbed towards Jong. Fortunately, Jong dodged in time, avoiding the lethal strike, but in that instant, their hands separated. Then, Guard Cam kicked Jong flying, but by then, he had lost sensation in his hand. Although he didn't understand how the other party did it, he knew that if he delayed any longer, his life would be at risk. As expected of a first-rate martial artist, that wasn't enough. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Jong realized that the tricks he used before were not enough to confront a top-level master. "I'll have to find a different way to kill you." At this moment, filled with murderous intent, Guard Cam had no hesitation, raising the dagger to completely eradicate Jong. Jong decisively summoned Demon Monk. With a low chant, Guard Cam's hand was weirdly suspended in midair. Just as he wondered what was happening, Jong quickly grabbed the fallen dagger. What have you done this time?" Jong looked at him fiercely. "Well, another dirt little trick. I'll show you in more detail." At this time, Demon Monk is grabbing Guard Cam's arm fiercely, then pulling him immediately. Jong sneered, "I'll give this back to you. Both your inner energy and this dagger." Jong fiercely stabbed the dagger into Guard Cam's body. The intense pain made Guard Cam involuntarily grunt. "They were both yours." After all, the sudden turn of events made Guard Cam stagger back. "That was bad. The location he stabbed me in is dangerous. If I take this incorrectly, the bleeding is going to be fatal." At this moment, Guard Cam already regretted bringing such a calamity back, but he still had a trick up his sleeve. He sneered, "Third young master, you haven't forgotten about the poison pill, right?" Hearing this, Jong smirked. "Go on, let's negotiate. If we continue fighting, it's likely to end with both of us hurt. How about this? I give you the antidote and money. Isn't your goal to get out of here anyway?" Right now, Guard Cam thought that if he could just bow his head temporarily, he could always find another opportunity to eliminate Jong later. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly spat out blood and fell to his knees. Jong just stared at him blankly. Guard Cam was full of confusion, as the damage from just before was clearly not fatal. What was going on? Why am I so severely injured now? Guard Cam wondered in his heart. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. "This is poison," he then exclaimed in shock. "When did you poison me?" Jong replied indifferently, "Your dagger got my blood on it." "What are you talking about?" Guard Cam asked in confusion. Jong sneered, "My blood is extremely poisonous. I've eaten a lot of poisonous plants since I was young, so my blood turned poisonous." Hearing this, Guard Cam sweats profusely. "As for the poison pill you gave me, it doesn't affect me at all. I don't need the antidote." This revelation hit Guard Cam like a thunderclap, and he immediately felt the fear of death. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant, but now his whole body shook uncontrollably. He didn't want to die and pleaded desperately, "Have mercy. Please have mercy. I'll swear my loyalty to you. I'll become your dog. I'll lick your feet if you wish. Just please spare my life." Yet Jong's expression remained cold. "I like your attitude." Jong then gives him a smile. "How nice is this? With that kind of attitude, we'll work great together." Hearing this, Guard Cam smiled, feeling relieved. But the next second, Jong gave him an ominous smile. "We would have if that was how you had acted from the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, Jong forcefully drove the dagger deep into Guard Cam's chest. How could a dog that switches masters so easily ever be loyal? Zhang said coldly, showing no intention of mercy. Loyalty, my ass. Or do you disagree? Zhang twisted the dagger harder, which made Guard Cam scream from pain. You're better off dead. Gradually, Guard Cam lost consciousness amid endless regret and reluctance. Having done all this, Zhang stood up and stretched lazily. Although it had taken some effort, he felt quite fortunate to have dealt with this major problem so quickly. Then, his gaze turned to Go-chan, who was pretending to be dead nearby. Should I kill Go-chan too? And then he thought to himself, Guard Cam didn't know about the manual being burned, so this guy is quite tight-lipped. He's still useful to me too. Thinking this, he woke Go-chan. Get up quickly. I saw you moving around during the fight. Go-chan, exposed by Zhang, was slightly embarrassed and didn't know what to say. By the way, you know how to keep secrets. I'm liking you more and more, Zhang said with a smile. Shortly after, Zhang instructed Go-chan to dismiss everyone around while he stayed behind to deal with Guard Cam's body. He placed his hand on Guard Cam's body again, and just like before, a warm energy continuously flowed into Zhang's body. But this time, Zhang wasn't absorbing Guard Cam's chi. He wanted to confirm something else. As Guard Cam's chi was completely absorbed, a dense black energy surged up instantly. This was the death energy emitted after a person dies. Unlike chi, this cold chi did not dissipate after entering Zhang's core, making him feel as though he was back to his days as the Scythe Demon. This entire scene was witnessed by Blue Spirit. Now she finally understood why that demon monk obeyed Zhang. That's a monster. Zhang's demonic powers were likely about to break through. At the same time, inside the room of the second young master, Zhang Yangpiang, as Mok Yunpiang's chief guard, thought that Guard Cam would not dare to lie. However, the second young master did not think so. He believed that if Guard Cam were to lie, it would be a lie that could not be easily exposed, because he knew that people like Guard Cam, who were bullies yet fearful at heart, if treated too leniently at the beginning, would definitely become overbearing later. Thus, the second young master knew well how to handle such people, to make them clearly understand who the real master is. Therefore, until the truth was fully uncovered, the second young master decided to appear magnanimous. Only then would Guard Cam bow down before him submissively. Hearing this, deeply admired the second young master Mok Yunpiang's mastery of manipulating people. People with low loyalty like Guard Cam indeed needed to be tested. However, just then, the door burst open. There's a problem. Guard Han Seng suddenly came to report. Guard Cam attempted to kill the third young master, and the third young master claimed during the investigation in the outer hall that the person who instigated him was none other than young master Mok Yunpiang. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked. Regardless of why Guard Cam had suddenly acted this way, the mere accusation by the third young master was enough to infuriate Mok Yunpiang to the point of rage. He loudly demanded, where on earth did Guard Cam go? Yet, no one knew the whereabouts of Guard Cam, as if he had vanished into thin air. Mok Yunpiang felt something was seriously wrong and immediately grabbed a weapon, ready to confront the third young master himself. Seeing this, everyone quickly stepped forward to stop him. If you attack the third young master now, it would only confirm his accusations. Fuming, Mok Yunpiang shouted, am I supposed to just sit back and let that bastard mock me? Suddenly, Zhang Yangpiang thought of a solution. Perhaps we can contact that place. That statement made Mok Yunpiang stop in his tracks and then listen carefully. If what the third young master says is true, letting them handle it should be simpler than we expected. After all, the organization Guard Cam belongs to is reputed to be very confident in their assassination skills. According to their ironclad rules, failure is absolutely not allowed. Even those who leave the organization are no exception, so they will spare no effort to complete the task. I'll contact them later. Zhang Yangpiang refers to one of the three assassination organizations of the Central Plains known as the Flying Death School. After hearing Zhang Yangpiang's suggestion, Mok Yunpiang's anger gradually subsided and his attitude changed. The Flying Death School, you say? Good. At this moment, Zhang was practicing internal strength according to the methods described in the manual, but no matter how he tried, the true chi would mysteriously dissipate as soon as it reached near his core. Unable to detect what went wrong, he called over Go-chan and asked if he knew the reason. After hearing Zhang's dilemma, Go-chan's face showed a hint of embarrassment. The guy who didn't even know martial arts yesterday now wanted to feel true chi overnight? This guy must be insane. At this moment, he really wanted to scold Zhang, but remembering that he was still just a kid who didn't know any better, and that doing so would likely lead to his own punishment later, he resisted. Reluctantly, Go-chan offered, let me test it for you. I'll channel some true chi into your body to see what the problem is. As they sat cross-legged and began the exercise, true chi slowly gathered around Zhang. Go-chan was shocked. He really could manipulate true chi. Moreover, from the flow of the true chi, Zhang's acupoints appeared completely unblocked, a state not even a master of internal strength could easily achieve daily. Could this guy truly be a one-of-a-kind genius? As Go-chan's true chi moved further into Zhang's core, an eerily cold energy suddenly emerged, forcefully pushing Go-chan's hands away, and, as expected, Zhang's accumulated true chi dissipated. Seeing Go-chan's hesitant expression, Zhang encouraged him to speak openly and honestly. Go-chan said with a wry smile, actually, I'm not sure what that strange energy is, but from what we've seen, you really can't accumulate internal strength in your core. Disappointed, Zhang wondered if this was as far as he could go. Then, Go-chan added, think about it. The energy in your core doesn't seem to be generated by normal breath control. Rather, it feels completely opposite. Hearing this, an idea immediately pops into Zhang's mind. Seeing this, Go-chan immediately regretted it, quickly explaining it was just his guess and urged Zhang not to take it seriously. However, Zhang fell into thought. Maybe you're right. I should try circulating my chi in reverse. Hearing this, Go-chan was alarmed. Reversing breath control could easily lead to deviating from the path, and he quickly tried to dissuade him. But just then, a mist of blood trapped him firmly. Blue Spirit appeared like a specter, hushing him with a gesture, signaling Go-chan to stay quiet. For familiar, harming their contractor would backfire, but if the contractor died by his own actions, the spirit could be freed. She had long awaited this moment. Once you become a spirit, I will personally tear you to shreds. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the villa, Lady Sook was meeting someone. It was a Taoist master from Phoenix Pavilion. You may call me Shua. However, she was uneasy. How could they send only one person when even a formidable man like Shaman Myo was killed? And from the sound of it, a young woman? Furthermore, why was Shaman Myo's body brought back? Shaman Myo's body was brought back as a clue to track the killer. Shua slowly said, until I find the murderer of disciple Myo, I will not leave. Hearing the word disciple, Lady Sook is a bit shocked, thinking Shua is higher in status than Shaman Myo. But first, there's one thing I must make clear. The third son, he's going to die. Hearing this, Lady Sook was initially surprised. Truth be told, I didn't have the highest expectations of you. Then she smiled contentedly, but now I'm starting to like you. After receiving Lady Sook's confirmation, Shua formed hand seals and chanted a spell. The next second, Shaman Myo's corpse eerily opened its eyes and mouth wide. Simultaneously, Shua struck several more hand seals and plunged a peachwood dagger fiercely into Shaman Myo's corpse. As streams of eerie energy emerged, grotesque lumps bubbled up on Shaman Myo's body and soon transformed into tentacles that writhed out from his orifices, ultimately forming a giant hand that surged towards the direction of Zhang. At this moment, unaware of the looming danger, Zhang was in the room, but Blue Spirit sensed something amiss first. By the time she reacted, the giant hand had already grabbed towards Zhang's head. Fortunately, Demon Monk reacted first, intercepting the ghost hand, but as a mere yellow spirit, he could not withstand the ghost hand and was easily knocked away. Seeing this, Blue Spirit felt an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, Shua's spellcasting continued, the peachwood dagger wildly stabbing Shaman Myo's corpse, and with each thrust, Shaman Myo's agony was transmitted unabated to whoever touched the ghost hand. This scene, viewed by Lady Sook, thrilled her immensely. Yes, that's it. Let that little brat taste what pain is, she thought. At this time, Blue Spirit also took action. She exhaled a puff of smoke, gently raised her hand, and the blood on the ground instantly turned into countless blades, slicing all the ghost hands apart. Blue Spirit smiled coldly, curious to see who was so bold as to disrupt her plans. With a piercing gaze, Blue Spirit instantly recognized the spellcaster behind the scenes. How dare they try to mess with my prey? She then swung her hand, uttering the word annihilation, and a terrifying energy followed the ghost hand to strike Shua, blowing her away along with Shaman Myo's corpse. Lady Sook immediately ran to her. Master Shua, are you okay? Shua spat blood, her body sweating profusely from shock. She couldn't believe someone could use the ghost hand to cast spells in reverse. This opponent's level was far beyond that of a yellow spirit. She sighed and said to Lady Sook, my lady, it seems our deal needs to be renegotiated. Hearing Shua wanting to change the terms of the deal on the spot, everyone present was perplexed. Shua continued, as you've seen, if my life is to be the stake, then the compensation for this mission must be raised to 1,000 silver coins. Hearing this, Lady Sook frowned. Has that guy really become that dangerous? Typically, a ghost spirit of the yellow spirit level could pose a life threat to humans, but the one you speak of far exceeds this level. A slight mistake could be disastrous. However, rest assured, although most shaman cannot handle a spirit of that level, I am different. Hearing this, Lady Sook thinks carefully, then agrees to Sho's terms, which shocked her guard. However, Lady Sook looks at Sho with piercing eyes. You'd better have a sure method of eliminating Mok Jiangwon. Just as there are ranks among spirit, there are among Taoist masters, and my level is 2 ranks higher than Shaman Myo's. Shua straightened her posture and removed her cloak, revealing a graceful face. Lady Sook was stunned upon learning that Sho was a lot younger than she imagined. Furthermore, I am one of the only 3 Taoist masters in Phoenix Pavilion. Meanwhile, as Shua walked towards the door, an eerie shadow transformed on her body under the light. I assure you, the 3rd young master will definitely not be safe. Her voice echoed coldly through the air. The scene shifted to Blue Spirit, who was furiously upset over the recent events. If Zhang died during the circulation of Qi, he couldn't be ruled as a suicide, and thus, the opportunity Blue Spirit had long awaited would be wasted. Therefore, she had to protect Zhang at all costs to prevent any disturbances. However, the situation developed unexpectedly. At that moment, streaks of black Qi began to emanate from Zhang. Blue Spirit was horrified, barely believing a living person could absorb the Qi of death. Not a single day with him is ordinary, she thought to herself. Not only did he understand the principle behind attachment all by himself, he even immediately accomplished circulating his Qi when he had no clue about it. Despite despite her reluctance to admit it. Zhang's astonishing talent increasingly intrigued her. Zhang opened his eyes, observing the gathering black qi in his hands, and chuckled. As I suspected, this method prevents the qi from dispersing. It's just a pity that this black qi is still too sparse to condense into qi at the core. However, this statement left Blue Spirit utterly speechless. Mortal, are you truly a living human? Hearing this, Zhang was confused. What sort of perfectly alive human being is able to drag in the death qi? Blue Spirit pointed out in confusion. Just then, Zhang noticed the room had become a complete mess. At this moment, Demon Monk sat nearby, looking as if he had been through a battle, while Go-chan lay on the ground, sound asleep. Blue Spirit's face turned awkward, about to make an excuse, but Demon Monk sternly interjected and reported everything to Zhang. You backstabbing baldy, you were part of it just now too. Blue Spirit turned her head away haughtily. You little devil, I saved you from reverse murder, and not even a thank you. Zhang was about to ask what reverse murder is when suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. Blue Spirit frowned. You really do attract a lot of annoying things. Just then, Zhang notices something on the floor. Shadows began to pour into the room from the doorway. What sort of lunatic thought to control something like this as their familiar? Blue Spirit said in disgust. Zhang's first time seeing it, asked what it was. It turns out these are dakibis, native to Mount Yuya, the armor-clad insects. As shadows surged into the room, Zhang shockingly discovered that these shadows were comprised of a vast army of poisonous insects. The ones that reside in the mountain are referred to as chimi or mountain spirits, and the ones in the sea as morio or sea spirits. For a long time, the people have called these spirits, which cause disaster and trouble, kaimomorio. Among them was a beast called the mountain-piercing shelled beast, which had the appearance of a bird but possesses the tail of a snake. It could summon insects to attack humans. It is a very dangerous and lethal being. At this moment, however, this formidable army of insects had become Shua's familiar. For Shua, Shaman Myo's life or death was of no concern to her. However, she was very annoyed to see a familiar face ruined by an evil spirit and killed like that. Thus, the third young master, Mok Jiangun, must die. With an order from Shua, the beast spread its wings and flew toward Zhang's room. At the same time, the insect army began their attack. Seeing this, Zhang is a bit nervous. Meanwhile, Go-chan still slept soundly on the bed until Zhang slapped his face to wake him. Just as he got up, he was shocked to see bugs swarming them. Whoa, what's all this? Just then, Go-chan felt intense pain in his hand. In just moments, his palms were bitten into swollen wounds by the poisonous insects. Zhang urgently instructed Go-chan to circulate his qi to protect himself, but he knew this was only a temporary delay. With so many poisonous insects, they would eventually be devoured if a solution was not found soon. At this time, Blue Spirit stood by. What will you do? You're gonna become insect food at this rate. Her detached attitude mildly infuriating Zhang. Blue Spirit, can you help us? But Blue Spirit still appeared indifferent after hearing this. Are you referring to me? Why? What reason do I have to help you? She deliberately responded coldly. You're supposed to be my familiar spirit. Are you gonna keep being uncooperative? Blue Spirit smirked. I'll consider it if you'll give me your body. Hearing this, Zhang turned his head back. Never mind. We'll all just die together then. Out of options, Zhang continued to fight off the insects with a pillow. As the situation became increasingly desperate, Blue Spirit finally spoke up slowly. How about we make a bet? Hearing this, Zhang pauses. If you're truly on the brink of death, it means you've lost, and at that time, you'll have to willingly offer your soul. Conversely, if you can resolve this crisis on your own, I'll support you wholeheartedly in the future. Hearing this, Zhang instantly revealed a smile that suggested his plan had worked. Deal. I hope you keep your word, Zhang said solemnly. Hearing Zhang speak nonchalantly, Blue Spirit is shocked. Young master, there are even more bugs now. What should we do? Go-chan shouted in panic. Go-chan, help me find something to burn. We're going to start a fire in this place. Go-chan was shocked. Starting a fire here was akin to digging their own graves. What on earth was Zhang thinking? But with no other option, Go-chan looked toward a nearby lantern. However, the swarm had already heavily surrounded them, making it difficult to reach the lantern. Just then, Zhang lightly lifted his hand, smoothly executing the ritual of attachment, and a pulling force immediately drew the lantern into his grasp. Go-chan was frightened, but there was no time for explanations. Zhang quickly lit a strip of cloth. He intended to use this method to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. In fact, from the beginning, Zhang had seen through everything. Such a multitude of poisonous insects must have someone casting spells from behind. Normally, ordinary people would not have access to a priest, but Lady Sook was an exception. That is to say, there must be a master of spells beside her, and Zhang's purpose in making a large fire was precisely to draw out the mastermind. However, just as the cloth was ignited, suddenly a black fog appeared and instantly extinguished the flame. At the same time, footsteps could be heard from outside. How foolish to think such trivial tricks could deceive me. The voice of Shua came coldly as she nonchalantly walked through the swarm of insects, her right eye emitting a white light, a natural ability of hers that allowed her to see another world made of qi. Whatever you may be doing beyond the walls, you cannot hide from me, Shua stated coldly as she focused her eyes on the wall. At this moment, in Shua's eyes, Zhang was enveloped in a red qi, and he was also connected by two red lines. I finally found you. Then, with a loud bang, the entire wall was blown away by a palm strike from Shua. Seeing the mastermind finally appear, Zhang gave a cold smile. Nice to meet you. The next second, Demon Monk's figure stealthily appeared above Shua's head. However, Shua remained unfazed, simply uttering a word and an enormous hand materialized out of thin air, immediately pressing Demon Monk to the ground. No matter what you do, it's futile. Seeing the situation growing dire, Go-chan pulled out a dart, hoping to sneak attack, but Shua was prepared. She threw a thunder talisman, and the dart in Go-chan's hand was blasted away before he could even throw it. Zhang caught the falling dart, ready to counterattack, but Shua's familiar wings flapped violently, sending a tornado of insects furiously towards Zhang. Untrained in martial arts, Zhang was immediately swept away by the swarm. Yet, Shua had no intention of stopping. Countless poisonous insects, like a tornado, tightly wrapped around Zhang. At this moment, Demon Monk was pinned down by tentacles and couldn't move, the situation easily controlled by Shua. She thought she might have misjudged. Perhaps the opponent's spirit was not at the level of a green spirit. She gently stroked her familiar chin, complimenting its fine work. Let's go now. The swarm of bugs will eat him up if we just leave him be. But just when she thought everything was under control, she suddenly stopped, feeling a strange black chi rose from Zhang's body. Shua turned back and was stunned. At the same time, Zhang, like a ghostly figure, stood up again without hesitation. He quickly slashed across his own body with the sword in his hand, and blood immediately spurted out. Shua is utterly shocked by the situation. The surrounding poisonous insects, upon contact with the blood, fell like meteors to the ground. Even so, Zhang did not stop. He raised his sword again, piercing his own palm, and blood dripped all over his body. Seeing this scene, even the battle-hardened Shua showed a look of terror, unable to believe what she was seeing. In a moment of distraction, Zhang charged furiously at her. My blood is a deadly poison, so it's a great way to exterminate bugs too, Zhang said coldly. With that, Zhang's sword fiercely stabbed toward Shua's body. Fortunately, Shua reacted in time, narrowly avoiding the strike. She then commanded the mountain-piercing shelled beast to attack. The beast faces head-on with Zhang. This time, Shua realized that the insects could no longer harm Zhang, so she needed to buy more time. Immediately, Shua began forming seals with her fingers, chanting a spell spirit commanding method. An energy began to gather in her palms. However, Zhang clearly wasn't going to give her a chance to complete her spell. Thought-shattering 8 techniques. First technique, Ritual of Attachment. A terrifying suction force erupted from Zhang's palm, pulling Shua's familiar towards him, leaving her no chance to resist. It was sucked right next to Zhang's hand. Seeing this, Shua was shocked, though she didn't know how Zhang had managed it. Finally, it's quiet, Zhang said while fiercely grabbing Shua's familiar by its neck. She stopped her spell casting and lunged at Zhang, preparing for a final counterattack, but it was too late. Zhang exerted a little pressure with his palm, and Shua immediately felt excruciating pain. What shocked her even more was that Zhang in front of her was unabashedly absorbing the death chi she controlled. This scene was beyond her comprehension. Even the most senior elders of the Phoenix Pavilion had never seen a living person who could absorb death chi and survive. Yet, Zhang not only succeeded in absorbing it, but also turned it into his own power. Zhang had originally only intended to capture the bird controlling the poisonous insects, but to his surprise, the bird gave him an unexpected gift. Its vast death chi far exceeded his expectations, even more than what he had gained from personally killing a lot of people. If he could absorb all this death chi, he was confident that he could successfully condense chi within his core. Shua seemed to realize Zhang's intentions, her hands trembling as she begged him to stop. If you keep doing that, it will die. However, Zhang just showed a devilish smile, with no intention of stopping at all. Meanwhile, somewhere in Blessing Flower Hall, Lady Sook's residence, Lady Sook anxiously awaited news from Shua. Although she was confident in this commission, after disposing of the third young master, she had to ensure to get her hands on the secret manual. If not, she will make sure that these secrets did not fall into others' hands. Just then, Shua finally appeared in the distance. The lady almost laughed out loud, thinking she had succeeded. Imagining her son soon taking the position of the manor master, her heart was already overjoyed, even starting to envision a future where she was above 10,000 people. However, at that moment, Shua suddenly stopped, and before the crowd could react, she shouted, "Great First Madam, we, the Phoenix Pavilion, can no longer accept the order to kill Mok Jiangwon." With that statement, the entire place erupted into chaos. With a buzz, Lady Sook's mind went blank. Cunning bastard, he's the devil himself, to make me do something like this, Shua thought while gritting her teeth. Just now, Zhang had used Shua's familiar life as leverage to force her to expose Lady Sook publicly, because he knew that even if Shua was defeated now, the Phoenix Pavilion would continue to send people. Thus, he decided to use this method to turn Lady Sook and the Phoenix Pavilion into enemies. Shua understood that this action was akin to betraying the Phoenix Pavilion, but she had no choice. She continued to shout, "Lady Sook, you claim that young Master Mok Jiangwon was possessed by a demon and ordered us to exorcise the evil and take his life. However, upon my confirmation, young Master Mok Jiangwon has not been possessed by anything. Therefore, please retract your commission to the Phoenix Pavilion." Instantly, Shua's voice spread throughout the entire villa, turning the once quiet Blessing Flower Hall into a scene of uproar. Hearing that Lady Sook wanted Mok Jaeonwon's life, many people lit lamps and got up to check, and there were even calls to capture this sinister and vicious lady. At the same time, guards from the outer hall rushed over at the sound. At this moment, Lady Sook was sweating profusely and utterly panicked. When Shua returned to Jong's room, the entire villa was already in chaos. She looked up the window, and Jong, still holding Shua's familiar by the neck, merely smirked. "Is everything taken care of? Just as you wished. The lady has been captured as a criminal, and the Phoenix Pavilion has become hostile to her." Shua said this, gritting her teeth with irritation. To fulfill Jong's demands, she had completely betrayed the Phoenix Pavilion, and her life might be hunted by them from now on. She reached out to Jong. "Give me back my familiar spirit as promised," but he just smirked ghostly and said, "Before that, I have some questions to ask you." Moments later, inside the room, Shua looked puzzled. "You want to know about spirit and goblins?" "Yes, including Demon Monk by my side, and those who can control them, especially you from the Phoenix Pavilion," Jong answered. However, upon hearing Jong's question, Shua didn't know how to respond. Although she confirmed that Jong wasn't possessed by an evil spirit, she still couldn't understand how he managed to turn an evil spirit into a familiar, and on top of that, she could see another one. Seeing that Shua didn't respond, Jong slightly increased the pressure on his hand. Frightened, Shua hurriedly began to speak. "There are 6 levels to the Kaimamoryo: ominous beasts, strange beasts, mythical beasts, demonic beasts, sacred beasts, and divine beasts. Even the lowest level, the ominous beast, can bring significant disaster to humans, and as their level increases, they become even more dangerous. As for the Phoenix Pavilion, only 3 people can control such beasts as their familiar spirits. One of them is Go, who has long aided the Hall Master. He handles the strange beast of Luwu Mountain known as Gudiao. Although I don't know its abilities, it's said that its mere presence is a major disaster. The second one is the Master of the Phoenix Pavilion. Although no one knows what monster he controls, but its level is certainly very high." Jong curiously asked, "Could he be controlling a sacred beast or a divine beast?" Shua denied his speculation. "No, those only exist in legends, let alone becoming a human familiar. Therefore, it's most likely that the Pavilion Master's familiar is either a mythical beast or a demonic beast." Having said that, Shua pulled out a copy of the Classic of Mountains and Seas from her pocket. "The details about these monsters are all recorded in this book. If there's anything unclear, you can look it up carefully." Jong took the book, flipping through it casually as if finding a treasure. Even these lowest level monsters contain such immense energy. He began to look forward to encountering higher level monsters. Then, he casually threw the familiar spirit back to Shua. Watching her critically injured familiar in her arms, Shua trembled with anger, but still had to forcibly thank him. Even Go-chan thought Jong was being a bit excessive. Moments later, watching Shua's indignant departure, Jong felt great joy in his heart. Now, the Lady Sook could no longer pose a threat to him, and he had absorbed huge amounts of energy from Shua's familiar, enough to form inner power in his core. This meant that no one could stop him from learning martial arts anymore. But at that moment, Go-chan asked in confusion, "Are you really just going to let her go? Now that you two have such a deep grudge, she will surely not let you go in the future." To this, Jong was unconcerned. "Since I promised to let her go, I will keep my word. Moreover, she won't be able to pose a threat to me anymore." Hearing this, Go-chan is confused. Just then, Jong smiled as if talking to someone. "Now, it's time for you to fulfill your part of the promise." Not long after, outside the Blessing Flower Hall, holding the dying familiar in her arms, she vowed that one day she would return for revenge. However, the next second, a tremendous force hit her, causing her to stagger backward, followed by instinctive trembling as she felt an impending death. The horror and evil too great. At the same time, her right eye began bleeding, and a pair of hands quietly appeared behind her head. A second later, her right eye burst open, and the crimson moonlight enveloped everything around. Just then, Blue Spirit appeared like a specter before Shua, coldly smiling, even without eyes. "You still look so lovely." At that moment, Shua was numb all over from the eerie aura. Simultaneously, a strange scene occurred. The blood from the corner of her eye didn't drip down, but gathered and surged crazily into her mouth. Back in the outer hall of Blessing Flower Hall, the First Lady was desperately defending herself. "How could I possibly harm the third young master? It must be him and that priestess conspiring against me." But her words were soon interrupted. She immediately stopped speaking. This person was Sang Woongbeek, the outer hall master. Unlike the chief of the inner hall, Sang Woongbeek was utterly loyal to the manor master, thus being the most influential figure among the household servants, unreachable by the First Lady. Sang Woongbeek interrogated the Great Lady. "I heard there was a conflict between you and the third young master. What exactly happened?" Lady Sook claimed, "Because he disobeyed orders." But these words, merely questioned in passing. How could Sang Woongbeek possibly believe them? "Isn't it because you plan to kill the manor master?" Sang Woongbeek asked coldly. The lady was shocked. She intended to explain something, but upon seeing Sang Woongbeek's grim expression, she quieted down immediately. Sang Woongbeek continued, "I will not ignore the attempt on the third young master's life, so I hope you will cooperate fully. However, you needn't worry. Everyone will undergo a fair investigation. We will look very thoroughly into you and the second son son, as well as the third son. After the lady left, Sang Wongbik fell into deep thought. He couldn't understand why. Even though the third young master neither had martial arts skills nor powerful marriage alliances, both the second young master and the lady saw him as a thorn in their side. Could it be that this guy has some unspeakable secret? Sang Wongbik mused to himself. Now thinking back to the time when Mok Jaeongwon was being interrogated in the outer hall, he indeed seemed different than usual. At first, Sang Wongbik thought he was just scared, hence the temporary strange behavior, but up to now, Mok Jaeongwon's actions gave him an odd feeling. It seems this third young master requires my personal attention, he thought to himself. After Blue Spirit dealt with Shua, she slipped back into the room through the walls silently. Demon Monk quickly greeted her with a respectful fist salute. Seeing Mok Jaeongwon focusing on his breathing and energy, she was again surprised. Unexpectedly, this guy could not only control ghost spirits but also absorb death energy from them. From the current situation, it seemed he was about to condense the absorbed death energy into his energy core, known to be denser than the death energy emitted by the deceased. Not just humans but even ghost spirits would suffer backlash if they absorbed it. Yet Zhang seemed perfectly fine. Blue Spirit pouted, brought her face close to Zhang's, and carefully examined his features. His fair and tender appearance completely met the standards of a handsome young man, and for a moment Blue Spirit found herself quite entranced. Just then, Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. "What are you doing?" This startled Blue Spirit, but she quickly recovered. If she now admitted she was admiring his handsome features, it would be quite embarrassing. So, she immediately backed off and turned her head away, starting to divert the topic. Zhang looked at Blue Spirit, seemingly realizing something. When Blue Spirit looked back, Zhang suddenly burst into laughter. Seeing his expression, Blue Spirit unexpectedly blushed. She arched an eyebrow and quickly told Zhang to stop talking nonsense and continue focusing on his breathing and energy cultivation. At this moment, Blue Spirit also felt regret for making that bet with such a young kid. It was all because of that damn girl's incompetence. Just then, Zhang slowly spoke, indicating he needed Blue Spirit's help to confirm whether he had successfully condensed the energy core. Blue Spirit smirked and noncommittally responded, expecting to condense an energy core within a single day. Before she could finish, Zhang interrupted, "Is that even possible? Then what's this little bump below my navel?" Hearing this, Blue Spirit's eyebrows furrowed, and she looked at Mok Jaeongwon incredulously. She was utterly shocked. Such rapid success was hard for Blue Spirit to accept. "It looks like I need to check it myself." With that, Blue Spirit reached out towards Zhang's core. However, when her palm touched his body, a tremendous force repelled her hand away. This was the first time Blue Spirit had encountered such a situation. Curious, she quickly called Demon Monk to try as well. But no matter how hard they tried, their hands couldn't touch Zhang's body. "Is it because I'm a familiar spirit now?" Blue Spirit thought to himself. Then, Blue Spirit turned her gaze to Go-chan, who was soundly asleep beside them. She reached into his belly without obstruction. Go-chan immediately woke up in pain and then fainted from the shock. "He's being so dramatic," Blue Spirit muttered to herself. It turns out, Blue Spirit forgot that from the moment inner power begins to condense in the core, the body becomes extremely sensitive, and even a slight touch can cause intense pain. However, she didn't care whether Go-chan would faint or not. "Anyway, it doesn't seem like a problem on my end." Zhang asked again, "Isn't there any other way to confirm?" Blue Spirit thought for a moment. "There is another method," but before she could finish, they heard a knock at the door. Sang Wongbik, the hall master of the outer hall, had come for a late-night visit. Zhang, also curious, prepared to greet this unexpected visitor. Having met Sang Wongbik once during the interrogation in the outer hall, Zhang remembered him well. As a servant who had served 2 generations of manor masters, his beliefs are very firm, and the elders trust him. Because of that, even Lady Su can't do anything to him. Zhang knew well the influence Sang Wongbik had in Mok Sword Manor. At this moment, seeing Mok Jaeongwon sitting on the bed, Sang Wongbik's expression seemed a bit gloomy, but the next second, he suddenly knelt down, bowing his head. "It's all due to my negligence that the third young master was attacked." Zhang shook his hand after hearing this, indicating, "It's not your fault. I don't mind, so you don't need to blame yourself. I'm completely fine." Sang Wongbik, looking at Mok Jaeongwon like this, flashed a strange look in his eyes. He pretended to check Zhang's injuries, but he stopped midway when he raised his hand. Although Zhang found it odd, he was quickly distracted by Sang Wongbik's next move. Sang Wongbik smiled and patted Zhang's shoulder, saying, "I truly appreciate that the third young master can think this way." Then, Sang Wongbik looked around cautiously and asked Zhang, "The dagger I sent you last time, I don't see it. Since the manor master has been ill, I've given each young master a weapon for self-defense. Did you lose it?" Realizing his mistake, Mok Jaeongwon quickly found an excuse, saying, "I put it in the drawer of the closet." Hearing this, Sang Wongbik burst into laughter. "I would have been sad had you lost it." But Zhang's face suddenly changed. Then he said, "But I don't remember ever receiving a dagger." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sang Wongbik's expression darkened instantly. "That's because I never sent you guys that thing." With that, he suddenly punched towards Zhang. Fortunately, Zhang reacted in time, dodging the blow with a swift movement. However, in the next second, Sang Wongbik struck out with lightning speed, pointing several fingers while loudly demanding, "Who exactly are you? You made 2 mistakes." Sang Sang Wongbik explained. Firstly, the third young master gets very arrogant when someone submits to him. Secondly, since he is often bullied by the fourth young master, he instinctively dodges whenever someone reaches out to him. But just now, your expression was completely calm, and you showed no fear at all. Now that I have locked all your acupoints, you won't be able to move. You might as well confess. Where is the real third young master? However, after hearing Sang Wongbik's words, Zhang gave a mysterious smile. The next second, his body, which should have been immobilized, suddenly moved. Sang Wongbik was shocked, not understanding how Zhang managed it, but by then it was too late. Just as he heard the word blue spirit from Zhang's mouth, an unusual palm pierced through Sang Wongbik's body. In an instant, Sang Wongbik felt a strange power gripping his heart tightly, frightening him into immobility. Seeing this, Zhang praised Blue Spirit. You're just as skilled as I expected. Blue Spirit slowly understood the situation. Since life chi and death chi are on the opposite ends of the spectrum, the innate energy he uses to pin your meridian would naturally scatter. With this, she confirmed that Zhang definitely formed an energy core. Realizing this, she can't help but be amazed. A body resistant to acupuncture without needing an immense amount of chi. How interesting. Zhang did manage to create an energy core, but someone caught his identity, so he can't stay any longer. Thinking this, Zhang had a new idea, and he lightly uttered the word demon monk. Possess him. Hearing this, Blue Spirit smirked. You're basically a demon yourself. At that moment, Sang Wongbik could no longer keep calm. Although he did not know who Zhang was talking to, he felt a deathly fear from hell, as his body was already tightly bound by numerous tendrils. Zhang's showdown with Sang Wongbik, the outer hall master, finally came to an end at the appearance of the demon monk. From then on, there was one less person in Mock Sword Manor who could threaten Zhang, which delighted him greatly. The next morning, Go-chan woke up from a coma and was immediately summoned to Zhang's room. On the way to the room, Go-chan saw the guards of the outer hall standing solemnly and a lot more polite. At Zhang's door, a guard greeted him. Welcome. The young master is waiting. This situation made him very curious. Just what is going on? Before Go-chan could recover from his confusion, the moment he pushed open the door, he was stunned by the scene before him. Sang Wongbik, the outer hall master, was respectfully standing in front of Zhang. You're excused, outer hall master. Yes, I'll be going, Sang Wongbik said with a bow, and when he left, he even nodded respectfully at Go-chan. Go-chan couldn't believe what he was seeing and didn't understand what had changed in the world after last night. At that moment, Zhang finally spoke, casually inviting Go-chan to join him for breakfast, which scared Go-chan quite a bit, as Zhang seemed so unperturbed at the moment. Just as Go-chan was about to ask what had happened, Zhang spoke first. Can you teach me the basic techniques of Mock Sword Manor's martial arts? Hearing this, Go-chan was so startled that the food he was about to eat fell from his chopsticks. Zhang had begun trying to practice martial arts based on the descriptions in the secret manual of Mock Sword Manor. However, he found that no matter how he practiced, he couldn't perform the movements coherently. Later, he learned from Blue Spirit that these actions were mainly to lay a foundation for practitioners. The so-called martial arts secrets were based on extending and evolving these basic movements to a higher level. This meant that without understanding the basic techniques, no matter how much he practiced, he wouldn't grasp their significance. For someone like Zhang, who knew nothing about martial arts, mastering the sword techniques of Mock Sword Manor required first learning the Mock Sword Manor basic techniques. However, after hearing Zhang's words, Go-chan stood up excitedly. Does that mean you also want to become the master of Mock Sword Manor? Obviously, he had misunderstood Zhang's intention. I just thought it'd be useful. Upon hearing this, Go-chan finally realized, but he still declined Zhang's request, because the basic techniques of Mock Sword Manor, I've only ever glimpsed them from a distance, so I don't know what they are really like. For a renowned family like Mock Sword Manor, even the basic techniques are only allowed to be practiced by family members. Zhang looked at him directly. Then the people who know these techniques are the Manor Master and the other young masters. Upon hearing this, Zhang put his chopsticks on the bowl and stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had thought that the warriors of Mock Sword Manor would all know the basic techniques, but he didn't expect such a result. But how could the other young masters possibly teach him the basic techniques? And if anything went wrong in the process, his identity might also be exposed. If that's the case, then there's nothing I can do, he said, and decisively got up, asking Go-chan to follow him. When Go-chan learned that Zhang was planning to find someone who could teach him the basic techniques, he quickly tried to intervene, but no matter what he said, Zhang still walked out without looking back. Following Zhang to the destination, Go-chan was once again shocked by Zhang's bold decision, because the person Zhang was seeking was Mok Yu-chun, the fourth young master who had beaten him half to death 2 years ago. Zhang went to the training ground to ask Mok Yu-chun, and they saw him training as usual. Zhang was about to approach Mok Yu-chun. Seeing Mok Yu-chun's muscular physique, Go-chan was so frightened he could hardly speak. I told you there was an incident. Zhang remembers what Go-chan said the other day, but that doesn't stop him from going. The scene of Mok Jae-won being beaten is still vivid in my mind. Go-chan couldn't help but say. The third young master's legs and ribs were broken in multiple places. He was sobbing and crying. It was a whole mess. The fourth young master's resentment towards the third young master has reached an irreconcilable point, and most importantly, importantly, despite being only 16 years old, his martial arts skills have reached a peak. Blue Spirit also spoke up. I too have sensed the extraordinary power in the fourth young master. There aren't many with an aura like this at this age. It's not an exaggeration to call him a once-in-a-generation genius. If I were still alive, I would definitely take him as my disciple. After speaking, Blue Spirit urged Zhang to be cautious, as she could not exert her full strength during the day. To this, Zhang just smirked devilishly and casually walked towards the fourth young master. On the other side, Mok Yuchun suddenly saw Mok Jiangun appear before him, first startled, then his expression darkened. Zhang greeted him, but he just turned his head. If you don't want to be beaten again, you'd better scram. But before he could finish speaking, Mok Yuchun's expression turned to shock. Zhang pulled out the Mok Sword Manor's supreme secret manual from his bosom and asked with a smile, "Do you want this?" He then tossed it unhesitatingly to Mok Yuchun, who caught it swiftly. Seeing this, Mok Yuchun's eyes widened, initially skeptical of the authenticity of the manual, but after taking it and examining it closely, he was astonished to find that it indeed contained many profound principles. It truly was Mok Sword Manor's Heart Method manual. But soon, Mok Yuchun noticed that several pages were missing from the manual. Mok Yuchun asked Zhang where are the ripped pages, and Zhang nodded slowly. They have all been memorized in my mind. At this point, Mok Yuchun had no idea what Zhang was planning. He knew the Manor Master would never pass the manual to Mok Jiangun, so he asked again, "How did you get it?" Zhang did not respond, his expression unchanged. However, this infuriated Mok Yuchun, who shouted, "If you came here to boast that the position of Manor Master is yours, then get lost before I beat you up again." After speaking, he angrily threw the manual at Zhang, but Zhang simply picked it up nonchalantly and said, "It seems you've misunderstood something. I'm just here to negotiate with you. I'm not interested in the position of Manor Master." Hearing this, Mok Yuchun laughed. He punched Zhang in the face without hesitation, not believing a word and thinking that Zhang was clearly plotting something. With a bang, the tremendous force sent Zhang flying backward. "If you've forgotten what happened 2 years ago, I don't mind helping you recall, so you can never try anything with me ever again." Blood streaming from Zhang's nose. Yet at that moment, Zhang laughed. "Indeed different. Besides that guy with the black sword, you are the first to hit me so hard." This was his first time experiencing such a stark disparity between masters. He finally understood why Go-chan called Mok Yuchun a monster. Facing such an opponent, Zhang was very clear that this was not someone he could defeat just by luck. However, this made him even more eager. If he learned martial arts, could he also become so powerful? He wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled slightly. "Your fist is indeed very hard." Seeing Mok Jiangun stand up again, still scoffing at himself, Mok Yuchun's face was full of surprise. He issued another warning to Zhang, "If you want to taste more punches, I don't mind giving you a refresher." But then Zhang laughed and said, "I know you still have your doubts." "No, this is not doubt, but certainty, because I will not believe a single word you say." Mok Yuchun clenched his fists, realizing that since things had come to this, he should teach this guy a harsh lesson, just like he had done 2 years ago. However, just as he was about to throw a punch, Zhang smiled and said, "Then there's no helping it. I'll just have to pass the secret manual to the lady or our second brother." Hearing this, Mok Yuchun's face changed dramatically, and he shouted angrily, "How dare you threaten me?" Yet Zhang remained unmoved. "Believing it or not is your choice, but if you choose so, after I give them the manual, I will still get what I want, but you might not." Mok Yuchun was stunned by this remark, for he fully understood its implications. At this moment, Mok Yuchun looked at the fearless gaze of Zhang, and his body involuntarily trembled. "Who are you? Are you really Mok Jiangun?" Mok Yuchun questioned. Hearing this, Go-chan behind him was shocked, secretly thinking, could it be that Zhang's identity had been exposed? However, Zhang's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled slightly, looking straight at Mok Yuchun. "Who else would I be? You speak as if you know me well." Mok Yuchun's gaze faltered. "Of course, I know you. You're the one I beat up like a dog 2 years ago, a coward who would even run away from looking at me because of fear." Zhang responded calmly, "You're right about that, but besides that incident and the fact that we are half-brothers, what else do you know about me, including what I like, what I dislike, and even why I am willing to give up the position of master? You know nothing about me." Hearing this, Mok Yuchun was taken aback. The huge change in this brother over the past 2 years surprised him. Despite Zhang's justified stance, he still shouted loudly, "Why do you question me? You people despise me for my lowly background, alienate me, ignore me. No one has ever acknowledged me. Why are you seeking me out now instead of dealing with those who think they are nobler?" Zhang answered nonchalantly, "Because you are the best among them." Instantly, Mok Yuchun fell silent. He stared incredulously into Zhang's eyes. Suffering from his lowly origins, he had endured torment from a young age, spending his childhood in loneliness. Yet today, he heard someone acknowledge him, and it was the person he least expected. Did this mean he needed to change as well? Mok Yuchun let down his guard and said bluntly, "Very well, then tell me what you want." Hearing this, Zhang is very pleased. Moments later, on the way back to his room, Go-chan looked up to Zhang with utmost admiration. It must be said, in terms of strategy, Zhang did an exceptionally good job. He had been worried that his request to Mok Yuchun to learn basic techniques would arouse suspicion, but Zhang had managed to get his agreement so naturally. Just now, Zhang had made 3 demands to Mok Yuchun. Maki-chan, first and foremost, the most important thing, if you become the master in the future, you absolutely must not lay a hand on me. As for the second thing, you must provide me with sufficient financial support. Maki-chan's expression was serious as he promised Jong that as long as Jong didn't provoke him first, he would not lay a hand on him. After receiving a positive response, Jong casually made his final request, which was for Maki-chan to teach him the basic martial arts techniques of mock sword manner. As expected, when Maki-chan heard this request, he agreed without any hesitation and even mocked Jong for forgetting something so simple. This, of course, was Jong's plan. From the moment they first met, Jong had been subtly directing Maki-chan's attention to the first two demands. After gaining Maki-chan's trust, the request to learn the basic techniques seemed trivial. Maki-chan didn't doubt him one bit and just laughed at him for forgetting the basics and agrees to teach him. So, Maki-chan revealed the secret formulas of the basic techniques to Jong, and Jong thought the missing pages of the manual to Maki-chan. Reflecting on everything that had just happened, Go-chan once again looked at Jong with admiration. However, what made him feel regretful was how easily Maki-chan obtained the manual. However, Jong didn't care because he had altered the contents of the manual, changing one word in every 13 or 14 characters. At first, he worried it might be discovered, but to his surprise, the process went smoothly. Upon hearing this, Go-chan broke into a cold sweat. No wonder Jong had been so open about revealing the manual's contents to Maki-chan. Wasn't he afraid that Maki-chan would practice the wrong techniques and mess up his vital energy, leading to a dangerous outcome? Jong coldly replied, "What about it?" At that moment, Go-chan felt a chill run down his spine. This guy didn't care at all whether Maki-chan would be harmed. He was truly a devil. Before the previous storm had even subsided, another one had begun. Due to the betrayal of Shua, the relationship between the Phoenix Pavilion and the Suk clan had completely broken down. In order to uncover the truth, the pavilion master ordered that Shua must be found. However, even with all the disciples of the pavilion searching, there was still no trace of him. Eventually, in order to salvage the reputation of the organization, the eldest elder had to personally take action. At this moment, in a secluded forest, as the talisman in the hands of Master Gu burned out completely, he looked at the crimson stain on the ground and fell into deep thought. As one of the three most powerful spellcasters of the Phoenix Pavilion, what kind of force could have been strong enough to kill her so ruthlessly? Thinking of this, he immediately began forming hand seals, muttering a few incantations. In an instant, the surrounding winds began to howl. The next moment, a red light flashed in Master Gu's eyes, and everything Shua had experienced before her death seemed to play like a revolving lantern in front of his eyes. But before he could fully process the information, a chilling coldness descended upon him. At this moment, he felt the bone-deep fear Shua had felt before her death, as if his body had fallen into an endless inferno. Instantly, he snapped back to reality, frozen in place, unable to regain his senses for a long time. After a while, he sighed deeply. I didn't expect this thing could already reach into the spiritual realm. I had underestimated the situation before. Then, he looked up at the sky and murmured, "It seems we need to prepare again." At the same time, a shadow in the shape of an eagle flapped its wings in response. The scene shifted, and at mock sword manner, Jong began practicing the basic martial arts formulas provided by Maki-chan. Every movement he made was seamless, flowing without any hesitation, completely unlike a beginner learning martial arts for the first time. Even Blue Spirit, who was nearby, stared blankly, completely mesmerized. Normally, when an ordinary person begins learning martial arts, they start with basic movements, practicing them over many years, linking each movement together to eventually form a full set of martial arts techniques. However, Jong directly skipped this most important step. Thanks to his incredible memory and comprehension ability, he didn't need to practice each movement separately. For him, all that was left was to continuously train his muscles. Seeing Jong's astonishing martial arts talent, Blue Spirit felt deeply frustrated. She had originally thought Jong would rely on her for guidance. Not that I was going to, of course. Well, if he begged, maybe I could. This sense of defeat made her feel quite uncomfortable. Jong, noticing this, was curious about what she was thinking. Just then, Go-chan appeared. Jong smiled. "You're just in time. I need you to help me with something." Hearing this, Go-chan looked completely confused. Not long after, Go-chan stared at the strange symbol in his hand, deep in thought. The symbol was very simple, yet he had never seen it before. Jong had asked him to contact an intelligence agency to gather information about it. So, he went to the Eternal Orchid Pavilion. This place was considered to be at the bottom of the intelligence network, but it was the only one nearby. As for whether he would get any useful information, Go-chan had little hope. Thinking about his pitiful life, which had now been reduced to running errands, Go-chan sighed deeply. However, he wasn't particularly bothered by it since he had never had any real goals in life. His parents had abandoned him when he was very young, and he had become an assassin. But due to a lack of talent, he was soon kicked out of the organization. At first, he had followed his senior, Guard Cam, just because they had both been cast out by the organization. He knew Guard Cam was never a good person and had always treated him as a tool. Though it was still the same now, Go-chan had come to enjoy this drifting feeling. At least, he felt like he was still alive. Well, I guess life right now was better than before. I am working less, that's for sure, Go-chan said with a smile. The only thing that worried him was Zhang's elaborate plans, which were always unpredictable. While Go-chan was lost in his thoughts, a fat man with a woman in tow walked in. He was the owner of the Eternal Orchid Pavilion. Quack, his face flushed with drunkenness. He asked Go-chan, "She's new here. What do you think of her? Isn't she pretty, right?" Go-chan was very angry. Although the woman was indeed dazzlingly beautiful, now was not the time to consider such things. Send her out. However, Quack's mind was not on work at all, still fixed on the woman's graceful figure, unable to look away. Seeing how angry Go-chan was, Quack reluctantly let the woman leave first, but as the woman got up to leave, he still tried to grope her behind. This completely enraged Go-chan, but before he could react, a slap landed on Quack's face with a smack. The woman muttered a few words, "Ugh, I can't take it anymore," and then she took off the wig on her head. At this moment, both Go-chan and Quack were still dumbfounded. However, the next second, with a strange movement, the woman grabbed Quack's head, and with a crack, his body fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Startled by this scene, Go-chan hurriedly tried to draw his sword, but the woman took the opportunity to kick over the table. Go-chan was utterly shocked. Several wooden spikes appeared in her hands out of thin air, and before he could react, they were thrust into Go-chan's acupoints. At this time, the woman shed her disguise, revealing a delicate figure. "I'm disappointed that you didn't recognize me, number 86, or rather Mr. Go-chan." Hearing this voice, Go-chan was utterly panicked, stammering, "Madam, accomplish 100 murders. This is the ritual you must go through in order to become the Flying Death School sect leader. Once you become the Flying Death School sect leader, you will also receive a secret poisonous weapon." The keen benevolence needle, a symbol of the head of the Flying Death School, was now in the hands of a brothel woman, an impossible scenario. The fact that she has this means she's now the sect leader. No way! Go-chan thought in disbelief. Ha-Chiron is the only variable successor of the Flying Death School sect leader. As the only family he had, he pinned all his hopes on Ha-Chiron. Everyone understood this. However, the problem was Ha-Chiron's damned personality. All the assassins of the Flying Death School believed it was impossible for Ha-Chiron to kill 100 of people because of that personality of hers. Go-chan still can remember how much of an arrogant little troublemaker Ha-Chiron was. Now, at 19, Go-chan only needed to look at her thrilling figure to know she had developed very well. Plus, with that charming face, many people would be deceived by her appearance. Just then, Ha-Chiron finally reached out to Go-chan and pulled the keen benevolence needle out of his body. Go-chan can finally move his body. Just then, Ha-Chiron spoke. "I didn't expect us to see each other again like this." "Yes, I agree. It's been a while, madam." Before Go-chan could finish, Ha-Chiron interrupted. "It's sect leader," which made Go-chan confused. "I'm the sect leader now." Seeing her performance now, Go-chan began to wonder, had she really changed for the better? If so, perhaps she indeed qualified to be the sect leader. However, seeing that Go-chan still appeared doubtful, Ha-Chiron's gaze instantly turned icy. "Don't think that just because you left the organization, you can disrespect the sect leader." After confirming his suspicion, Go-chan felt a wave of unease. Based on past experiences, the fate of assassins who left the organization was invariably death. Fearing that Ha-Chiron was here to take his life, he immediately knelt down, hastily exclaiming, "Greetings, sect leader." Seeing Go-chan's reaction, Ha-Chiron couldn't help but curse. Ha-Chiron smiled at Go-chan, saying softly, "Don't be nervous. My purpose here is to get close to the eldest son of the Mocksword Manor." She had heard that the first son was lecherous and liked to drink, so she planned to enter Mocksword Manor through him, but now it seemed unnecessary. "I just need to go in with you." Go-chan furrowed his brow, not understanding the meaning of Ha-Chiron's words. Why did she want to enter Mocksword Manor with him? To this question, Ha-Chiron looked Go-chan seriously, her voice filled with a murderous tone. "Assassin number 29, Guard Cam, the bodyguard." Hearing Guard Cam's name, Go-chan felt extremely nervous. "I heard his assassination mission failed." Ha-Chiron continues. "According to the golden rule of the Flying Death School, an assassination mission must be completed. So, my purpose here is to take the head of the third son of Mocksword Manor." Hearing this, Go-chan is extremely shocked. Meanwhile, Zhang continued to practice the basic techniques of Mocksword Manor. Just 3 hours had passed, and he already looked as if he had been practicing for years. The sun was almost completely set, and Blue Spirit finally approached to speak. "How long are you going to practice like this?" Zhang, still not fully satisfied, came back from his practice, looked up at the sky, and, seeing it was indeed late, said, "Right, then let's go eat." At this, Blue Spirit seemed to have been waiting a long time, her lips immediately curling into an excited smile. Back to Zhang's room, a maid was focused on eating, while Zhang sat opposite her with a book, appearing nonchalant. After the maid cleared the food from the table, a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Seeing her like this, Zhang couldn't help but be curious, asking, "Are you really that happy?" The maid picked up a jug of wine, still not having enough, and said, "The greatest pleasure in life is eating. One day you'll understand." And this maid was actually Blue Spirit, possessed. For days ago, Zhang had Blue Spirit try possessing the maid who brought her food, and Blue Spirit seemed to really enjoy it. But just then, bulging veins suddenly appeared on the maid's body, and her veins seemed to darken as if dyed with ink. Blue Spirit exclaimed in surprise. she can't even endure 15 minutes. Seeing this, Jong thought, it seems an ordinary body can't handle a spirit of such a high level. Having had her fill, Blue Spirit looked at Jong and wondered, why are you too interested in shamanism? The book in Jong's hands, which Blue Spirit had obtained from Shua, was titled 6-Person Spirit Summoning Technique. Having witnessed Shua's use of familiar, Jong naturally became very interested in these methods. Just as Jong was ready to continue studying, a sinister presence suddenly approached. He furrowed his brow and turned his head. Seeing his reaction, Blue Spirit's eyes brightened, saying, it seems your intuition has indeed become very sharp. Moments later, in Go Chan's room, he brought Ha Chiron a set of maid's clothes, but Ha Chiron merely glanced at them casually and turned her head away. So tacky. I'd rather wear clothes from a brothel. Go Chan couldn't help but swallow. The situation was becoming more and more critical. Since encountering Ha Chiron, she had been keeping a firm eye on him. Now, taking advantage of the moment, she changed clothes to slip away. How could Go Chan miss this chance? He put down the clothes and turned to leave. But just then, Ha Chiron playfully asked, why don't you stay? Opportunities to see a figure like mine aren't common. Saying this, she deliberately revealed her impressive legs. Go Chan, who had never seen such a scene, blushed intensely. Just as he was about to turn back for a look, he heard Ha Chiron's hearty laughter. I'm just joking with you. I can't believe you took it seriously. Go Chan was speechless, but Ha Chiron's voice came again. Thanks to you, I could enter this place so easily. Hearing this, Go Chan felt bitter inside. It was not his intention. Although he was reluctant, he still had to keep agreeing. I've been wanting to avenge my senior brother too. It's like I've got a whole army by my side now that you're here. Upon hearing this, Ha Chiron showed a satisfied expression. I knew it. As long as one is a member of the Flying Death School, even if they leave the organization, they are still very trustworthy. However, as soon as the words fell, a chill flashed in Ha Chiron's eyes. I trusted you. Just then, puff puff sounds rang out as the keen benevolence needles once again accurately pierced into Go Chan's acupoints. Go Chan looked at her, puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Ha Chiron giggled as she retrieved the needle on her right hand. Let's stop here. Did you really think I would believe those foolish excuses? Ha Chiron coldly walked towards Go Chan. Your predecessor is dead, but you remain so low-key. It seems you've changed whom you are loyal to. It's funny to watch you act like you've been waiting for a chance to kill that bastard when you're basically forced into retirement because of your uselessness. Go Chan is stunned, realizing that she had never believed him from the start. As she spoke, Ha Chiron pulled out the short sword and said contemptuously, to avenge your predecessor, you killed the third son you served, and now you've chosen to commit suicide. That's your ending. As soon as the words were spoken, Ha Chiron's sword stabbed viciously towards Go Chan's throat. However, just at the critical moment, with a snap, a hand reached in through the window, a powerful suction suddenly emerged, and Ha Chiron's short sword flew out of her hand. This ability to retrieve objects through the air astonished Ha Chiron, leaving her wide-eyed and flabbergasted. Just as she was taken aback, the door was kicked open, and the third son, Mok Jaewoon, appeared at the doorway. Seeing this, Go Chan's tears immediately started flowing down his cheeks. This was the first time he thought this devilish man looked so cool. Jong gave him a smile. Go Chan, were you in danger just now? Ha Chiron, sensing that the situation was turning dire, she suddenly grabbed Go Chan by the collar, pulling him in front of her. The panicked Go Chan tried to break free, but given the disparity in strength, his resistance was futile. Meanwhile, Ha Chiron pressed the short sword against Go Chan's neck, threatening Mok Jaewoon, if you don't want to see your guard die, you better not make any sudden moves. Hearing Ha Chiron's words, Go Chan broke out in a cold sweat. Although he knew Ha Chiron had previously investigated Mok Jaewoon, the Mok Jaewoon of now was no longer the old third son. She definitely didn't know that Jong before her never valued others' lives. He was thoroughly a devil. On his part, Jong indeed raised the weapon. Just when Go Chan thought Jong was going to charge at Ha Chiron, the weapon was harshly thrust into the floor. Go Chan felt confused. Alright, now let Go Chan go. Hearing this, Go Chan was completely stunned. Then, Jong's voice rang out again. If you let go of Go Chan, I will let you leave. Hearing Mok Jaewoon's words, Ha Chiron's eyebrows lifted. His attitude, as if giving alms, annoyed her, but it also indirectly proved that he cared about Go Chan. It seems you really cherish your guard. I just think it would be a pity to lose him, so you better leave before I change my mind. Hearing this, Go Chan thought to himself, that demon is trying to save me? However, Ha Chiron escalated the situation. If you kneel and beg me, maybe I will agree. Upon these words, the atmosphere immediately tensed. Jong sighed resignedly and slowly began to bend down. Seeing this, not only Go Chan, but even Ha Chiron was immensely shocked. For the sake of a mere guard, he was actually preparing to kneel. However, things did not develop as they imagined. The next second, a cold glint flashed in Jong's eyes. He suddenly turned swiftly, pulling up the weapon from the ground and charged toward Ha Chiron. This action provoked wild laughter from Ha Chiron. I knew you couldn't possibly kneel and beg for his sake. However, as she spoke, she was surprised to find that Jong's gaze was not on her. He glanced sideways slightly. At the same time, a creepy scene unfolded. Ha Chiron felt a terrifying chill surge through her, as if her entire body had plunged into a pool of blood. Countless tentacles, like the claws of demons from hell, reached towards Ha Chiron's body. and clearly, something was approaching her from behind. Sensing this ominous presence, Ha-Chiron instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Blue Spirit's strike. In that instant, she quickly pulled on Go-chan's collar to retreat while positioning her short sword in front of her, confused since there is nothing in front of her. Blue Spirit had actually anticipated this outcome. After all, a top expert could sense the slightest aura of a ghost spirit, so she would instinctively dodge as soon as Blue Spirit approached. However, Jong was no pushover. During the moment Ha-Chiron was distracted, he swiftly threw his weapon, accurately knocking the short sword from her hand. Taking advantage of the moment, Ha-Chiron released Go-chan. Jong quickly moved, smoothly pulling out keen benevolence needles from Go-chan's body. Everything happened so fast, Ha-Chiron hadn't anticipated it. Although she didn't know what technique the opponent had just used, she had sharply felt that strange energy. So, facing Jong's rapidly approaching figure, she was not afraid. In her eyes, the person before her was too weak, and she only needed to interrupt him before he could cast another spell to easily resolve the fight. Moreover, aside from these, Ha-Chiron still had her last ace up her sleeve. Her figure moved swiftly, her hand quietly reaching towards the weapon at her waist. Seeing this, Go-chan immediately felt uneasy. That was the Flying Death School's most formidable hidden weapon, the Extreme Execution Needle. At this moment, Jong was completely unaware of the looming danger. Although it could only be used once each time, it had a unique function that could seal the target's chi. He had planned to perform the ritual of attachment again, drawing the weapon back to his hand, but suddenly found he couldn't muster any chi. Nearby, Blue Spirit also sensed something was wrong, but she couldn't intervene in time. Jong is frozen in place. Blue Spirit cried out in alarm. As the Extreme Execution Needle darted towards Jong's heart, Ha-Chiron shouted, "Die!" Just then, a figure startlingly blocked in front of Jong. Go-chan came forward. He shielded Jong with his body. Instantly, everyone showed a shocked expression. The Extreme Execution Needle inevitably pierced into Go-chan, and seeing this, Jong was utterly enraged. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "Blue Spirit!" A creepy shadow swiftly approached Ha-Chiron, sensing the danger, quickly shot 3 flying needles at Jong's head. However, Jong made no move to dodge. Instead, a suction force appeared in his palm, and the flying needles were forcefully embedded in his hand. Seeing this, Ha-Chiron was shocked. Keen Benevolence needles had unexpectedly changed their flight path. However, just as she was utterly astonished, dozens of tentacles stretched out, tightly entwining her body. Ha-Chiron was instantly thrown into panic. She wanted to escape, but no matter how she struggled, it was futile. Then a creepy voice resounded, "You should have died when I was being nice." Meanwhile, a nauseating scent of blood emerged, and everything around turned into a sea of blood. Faced with the strangest situation she had ever encountered, Ha-Chiron fell into complete despair. Watching the young girl's pain and fear before him, Jong looked at her coldly. Jong shook his head. "I clearly gave you a chance, but you chose to give it up." As soon as the words fell, Ha-Chiron's consciousness was completely engulfed by endless fear. Seeing this, Jong's face remained impassive. He slowly walked over to Go-chan. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. At that moment, Go-chan slowly spoke. "It's a pity. I won't be able to serve the young master anymore." To this, Jong asked in confusion, "Why would you do this?" "Protecting the young master is my duty. I just did what I had to do. Moreover, the young master has already sacrificed so much to save me. I couldn't just betray you." Hearing this, Jong fell silent. However, Go-chan continued to mutter laboriously, "You are the only person who has cared about me in my life, so I have no regrets." After saying this, Go-chan slowly closed his eyes. But just then, a woman's voice arose. "Is he really dead?" The speaker was Ha-Chiron, who was supposed to be dead, but Jong knew that this Ha-Chiron was not the real her. "It seems you have completely consumed her," Jong said coldly. Hearing this, the woman gave a slight smile. "Yes, a young body is indeed delightful. It wasn't a waste of my effort." However, no sooner had she spoken than Ha-Chiron's body began to show bulging veins. Blue Spirit was instantly enraged. "Damn, it looks like this body won't last much longer." But quickly, Blue Spirit's tone shifted, and she glanced at Go-chan on the ground with a sly smile. "Didn't expect him to die just like that, but he seems to have no regrets, so it looks like he won't become a vengeful spirit." Hearing this, Jong kept his gaze fixed on Go-chan, his mouth twitching as he murmured, "According to the 6-person spirit summoning technique, vengeful spirits are born from strong resentment, but if a person dies in a place filled with malice and death chi, they can also be influenced to arise." Blue Spirit was shocked by this statement, seeming to guess what was coming. At that moment, Jong's hand movements changed continuously. The death chi around him began to spread, and then flowed into Go-chan's body through his palms. Gradually, Go-chan's soul emerged as streaks of light from his body, eventually condensing into a faint orb of light. At that moment, a red line swiftly connected to the orb. This scene made Blue Spirit's eyes widen. He had actually used the death chi to extract Go-chan's soul and establish a connection with it. However, Go-chan's soul is still too weak. If we don't find a vessel quickly, it will dissipate completely. "But where can we find a body in such a short time?" Blue Spirit said anxiously. Jong did not respond, just looked coldly at Blue Spirit. Seeing Jong's expression, Blue Spirit felt uneasy, realizing that something bad was about about to happen. At this moment, Go Chan's soul felt as if it had plunged into a vast ocean. He could feel his consciousness gradually fading, but he had no complaints. He had no regrets in his life, and it was time for everything to end. But just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out near his ear. When he violently opened his eyes, his consciousness was still intact. Sure enough, he saw that familiar figure again. He didn't understand what was happening, why he was still alive. Zhang's expression remained neutral, signaling Go Chan to calm down, then slowly explained, "In order to preserve your soul, I transferred the death chi to your body, so you have now become my familiar. However, your soul energy is very weak and could dissipate at any moment. I had no other choice." Go Chan was still confused, wanting to ask when his own voice startled him. Zhang continued, "There's only one usable body here, so I put you into that assassin's body." Hearing this, Go Chan completely lost his composure. He looked down at his chest that kept rising and falling. What on earth was going on? In the end, he had turned into a woman. Seeing his current appearance, Go Chan let out a cry of shock and kept pleading with Zhang to change him back, complaining that this woman's figure was simply too much. To this, Zhang just coldly continued to fix the door, completely ignoring him. "If I pull you out, you would disappear immediately. Moreover, even if I did that, this female assassin's body has already become an empty shell." Go Chan's mind was in total disarray, unsure of what to do. Putting aside the fact that he had turned into a woman, if the Flying Death School found out their master had died here, there would indeed be no good days ahead. Just as he was feeling utterly distressed, a ghostly voice came from behind. "You should be thankful to have received this body. I can't even possess it yet." Hearing the voice, Go Chan turned his head and was so startled by Blue Spirit's figure that he shouted out loud. Although Go Chan didn't know who the other was, even now that he had become a spirit, he could clearly feel the huge gap between them. Just one look gave him the illusion of being in a sea of blood. At that moment, he couldn't help but look at Zhang beside him, wondering if he had always been in the company of such beings. Go Chan was becoming increasingly puzzled by this young man. Seeing Go Chan's ghostly expression, Blue Spirit comforted him. "Don't be sad. After all, you still have a body to use." However, Go Chan looked utterly dejected. "But I am a man." This really annoyed Blue Spirit. "Really? You get a bargain and still complain. Why are you still thinking like a mortal? Shouldn't you be happy that you've gone from being second-rate to master level?" As soon as these words fell, Zhang's voice came. "Why not give it a try?" With that, he harshly kicked at Go Chan's head. Without thinking, purely on instinct, Go Chan bent down and dodged it. Feeling the robust internal force within him, Go Chan only then realized, "This is what it feels like to be at a master level. Are you satisfied now?" Blue Spirit asked. Go Chan still looked aggrieved. "But I am still a man." Blue Spirit listened and chuckled meaningfully. "Isn't that just perfect? When no one is around, you can touch all you want." Go Chan's face turned bright red. He was a gentleman. How could he possibly do such a thing? Seeing Go Chan's righteous indignation, Zhang assured him, "If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely find you a suitable body again." Just then, urgent knocking suddenly came from outside the door. The inner chamber's guard came panting. "The Hallmaster has awakened." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The scene shifts to the outside of Mock Sword Manor, where a man in a blue Taoist robe stands not far away. He pointed towards a certain direction in the sky, then closed his eyes and muttered. Soon, he furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. "Just now, through a secret method, I discovered that the entire villa seems to be enveloped in a red haze of blood chi. It's a kind of ghost realm barrier that immediately captures anyone who approaches." Thinking of this, Gu turned his head to look at the villa entrance. At this time, a drunken young man was being helped into the villa by two courtesans. He was Mok Yango, the eldest son of Mock Sword Manor. Seeing the newcomer, the guard hurriedly approached to report, "Eldest young master, the master has awakened." The other sons had already been notified to go to the master's room, not far away. Hearing this news, Gu's expression tightened. This was his chance to act, thinking, he'll have to go to the hallmaster, so if I separate that azure ghost spirit from him using my familiar, Gu Diao, I can kill him when he's all alone. Meanwhile, hearing that the master has awakened, Zhang is momentarily stunned, but he still puts on a relieved expression. "That's great, father has finally woken up." Inside, however, Zhang breaks out in a cold sweat. He has always felt that competing for the position of heir would be troublesome, so he had planned to leave here after learning the basic techniques. But unexpectedly, the master woke up at this time, which now complicates his ability to leave smoothly. The guard tells him that the master has summoned everyone to the bedroom to make an announcement. Zhang knows that there's no way to delay meeting the master any longer. Thus, he follows the guard to head towards the bedroom, with Go Chan subconsciously following behind. Fortunately, Zhang turns to him and says, "Guard Go Che Rin, I'll leave you to clean the mess." Hearing this name, Go Chan shudders. He suddenly remembers that his own body hasn't been dealt with yet, and he can only nod silently. Blue Spirit naturally follows Zhang. After they leave, Go Chan becomes troubled again, not expecting that in the end, he would have to deal with his own body. However, his face soon turns red. He looks down at his heaving chest. Having never experienced this weight as a man, his feelings strangely begin to shift. Thinking about Ha Charon's enchanting figure, Go Chan falls into complex emotions. She is indeed beautiful, and suddenly Go Chan's mood becomes somewhat heavy. He starts looking around to make sure no one is nearby. He has died and come back to life, and is now a woman. So, he stealthily carefully closes the door, thinking about checking his body while no one is around. But just as he is about to take off his clothes, Blue Spirit's figure silently passes through the window. Instantly, Go-chan freezes like an ice sculpture, but Blue Spirit just mutters something and then disappears again. Seeing this, Go-chan wishes he could just bury himself. I was just trying to change into something more comfortable to move in, he says helplessly to himself. Meanwhile, Blue Spirit has already returned to Jong's side. On their way to the hall, Jong unexpectedly encounters Mok Yu-chan. Compared to 4 days ago, Mok Yu-chan's complexion appears somewhat darkened. Although he hasn't gone mad from disrupted chi, the darkening of his complexion indicates he hasn't been having a good time. Upon seeing Jong, Mok Yu-chan walks over angrily, quietly demanding if Jong had tried the contents of the secret manual. Jong feigns ignorance, deliberately raising his voice. Are you talking about the secret manual? He purposely raises his voice, startling Mok Yu-chan so much that his anger is immediately halved. Don't speak so loudly, just answer my question. Was there any problem? Jong answered, faking innocent. Hearing this, Mok Yu-chan narrows his eyes, staring intensely at Jong. He thinks to himself, it's impossible he hasn't practiced in advance. Even if not for the sake of competing for the master's position, any martial artist, out of curiosity, would surely practice such peerless martial arts. Why are you unharmed then? Mok Yu-chan finally can't help but ask. If this guy had recited the correct secret manual, then the problem must be with himself. Mok Yu-chan has to admit that perhaps he hasn't fully grasped the true essence of the secret manual. This left Blue Spirit speechless. Indeed, this guy was as wicked as ever. However, just then, Blue Spirit suddenly sensed something. She looked up towards a certain direction, showing a curious expression. Jong looked at her in surprise, and Blue Spirit whispered, seems like a bug has sneaked in. I wonder who gave him the guts to step into my territory without any hesitation. Looks like I need to entertain him properly. Hearing this, Jong immediately understood that someone from the Phoenix Pavilion had arrived. I'll be leaving, Blue Spirit announces as she passes through the wall. Then Jong and Mok Yu-chan proceed to go to the master's room. The scene switches to the master's room, where Mok Yango and Mok Yunpyeong had already arrived ahead of time, and now the family's lineage was all gathered here. Seeing Jong and Mok Yu-chan arrive together, Mok Yunpyeong felt quite puzzled. When had their relationship become so good? At this moment, although Mok Yango had used his chi to push back some of the drunkenness, his body still reeked of alcohol. Lady Suk was busy wiping him down, but her heart was already filled with unease. This old man waking up and gathering his sons around him was surely to announce the issue of the year. This is bad, thought the lady anxiously. Her own son, Mok Yango, who only knew indulgence in pleasures, had the least chance of becoming the heir. So, no matter whom the master chose as his successor, the situation would be very unfavorable for her and Mok Yango. A moment later, the four stood side by side in front of the master's bedroom. Although each displayed a nervous demeanor, each harbored their own schemes. All four together greeted their father. Father, congratulations on your recovery. I offer my respectful greetings, they said simultaneously. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of chi burst from Mok Inden. Jong had heard from guard Cam that his martial arts had reached the pinnacle, but he had not felt it strongly until now. Standing before Mok Inden, he truly felt the intimidating power of this level. However, Jong also harbored a doubt. How could such a formidable master like Mok Inden have been cursed? Just as he pondered this for a moment, Jong's gaze was fixed on Mok Inden. Then, carefully thought, just what sort of being was able to send death to such a figure? The scene shifts to a residence of the outer guards near Mok Sword Manor, where the house was already strewn with corpses. In the darkness, two figures casually scanned the surroundings. A tall man pulled out an object the size of a finger from his pocket, on which was clearly written Mok Inden. This old man actually escaped from the curse. How did he manage it? The tall man asked in a low voice. The mysterious person beside him slowly spoke. I heard the cry of a gudiao earlier. It is a familiar of the witch doctors from Mount Luwu. Hearing this, the burly man laughed heartily. I thought so. Since a Taoist master intervened, it must be that person who saved Mok Inden from death. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the barely alive guard on the ground, sneering. It seems I need to meet this master of Mok Sword Manor myself. With a flash of cold light, the guard also followed the fate of the others. Meanwhile, several figures appeared outside the house and quickly headed towards Mok Sword Manor. Back to the hallmaster's room. Compared to his brothers, Jong appeared exceptionally relaxed, showing no sign of tension. Mok Inden slowly began. Do you know why I called you all here? Everyone knew the answer but kept silent, afraid to respond. Only Jong casually said, isn't it to decide the matter of the successor? As soon as these words came out, everyone showed a look of surprise. They had not expected him to speak so directly. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly tensed. Everyone's feelings became complex. Mok Inden was also a bit surprised. Upon waking, he had learned of the events that had transpired during his illness from the head of the inner hall, especially hearing that the third son had saved him. At first, he thought this was either a coincidence or a setup by the third son, but from the performance just now, it seemed that the third son might have truly changed. Jong wasn't thinking much about it. He had no interest in the position of the master. He was relaxed merely to go along with the atmosphere of the scene. However, Mok Inden smiled meaningfully and then announced that the successor would be decided through a test. As the room fell into a brief silence, Zhang suddenly spoke up. I do not plan to participate in the test. His words exploded like a bomb in the room, shocking everyone present. Everyone's expressions became incredibly animated. Mak Yunpiang and Mak Yango looked at him with disbelief. Even the master asked in surprise, why do you not plan to participate in the test? It's because compared to my brothers, I have many shortcomings, so I don't think I qualify to be the heir. At this, Mak Yunpiang smirked. Although he didn't know what the third son was plotting, if he was willing to step aside, it would not be a bad thing for him. Then, Mak Inden asked again, why do you think you are not qualified? Faced with the master's repeated questioning, Zhang also felt surprised. As far as he knew, the master had always been very disappointed with the eldest and the third sons, so their failure in the test should not have been significant. Now the master's interest in his withdrawal seemed to suggest that an excuse was needed. Thinking this, Zhang immediately responded, as the future master of Mock Sword Manor, one must possess outstanding abilities in both martial arts and wisdom. I lack in both aspects, so I give up my eligibility to become the master. Upon hearing this, Mak Inden burst out laughing, but as he laughed, his gaze gradually became sharp, looking at Zhang, thinking, it seems he really has changed. He indeed didn't save me for the position of the master. Seeing a third son who has no desire for recognition start to reflect on himself and give up the position of the master for the prosperity of Mock Sword Manor is indeed gratifying. Mak Inden felt very reassured. You are fully qualified to be the heir. As he spoke, the master slowly removed his clothes. However, when everyone saw the master's severed right arm, all were shocked, and Zhang's complexion changed drastically. At this moment inside Mock Sword Manor, Mak Inden was telling his sons about how Mak Jiangwon had saved him. Everyone was uneasy, having heard about an accident a few days ago but unaware that the master's arm had been chopped off, and they broke out in cold sweat. Different from them, at this moment, Zhang was plunged into deep memories. Scenes of his grandfather's death surfaced in his mind, and he vividly remembered the scar-like mark on his grandfather's body. After he was captured, he too was marked with the same symbol. This was the mark he had desperately sought, and now it appeared on Mak Inden. I finally found you. To find the murderer of his grandfather, Zhang transformed into the murderous scythe ghost. However, after being captured, a scar-like mark was carved on his body. Fortunately surviving, he changed his identity and became the third son of Mock Sword Manor. Now, seeing the same mark on Mak Inden's waist, he smiled. He had not expected to find the very thing he had been searching for all this time here. As he pondered his next move, his brow suddenly furrowed, and his eyes involuntarily drifted towards the door. Mak Inden, seeing this, felt surprised and was about to ask what was happening when his gaze also sharpened, and he abruptly stood up from his seat, startling the others. At that moment, faint noises came from outside, and a guard burst through the door. Not good, master. We're under attack. The scene shifts to numerous assassins battling with the guards of Mock Sword Manor. Faced with powerful enemies, they could only struggle desperately, placing all their hopes on the master arriving in time. However, under the leadership of the leading man, wherever they went, corpses were left in their wake. At this time, he walked unhurriedly to the front gate of Mock Sword Manor, his formidable chi bursting forth from him. With a swing of his sword, the great gate was instantly blasted into dust. This sight chilled the guards on sight, but they had no time for surprise as the attackers had already begun their assault. Elsewhere, a figure was hidden in a corner watching all this. The previously infiltrating Grand Master Gu. He was nervously chanting an invisibility spell. During the chant, no one could detect his presence, but the downside was he couldn't move and had to keep chanting. He avoided the assassin's sight with his invisibility spell, but this put him in an awkward position. His body was soaked with sweat as he continuously surveyed his surroundings, staying alert. His Gu Diao was being used to divert Blue Spirit's attention, and in this situation, there was no way he could kill Mak Jiangwon. At this moment, he began to regret his actions. However, as long as he could hold out until these people left, at least he wouldn't be caught. However, just then, the appearance of a mysterious figure filled him with dread. This person emitted an unusual aura. Grand Master Gu could tell at a glance that this was a characteristic of someone who had long practiced sorcery. But what terrified him more was that the mysterious person kept forming various seals with his hands, apparently some sort of tracking spell. Someone capable of casting such a spell must be at least a master-level sorcerer. Just as Grand Master Gu felt the situation was dire, he heard the mysterious person utter the word release, and the space around him began to distort, and his invisibility spell was forcefully broken. In the next second, the mysterious person appeared before him, grabbing his throat. You are the one who lifted the curse from Mak Inden, aren't you? Hearing this, Grand Master Gu panicked. Perhaps there's been some misunderstanding, but the mysterious person wasn't interested in listening to explanations. Daring to interfere with the actions of the Underworld Assassin Pavilion, you should be prepared to die. With that, he tightened his grip, and blood blisters surged on Grand Master Gu's head, which burst in the next second. Seeing the situation, the leading man quickly guessed his intentions. It seems the master of that Gu Diao has been dealt with by you. We need to hurry and find that item. Hearing this, the mysterious person pulled out another tracking charm. It's time to retrieve our treasure from Mak Inden. At this moment, the sound of clashing weapons echoed throughout Mok Sword Manor, turning what was just a tranquil courtyard into a battlefield. Mok Inden, not adept with his left hand, drew his long sword and shouted, "Who dares to breach Mok Sword Manor? It seems you are prepared to die." Seeing the master who had been bedridden for a long time suddenly appear, the warriors cheered, boosting their morale instantly. Mok Inden bellowed, "Follow me." The warriors echoed his command, and Mok's brothers followed him closely. Not everyone was so motivated, however. At that moment, Zhang was merely following behind superficially, taking advantage of the chaos as everyone fought the attackers. He quietly turned away, hiding in a less crowded area. Although unclear about what was happening, the lives and deaths here had nothing to do with him. He saw no reason to defend this place. He was only concerned about one thing, the scar-like mark. He had planned to leave after figuring things out, but the sudden crisis forced him to leave earlier. After all, in such turmoil, the disappearance of one or two people wouldn't be strange. However, just as he turned around, a strange feeling surged through him. At that moment, streams of dark energy began gathering into his palms. Just as he was distracted, an assassin launched a surprise attack on him. Yet, Zhang merely raised his hand lightly to block the attack, his palm swiftly rotating, and the next second it seamlessly entered the assassin's body. As the assassin's life faded, a dark energy emanated from his body. Just as I thought, this dark energy is indeed the death chi of a deceased person. Subsequently, Zhang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and quickly felt the death chi around him increase rapidly. Apparently, many had died in a short time. Such an opportunity was rare, so he couldn't afford to waste it. However, with masked individuals everywhere, trying to absorb death chi here could be dangerous. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Go-chan, occupying the body of Ha-Chiron. Just now, he had been attacked by a group while changing clothes, and after dealing with them, he hurriedly found Zhang. Zhang said with a smile, "You've come at the right time. I need you to protect me for a while." Saying this, he sat down cross-legged and began using a breathing technique to absorb the swirling death chi. Seeing this, Go-chan was speechless. This guy's got some nerve, trying to cultivate chi on a battlefield. Isn't that akin to courting death? But quickly, he seemed to understand Zhang's intention. Zhang wasn't cultivating chi, but absorbing death chi. Although Go-chan was a ghost spirit occupying Ha-Chiron's body, he could clearly see the death chi from all around being absorbed into Zhang's body. At this moment, Zhang felt the death chi continuously filling him, produced by dozens of deceased individuals. Not only was it dense, but it was also extremely pure, containing the dark emotions of everyone's moment of death. Compared to the death chi absorbed before, the quantity this time was at least 3 times more, far exceeding Zhang's expectations. However, unbeknownst to him, as he focused on his breathing technique, Go-chan was under immense stress. With more and more masked individuals converging, even he, with his peak-level strength, was caught in a tough fight. At that moment, Go-chan suddenly wished that the terrifying ghost woman would come to support him. Just then, a figure appeared. It was the head of the outer hall, Sang Wongbik. Seeing the figure, Go-chan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had learned from Zhang that Sang Wongbik also had a ghost spirit within him. He excitedly called out Demon Monk, but after shouting for a while, Sang Wongbik remained unresponsive. Just when Go-chan was puzzled, a blood shadow flashed, and Sang Wongbik's body was brutally split in half. At the same time, a scarred man slowly emerged, turning his gaze toward the cultivating Mok Jiangwon with interest. What an interesting kid, daring to cultivate right under the enemy's nose. Seeing the man at that moment, Go-chan knew trouble was brewing. The man's strength was beyond his imagination, and even he, at peak level, couldn't help but tremble. The scarred man turned his gaze to Zhang, intrigued. The outside is already a river of blood, yet this kid is still engrossed in his cultivation. How interesting. Saying that, he strode towards Zhang, closing the distance with each step he took. Seeing this scene, Go-chan was so frightened that he hurriedly called Zhang's name, but at this moment, Zhang was already lost in a state of self-forgetfulness. The death chi around him surged into his body like a tidal wave, making it nearly impossible to wake him at this time. Moreover, forcibly interrupting him could likely cause him to go into a frenzy. Realizing this, Go-chan trembled inwardly, but quickly gathered his spirits. Faced with the monster before him, he felt somewhat helpless, yet he could not just sit by and wait for death. Go-chan steeled his heart, knowing he couldn't stop the opponent, but even if it meant his flesh was destroyed, he would fight to buy more time for the young master. The next second, he leapt up, instantly appearing above the man's head, moving with the speed of lightning. At that moment, the unique martial skill Flying Assassin Technique Third Form, Silent Defeat, instinctively unfolded in him. However, the man remained unmoved, not even assuming a defensive posture, and said lightly, "You are indeed fast, but still too slow." Before the words fell, a sharp sword shadow appeared out of thin air, swiftly slashing towards him. Go-chan reacted in time, swiftly flipping his body, and his severed hair flew about. A moment later and his body would have been split in two. The battle was not over yet. Go-chan took advantage of the man's momentary recovery to shoot 3 spirit knife flying needles at him. In an instant, his figure appeared in front of Go-chan, casually flicking, sending Go-chan flying backward like a cannonball. This was the difference in strength. That man was too powerful, with just one strike putting Go-chan on the verge of death. He shakily stood up, trying to prevent the man from getting closer to Mok Jae-won, but his body could no longer exert any strength properly. At that moment, the man ominously warned, "If you interfere with me again, you're dead." With that, he raised his hand toward Jong's head. However, as his hand was about to touch Jong, the man clenched his teeth, swung his massive blade, and slashed towards Jong. Just then, with a clang, a figure blocked the man's sword. It was the master of Mok Sword Manor, Mok Inden. Immediately afterward, a fierce battle between the two erupted, the sound of sword and knife colliding resonating in the air. A battle between two masters caused a violent wind around them, but there was still a huge gap between them. After a fierce strike, Mok Inden was sent flying back several meters, and a stream of black blood flowed from his mouth. He had just awoken from his sickbed, and with his right hand gone, his strength was not even half of what it was at its peak. However, he still glanced at Mok Jae-won, who was meditating nearby, and seeing that he was unharmed, he turned his attention back to the man. Mok Inden questioned why the man attacked Mok Sword Manor. Hearing this, the man laughed heartily and then reached out his hand. "Manor Master Mok, I'll just say this once. If you don't want Mok Sword Manor to turn into ruins, you'd better hand over what you stole willingly." Hearing this, Mok Inden's expression instantly stiffened. "The treasure you stole from us." The scene shifts outside Mok Sword Manor, where Blue Spirit is lost in thought. She had thought the Gudiao had entered her territory to lure her out, but it unexpectedly died. This means that its master has lost his life at this moment. But no ordinary person could kill a master of sorcery that quickly, which means a very dangerous presence must have emerged in the villa. Soon after, inside Mok Sword Manor, where the fire had already died down, everyone gathered in the central square. At that moment, Jong finally opened his eyes, saw the wreckage around him, and was confused. He turned his head to the central square. The villa's guards knelt on the ground, already without the power to resist, while the master, Mok Inden, was facing off against that burly man, with very different expressions on their faces. To this, Jong seemed indifferent. No wonder the death chi is thinning. It seems the fight is over. What a pity. Thinking this, he slowly walked over to Go-chan and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Seeing that Jong had finally awakened, Go-chan looked embarrassed and unsure of how to explain, so he recounted what had happened. Originally, when Mok Inden confronted the man at the first moment, he guessed the man's identity. "It seems you are from the Heaven-Earth Association, right?" Hearing this, the man just chuckled. Mok Inden sighed deeply and then announced his surrender to the man, letting all the guards give up resistance. "I will return that thing to you, but as a condition, I hope you can spare Mok Sword Manor." Hearing this, the man showed a hint of regret. "It seems I spoke too soon. It would have been good to see you struggle a bit more." With that, the man laughed heartily and then spoke, "I swear on my honor as one of the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association, the King of Brilliance Sun Yun, your request is granted." Go-chan, hearing the names Heaven-Earth Association and Sun Yun, widened his eyes. Hearing this, Jong asked Go-chan to explain further what the Heaven-Earth Association is. "It is a very dangerous organization," Go-chan continued. "The Heaven-Earth Association, one of the 3 major powers currently dividing the martial arts world in Zhongyuan's Murim, venerates strength and aims to unify the martial arts world. They had once caused rivers of blood in the martial world. Thus, the name Heaven-Earth Association strikes fear in the martial arts community." Regarding Mok Sword Manor, although it is definitely a large clan, compared to Heaven-Earth Association, it is merely a minor player, and that man over there is one of the 5 great kings of the Heaven-Earth Association, the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. His strength and the power he wielded were enough to terrify countless people. If a real fight were to break out, Mok Sword Manor would likely face annihilation. In the end, the Manor Master, Mok Inden, had no choice but to hand over the treasure. However, the treasure they are after is stored in the secret chamber beneath the medicinal hall. Indeed, they were searching for that very book of human skin. When hearing that the item Heaven-Earth Association was looking for was in the secret chamber beneath the medicinal hall, Jong quickly guessed what they wanted. They were indeed looking for the book of human skin. At this time, although Go-chan was unclear about the specific item they were after, he suspected it was likely on Jong. Therefore, once Jong awoke, he continuously warned him to be cautious of Heaven-Earth Association and to avoid stirring up trouble. However, in the next second, he saw Jong walking straight towards Mok Inden, nearly causing Go-chan's soul to fly out of fright. At this moment, Mok Inden also noticed that Jong had awoken. Mok Inden first asked Jong if he was injured and admonished him not to take such risks again, then asked him to rest aside. However, Jong directly asked, "How did you get the scar on your body?" Mok Inden initially thought that the third son was concerned about him, but after thinking it over, he realized Jong hadn't sustained any external injuries, which puzzled him. Jong continued to press, "Who caused that scar on your waist?" Hearing Mok Jae-won's question, Mok Inden frowned. Given the current situation, why would Jong suddenly ask about this? Just then, the masked men who had gone to retrieve the treasure from the medicinal hall's basement returned. They knelt before Sun Yun, respectfully presenting the wooden box that originally contained the book of human skin. Although the seal charms on the surface of the box were gone, it appeared intact. Sun Yun was overjoyed at the sight, and Mok Inden seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Now is not the time to discuss this. I will tell you later." However, Jong insisted, "You must tell me now." Mok Inden didn't answer, just silently watched as Sun Yun slowly opened the treasure box. box. At this moment, Sun Yun was immersed in the joy of having recovered the treasure, unaware of the mischievous smile that had appeared on Zhang's face. If you don't speak up, there could be big trouble, Zhang whispered quietly. Mok Inden looked at Zhang puzzledly, but what Zhang said next made him visibly shocked. What they want isn't underneath the medicinal hall. At this moment, as Sun Yun saw the contents of the box, his face suddenly changed. A tremendous internal force burst from him, causing the air around to buzz. He then looked at Mok Inden with a murderous gaze, a moment that struck fear into the hearts of the Mok family. However, at this moment, Lady Sook sneered. She thought, it seems they didn't find what they were looking for, and since Mok Jiangwon has obtained a secret manual of Mok sword manner, that thing is probably on him. She quietly calculated that if she could expose this, she could use these people to eliminate Mok Jiangwon. However, the next developments shattered her illusions. At this moment, Sun Yun pulled a pair of earrings from the box. These earrings, made of gold, silver, and jade, were clearly valuable and could only be worn by someone of high status. Indeed, they were the very earrings that Mok Inden had personally given to his wife on their anniversary. The lady felt a sense of doom and turned her fierce gaze towards Mok Jiangwon. You dare. Before she could finish, Zhang smirked devilishly and loudly said, aren't these earrings the lady's most cherished items? As soon as these words came out, Mok Inden was shocked, and the lady was utterly flustered. Mok Inden, seeing this, tried to stop Zhang from continuing, but Zhang kept shouting, why are you playing dumb, madam? Madam, under these circumstances, are you still going to pretend you don't know? I know for sure that those are yours. Sun Yun sneered coldly and crushed the earrings in his hand. You have chosen to bring on your own downfall. Sun Yun then glared at the trembling lady. At this moment, Lady Sook was panicked and staggered back a few steps, quickly explaining, sir, this must be a misunderstanding. Think about it. If I had stolen something, why would I put my own jewelry in there? This must be someone else's setup. But Sun Yun didn't listen to her explanation, lifting his huge sword and swinging it towards Lady Sook's head. Just then, Mok Inden used all his strength to block the sword with his own, only to hear a clang as his treasured sword was bent and deformed by the strike, and he himself was flung away by the immense force. At this moment, looking at Mok Inden lying on the ground, Sun Yun coldly said, since none of you know where that item is, it means I won't lose anything from killing you. Saying this, Sun Yun approached the kneeling Mok guards and scoffed, not only did you steal the treasure of the Heaven-Earth Association, but you also dared to mock us. With that, he smashed the kneeling guard in front with his sword. This is absolutely intolerable. Seeing this, Zhang whispered to Mok Inden, can you tell me now? Mok Inden responded, didn't I say I would definitely tell you later? Zhang coldly smiled, that's not how you negotiate. At this moment, Sun Yun had started a killing spree, cutting down the guards one by one. Do you intend to let everyone here die? Mok Inden shouted. Zhang coldly said, you're making me repeat myself. I guess you'll tell me once the situation is worse. However, just then, a voice suddenly said, sir, I have something to report. The speaker was Lady Sook's personal guard, Hoan. She pointed towards Mok Yunpyong and Mok Yuchun, slowly saying, as the lady of the master, if something happens to her, it would jeopardize the position of her eldest son, and these people could benefit from it, even taking over the master's position. They must be the culprits. Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted to Mok Yunpyong and others. However, Hoang's next words shocked them even more. The place where the treasure was stored also contained the secret manual of Mok sword manner. They must have taken the scriptures and then stolen the treasure. Hearing this, Zhang secretly smiled, as all this was part of his plan. Previously, he had given the scriptures to Mok Yunpyong and Mok Yuchun precisely for this moment. Hoang's accusation was also part of his arrangement, as the demon monk had long possessed Hoang. Mok Yunpyong, panicked, shouted, what are you talking about? Mok Yuchun also vehemently denied it, claiming he would never do such a thing. However, Zhang remained silently on the side. Their panic successfully caught Sun Yun's attention, and he coldly said, the ones who just shouted in protest, drag them away and skin them. Hearing this, Mok Inden finally realized the severity of the situation. Turning to look at Zhang, who seemed just to be enjoying the show, shaking all over, he hysterically said, the person who put that scar on me is Phantom Sword from the 6 heavens and 8 stars. Are you satisfied now? Hearing this name, Zhang smiled faintly, finally having a lead on that person. But just then, Zhang's expression changed abruptly as a bell rang through the entire villa, and the demon monk possessing Hoang let out a painful scream. At the same time, the mysterious sorcerer slowly appeared. Seeing his figure, Zhang had only one thought, this person is extremely dangerous. Zhang's secret was about to be revealed. As the bell continued to ring, a sorcerer wearing a hat and holding a staff slowly appeared, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Sun Yun softly called out, Shaman Cho. Seeing this figure, Zhang also deeply felt the danger. However, before he could react, Shaman Cho murmured, who is causing trouble here? I shall exorcise you. He then waved his staff rapidly, formed a seal with his left hand, and chanted, sending an invisible energy spreading around. As the energy touched Hoang, she clutched her head in agony, her neck veins bulging out, emitting a ghastly black air. Seeing this, everyone stepped back in fear. At that moment, although Go Chan did not suffer as Hoang did, his chest also felt uncomfortable. As the energy wave reached him, he quickly circulated his chi, barely preventing his soul from being stripped ripped from his body. As the demon monk was forcibly extracted, Shaman Cho accelerated his movements, determined to completely destroy the demon monk. Just then, a flying sword shot towards Shaman Cho, interrupting his spellcasting. Simultaneously, a masked person appeared rapidly, blocking the deadly strike for Shaman Cho. The person who threw the sword was Zhang. Despicable and shameless. How dare you attack by surprise? The masked person shouted angrily, then prepared to attack Zhang. However, Shaman Cho stopped him, frowning deeply and staring at Zhang, asking, "Can you also see spirits?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding people became restless. At this moment, Zhang tensed up. At the moment he threw the flying sword, he hadn't thought much, just feeling that losing the demon monk was too regrettable. Now coming to his senses, he realized his actions had been somewhat reckless. "I don't know what you're talking about." However, this expression did not escape Shaman Cho's eyes. Shaman Cho muttered to himself, "You don't know? Then I guess I can get rid of this ominous thing." Demon monk screamed from pain. "The people here won't have any idea what we're doing." Zhang stayed silent. In this world, few can become martial arts geniuses, but even fewer can become shaman because these individuals are born with talents that are extraordinary. The best quality a shaman can be born with is the eyes. You can just train the other qualities, but you cannot train to see. In other words, if Zhang could indeed see spirits, it would mean he was naturally gifted to be a shaman. After hearing Shaman Cho's words, Zhang was secretly astonished but chose to remain silent. Seeing that Zhang was unwilling to admit it, Shaman Cho's expression changed. "Then let me ask you differently. Why did you try to stop me from destroying the spirit?" Shaman Cho then formed a hand seal and summoned the Four Peaks interlocking technique. For streams of light trapped the demon monk tightly, and the space within the formation began to shrink gradually. The demon monk looked around, unable to hide the panic on its face. Shaman Cho said, "Normally, spirits do not obey human commands, but it seems this spirit is following your will. So if you tell me the reason, I will let it go." Knowing he could no longer feign ignorance, Zhang also began to form hand seals, and the seals he made were exactly the same as those of Shaman Cho. Simultaneously, for streams of light also appeared around the demon monk, effectively blocking the shrinking column of light. This scene completely astonished Shaman Cho, even making him suspect Zhang was playing dumb. He was shocked and asked, "How do you know this spell?" Zhang countered, "Must one learn it to use it?" At that moment, Shaman Cho finally confirmed that Zhang was a true genius. To know the Four Peaks interlocking technique required one to be at least a master of the monthly phase to perform, but this young man had mimicked it after just a glance, even adjusting the spell's usage to function within another's formation. Even Shaman Cho himself could not achieve this. "It seems that eyes are not your only talent." Thinking this, Shaman Cho laughed heartily, then pointed with one hand and uttered a release word. The light around the demon monk instantly scattered. Then, Shaman Cho turned to King of Brilliance Sun Yun and said, "I don't care about the others, but I want this kid." Instantly, everyone's eyes widened, not understanding why the Heaven-Earth Association suddenly decided to spare Mok Jiangwon. At this moment, Sun Yun coldly said, "What kind of nonsense is this now?" But in the end, he agreed to Shaman Cho's request. "Well, alright, but I'm killing everyone else," Sun Yun nonchalantly said. Upon hearing this, Mok Inden was the first to become unsettled, looking at Mok Jiangwon nervously, wanting to say something but not knowing how to begin. Zhang sighed helplessly. Since he had already promised Mok Inden, he could only keep his word now. He walked up to Sun Yun and interrupted, "What you want is with me." Hearing this, Sun Yun stared furiously at Mok Jiangwon. "If you deceive me again, no matter what Shaman Cho requests, I will definitely chop you into pieces." Facing Sun Yun's threat, Zhang was unafraid, simply pointing at his own head. "I'm sorry, but what you want has already been burned by me. However, I've memorized it all in my mind." Next to him, Mok Inden was even more terrified, originally thinking that if Mok Jiangwon handed over the book, Mok Sword Manor could escape disaster. Unexpectedly, he mocked Sun Yun right to his face. After hearing this, Sun Yun did not get angry but laughed heartily. "Are all the so-called righteous sects a bunch of liars?" Zhang coldly retorted, "Why do you think I am lying?" Sun Yun's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Zhang. "Because what you said is impossible. That book cannot be burned, nor destroyed, as if something is protecting it. You haven't even seen what the treasure book looks like and dare to waste my time here. Since that's the case, I will grant your wish." Saying this, Sun Yun picked up a great sword and coldly said, "Remember not to lie in your next life." A fierce sword aura slashed towards Zhang's neck. However, the next second, a statement from Zhang abruptly stopped the sword in its tracks. The cover did not burn, but the content written in blood inside burns quite easily. Instantly, Sun Yun's face turned pale, unable to believe what Zhang said. This guy had actually seen the book. It's known within the inner circles of the Heaven-Earth Association that the human skin book is written in blood. Sun Yun's body began to tremble uncontrollably. However, at this moment, Sun Yun was still unwilling to believe what Zhang said. Because he had witnessed countless masters being devoured bit by the human skin book, no one could survive after seeing the book. Therefore, he suspected if the other party was not lying, then it must be good luck, having fortuitously survived. Sun Yun, his voice trembling, asked, "Did you really see that book?" Zhang calmly replied, "In this situation, why would I lie to you?" Sun Yun stared at Mok Jiangwon, down, sweat soaking through his clothes. He couldn't detect any panic in Zhang's eyes. If Zhang was telling the truth, then he could finally report back to that person. But cautiously, he said, "Since you claim to have memorized the content in your mind, prove it to me, whether it's the mantras or techniques." Hearing Sun Yun's words, everyone at Mock Sword Manor looked at Mock Jiangun with nervous eyes. Knowing he had taken the treasure, everyone felt a strong sense of betrayal, but under the current circumstances, only Mock Jiangun could save them. At that moment, they all hoped he was telling the truth. At the same time, Zhang also frowned deeply. Although he could deceive Mock Yuchan by altering some of the content as before, after all, the other party was the true owner of the book. If they knew the contents were incorrect, he might be killed because of it. If that's the case, then I'll pick out few sentences to see how he reacts, Zhang thought to himself, preparing to speak. However, the next second, a surge of dark red blood rushed towards him. Looking up, he saw the blood spread like a tide across the entire plaza. Just then, a figure stood on the roof. It was Blue Spirit. Simultaneously, her voice echoed in his mind, "If you dare to reveal a single sentence from inside, you will die." The moment he saw Blue Spirit, Zhang felt something was off. At this moment, she was completely different from usual, radiating towering rage, even giving Zhang the illusion of being in a blood-soaked abyss, capable of devouring everything. This rage turned into a sea of blood, enveloping the entire Mock Sword Manor. In an instant, the entire world seemed frozen by the sea of blood, with Blue Spirit standing under the moonlight, glaring fiercely at the people of the Heaven-Earth Association. This was the first time Zhang felt Blue Spirit's purest rage. Although he did not know why she hated these people so much, since Blue Spirit stopped him, she definitely did not want these people to know the contents of the book. Yet, if he didn't speak, he might be killed by Sun Yun. At that moment, Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Before he had avenged his grandfather, he did not want to die so easily. But what should he do now? Just then, he heard Blue Spirit's ethereal voice in his ear. Blue Spirit seemed to sense Zhang's dilemma and whispered, "Just do as I told you." This made Zhang even more puzzled. "Do you mean to tell them the wrong content? Sun Yun and the others should know the contents of the book. If I recite the wrong mantra, I will surely die." Blue Spirit responded indifferently after hearing this. "You just need to trust me. If you die, I won't be spared either." Hearing this, Zhang could only sigh softly. On the other side, seeing that Zhang had not spoken for a long time, Sun Yun was getting impatient. However, just then, Zhang silently walked over to a masked man and snatched the long sword from his hand. The masked man was shocked, thinking Zhang was planning to resist to the death, but instead, he just stood there silently, closing his eyes. Meanwhile, Blue Spirit removed the hairpin from her head and started demonstrating techniques with the pin as a sword. Her red garment fluttered like falling petals under the moonlight. Zhang followed her movements, wielding the long sword and perfectly reproducing the techniques. As a mantra slipped from his lips, a sharp sword chi spread outward along the blade. The sword techniques demonstrated by Zhang had no superfluous movements, and it was evident at a glance that it was a lunar vein sword technique. Not only the people of Mock Sword Manor, but even Sun Yun were stunned on the spot. Who would have thought that a third-rate warrior could execute such perfect sword moves? This not only proved the finesse of the sword techniques, but also showcased Zhang's unparalleled martial arts talent. Sun Yun was overjoyed. According to his knowledge, that mantra was part of the lunar vein sword technique, lost for 100 years. However, just as he was about to burst into laughter, the masked people around started stirring. Because Zhang began reciting the second move's mantra, Sun Yun felt alarmed and quickly intervened. He knew that if the lunar vein sword technique were made public in this manner, it would cause great trouble. Seeing Sun Yun's tense expression, Zhang slowly stopped his movements and smirked, confident that he had won his bet. In his heart, he knew the Human Skin Ancient Book contained no such mantras. Yet, Sun Yun's tense expression seemed to indicate that these were indeed the contents of the Human Skin Ancient Book. For a moment, he wasn't sure which it was, so he asked Sun Yun for confirmation. Sun Yun snapped out of it, realizing he had unconsciously shown a tense expression just now. This made things complicated. This sword technique should absolutely not be known to others, under normal circumstances. Therefore, the principle was that he should get the complete manual first, then eliminate the opposition. However, just as Sun Yun was contemplating killing him, Shaman Cho called out to him. Sun Yun understood Shaman Cho was interested in Zhang, but he was interested as well. After all, Zhang had achieved something that no one in the Heaven-Earth Association could, and with his unmatched martial arts talent, he was bound to reach the pinnacle of the martial world. Unfortunately, anyone who knew the contents of the Human Skin Book had to die. As he pondered how to handle the situation, Zhang looked at him and then smirked without hesitation, drew the long sword across his own neck. "Are you mad?" This action shocked everyone present. Sun Yun quickly intervened, knocking the sword from Zhang's hand in the nick of time. At that moment, only he knew that if he hadn't acted in time, the other would have surely ended his own life. Zhang, clutching his profusely bleeding wound, scoffed. "It seems this technique is indeed very precious. Now I know how valuable this is. I wasn't planning on speaking so easily, so feel free to take me with you." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Everyone at Mock Sword Manor was stunned, unable to believe that Mock Jiangun was actually offering to go with the enemy. Wasn't that akin to seeking death? But it seemed to be the best solution under the circumstances. Sun Yun, surprised to hear Zhang voluntarily offer to return with him to the Heaven-Earth Association, initially paused but then reasoned it was indeed the best approach. This young fellow could not be coerced or threatened into speaking. He had to be taken back to the Heaven-Earth Association for further action. What Sun Yun did not know was that Zhang's bold decision was precisely to use these people to escape from Mock Sword Manor. Soon after, the Heaven-Earth Association's forces left Mock Sword Manor in a grand procession. Inside the carriage, Zhang was bound hand and foot and transported to the Heaven-Earth Association's headquarters, along with another person who was also bound and taken away from Mock Sword Manor. Zhang was bound in the carriage with Mok Yuchan. Mok Yuchan sighed deeply, puzzled as to why he too was taken hostage. This all began 2 hours earlier. After Mok Jiangwon volunteered to leave with the Heaven-Earth Association, Sun Yun struck him, knocking him unconscious. However, Sun Yun didn't leave immediately but made 2 demands to Mok Inden. After all, since Mock Sword Manor had stolen from the Heaven-Earth Association, the matter couldn't be settled lightly. Sun Yun raised his hand and said, "If you refuse my demands, I can destroy Mock Sword Manor right now." The 2 conditions Sun Yun proposed were, first, Mock Sword Manor must close its doors for 10 years and not set foot in the martial world. Second, your heir will be taken as a hostage. Upon hearing this, the second condition made the Mok brothers nervous, especially Mok Yuchan, who was stunned as everyone pointed fingers at him. He didn't expect to be acknowledged as the successor this way. Thus, Mok Yuchan became the hostage. Now, though he wasn't knocked unconscious, he was bound tightly, unable to move, and even had his acupoints sealed to prevent him from using his internal strength. Compared to Mok Jiangwon beside him, his situation was slightly better. At this moment, Mok Yuchan was filled with regret. He had thought he would have a chance to shine once his father awoke, but now he found himself in such a tragic situation, uncertain of what would happen next. As he pondered, he suddenly heard a slight noise. However, other than him, there was only Mok Jiangwon in the carriage, and with Mok Jiangwon's acupoints sealed, he couldn't be the source of the noise. Who made it? Just as he was puzzled, the blindfold over his eyes was suddenly pulled off, and Mok Yuchan's eyes widened. It was Mok Jiangwon. "How did you?" Before he could finish, Zhang made a shush gesture. He calmly checked the outside of the carriage and said, "If you answer one thing for me, I'll help you untie these ropes." Mok Yuchan was curious about what he wanted to ask. Zhang looked at him expressionlessly and asked, "Who is the Phantom Sword of the 6 heavens and 8 stars?" Zhang's expression grew serious. "So, Phantom Sword might be in that place? It's just a rumor, but it's probably true," Mok Yuchan replied. Zhang fell silent. From Mok Yuchan's words, he learned about Phantom Sword, but the situation was complicated by the existence of that place. As he contemplated his next move, Blue Spirit's voice came to his ear. "Mortal, it's all taken care of outside." Hearing this, Zhang immediately knelt to untie Mok Yuchan. However, this action startled Mok Yuchan. "Are you planning to escape? If we do this, Mock Sword Manor will face retaliation again." Zhang looked indifferent. "What does that have to do with me? If you don't want to come with me, then stay here." Saying that, he struck Mok Yuchan's neck, knocking him unconscious. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been so easy to knock him out, but it was possible because Mok Yuchan's internal strength was sealed. Thinking this, Zhang walked out of the carriage without looking back. Outside, the scene was a mess, with Blue Spirit impatiently urging him to leave quickly. However, just as Zhang stepped out of the carriage, a strange feeling suddenly washed over him, lasting only a moment but leaving him stunned for a long time. At that moment, Blue Spirit's urging voice came again. Zhang stopped hesitating and jumped out of the carriage. He then moved his body and began to circulate death chi. The death chi flowed from his core throughout his body, and in the next second, he sped away like an arrow. In just an instant, he was hundreds of meters away, a speed that could not be compared to ordinary running. Thus, under the moonlight, a shadow swiftly moved through the forest. However, as he ran, Zhang noticed something odd. Though it had been only half an hour, he had seen the same scenery multiple times. He stopped and began to observe carefully, which also piqued Blue Spirit's curiosity. Zhang pointed at a withered tree nearby. "I've seen this tree 4 times now. It seems we've been going in circles." Hearing Zhang's words, Blue Spirit frowned slightly. "Could you be mistaken? If we were caught in some kind of spell, I would have noticed." She waved her hand dismissively. "Maybe you're just too tense. We need to keep moving." She continued forward without looking back, but Zhang suddenly called her to stop, suggesting that he might have twisted his ankle due to unfamiliarity with the technique. He proposed taking a break right there. Hearing this, Blue Spirit visibly became annoyed. "At your pace, when will we ever get out? Let me check it for you first." Saying so, she reached out towards Zhang's ankle. As Blue Spirit bent down, Zhang suddenly grasped her neck tightly. "Who exactly are you?" Blue Spirit struggled, shouting, "Mortal, have you lost your mind? Let go of me." Zhang coldly said, "If you were really Blue Spirit, you would have pushed me away by now." As he tightened his grip, Blue Spirit's body began to crumble bit by bit. Zhang scoffed, "If you want to impersonate someone, you should at least make it believable." As he spoke, a crackling sound was heard, and Blue Spirit's body turned into a puppet. Seeing this, Zhang brought his hands together and closed his eyes, chanting a spell. A wave of invisible death chi spread around him. Suddenly, the entire space began to shatter. With a crisp sound, Shaman Cho appeared before Zhang. This sudden turn of events startled Shaman Cho. Knowing that the Willow Spirit training technique technique was a high-level spell that could turn a willow doll into a trusted figure. He was astonished that it had been uncovered by this young man in less than half an hour. Such a talented individual was truly once in a lifetime. Shaman Cho's lips curled up slightly, and he directly said, "Become my disciple." Hearing Shaman Cho's offer to take him as a disciple, Zhang's gaze sharpened, yet he remained cautious and surveyed his surroundings. Though he saw no one else, Shaman Cho was only 10 steps away from him, a distance Zhang was confident he could easily manage. Just as he was about to make a move, he sensed something unusual, the same feeling he had when he first stepped down from the carriage. At that moment, a strange bloodstain appeared on Zhang's cheek, and runes emerged around him. Shaman Cho smiled coldly. "Did you think you could attack me because there's no one around? I have set up barriers around us. If you try to escape, your body might be torn to pieces," Shaman Cho said coldly. "To survive in such a brutal world, you must be fully prepared. That's the first lesson I intend to teach you." Hearing this, Zhang was momentarily stunned. "I haven't agreed to be your disciple yet." Shaman Cho was unconcerned but pulled out a puppet and threw it to Zhang. The puppet had a seal on it and was connected to Zhang by a red thread. It was a puppet sealed with Demon Monk, but Zhang could not feel any of Demon Monk's energy from the puppet and wondered how Shaman Cho had managed it. Then, Shaman Cho spoke again. "I'll give you a piece of advice. Since you hold the secrets of the Heaven-Earth Association, your fate now entirely depends on the moods of the high ranks of the association. But if you become my disciple, you will at least have a chance to live." Shaman Cho knew that even with a sword to his neck, Zhang would still haggle, so he hoped to break him this way. However, Zhang remained composed, staring intently at the puppet in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively agreed. "All right, but I have one condition in return. You must tell me how you sealed Demon Monk." Hearing this, Shaman Cho burst into laughter. "Had I known this, I wouldn't have needed to threaten you." He then pulled another object from his belt. "This is not difficult for me, as I was planning to teach you anyway. But first, you must take an oath." Zhang took the object Shaman Cho threw to him, furrowing his brows in silence. Zhang looked puzzled. In his hands was a string of black prayer beads. "You just need to wear it on your wrist and say, 'I, Mak Jiangun, the son of Makinden, will become the disciple of Cho Yugong.'" Zhang asked doubtfully, "What will happen after I say it?" Cho Yugong smiled. "Once you've taken the oath, you can no longer harm me. After all, I cannot trust someone who has tried to kill me and attempted to escape." Hearing this, Zhang did not hesitate, tucked the puppet into his bosom, and immediately began to take the oath. As soon as the oath was completed, the prayer beads made a crisp sound, and the curse words appeared. This was the legendary curse retracting bead. Anyone who wears it and takes an oath can neither remove it nor ever disobey the commands of the person they swore to. This was Cho Yugong's scheme. He was someone who needed to control everything. At that moment, Cho Yugong wore a satisfied expression and threw Zhang a book made of cowhide. "This is a manual I wrote myself. It contains what you wish to learn. Memorize it all, then return it to me." Saying this, Cho Yugong turned to leave. However, Zhang stopped him just a few steps away. "Aren't you going to release me from this spell?" Cho Yugong chuckled. "That book also contains the method to undo the spell. I'll give you an hour. If you can't figure it out by then, you're really in trouble." With that, he disappeared into the woods without looking back. Zhang snorted softly, smirking to himself. "This is indeed interesting. It seems he was planning to teach me these things all along." Just then, a figure lightly descended from the sky, the long-missing blue spirit. She had waited until Cho Yugong was far enough away before daring to reappear. However, Zhang looked at her skeptically and, catching her off guard, made a grab at her body, but Blue Spirit easily dodged. Blue Spirit, visibly annoyed, demanded, "What are you trying to do?" Zhang, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Just a little test." In the next second, Blue Spirit burst out laughing, recalling Zhang's comical jumping around in the illusion. But in a blink, she became serious again, curiously asking, "Why did you take such an oath? That string of beads contains a very strong curse retracting power. Only this way could I get this," he said, looking again at the manual in his hand. Blue Spirit was speechless. "Are you really just after this thing? That's not like you at all." The next second, Zhang effortlessly removed the prayer beads from his wrist, surprising Blue Spirit. She frowned and asked, "How did you do that? An oath must be taken in one's own name, right? But my real name isn't Mak Jiangun, and my father isn't Makinden either, so the oath could never take effect." Hearing this, Blue Spirit realized, "So are you planning to run away now?" At that moment, Zhang smiled faintly. "I've changed my mind now. I want to become his disciple." When Blue Spirit heard Zhang say he wanted to become Cho Yugong's disciple, she was completely unsettled. She couldn't understand why Zhang would make such a decision. "Do you really want to become a disciple of the Heaven-Earth Association?" Zhang did not answer, but a firm look appeared on his face. Instead, he shared what he had learned earlier in the carriage. It turned out that Mak Yuchun told him that as one of the 6 heavens and 8 stars represents the pinnacle of martial arts power today, it is said that 6 of them have transcended human limits, and the remaining 8 possess the strongest combat power among humans. Phantom Sword is one of those 8 stars. Phantom Sword was most famous 17 years ago. Rumors claim that his targets are all highly reputable masters in the martial arts world. People speculate that he must be either a royal family member or a top figure in the Heaven-Earth Association. Therefore, he is very likely to be in the Heaven-Earth Association. That is to say, as long as he goes to the Heaven-Earth Association, he might be able to find the other party. Thus, when Cho Yugong offered to take Zhang as his disciple, he began to plan how to infiltrate the inner workings of the Heaven-Earth Association. After all, being dark under the light would facilitate his search for Phantom Sword. After hearing Zhang's words, Blue Spirit was silent for a long time, then slowly exhaled a puff of green smoke. That's quite coincidental. It seems that from the moment we met, our destinies were already destined. Hearing this, Zhang curiously looked at Blue Spirit, wondering why she suddenly brought this up. However, Blue Spirit looked at him with a determined gaze. Become my disciple, take on my karma, and avenge me. At this moment, Blue Spirit's tone was completely different from usual. Every word she uttered was filled with intense murderous intent. Zhang carefully thought about it. It seemed her anger was always directed at the Heaven-Earth Association. Indeed, she wanted to take revenge on the Heaven-Earth Association, but what puzzled Zhang was why she was so fixated on revenge. Considering your age, shouldn't the object of your revenge have died long ago? Can't such a long time dilute your hatred? Zhang asked, puzzled. Blue Spirit's lips trembled slightly. If it were you, would your hatred diminish over time? At that moment, Zhang fell silent, because in his heart, he harbored thoughts similar to Blue Spirit's. I absolutely cannot forgive that bastard and his descendants living in this world, nor can I forget the humiliation after the truth was concealed. Even if 1,000 years pass, and the object of my vengeance has decayed, the anger in my heart will never be erased. Therefore, I must annihilate them, even if it means drenching everything in blood. At this moment, Zhang once again felt the purest anger in Blue Spirit's heart, as if it were transforming into a blood sea that slowly engulfed him, sinking deeper and deeper. Although Zhang understood that this was an illusion of Blue Spirit's anger, he still saw the hatred in the depths of her heart, cold and dark, even after more than 700 years, just like himself, who struggled to live to avenge his grandfather. At that moment, Zhang's thoughts solidified. I understand. I am willing to become your disciple. Blue Spirit was stunned. She did not expect Zhang to agree so quickly and was at a loss for words for a moment. She just silently watched him, and after a long while, she turned her head away pretentiously and muttered, "You should have done so in the first place." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang spoke again. However, as a condition, you must tell me the reason for your revenge. I don't want to get involved in something I don't understand. Blue Spirit frowned slightly, exhaled a puff of green smoke slowly, and said with a dim expression, "Since that's the case, I will tell you one of the reasons. Originally, the Heaven-Earth Association was formed by 3 divisions, one of which was the Moon Division." Hearing Blue Spirit's words, Zhang seemed to guess something. "It seems that you are a member of the Moon Division." At this moment, Blue Spirit did not deny it. "That's all I can tell you now. What you need to do is inherit the karma of the Moon Division." Hearing this, Zhang silently gazed at Blue Spirit, trying to discern her thoughts from her eyes. However, despite looking for a long time, he was never able to see through her. He was curious about what exactly had happened back then that made Blue Spirit keep silent about it all this time. Finally, Zhang bowed with both hands clasped together and sincerely revealed his own name to Blue Spirit. "My name is Zhang." At this moment, the moonlight shone on Blue Spirit's face as if time had come to a standstill. The breeze fluttered through her sleeves, and Zhang's voice came again. "I will accept my fate and inherit all the karma of the Moon Division, and voluntarily become Blue Spirit's disciple." Hearing Zhang's vow, Blue Spirit smiled, a smile so radiant. Perhaps at this moment, she saw a glimpse of hope for her revenge. As fate intertwined, under the moonlight, Zhang made his vow to voluntarily become Blue Spirit's disciple. Seeing Zhang's sincere eyes, Blue Spirit's eyebrows slightly raised, and her heart filled with satisfaction. She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Very well, from now on, you should call me master." However, this request was quickly rejected by Zhang. He calmly said, "This is my second condition. Let's omit formal titles like master and disciple." Blue Spirit was infuriated. "How can you say that? You just called that Taoist master, so why can't you call me that?" Zhang disdainfully pulled out the wooden doll containing Demon Monk from his chest. "As a spirit, Demon Monk always calls me master, yet I don't see you calling me master." At this, Blue Spirit was rendered speechless and could only silently turn her head away, mentally cursing Demon Monk. Seeing this, Zhang just smiled faintly. In fact, if he was to go to the Heaven-Earth Association, he would need to learn the rest of the magic spells from Blue Spirit, so it was only right to call her master. But regardless, now that his plot had succeeded, he would just leave it at that. Thinking this, he opened the secret book in his hand and began trying to lift the surrounding prohibitions. An hour later, the masked men who had been attracted away started to return one by one. Cho Yugong looked disappointedly towards the northwest forest. He had expected Zhang to lift the prohibitions quickly, but as it was nearing an hour, he inevitably began to doubt whether his demands were too harsh. In reality, an hour was not very long, especially considering the difficulty of mastering specified techniques in such a short time. Moreover, he was still in such a perilous situation. However, Cho Yugong decided to personally go and lift the prohibitions. Just then, Zhang's figure slowly walked out of the forest. The masked men were startled and prepared to subdue him, but Cho Yugong stopped them. Then, Zhang called Cho Yugong master. Although the masked men were puzzled, they dared not say anything. At this moment, Cho Yugong looked at Zhang in front of him, his eyes filled with surprise, but he kept scolding Zhang for being later than expected. In fact, Zhang's speed was entirely beyond his expectations. Among all the talents Cho Yugong valued, Zhang had the most potential. However, now that Mok Jiangun had become his disciple, he also decided to refrain from praising him too much, simply agreeing with a brief remark, then letting Zhang return to the cart to rest. As the carriage slowly moved forward, the large troop set off again towards the distance. Back in the carriage, Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Mok Yuchun was still lying in the carriage, fast asleep. Zhang's lips curled up slightly, whispering softly, "It seems we haven't been discovered yet." Speaking, a thumb-sized wooden doll emerged from his embrace. The wooden doll spoke. "I never thought I'd have to hide in such a wooden doll." The speaker was Blue Spirit. Unfortunately, due to Blue Spirit's high level, even a slight movement from her would cause the doll to crack. Fortunately, Zhang's masterful control of the technique allowed the doll to remain intact. However, it was indeed uncomfortable for Blue Spirit to be trapped inside. Zhang could only comfort her, promising to find her a suitable body as soon as possible. Originally, to help Blue Spirit conceal her presence, Zhang not only quickly learned the art of prohibition but also mastered the technique of infusing spirits into dolls with the remaining time. If Cho Yugong knew, he would probably be scared silly with laughter. Zhang then started his long journey to the Heaven-Earth Association. 2 weeks later, various troops gradually converged. At this moment, not far from the forest, a figure watched the direction of the caravan's progress. This person was Ha Chiron, possessed by Go-chan. At this moment, he was incredibly conflicted, on one hand, lamenting the predicament of becoming a woman, and on the other, regretting making such a decision. Originally, after Mok Jiangun was taken away by Sun Yun, Go-chan had been following behind the carriage. Having become Zhang's spirit, he had formed a connection with Zhang and thus instinctively knew where Mok Jiangun was. In fact, if it weren't for becoming a spirit, this would have been an excellent opportunity to escape from Mok Jiangun. However, the farther he got away, the more anxious he felt in his heart, perhaps because he knew that if Mok Jiangun died, he would disappear too. So, no matter what, if he wanted to remain in this world, he had to help Mok Jiangun survive. But the thought of rescuing someone from the hands of the Heaven-Earth Association immediately made him balk. "I can't keep going like this. I have to think of a plan first." As Ha Chiron was a top assassin of the Flying Assassins School, she definitely had experience in infiltration. Go-chan thought that if he could trace her memories, he might discover some infiltration techniques he had never tried before. Just then, an idea popped into Go-chan's mind, and he felt somewhat helpless. "It's over. I have to resort to using my beauty." When this thought emerged, a wave of embarrassment swept over him, and it took quite some effort for Go-chan to overcome his rationality and maintain the last bit of his dignity. However, along the way, there was something that greatly puzzled Go-chan. Since the people of the Heaven-Earth Association had already achieved their objective, why didn't they return directly to the Heaven-Earth Association, instead taking detours? Moreover, every 2 days, they would see groups of kids under the age of 20 joining the troops. This situation gave him a vague premonition of something ominous. Zhang had also noticed this early on. He had inquired several times with Cho Yugong, but the responses he received were to mind his own business. Therefore, in the following time, he could only stay in the carriage, focusing on studying secret techniques. Until this day, the massive troop of over 300 people, led by Sun Yun, suddenly stopped. Sun Yun, visibly excited, shouted toward the front, "This place is still as spectacular as ever." Hearing this, Zhang also emerged from the carriage. What entered his sight was a huge city, standing amidst numerous towering peaks, separated by a tall wall. Just passing through the grand entrance in front of him would allow entry. Just then, the voice of Blue Spirit came from the wooden doll in Zhang's hand. "Are you nervous?" Zhang didn't respond, and Blue Spirit reminded him, "You'd better start getting nervous. Given your current strength, if you encounter a real expert, you probably won't last half a round." In fact, Zhang's growth had been incredibly fast. In just a month, he had leaped from a third-rate level to a first-class master, thanks largely to the death chi he had absorbed at the Mock Sword Manor, giving him the equivalent of half a century's worth of chi. However, Blue Spirit appeared calm on the surface but was still filled with deep worries. After all, places filled with death chi like the Mock Sword Manor were not commonly found. Moreover, once Zhang stepped into the pinnacle realm, he could no longer rely solely on absorbing death chi for cultivation. He would need to comprehend on his own to further improve. Otherwise, he might remain stagnant for the rest of his life. If Zhang wants to undertake the legacy of the Moon Division, not only do they need to become stronger faster, but they also need some luck. While Blue Spirit analyzed the current situation, Zhang suddenly noticed something unusual, as the convoy did not enter the city through the main gate, but moved along the wall towards another direction. Zhang, puzzled, suddenly had the carriage door pushed open by Cho Yugong, who appeared panicked and said, "There's a problem." Before Zhang could even ask, Cho Yugong pulled an item from his clothes and, without hesitation, handed it to Zhang. No time to explain. "Put this on quickly." It was an ancient ring, engraved with tiny spell characters. "As long as you wear this, even without talismans, you can use magic." Zhang was curious why Cho Yugong would give him this, but Cho Yugong did not explain and just muttered to himself, "Such an absurd thing to happen. I thought they wouldn't do this since you were a hostage, but I didn't expect expect you to be sent there," Cho Yugong sighed. It turned out that just then, the leader of the Heaven-Earth Association had personally ordered that the Mach brothers be sent to Corpse Blood Valley. As a testing ground for the Heaven-Earth Association, countless youths are sent there each year, but less than 10% survive. There is no mercy or kindness there, only endless slaughter and corpses everywhere. Zhang had not yet entered the valley, but from Cho Yugong's words, he could already deeply feel the terror and bloodiness of the Corpse Blood Valley. Cho Yugong clenched his fists, unwilling in his heart. His brilliant disciple, whom he had found with great difficulty, was about to be thrown into such a place to die. "I will report to the chief immediately and get you out," he said excitedly to Zhang. "During this time, you must find a way to survive." Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from outside the carriage. "This is as far as it goes. From now on, no one but the testers is allowed to enter." A group of people wearing red scarves and masks stopped the carriage, staring intently at Zhang with their eerie eyes. "Welcome to the Corpse Blood Valley." Before Zhang could truly enter the inner parts of the Heaven-Earth Association, he was sent to the Corpse Blood Valley. As a testing ground for the Heaven-Earth Association, anyone who enters must go through a life-or-death ordeal, and less than 1 in 10 survive. At this time, Mach Yuchan was also moving into the valley with the crowd. Over the past month, except for meal times, he had been almost continuously unconscious and knew nothing about the place he was going to. However, he spotted Mach Jiangwen in the crowd, shouted out, and prepared to push through the crowd to ask Mach Jiangwen for clarity. But the next second he was hit on the back by a warrior's club. Though his acupoints had been released, his inner power was sealed, and he could only obediently follow orders, moving forward quietly like a captive. Unlike Mach Yuchan's panic, Zhang appeared unusually calm. He had already sensed the problem through Cho Yugong's warning. Now, the only thing that puzzled him was why everyone here had their inner power sealed with silver needles, including himself and Mach Yuchan. He asked Blue Spirit for the reason, but she was also clueless. She only knew that such a situation had never happened before in the Heaven-Earth Association and reminded Zhang to be careful, as this place was very sinister. Thus, after about 3 hours of marching, the crowd finally reached a wide, shallow valley. By now, many youths had gathered, including the team with Mach Jiangwen, totaling at least 800 people. As they arrived, a deafening voice rang out, "Welcome to the Corpse Blood Valley." Instantly, all eyes were fixed on the figure standing on the platform ahead. Wearing a demon mask and hands behind his back, he stood proudly. He said, "From now on, you will undertake the first task." As he spoke, he pulled out a fingertip-sized iron ball from his pocket. As the crowd looked on in confusion, the demon-masked man continued, "In the waters of this valley, there are many iron balls like this. You need to find them within a specified time, or you will face the penalty of death." Upon this proclamation, the crowd instantly became agitated. Now deep into the night, although there were warriors holding torches, finding these tiny iron balls in the darkness was like searching for a needle in a haystack. At that moment, a youth raised his hand and said, "We are all elites selected from our own sex, yet now we are to lose our lives over a small iron ball. Isn't this too excessive?" Before he could finish, a plop sound was heard as the iron ball in the hand of the demon-masked man pierced through his head. Everyone around immediately showed shocked expressions and began to panic. The demon-masked man spoke loudly again, "Here, strength, status, and all other identities will lose their meaning. The only thing you must do is obey commands unconditionally. Those who question or resist will lose their lives." Instantly, the area fell dead silent. The previously noisy valley suddenly quieted down, and faced with the threat of death, everyone was terrified. Even Zhang is quiet in the crowd. The scene shifts to a room somewhere where Cho Yugong paces back and forth anxiously, with Sun Yun by his side, equally anxious. Cho Yugong, full of indignation, asked, "Why didn't you tell the leader that I had already taken him as a disciple?" To this, Sun Yun responded with disdain, "It would have been useless. When have you ever seen the leader retract an order?" Cho Yugong fell silent. As Sun Yun said, once the leader issued an order, it was never retracted, and sometimes those who failed to execute the order were even severely punished. Thinking of this, Cho Yugong knew that persuading the leader was almost impossible, but having finally found such a usable disciple, how could he bear to lose him? In fact, Sun Yun also felt the same regret. Zhang was the first person who could recite the content of the Human Skin Book, which many had died trying to read without understanding it, not to mention that he had also learned the long-lost lunar vein sword technique. Now, without even meeting the leader, Zhang was sent to the Corpse Blood Valley, a decision that Sun Yun found hard to understand. Suddenly, Sun Yun's gaze sharpened. Could it be that the leader sent that boy to the Corpse Blood Valley to test him? Just then, the demon-masked man lit a long incense stick and coldly reminded, "Let me also tell you, the number of iron balls in the valley is far less than the number of people present. You better start moving quickly." The trial in the Corpse Blood Valley finally began. At the command of the demon-masked man, the youth who had been hesitating rushed into the valley. Over 800 people running at the same time made the ground seem to shake. Seeing this scene, Mach Yuchan cursed silently in his heart, feeling he had really bad luck. At this point, he had no choice. Even though Mach Jiangwen was his half-brother from the same father, he had to find an iron ball first, or else he would die. Just as everyone jumped into the water and frantically searched for iron iron balls, Mok Yu-chun accidentally noticed that Mok Jae-won was standing still, seemingly aloof. What is this guy doing? Does he really not fear death? Mok Yu-chun wondered in his heart, but he had no time to ponder further. Finding a small iron ball in such darkness was no easy task. The area was filled with the anxious voices of youths groping in the water, with their fingers inevitably getting injured. Soon, much time had passed. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out across the valley. I found one. A youth held up the iron ball he had just picked up and shouted excitedly. At that moment, his hand holding the iron ball was mangled, but he still smiled broadly. On one hand, he was relieved that he wouldn't have to die, and on the other, he was thrilled to have distinguished himself. However, this scene also aroused jealousy and hostility among the onlookers. As the boy holding the iron ball walked toward the stands, a burly youth madly rushed toward him. At this moment, although the boy with the iron ball was already exhausted, he still desperately ran forward. However, his pursuer clearly had no intention of giving up, shouting as he chased, "Kid, if I catch you, I'll smash you into a pancake." Fortunately, there was a significant difference in their speeds, and it wasn't long before a considerable distance was created. The boy with the iron ball showed a smug expression, but before he could enjoy his triumph for long, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Mok Jae-won stood there with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. The boy with the iron ball was stunned, thinking to himself, when did this guy get ahead of me? He soon realized that Mok Jae-won had never entered the valley. At the same time, the demon-masked man had witnessed the entire scene, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he took interest in watching this group of youths perform. Faced with such a dilemma, the boy with the iron ball made a startling move. Since you all want to steal my iron ball, then no one shall have it. Saying this, he swallowed the iron ball without hesitation. Seeing this, the burly youth cursed loudly, to think I've been busy for nothing in the end. However, before he could finish, Mok Jae-won moved swiftly forward, instantly grabbing the throat of the boy with the iron ball. At that moment, Mok Jae-won's lips curled into a sinister smile. You've really made things complicated. Saying this, his fingers inadvertently pressed hard against the other's throat. Before the boy with the iron ball could react, a pfft sound was heard as Mok Jae-won's palm went straight through his neck. As they watched the throat being brutally torn open, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Not just the youth participating in the trial, even the surrounding guards felt a chill run down their spines. The burly youth, who had been shouting moments ago, now collapsed on the ground in terror, especially after making eye contact with Mok Jae-won's demonic gaze, feeling as though his heart was about to burst. As the saying goes, once your momentum is suppressed, no matter how strong you are, you will lose the courage to confront your opponent. Faced with the ruthlessly brutal Mok Jae-won, no one dared to step forward to stop him, and everyone was marked with a deep imprint of fear, only able to watch helplessly as Mok Jae-won handed over the iron ball. At that moment, Blue Spirit also showed a hint of excitement, for Jong's actions seemed to trigger some changes here, a perfect start for her plan of revenge against the Heaven-Earth Association. On the other side, the demon-masked man, looking at the blood-stained iron ball in Mok Jae-won's hand, became even more interested in Jong. He softly said, "Congratulations on passing the first trial. To get the iron ball without entering the water was something that had never happened before in previous trials. It seems this kid had planned it all from the start." Thinking this, he pulled out an item from his pocket, flicked his fingers, and tossed it to Mok Jae-won. It was a round silver medal engraved with the character 1. "This is your proof of passing the first trial," said the demon-masked man. "Keep it and the iron ball well." He then instructed the guards to take Mok Jae-won aside to rest. Mok Jae-won did not linger. After securing the items, he followed the guards to one side. At this moment, watching Jong's unruffled back, the demon-masked man fell into thought. Until now, he had been puzzled why the leader would let a child from a reputable family participate in the trial, perhaps intending to torture him before killing him. But now, it seemed not so. Indeed, the leader would not send them here without reason. If the leader had seen Mok Jae-won's performance just now, he would also be surprised. Compared to his reputable family background, Mok Jae-won's nature seemed more akin to those from the demonic path. This made the demon-masked man even more interested in Jong's upcoming trials. Meanwhile, Jong sat on a stone nearby, studying the silver medal in his hand. From the demon-masked man's words, he had guessed the true nature of the Corpse Blood Valley trial. The reason the survival rate here was less than 10% was that the Heaven-Earth Association wanted to filter out useful talents through competition. It looked like the upcoming trials would be even more intense. Indeed, the melee in the shallow valley became more intense. To fight for the iron balls, youths participating in the trial killed each other, and whenever someone found an iron ball, it would attract others' attacks. Gradually, they learned to keep silent after picking up an iron ball, but as soon as they prepared to leave the water surface, they would be spotted and attacked. During this, one youth seized the chance to leave but was suddenly sent flying with a slap from a bald youth covered in strange tattoos. Seeing these tattoos, youths who had intended to snatch the ball immediately stopped in their tracks, their faces showing terror because the tattoos indicated that this person came from Scarlet Death Valley. Scarlet Death Valley, as one of the 3 most infamous organizations under the Heaven-Earth Association, although Although only having over 30 disciples, its notoriety was enough to terrify anyone in the martial world. Each one was a master. After handing over the iron ball, the bald youth walked disappointedly towards Mok Jae-woon, snorting disdainfully, "A bunch of useless trash." Then he quietly threatened Mok Jae-woon, "Don't think you can surpass me in the next round, because I will kill you with my own hands." Hearing this blatant threat, Mok Jae-woon just gave a cold smile, unwilling to waste energy on such unnecessary matters. Meanwhile, the slaughter in the valley continued, featuring a few particularly conspicuous figures. Among them, a short-haired girl with a pale face, but wherever she went, youth rushing towards her invariably fell to the ground. Even without using internal power, she mercilessly killed people with just a stone in her hand. She was an assassin from the Manhwa House. The once Manhwa House was one of the 4 major assassin organizations, which later withdrew from the assassination business and joined the Heaven-Earth Association. The second notable figure was a youth as sturdy as a calf, from the sect known in the martial world for its external skills, Baekhyun sect. They primarily focused on physical training, and even with their internal power sealed, they could still demonstrate extraordinary strength here. Besides them, some other youths also displayed exceptional talent, easily passing the first trial. As time went on, the remaining time also grew shorter. At this moment, Mok Yu-chun was still searching in the water, but no matter how hard he tried, he could never find a trace of the iron ball. His heart was filled with confusion and anger. Why did he, just a hostage, have to participate in this damn trial? At that time, Mok Yu-chun started to have thoughts of retreating, wondering if perhaps he could just plead with the demon-masked man for forgiveness. However, just then, a youth holding an iron ball next to him was suddenly beheaded. The guard wiped the blood off his blade and coldly said, "Didn't I say not to ask questions at random?" This scene completely stunned Mok Yu-chun. At that moment, he finally understood that here, no matter who you are, if you don't follow the rules, the only outcome is death. What he didn't know was that the boy was killed because the iron ball he was holding was the one initially thrown out by the demon-masked man, which had no number engraved on it. Mok Jae-woon sensed something odd. The death chi was spreading through the valley and silently converging towards him. So, to test if he can absorb the death chi, he extended his hand into the air, following the flow of the death chi, and began to chant a spell. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke the spell, the surrounding death chi seemed to be summoned, rapidly gathering into his palm. This scene excited him greatly. As he had suspected, even with his internal power sealed, he was still able to smoothly operate his techniques. It seemed the techniques from the Human Skin book were indeed marvelous. With this realization, he no longer hesitated and began greedily absorbing the surrounding death chi. As the death chi continuously flowed into his body, he felt as if he had returned to Mok Sword Manor, only the death chi here was much denser than before. Watching youths still fiercely fighting, Mok Jae-woon's eyes turned even redder. Yes, keep killing each other. The more they kill, the more death chi he could absorb. As time ticked away, only 1 minute remained in the first trial, yet many youths were still killing each other over the iron balls. At this time, Mok Yu-chun had pinned a youth down, punching him repeatedly in the face. At that moment, the intense desire to survive seemed to awaken the demon inside Mok Yu-chun. After he had beaten the youth beneath him to a bloody pulp, Mok Yu-chun finally stopped his fists, trembling as he picked up the blood-stained iron ball, collapsing into the water, his gaze vacant. He couldn't remember how many he had killed to get that iron ball, feeling as though he had turned into a beast, where, to survive, there was no other way but to kill. Just then, the long incense burned down to its last flicker. At the same time, the voice of the demon-masked man rang out again. "The trial is over. All those who did not get an iron ball will be killed without mercy." Instantly, the valley was filled with wails of agony. As the youth's internal powers were sealed, they had no way to resist against the armed guards. Watching the bodies fall around him, Mok Yu-chun was stunned. He had just obtained an iron ball and hadn't had the chance to hand it over. Was he also destined to die like the others? Just then, an armed guard approached him. Mok Yu-chun, in a daze, slowly raised the iron ball in his hand. At that moment, fear completely overwhelmed him. However, to his surprise, the guard patted him on the shoulder and said, "Passed," then turned and walked away. Instantly, all the tension and fear vanished. He collapsed to the ground, and the first thought that came to his mind was, "I survived." However, when he saw his hands covered in blood, a wave of guilt overwhelmed him. What have I done? Although he knew he had fought desperately to survive, he still couldn't accept this version of himself. Thus, from the original 800+ participants, only 468 remained. When the demon-masked man heard the final number, he burst out laughing. It turned out that 60% had survived. He seemed very pleased with this result. However, he showed no concern for those who had died. He congratulated the youths below. "Congratulations on passing the first trial." The youths just listened quietly. In the 2 hours of the trial, they had fought with all their might to survive. Though they were exhausted now, they were secretly relieved to have lived. Watching them, the demon-masked man continued, "You should know by now, each iron ball is engraved with a different number. Please remember them well, as they will serve as your only identifier here. Let's begin the second trial immediately." Hearing the demon-masked man's words, those youths who hadn't had time to catch their breath immediately stirred, especially those who had barely passed, as the candle was about to burn burn out. Their faces showed pain. They had thought they could rest well after the first trial, but instead, they were thrown right into the next one. Mok Yuchan looked the same. He hadn't recovered his strength yet, and he didn't know how much longer he could last. The demon-masked man ignored their reactions, clapped his hands, and gently pointed to the mountain across. From now until dawn, you just need to survive on that mountain. Hearing this, the youths breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was deep into the night, there were still about 3 hours until dawn. If that was all, they just needed to find a good place to hide, which would allow them to rest well and easily pass the trial. However, how could things be that simple? The demon-masked man spoke coldly. The second trial also has restrictions. There are 40 flags planted on the mountain across. When dawn breaks, you need to be near one of the flags, but only 8 people can stand around each flag. If there are more than 8 people or fewer than 8, it will be considered a trial failure, and those who fail will be executed. As soon as this was announced, the scene was in uproar again. Mok Yuchan also showed a look of shock. At least 500 people had survived the first trial, but there were only 40 flags on the mountain. This meant that only 320 people could survive, signaling that another round of bloody trials was about to begin. The place fell silent, as if everyone was pondering the difference in this trial. However, they quickly realized the key was teamwork. Once someone found a flag, to hold it, 8 people must cooperate for the remainder of the time. This was full of variables, as the method of cooperation would directly determine whether the team could effectively hold on. At this moment, everyone naturally turned their eyes to each other. They didn't rush to blindly search for flags, but began to communicate and form teams. Among them, the bald youth who had passed the first trial early quickly caught everyone's attention. Being able to join his team or recruit him to their own would surely be an advantage in this trial. However, faced with their invitations, the bald youth directly chose to reject. Now, both in terms of physical strength and ability, he held the upper hand, so he planned to make good use of this by teaming up with someone of equal strength. Only in this way could he conserve energy before the start of the third round. Thus, he approached the youth who was strong as an ox and straightforwardly invited him. Since our strengths are comparable, why don't we team up? That way, we'll have a better chance of getting through the second round. Hearing the bald youth's words, the burly youth pondered for a moment and indeed thought it was a good strategy, but he still immediately declined the invitation. I'll think about teaming up after I find a flag. He said this and, without turning back, walked away. He did this to conceal his own strength, because eventually, they would compete against each other, and he didn't want his abilities to be understood so soon. The bald youth, furious, blurted out, "You'll regret this," and then turned to invite the girl from the Manhwa house. However, before he could speak, he was ruthlessly rejected. With no other choice, the bald youth could only shut his mouth in frustration. It seemed from the start, cooperating with these people was unlikely. As he seethed with anger, Zhang approached him proactively, asking, "Do you want to team up with me?" The bald youth was startled, not expecting anyone to approach him voluntarily. Could it be that the other had the same idea? Although teaming up with Zhang didn't seem too bad, the sight of Zhang enjoying himself gave him a chilling feeling. Out of instinct, he chose to decline. Watching the bald youths retreating back, Blue Spirit couldn't help but laugh. "You got rejected. It seems the scene of you tearing someone's throat open had quite an impact on them." Zhang sighed, then his face twisted into a sinister smile. "I was actually planning on killing him first, but according to Blue Spirit, finding teammates was now very difficult for him. Perhaps he should listen to Blue Spirit's advice and try a different way to pass the trials." As he pondered his next move, a short-haired youth cautiously approached him, asking, "Do you need a teammate?" Surprised that someone was inviting him to join their team, Zhang was taken aback. Before he could respond, the short-haired youth continued, "Our team just needs one more person. Would you like to join us?" Zhang turned to look in the direction the short-haired youth was pointing. There were 6 youths there. Among them, a beautiful girl sat in the center, with 5 other youths circled around her like guards, clearly indicating that the team was centered around her. The girl also waved at Zhang to signal him. Zhang smiled slightly and immediately agreed. Meanwhile, seeing that Mok Jiangwon had already formed a team, Mok Yuchan also sighed. Although he and Mok Jiangwon were brothers, he had considered joining forces but ultimately gave up. Mok Jiangwon's life or death was irrelevant to him. After all, he had also found a team. The most important thing now was to ensure his own survival. Thus, Mok Yuchan convinced himself internally. Just then, the drumbeat signaling the start of the second trial rang out. The youths all rushed towards the mountain. As before, moving early was advantageous. However, the warriors watching them couldn't help but sneer, knowing this round would be much harder than the youths imagined. The scene shifted, and Zhang's small team had already entered the woods, with Zhang following quietly behind. At this point, a youth whispered to the girl in the center of the team, "Is it really okay to have this guy in our team?" The others had similar doubts, as everyone else avoided Zhang if they could. To this, the girl chuckled lightly and said, "Are you scared? Don't worry. Trust me, having him with us is beneficial. At least those who are afraid of him won't dare to attack us. Besides, he can tear people's throats out with his bare hands. We need to make good use of someone with such strength." In fact, from the beginning, they had planned to use Zhang and then dispose of him. Although he was strong, they believed that 7 people could surely subdue him. They had even arranged for someone to follow at the back of the team to maintain a certain distance from the the others. As soon as Zhang died, their companion would appear to fill the gap. The girl smugly ridiculed those fools who had easily given up such a good card. As they delved deeper into the woods, the girl was surprised to find that Zhang was actually quite handsome. She thought it a waste to not use such a good-looking face, so she quietly moved closer to Zhang, starting to make small talk and inquire about his name and background. The girl confidently believed that men were easily seduced by women, especially younger boys who were the easiest to attract. She showed a bit of interest, thinking he would take the bait. However, faced with the girl's advances, Zhang remained expressionless. Seeing him unresponsive, the girl leaned in and whispered, "Do you know, you've caught my attention." Zhang glanced at her and said with a smile, "I feel the same." Seeing this, the surrounding boys immediately became envious, sending looks of jealousy her way. After speaking, he placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. At this moment, the girl was secretly pleased with herself, as she had anticipated. Just a little initiative on her part, and the other party couldn't resist. Next, she only needed to exploit the fool's jealousy, and they would become even more loyal to her, just as she was smug about her perfect plan. With a snap, Zhang unhesitatingly broke her neck. The air fell instantly silent, and the girl didn't even have time to scream before she died on the spot. The others were stunned. They had thought Zhang would be manipulated by the girl, but instead, he was ruthlessly decisive, ending her life in an instant. They stood by, too shocked to speak. Nobody expected such a thing to happen. At that moment, a youth shouted, "What on earth have you done, you maniac?" However, faced with the youth's accusation, the corners of Zhang's mouth slightly lifted, as if everything around him was engulfed in a crimson light. He laughed and said, "Well then, it's dinner time now." Hearing this, the youths were extremely shocked. Just then, Zhang gave an ominous smile. "Thank you for the meal." The long-awaited killing officially began. When they saw the girl's neck being twisted off, all the team members showed expressions of horror. The girl, who was the core of their team, had died so easily. At this moment, a boy reacted first, shouting loudly at Zhang, "You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you." However, the boy beside him quickly stopped him. "Stop, calm down." Zhang is puzzled by this. The boy continued, "If we lose our rationality now, we'll truly fall into his trap. Soa is already dead, but we still have 6 people left. The situation is still in our favor." Hearing these words, the boys finally calmed down. "You're right, I almost fell for it. Thanks." The boy gritted his teeth. "Let's work together to kill him, and let's make him pay for killing Soa." After speaking, they exchanged glances, then immediately surrounded Zhang. Seeing this, Zhang tilted his head slightly and let out a cold laugh. "I didn't expect you to be much calmer than I imagined. I thought you'd be as panicked as bees losing their queen." Hearing Zhang's words, the boys' expressions became even uglier. Zhang had described them as fools obsessed with women. The boy who previously yelled was instantly enraged again. "I'd like to see if you can still speak arrogantly before your death." But just as his words fell, Zhang sneered, and in the next second, his palm appeared right in front of the boy. With a crack and blood splashing everywhere, that boy died on the spot. This move instantly broke their encirclement, and the boys began to panic. "Damn it, get him!" They charged simultaneously toward Zhang in a frenzy, but facing their siege, Zhang remained completely at ease. He grabbed one boy's ankle with one hand and suddenly yanked it. Seeing Zhang easily pick up the boy, everyone's expressions became shocked once again. Although they knew Zhang was strong, this scene far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, Zhang used the boy's body as a weapon, smashing him toward another boy. Panicked, the boy had no chance to dodge. With 2 loud cracks, 2 heads collided violently. However, just as Zhang adjusted his stance, the short-haired boy seized the opportunity to punch fiercely. Although the punch was easily blocked, the boy Zhang held was saved. At this point, the short-haired boy shouted again, "An opening, let's attack together." 3 boys rushed toward Zhang again, relentlessly attacking Zhang. Facing the 3-person siege, Zhang started blocking with his hands. The situation seemed to reverse. Just when they thought they could defeat Zhang, his eyes suddenly sharpened. "You're just too weak." Then he punched out, so fast it was unavoidable. With a cracking sound, Zhang took another one down with just a single punch, but his attacks weren't over yet. With a scream of agony, Zhang kicked the short-haired boy's leg. The short-haired boy's lower leg bent at a bizarre 70-degree angle. Seeing this scene, the remaining boy froze. His whole body began to tremble involuntarily. He knew he couldn't win. This guy's combat skills alone reached a 2nd-tier level. To him, he was simply a monster. At this moment, fear completely took over his body. He began frantically escaping backward. The boy with the broken leg watched his teammate flee madly. Though he cursed him internally, he could understand. Running away was indeed the correct choice. But how could Zhang let him escape easily? He raised one hand, and a strange black mist spread from his palm. In the next second, the escaping boy was gravely shocked. He felt as if something had grabbed him by the ankle. Then falling down with a thud, he screamed hysterically, "Help me! I don't want to die yet." He tried grabbing the ground, but only left long scratch marks. His body was gradually pulled back toward Zhang. This was telekinesis. Only masters with deep internal strength could use this technique, yet this boy had done it even with his internal energy sealed. This strange scene made the boy with the broken leg incredulous. At this moment, fear and shock could not fully describe his feelings. With a cracking sound, the escaping boy died just like that. The feast belonging to Zhang alone was finally about to begin. Now, after witnessing everything that just happened, the boy with the broken leg became deathly pale. He regretted ever listening to Sowa, recruiting this guy into the team. This monster before him was someone they should never have provoked. He knew even if his internal energy weren't sealed, he wouldn't be his match at all. Instinctive fear made his body tremble violently. Facing the approaching demon, he could only sit helplessly on the ground. At this moment, only one thought filled his mind, begging for mercy. Yet Zhang showed no intention of stopping, his face still expressionless, as if sentencing the boy to death. But at this time, Zhang suddenly turned toward the woods behind him, and chuckled lightly. So there's another little rat. Hearing this, the boy with the broken leg immediately remembered the person arranged by Sowa. That person had been following the team, ready to replace Zhang once he died. Had he been discovered as well? But Zhang showed no intention of chasing after him. He reached into his clothes. The boy with the broken leg was confused, but thought inwardly, better this way. Hurry up and escape. Tell everyone about everything that happened here. Let them know that as long as this guy is alive, this trial will be nothing but a one-sided slaughter. Just then, Zhang calmly pulled out a puppet and began chanting a spell. As he uttered the word release, a wave of black mist spread outward around him. The boy with the broken leg was completely stunned. Although he didn't know what Zhang had just done, he clearly felt something terrifying had been unleashed. Everything around was tinted blood red as Zhang turned into a true demon, approaching the boy with the broken leg step by step. What were you saying just now? The boy with the broken leg wanted to beg again, but with another cracking sound, his neck was twisted off too. The scene changed. The boy following behind fled frantically out of the woods. Having just witnessed his teammates' brutal killings, he had lost all feeling in his body from fear. Especially seeing Zhang's telekinesis, he was completely trapped in endless horror. Only one thought remained: a demon. He's literally a demon. I must tell everyone about everything I saw. I need to get as many people as possible together to take that guy down. But suddenly, he felt an ominous sensation. He turned around, but saw nothing suspicious until the next second. Rustling came from the woods, and countless arms lunged crazily toward him. At the same time, a figure wearing skull beads appeared in his view. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. His heart nearly stopped beating. His terrified body could no longer support him fleeing, and as the hands grabbed him, the boy let out a despairing scream. Meanwhile, Zhang greedily absorbed the death energy emanating from the boys' bodies. Beside him, Blue Spirit sighed helplessly. So that's why you did all this. You had it planned out from the very beginning, didn't you? Zhang smiled slightly. How could I pass up such a good opportunity? But as soon as his words fell, a figure emerged from the woods. It was the boy who had just fled. Yet now, his eyes gave off a familiar aura. Seeing him, Blue Spirit let out a puff of smoke. What's the point? Why didn't you kill him sooner? He even went out of his way to possess him and bring him back. Demonic Monk didn't respond, but Zhang understood his intention. Did you do it to make it easier for me to absorb death energy? As soon as he spoke, the boy's body collapsed onto the ground, revealing Demonic Monk's shadowy figure. Zhang praised Demonic Monk with satisfaction. Well done. I'm grateful. You know exactly what I want. Hearing his master praise him as a clever familiar spirit, Demonic Monk instantly showed a smug expression. Seeing this, Blue Spirit was infuriated and promptly began beating Demonic Monk. What are you laughing at? Meanwhile, after absorbing the death energy from the boy's corpse, Zhang revealed a satisfied smile. I like this feeling, this satisfaction, the feeling of a full energy core. Just as he prepared to rest for a moment, another team suddenly appeared before him. Zhang simply smiled slightly upon seeing them, and thought to himself, it's like I'm having a feast. This mountain looks like one giant dinner table to me. Zhang took a long, deep breath. I will eat them all, leaving leftovers behind his bad manners. A moment later, he sat atop the pile of corpses. After all, according to the rules, I only need to leave 7 behind. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, in front of a dark cave, 2 warriors holding torches followed behind the man with the demon mask. Upon entering the cave, the warriors instantly tensed up. They felt a strange aura, an eerie and terrifying energy that made goosebumps rise all over their bodies. Yet the demon-masked man strode forward as if accustomed to it. At this moment, a voice echoed from inside the cave. An elderly man suddenly appeared, leaning on a cane with white, glazed eyes. Corpse Blood Valley Master, you finally arrived. He gestured for the demon-masked man to enter alone. The masked man waved off the 2 warriors. Wait here, and walked deeper into the cave. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the cavern, where a hairy monster was locked inside an iron cage, making bizarre noises resembling the grunts of a pig. The demon-masked man asked softly, I heard this time is even more dangerous than before. Is everything ready? As he spoke, he moved toward the cage, but the old man quickly stopped him, indicating he shouldn't get too close. It's best that you don't get too close. It may be restrained, but it's still dangerous. Even those that are not yet fully matured are ominous beasts. Upon hearing ominous beast, the masked man's expression grew serious. Ominous beasts were far more terrifying than ordinary wild animals, often extraordinarily savage and cruel. And the old man spoke. The beast before them was the hunter of the week. It's a Chimorio captured from the northern sea, with the body of a wolf and the voice of a pig. Just hearing its name was intimidating. Thinking about this, the masked man stopped lingering, turned, and said, very well, as soon as you see the signal, release it immediately. At this moment, Zhang placed his hand upon the dead youth's bodies, and black energy continuously flowed out from them. Then Blue Spirit asked what he planned to do next. Jong walked to the flag beside him, preparing to take it. However, the flag was connected to a large iron block at its base, so heavy that even a master of external martial arts would struggle to move it. To carry it, he would need to break it. Jong fell into deep thought. If he broke the flag, he might fail the trial for presenting an incomplete flag. He faced a dilemma. Blue Spirit suggested, just destroy it. Wasn't your original plan to eliminate all other teams? Eventually, you just need one intact flag. Jong agreed, but just as he reached out again, he suddenly noticed something strange. There were several lines of text carved onto the flagpole. 3 forms of a sword. Competition of distinguished friends at sword dance. Unbound Zen, not all under the sword. Liberation through enlightenment. Hearing Jong recite these words, Blue Spirit immediately guessed it was a sword mantra. Yet when she urged him to continue, Jong said, that's all there is. Blue Spirit grew puzzled. It seems the mantra is incomplete. If practiced based only on these moves, there would be vulnerabilities at the Chu-Chi, Shinju, Kunlun, and Weizhong acupoints. But why carve such an incomplete mantra onto the flagpole? Jong nodded in agreement. It appeared this flag, similar to the numbered iron ball before, was part of this stage's hidden mission. Jong stared at the mantra on the flagpole and said, the content on this flag is incomplete. Other flags probably contain the remaining moves. It seems collecting the complete sword moves is the true task. Blue Spirit also found this reasoning logical. If each flag contained different parts of the mantra, anyone discovering one would inevitably seek out the others. Jong touched the carvings on the pole and thought to himself, in this way, different teams would be forced to confront each other. From the very start, the organizers had intended for the participants to slaughter one another, and protecting the flag was merely a surface-level task. Therefore, for Jong now, aside from locating another flag, he also needed to find another 7 teammates. However, now that he understood the situation, things had become much more interesting. With that, Jong waved his hand, breaking the flagpole. But right then, Jong furrowed his brow. Since learning the forbidden techniques of reverse energy flow and absorbing death energy, Jong had become highly sensitive to various auras. Thus, the moment he broke the flagpole, he immediately felt the curse energy attached to it. Blue Spirit, confined inside the puppet, couldn't detect his power. She asked, is this a trap? But Jong quickly dismissed her concern. If it were a trap, the curse energy would have remained. It's more like the curse is undone rather than activated the moment I broke it. Just then, a horn-like sound echoed throughout the mountain. It sounded like some kind of signal. Jong gazed solemnly into the distance, muttering under his breath, it seems there is something else involved in this trial. Meanwhile, on a nearby ridge, 2 squads were fiercely fighting over a flag. Among them, the defending squad of 8 was led by the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley. At this moment, a boy had been kicked by the bald youth and lost his combat ability instantly. He fell to the ground, terrified. Initially, he had thought that since everyone's internal power was sealed, he might still have a fighting chance, even against Scarlet Death Valley. But now, it was clear their strength wasn't on the same level. The bald youth also seemed to notice the difference in strength between the 2 teams, making a dismissive gesture. If you want to take the flag, you'd better put up a better fight. The boy fighting for the flag was furious, yet completely helpless. 2 members had already died in the fight. If they continued to suffer losses, their squad would be utterly destroyed. Realizing this, they exchanged glances, then shouted in unison, and quickly fled together. However, the bald youth wasn't merciful at all. He sneered, who said I'm letting you guys run away? I gotta kill you all and put your heads on display so that the others know not to mess with me. So just die. Sacrifice yourselves. With that, he charged toward the fleeing boys. At the same time, the serpent tattoo on his body seemed to come alive, writhing rapidly over his skin. Just as one boy was about to be caught, a black shadow suddenly flashed from the bushes. With a scream, the boy vanished instantly. Everyone froze in place, the air becoming dead silent. Both pursuers and those fleeing stared doubtfully at the spot where the shadow had appeared. Right then, terrifying chewing sounds came from the bushes. Suddenly, a pig-like squeal rang out. Through the bushes a beast appeared, half wolf, half pig. Its claws were like those of a wolf, but it was twice the size. Its eyes were blood red like a rat's, yet its mouth was filled with boar-like fangs. Seeing this, the boys' expressions turned grim, especially upon seeing it gnawing on a human head. Their faces turned pale with terror. Even the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley was no exception. Facing this monster, even someone as physically strong as him would surely die without internal power. This beast was far beyond everyone's ability to handle. Knowing that getting targeted meant death, the bald youth gestured for his teammates to cautiously retreat. Now, the flag was irrelevant. Survival was the priority. But as they cautiously stepped back, a clear snap suddenly sounded. A boy had stepped on a dry branch. Everyone froze again, barely breathing. Yet, this noise had alerted the beast. Just as the bald youth turned his eyes back, he saw the beast lunging at him, jaws wide open. He shouted, "Run," and sprinted away. Unexpectedly, after only a short distance, the beast suddenly halted, howled toward the boys, then turned and fled in panic, as if having encountered something terrifying. This left everyone bewildered. What just happened? The bald youth muttered, staring at the direction the beast fled. How the hell would I know? He couldn't understand why the beast behaved this way. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I feel like it looked at something behind us and ran off. He turned his gaze behind him, toward the flag. Could it be? Afraid of this? He never imagined his first encounter encounter with the beast would make him feel such unprecedented crisis. At this crucial moment of the second trial, two boys were frantically fleeing from the beast. One failed to escape in time and quickly became its prey. Fear overwhelmed the other boy fleeing, his heart nearly bursting. He helplessly shouted, "Damn it!" Because his internal power was sealed, he couldn't use Qinggong. Thus, his speed was only slightly faster than ordinary people. Just as he fell into despair, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. Although he didn't know who it was, as long as he could survive, it didn't matter. He cried for help and rushed toward Zhang. "Help me! There's a wolf-like monster behind me." Zhang looked in his direction, puzzled. A monster? But before the boy could answer, Zhang casually grabbed his neck. With a quick snap, the boy's neck was broken. At that moment, the bushes shook violently, and the beast appeared, covered in blood, claws extended. Zhang frowned slightly. What is this? Just a few steps from the beast. Yet the beast seemed wary, slowly approaching step by step instead of attacking directly. Zhang wondered aloud, what is this thing? Blue Spirit was speechless. Though it was her first time seeing this creature, she quickly guessed its identity. Judging from its looks and sound, it should be a hunter of the week. It's a Chai Morio. They supposedly live near the northern sea and enjoy feeding on human heads. Zhang was stunned. Just then, the hunter of the week lunged towards Zhang. However, he dodged it effortlessly, his hands forming rapid seals while uttering a mantra. Just then, four golden beams descended, forming the four peaks interlocking technique around the hunter of the week. The hunter of the week tried breaking through, but was repelled each time. Then, Zhang tightened his fist, and the four beams compressed rapidly. The hunter of the week panicked, thrashing around. Seeing this, Zhang tightened his grip further. Moments later, the hunter of the week was nearly immobilized, but suddenly, the hunter of the week clawed fiercely at the barrier, shattering it instantly. Breaking free, it roared loudly, knocking Zhang back. Zhang quickly steadied himself, alert. Yet, instead of attacking again, the hunter of the week stared straight at him. Its bloodshot eyes blazed like coals pulled from the pit of hell, staring straight into Zhang's soul. A snarl curled across its mangled face, revealing jagged, rotting fangs slick with blood. However, Zhang stared back. He didn't blink. He didn't tremble. He stood tall, and not a trace of fear touched his face. Only resolve, cold, quiet, immovable. After a tense stalemate, the hunter of the week turned and fled into the bushes. Zhang was puzzled. Why did it just leave? Blue Spirit explained. It probably sensed danger and retreated. But Zhang disagreed. I didn't think the sorcery would break this easily. I could have taken it down had it been an ominous beast or weaker. Blue Spirit replied. Adult hunter of the week are vicious beast level. This one isn't fully grown, but still stronger than ordinary Chai Morio. Thus, your formation only delayed it briefly. Hearing this, Zhang felt troubled. Well, that's a bit difficult. Blue Spirit asked curiously. Worried you can't handle it? You have me, so why worry? Clearly, that wasn't Zhang's concern. He looked at the corpses behind him. I feel like he's gonna be stealing all my prey. He sighed. I guess I should hurry before there's nothing left for me to eat. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, the bald youth's team advanced cautiously. Two teammates carrying a flagpole complained. I get that we have to find the other flags, but can't we just break off the flag part? The bald youth snapped sharply. Stop whining. Just follow orders. You'll thank me later. Before they finished complaining, the hunter of the week jumped out ahead. Terrified, the boys almost dropped the flag to flee, but the bald youth commanded firmly, stay still. Don't move. Facing the monster's terrifying growls, they barely breathed. Yet, seeing the flag, the hunter of the week quickly retreated again. Realizing the flag had saved them, the bald youth proudly declared, see, my judgment was correct. I think there is something about this flag that wards off that thing. Deciding few knew the flag's protective secret, he declared, we need to hurry. I don't know how many people already know, but a few must have noticed the technique writing. With this, he led his team toward the mountaintop. Unbeknownst to him, other teams had also discovered the sword techniques hidden on the flags. The scene shifted. Back at the canyon of the first trial stage, carriages filled the area completely. The warriors loaded the bodies of the deceased youths onto carts one by one. After confirming that all the corpses had been loaded, the carts slowly began moving forward, one after another. Half an hour later, all the carts stopped at the edge of a cliff. At this time, an old man dressed in Taoist robes approached the carts. He took out a talisman with the character seal and skillfully pasted it onto each corpse. Then he instructed the warriors, throw these bodies marked with talismans off the cliff. Remember, don't look down when you throw them. The warriors nonchalantly replied in acknowledgement, then began tossing bodies off the cliff one after another. Seeing this, a newly arrived warrior looked puzzled. He asked a veteran soldier moving bodies next to him, why don't we just burn these bodies directly? Wouldn't that save a lot of effort instead of transporting them here? Hearing the newcomer's question, the veteran quickly scolded him for being nosy. Just do as you're told. The new warrior lowered his head in embarrassment, quickly apologizing. Seeing his reaction, the veteran sighed. I'm not sure why either, but this is how we've done it every time. Apparently, this is where all the flow collects. This only confused the newcomer further. What does that have to do with disposing of corpses? The veteran soldier shook his head, uncertain. I heard it has something to do with turning them into nutrients or something like that. After saying this, the veteran soldier warned him again, don't ask more questions. Questioning the higher-ups will just cause us trouble. The new warrior said understood, but his heart was still full of confusion. He couldn't grasp the meaning of flow and enrich the soil at all. If every trial resulted in corpses being thrown down the cliff, and over 100 had already been thrown just this time. Then how many bodies had accumulated down there by now? Without thinking, he couldn't resist glancing downward. Instantly, a chilling sensation swept over him. His whole body felt as if it were being pulled into endless darkness, as though something sinister was silently invading him. Fortunately, someone grabbed his shoulder at that moment. It was the old man who had placed the talismans earlier. The warrior snapped back to reality, realizing he had unconsciously approached the cliff's edge. The old man looked at him, speaking softly. "Didn't I tell you earlier not to look down the cliff?" The warrior was still shaken, so the old man solemnly warned him again. "Keep this in mind. Do not ever look down there again." The old man slowly looked back and added, "Otherwise, you will be possessed." Jong never imagined the emergence of the Hunter of the Week would dramatically alter the second trial, because the Hunter of the Week enjoyed eating human heads. Whenever it caught prey, it would only devour their heads. Consequently, headless corpses could be seen everywhere in the forest. Right now, Mokyuchin's squad was searching the forest for the second flag, but at this moment, a horrific sight froze them in their tracks. A ferocious beast was gnawing on a boy's head. This was their first encounter with the Hunter of the Week, so nobody dared to make any reckless moves. Just then, the Hunter of the Week suddenly turned toward them. Just when everyone thought the beast was about to attack, it instead fled into the bushes. Mokyuchin collapsed weakly onto the ground after regaining his senses. Although he couldn't understand why the beast suddenly retreated, the pressure of the trial was already suffocating him. Two of his team members had already sacrificed themselves defending the flag, and now they had to deal with such a monster. He grew increasingly anxious, wondering whether he could really survive this place. However, he quickly noticed something strange. While searching for another flag, he had seen at least 20 corpses. Logically, whether killed by beasts or through infighting, each body should bear clear injuries, but some corpses only had twisted necks, appearing to have been killed without resistance. This gave Mokyuchin an uneasy feeling, as if some unknown entity was hunting these youths. He can't help but question, just what is happening on this mountain? His suspicion was correct. At this moment, halfway up a nearby mountain, Jong was absorbing death energy from a headless corpse, wearing a displeased expression, muttering softly, "This isn't nearly enough." Blue Spirit comforted him. "It's normal. After all, the Hunter of the Week is active too." Corpses killed by the Hunter of the Week lose most of their death energy rapidly, making it hard to gain much from them. Jong sighed quietly. He initially believed allowing the Hunter of the Week to cause chaos would benefit him, but now it had become an obstacle. He felt like he was scavenging someone else's leftovers. Thinking of this made him irritated. If that beast keeps eating like this, my share will significantly decrease. Jong immediately decided to change his strategy. "It seems I must kill that beast first." He asked Blue Spirit, "Can you help me?" Blue Spirit chuckled. "It seems even you struggle against that beast without using internal power. Fine, leave it to me. But first, you must release me from this cramped place." As she spoke, Jong took out the human-shaped puppet from his pocket, formed a hand seal, and uttered the word release. A surge of blood-red energy burst forth, covering the ground beneath his feet in a sea of blood again. Immediately afterward, Blue Spirit's elegant figure slowly emerged from the puppet. Stretching lazily, she sighed contentedly. "This is much better than being trapped." Seeing her enjoyment, Jong quickly interrupted, "You'll return immediately, right?" Blue Spirit wasn't annoyed, responding cheerfully, "No need to rush me. I'll be back soon enough. Just wait and see." With that, Blue Spirit floated gently into the sky. Unlike Demon Monk, Blue Spirit was far stronger, able to freely move over vast areas without needing a physical host. She hovered midair, slowly scanning the mountain with blood-red eyes. However, after surveying the area, she frowned slightly. She had expected to quickly locate the beast, yet surprisingly, she found no trace of it at all. Normally, a vicious beast should radiate strong demonic energy. Oddly, she sensed no such energy anywhere in the mountain. Where did that creature run off to? Just as she began to think the Hunter of the Week wasn't nearby, she suddenly saw something that made her involuntarily gasp. Below a cliff not far away, an ear-splitting scream resounded. Previously sealed in the puppet, she couldn't sense external energies, but now, even she was shocked by what she saw. Although uncertain who was responsible, whoever it was had to be insane. Realizing this, Blue Spirit quickly returned to Jong's side. Seeing her swift return, Jong asked curiously, "You found it already?" Yet Blue Spirit replied excitedly, "I found something even more interesting than the Hunter of the Week." Seeing Blue Spirit's excitement, Jong was genuinely confused. Although unsure exactly what she discovered, he still followed her. Thus, under Blue Spirit's guidance, they arrived at a suspension bridge, beneath which flowed a bottomless river, emitting a cold and eerie aura. Crossing the bridge, Jong noticed deep carriage tracks on the road, as if something heavy had been hauled uphill. Did they load something and move up there? Just as he began wondering, an intense aura from ahead instantly halted him. Since absorbing death energy, he had become extremely sensitive to various energies, yet he'd never sensed anything like this before. Glancing around, puzzled, he saw numerous talismans stuck between cliffs and trees, each bearing the character seal, seemingly placed to contain and prevent the energy from leaking out. Yet despite these talismans everywhere, he could still clearly sense the menace of this aura upon approaching. What exactly is down there? Hearing Jong's question, Blue Spirit countered, "Have you heard of curse poison?" Jong was startled. Of course, he knew curse poison. He had learned extensively about herbs and poisons from his grandfather and was thoroughly familiar with them. Dozens, hundreds of venomous creatures are put into a single pot, and it is left alone until only one emerges, and so the surviving entity becomes the venomous of them all, which is then referred to as the cursed poison. Blue Spirit curled her lips. That very cursed poison lays down there. Hearing this, Jong gazed deeply into the seemingly bottomless cliff. He could hear anguished wails echoing upward, the pained cries of countless trapped souls. They reached upward as if yearning for freedom, yet their limbs were bound by iron chains. Jong was puzzled. Is this a spell that binds souls? Blue Spirit nodded. Yes, it's the same spell that you used on that brat, Go-chan. Jong couldn't help sighing. So many souls trapped within this narrow cliff. It's as if a huge container was created, forcing them to devour each other and grow stronger. This was the cursed poison that Blue Spirit spoke of. It was truly a magnificent sight. Jong glanced briefly at Blue Spirit, silently thinking to himself, perhaps a vengeful spirit of Blue Spirit's caliber might indeed be born from such a place. Thinking this, Jong couldn't help but become excited. At this moment, Blue Spirit reminded him, this is an opportunity. Though I don't know how terrifying the final cursed poison will become, if you absorb some of this energy now, even just a little, it'll be far more potent than absorbing ordinary death energy. This was exactly why Blue Spirit brought Jong here. However, upon hearing this, Jong decisively crossed the barrier in front of him. Rather than scavenging leftovers from above, why not dive below and enjoy the feast itself? Doesn't that sound much better? His sudden action startled Blue Spirit greatly. She cursed loudly. Do you have a death wish? Those souls below are tearing each other apart. If you, as a living person, jump down, you'll be ripped to shreds. Jong, however, paid no heed. Didn't you say that with my current strength, I couldn't accomplish anything in the Heaven and Earth Association? Don't you think it's worth risking my life for it, if I can increase the chances of revenge even by a tenth of the chance? Blue Spirit fell silent at these words, but recalling she and Jong were essentially one being, she still wanted to persuade him to reconsider carefully. Jong remained calm. Besides, how could I possibly pass up such an enticing opportunity? Having said that, he jumped down without hesitation. Blue Spirit tried to stop him, but it was too late. Jong slid rapidly along the cliff wall. Around him, the cries of vengeful souls grew increasingly horrific as they rushed toward him, greedily longing for his fresh flesh. Yet Jong showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Before participating in the trial at Corpse Blood Valley, Cho Yugong had given him a ring that allowed him to cast spells even without internal energy. According to the Blue Spirit, this ring contains Curse Key. Now was precisely the moment to use it. Jong clasped his hands together, swiftly forming seals, chanting, "Behold, soldiers, fight, warriors, all shall form, tear, search, and forward." A barrier expanded swiftly from his body, forming a spherical shield around him. The souls trying to attack him were forcibly blocked by this barrier. Jong sneered coldly. Then, let's continue on with the meal, shall we? Due to gravity, his body continued plunging downward rapidly. Meanwhile, countless ghosts rushed at him furiously, but all were repelled by the shimmering barrier. Quickly, Jong reached the valley's bottom, where a vast pool of water lay. From above, the pool didn't appear particularly deep, so Jong dove straight into it without hesitation. However, the moment he entered the pool, he saw countless tentacles lunging madly toward him. From texts of the Inyan school he once read, he recognized these as water ghosts, vengeful spirits far more dangerous than ordinary ones. Even with a protective barrier, they would attack relentlessly. They're very determined to try to drown him. Jong knew he had to act quickly, returning to the surface immediately, swiftly changing his hand seals. A brilliant golden light flashed outward, repelling all the spirits around him. Taking advantage of the powerful push, he rose rapidly to the surface, but just as he reached the shore, his body suddenly jolted. Unnoticed, a tentacle from a water ghost had grabbed his leg. Just as he thought he'd be dragged back underwater, Blue Spirit coldly shouted, "How dare you!" With a wave of her hand, she sliced the tentacle cleanly in half. Blue Spirit gracefully flipped through the air, landing steadily. "You fools dare to snatch what's mine." Saying this, she glared upward at the attacking water ghosts. "This one's mine." Then she yelled furiously, "Begone!" A crimson light shot out, instantly pulverizing the writhing tentacles into pieces. Afterward, she glared coldly at Jong. "You damned brat!" Jumping down without considering the consequences, Jong immediately answered, "You came right on time." Hearing Blue Spirit's scolding, Jong laughed playfully, "Because I knew you'd definitely help me." Seeing his arrogant expression, Blue Spirit became even more furious, tempted to punch him hard in the head. "You damned mortal!" But she restrained herself. After all, they shared the same body. At that moment, the spirits in the valley started gathering around them again. Jong concluded that the situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined. The spirits seemed hesitant, wary of Blue Spirit's powerful presence, and dared not approach recklessly. Jong was somewhat astonished. Is this the difference in power? To intimidate spirits with mere aura alone, Blue Spirit was indeed formidable. Yet Blue Spirit replied irritably, "You think the danger I spoke of earlier was referring to these worthless trash? Take a good look at the spirits around you. They're devouring each other endlessly, devoid of any fear. If you truly confront them, even I can't guarantee your safety under such conditions." Especially, her expression turned grave as she stared at a black vortex, shrouded in dense mist. Merely looking at it gave an intense sense of danger, especially in in the center of that dark hurricane. Once you enter there, turning back will be nearly impossible. Blue Spirit warned him again seriously. If you want to quit, now's your last chance. But Zhang showed only excitement. This place looks quite appealing. Saying that, he casually began removing his clothes. Blue Spirit was puzzled by this, but soon became captivated by Zhang's fit physique. Pretending indifference, she asked, "What are you doing?" Though inwardly she was delighted. At this point, Zhang stripped off his clothing and started feeling along his spine. Although unsure if it'll work, "I've wanted to do this for a long time." Without changing expression, he executed the ritual of attachment. Instantly, under a strange suction force, a golden needle slowly emerged from his body. Witnessing this startled Blue Spirit greatly. "Did you just remove the forbidden pack lock from your spine?" For this golden needle was the very item used to seal his internal energy pathways. Extracting these needles barehanded was not only incredibly painful but extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could shatter his meridians completely. Yet Zhang removed them one by one without blinking even once. Even Blue Spirit felt that this was utterly insane. She never imagined that someone could utilize the ritual of attachment in such a manner. The moment Zhang extracted the last needle, the restriction upon his body immediately vanished. The accumulated murderous energy began to circulate along his meridians. At the same time, Zhang's aura grew increasingly abundant. Seeing this scene, Blue Spirit's eyes instantly sharpened. Previously, when his chi points were sealed, she couldn't determine just how much murderous energy he'd stored up, but now it seemed far beyond her expectations. If he could fully absorb this energy, he could reach the pinnacle of martial arts by internal power alone. This guy was simply inhuman. Blue Spirit glanced around and laughed softly. The intense aura emanating from Zhang even frightened the surrounding vengeful spirits. Under current circumstances, perhaps he truly could achieve it. At this moment, Zhang was extremely excited. He felt much better after removing the golden needles. Blue Spirit asked curiously, "Have you been holding back all along?" "Yes. Didn't you say masters could sense others' auras?" "Out of caution, I didn't act until now, but here, they shouldn't detect it." Hearing this, Blue Spirit praised once more. "It seems you did have a plan after all, but it's still dangerous here. Let's clear out the surrounding troubles first." But Zhang quickly rejected Blue Spirit's idea. He stared at the giant vortex. "Don't people say the fish head is the most delicious part? So I'd better start with the head first." Blue Spirit looked helpless. "You crazy bastard. Does that look like a fish to you? So, will you help me?" Blue Spirit snorted again. "You brat really must be tired of living." But thinking carefully, this was indeed a good opportunity. If he could consume it, he would basically be skipping a decade's worth of training. So Blue Spirit finally replied, "I'll attract their attention. You just charge straight ahead. Try your best." She took a deep breath, exhaling smoke. "Now, let the feast begin." As Blue Spirit's voice fell, a blood-red aura surged from her body, with blood continuously dripping from the corners of her eyes. Blue Spirit murmured softly, "Blood barrier." Then the blood began dropping. The falling blood instantly transformed into a crimson mist, enveloping the entire area. Then, chains emerged from the blood mist, stretching inward toward the vortex. Blue Spirit shouted, "Go!" Zhang leaped forward, charging toward the vortex's center. He followed the chains forward, with countless vengeful spirits lunging at him along the way, intent on devouring him. Unlike ordinary spirits, these weren't deterred by Blue Spirit's presence, single-mindedly attacking the boy. Fortunately, he released his murderous energy in time, barely holding them at bay. After a long journey, a bright glow finally appeared ahead. Zhang unleashed his murderous aura fully, breaking free from the layers of spirits. However, when he reached the vortex's core, the foul stench of decomposing corpses assaulted his senses, followed by the sound of chewing. Steadying himself, he saw countless corpses piled up densely ahead. At this moment, a gigantic ghost-headed doll was gnawing on those corpses continuously. Now, Zhang stood at the center of the vortex. He saw numerous souls bound by chains, and on the other side, the enormous ghost-headed doll continuously grabbed and devoured them. Looking at it, he thought, "It's eating the resentful spirits." Is this what was in the center of that torrent? At this moment, it noticed Zhang's presence. It curiously observed this human before it. Trapped here for over a decade, this was its first time seeing a living intruder. A surge of uncontrollable excitement overwhelmed it, and it opened its enormous mouth, preparing to devour this tender body. Unlike a human mouth, it was filled with sharp spikes, accompanied by swirling purple smoke. But seeing this, Zhang remained unfazed. Yet the next moment, the chains previously binding souls suddenly attacked him. Caught off guard, his body was securely bound. It lunged at Zhang with no hesitation. Then, with a loud crack, Zhang was swallowed whole by the giant-headed doll. Then it laughed loudly, "Foolish human, daring to enter alone. I'll devour you until nothing remains." But Zhang calmly removed the ring from his finger. "It seems we had the same idea." The giant-headed doll was puzzled. Zhang's mouth curled up. "I am here to eat you, too." Then, clasping his hands, he began chanting a spell. He was casting the Divine Imperial Ink Curse. This technique summoned divine power into a ring engraved with sacred incantations, thus releasing immense energy. Instantly, the doll felt searing pain inside. With a roar, a blinding light burst from its body. At this moment, Zhang seized the opportunity, grabbing the doll's giant mouth and forcing it open. "What a shame." He then sneered, "Unfortunately for you, swallowing me was your biggest mistake." He raised his hand, aiming at the doll's insides. The best way to absorb spirit energy was to start from within. But just as he prepared to unleash the ritual of attachment, the doll roared fiercely, "Do you really think I'll let you do as you please?" At the same time, countless black threads formed tentacles, violently grasping Zhang's body. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner when you're just a mere mortal? I will make you suffer. I will swallow you whole." Saying this, the dark hands slowly pulled Zhang deeper into its mouth. At this moment, Zhang struggled fiercely, but couldn't break free. Just then, his body felt pulled into an endless abyss. However, after a few moments, a beam of light shone upon him from above. Then eventually it enveloped his whole body. As he wondered about what was happening, three figures suddenly appeared before his eyes. An older man spoke to two young boys beside him. "The descendants of the other 5 kings have agreed to participate. It's for the great purpose of our clan, so I am expecting you all to follow suit too." The two boys responded in unison, "We understand." Then, the blue-clothed boy spoke loudly to the red-clothed one, "Brother, I'll always stay by your side, supporting you to lead our family forward." The red-clothed boy simply smiled at his younger brother's excitement. Seeing this scene, John quickly understood. These were the lingering memories of the spirit. The scene changed, returning to a familiar place. This was the first trial at Corpse Blood Valley, where hundreds of youths fought wildly in a valley for iron balls. The red-clothed boy handed his iron ball to his younger brother, urging him to go first. Confused, the blue-clothed boy asked, "What about you if you give me this?" The elder brother smiled faintly, "Don't worry, I'll quickly find another." Thus, the younger brother safely passed the first trial, while the elder continued searching in the dark valley. Seeing this familial affection, John fell silent. But in the second trial, everything changed completely. Now, the scene shifted to a flag battle. Covered in blood, the red-clothed boy lay trembling on the ground, questioning his brother. "Why would you do this?" Standing beside him, the younger brother raised a large stone, his face twisted with greed. "You damned bastard. Everything will work out for me if you're gone. You kept pitying me because you had everything you wanted. The only thing that you had going for you was that you were born before me." Hearing this, the older brother stared in disbelief. He wanted to speak, but the stone in his brother's hand smashed into his skull relentlessly. Not until the older brother breathed his last did the younger boy finally grin in excitement. Then the younger boy left his older brother, never looking back. Watching this, Zhang understood that the elder brother never realized his younger sibling's jealousy, so he ended up being killed by his own brother. Afterward, the older boy's body was thrown down the cliff. In this endless abyss, he was alone, forever tormented by vengeful spirits. He couldn't understand why even after death, he had to endure this pain. He just wanted to live. Getting closer, Zhang can hear his voice. "Why do I have to suffer like this even after dying? Why do I have to be eaten even after death?" Gradually, resentment filled him completely, finally exploding. "If being devoured is my fate even after death, I refuse to be eaten. If my fate is to be eaten even after my death, I shall reject my fate. Instead, I'll be the one to devour all others." Roaring, the older boy released immense resentment, devouring everything around him, including Zhang. As his resentment grew, he transformed into the ghost-headed doll. "No one will be able to eat me." Seeing this, Zhang quickly released his death energy in defense, but ultimately was swallowed by overwhelming resentment. At that moment, countless emotions flooded his mind, resentments accumulated for over a decade, resonating deeply with his desire for revenge. At that moment, Zhang slowly closed his eyes, gently raising his hand, allowing these emotions to flood into his consciousness. Simultaneously, the thought-shattering 8 technique activated. He recited the mantra, "Without despair, rely on the mind of the other form. Before nothingness, there must have been a form." As dazzling light swept through the valley, everything around him was devoured. Outside the vortex, Blue Spirit suddenly felt something was wrong. The red thread connecting her and the boy was trembling slightly. She quickly turned towards the vortex's center, a strong unease rising in her heart. "Mortal, did you ultimately fail after all?" Blue Spirit never imagined that the familiar bond connecting her to the boy would now show signs of instability. Once the familiar bond began to flicker, it meant its master was on the verge of death. If the red thread completely snapped, the familiar would vanish as well. Blue Spirit frowned deeply, her anxiety growing. Staring at the vortex's core, she shouted fiercely, "Quite the arrogance for someone so young. If you don't want your soul destroyed, release that boy immediately." But as soon as her voice fell, countless iron chains surged forth from the vortex's center, indiscriminately restraining all the surrounding wandering spirits. The strength was so immense that even green-level spirits couldn't escape. Seeing this, Blue Spirit immediately realized what was happening. It seems the curse poison is almost complete. The bound spirits let out endless wails, struggling desperately to break free. Yet no matter how fiercely they fought, their efforts were futile. Eventually, all were dragged toward the vortex's center and swallowed by a figure. At this moment, that figure was surrounded by a terrifying aura, radiating despair and evil. Upon first sight, even Blue Spirit showed shock. This newly born curse poison had reached Blue Spirit's own level. Normally, a spirit at Blue Spirit's level required centuries of accumulated resentment to form. Yet now, through mere mutual devouring, this level had been easily attained. Blue Spirit was deeply astonished. She slowly descended to the ground, gazing solemnly at the figure within the vortex. Soon, the surrounding resentment was entirely absorbed by the figure. At that moment, the figure gradually revealed itself. Instantly, Blue Spirit's gaze turned sharp. It was Zhang walking slowly with no damage in sight. From Zhang, she sensed an unfamiliar aura, completely different from before. Could it be his body had been taken over by the newly formed curse poison? With slight anger, Blue Spirit asked coldly, "You fool, did you truly get devoured?" Zhang immediately denied it. At these words, Blue Spirit's expression froze instantly. Then Zhang's lips moved slightly. "I wasn't eaten," he said, voice low, edged with something cold and unshakable. He turned his gaze to the Blue Spirit, flicking his wrist as sparks of burning energy crackled between his fingers. "I was the one doing the eating." Actually, just from his familiar tone, she knew Zhang hadn't been possessed. He truly was Zhang himself. Blue Spirit asked doubtfully, "You really ate them all?" In response, Zhang just shrugged. As you can see, Blue Spirit couldn't help feeling amazed. It was simply unbelievable. Could a mere human really absorb a Blue Spirit level vengeful spirit completely? But judging from the powerful aura emanating from him, he truly had accomplished this feat. At this moment, Zhang rubbed his stomach and sighed softly. "Maybe I absorbed too much. My stomach feels like it might burst." At first, Blue Spirit was puzzled by his words, but then she suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. She instantly realized this guy was still human after all. She quickly warned him urgently, "Hurry, release the absorbed energy now." Confused, Zhang asked, "Why are you suddenly so nervous?" Because a human's body was like a vessel, with limits on how much spiritual energy it could hold. Only through continuous practice and comprehension could its capacity gradually increase. But Zhang hadn't currently mastered top-tier energy manipulation. Absorbing too much energy now could cause severe backlash, harming himself. Blue Spirit spoke gravely, "You must immediately expel the energy your body cannot bear." Yet Zhang simply replied calmly, "In that case, it's better to channel the excess energy elsewhere." Saying this, he leapt forward, diving into the pile of bones and began searching. Just as Blue Spirit wondered what he was doing, Zhang suddenly shouted excitedly, "Found it!" He raised a broken skull. Strangely, an old talisman was stuck on the skull. Though it looked ancient, it remained completely intact. Seeing it, Blue Spirit had a rough idea. "That is?" Zhang didn't answer. He gently brushed the dust off, then began channeling death energy into the skull. As Blue Spirit wondered what he was doing, the skull suddenly floated midair, emitting low, guttural growls as if it had come alive. As more death energy flowed in, flesh began to regrow from the skull downward. Looking at this, Blue Spirit finally understood but still confirmed to Zhang, "Is this the skull of that creature at the vortex center?" To which Zhang agreed, until eventually it formed the shape of a young girl, her body wrapped in chains. Her hair was white, giving her a cold aura. Blue Spirit frowned at the sight. What? It was a little girl? Zhang was also puzzled. It was clearly a child before. Hearing them, the girl suddenly shouted, "Who says I'm a little girl? I'm a guy. You can clearly see it with your eyes." Everyone fell silent instantly. Blue Spirit furrowed her brows, muttering with confusion, "You're joking, right? You look exactly like a girl." The girl shouted furiously in protest, "I'm a guy." Blue Spirit, exasperated, turned to Zhang. "Mortal, why bother reviving him? He looks like a lunatic. Just kill him." Zhang began to regret it too. "I thought he might be useful. It wasn't like this earlier." Meanwhile, as they completely ignored him, the girl bellowed, "You people dare act like I'm not even here." But before he could finish speaking, Blue Spirit grabbed his throat, her icy voice ringing out, "Dare? How dare you raise your voice? Do you want to die right now?" Under her intense pressure, the girl was too frightened to speak. It seemed spirits could sense each other's strength. She clearly felt Blue Spirit's power, and her expression froze, muttering timidly, "No." Then Zhang spoke, "You asked why I revived him, right? This is the reason." He lifted the skull in his hand. Then he crushed it. A sharp crack rang out, and the girl let out a blood-curdling scream. Blue Spirit watched with interest, a faint smirk on her lips. That skull is her core. It's probably feeling immense pain. Did you revive it just to torture it like this? Zhang said nothing, face calm. But what he did next made Blue Spirit's eyes widen in shock. He grabbed the shattered skull and shoved it into his mouth without hesitation. He then slowly swallowed it. In that instant, the girl convulsed violently, trembling uncontrollably as a red thread slowly emerged from her body, its other end connecting to Zhang. The girl was in disbelief. "No way." Seeing this, Blue Spirit was speechless. This guy actually devoured the soul's core and forcibly turned it into a familiar spirit. It was a simple act, yet the outcome was beyond comprehension. Even witnessing it firsthand was hard to believe. So, it wasn't a coincidence that she became his familiar spirit. Zhang saw that his attempt had worked, brushed the dust off his hands, and smiled slightly, "Just as I thought. Done." Meanwhile, the girl stared at the red thread, her face filled with fear. She had spent countless years as a vengeful spirit. Even without being told, the moment she saw that red thread, she understood. She had become this boy's servant. She whispered helplessly, "How could this happen?" Meanwhile, somewhere in the Heaven-Earth Association, an old white-haired man sat cross-legged in a room filled with talismans, his eyes closed, expression serene. This was the underworld assassin Pavilion Sun rank, Insuk. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and his calm face showed deep confusion. A sense of dread surged in his heart. He quickly stood and rushed down the corridor. Just moments earlier, he had sensed a destructive disturbance in a spell he had placed. He wasted no time, but it was already too late. When he opened the inner chamber door, what he saw left him frozen. Shattered fragments of a jar lay across the floor, the chains connecting to it had lost all power, though the array beneath still glowed faintly. Insuk knew full well that it was over. He stared in disbelief, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He roared, "My divine spirit insect and poison art has been broken?" At this moment, outside the original underworld assassin pavilion, Cho Yugong was anxiously waiting for his master to appear. Just then, a white-haired elder with a grim expression emerged. It was Cho Yugong's master, Insuk. Seeing him, Cho Yugong hurried after and pleaded urgently, "Master, could you please ask to halt the trial? Zhang is the most talented person I've ever seen. I can't let him die just like this." But Insuk didn't stop. His expression was grim as he shook his head and said seriously, "This isn't the time to talk about that." Cho Yugong was puzzled, but Insuk continued, "My divine spirit insect and poison art has been broken." Hearing that, Cho Yugong was completely stunned. The spirit goo curse was a technique his master had spent 15 full years developing. He couldn't believe anyone could break a formation set by his master. Insuk continued, "I suspect it was done by a Chai Morio passing by, and based on the reaction, it's at least a mythical beast." Cho Yugong froze on the spot. That meant a spirit above both regional and monster level. Even a practitioner of Famua rank might not be able to handle it under certain conditions. Insuk sighed, then ordered decisively, "So prepare whatever equipment you need and come with me. We need to go to the Corpse Blood Valley." Hearing this, Cho Yugong thought the cliff where the cursed poison was placed was directly connected to Corpse Blood Valley. Even if the formation hadn't been fully destroyed, if a mythical beast had appeared there, Insuk would never sit idly by. But hearing this command, Cho Yugong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because this could serve as a legitimate excuse to halt the trial. That skull discarded for a century in the abyss, once deemed a mere bone by all and ignored, was swallowed by Zhang without hesitation. Only he knew that once the skull was fully absorbed, the sealed spirit within would become his slave. Now, the girl collapsed to the ground, unable to believe she had actually become a familiar spirit to a human. As anger surged in her, Zhang walked over and asked, "What's your name?" Fuming, the girl shouted, "Who the hell are you? Why should I tell you?" But right after yelling, she looked up at Zhang's friendly smile. She was about to yell more, but in an instant, her knees gave way. She dropped to the ground and begged, "My name's Gyu Soha, master." Zhang and Blue Spirit were speechless. Seeing the drastic change, Zhang asked again, "Soha, can you be my loyal dog?" Gyu Soha prostrated himself, nodding frantically, "I'm willing." Blue Spirit was beyond speech. This guy's even more ridiculous than Demon Monk. But more than disbelief, she was stunned. This spirit, near Blue Spirit's level, gave up his true name after just one look from Zhang. Could it be the aura the boy gave off? Normally, even if a spirit becomes a familiar spirit, they wouldn't reveal their true name easily, because once touched by the divine domain, a true name becomes a shackle, forever barring them from godhood. Thinking this, Blue Spirit turned to Zhang. Through her vision, she was shocked to see that despite spending so much energy restoring Gyu Soha's body, Zhang still radiated a powerful aura with an oddly layered quality. It felt like two energies overlapping. So she asked, "Something strange, mortal. What's with the two auras coming from your body?" Zhang looked slightly surprised. "So you noticed too?" Blue Spirit was puzzled. "What do you mean?" He smiled faintly. "I actually recalled a new technique of the thought-shattering 8 techniques." This stunned Blue Spirit, and she shouted on the spot, "What did you say?" She couldn't believe that in such a situation, Zhang had developed a new chant. Zhang didn't delay, immediately reciting the spell. A purple energy radiated from his body, completely different from his usual death energy. Blue Spirit was frozen in place. She had never heard this chant before. Even with her exceptional martial talent, she had only mastered 4 of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. She held her excitement and kept watching. At that moment, Zhang guided the gathered inner power into both his dantian and near his heart. "I am now able to divide up the energy between my central dantian and my lower dantian." This left Blue Spirit utterly stunned. Normally, a martial artist needs to break through a new martial realm to break free from the constraint of a single dantian. But Zhang used the thought-shattering 8 techniques to break that rule, successfully opening a second dantian. Now, even Blue Spirit couldn't tell his true strength anymore, because, by merging the strength of 2 dantians, his inner power was already more than twice that of peers in his realm. In other words, Zhang's true combat power was far beyond conventional logic. At that moment, Zhang looked at the mountains. He sighed, "What a shame. Time's almost up. I only plan to leave 7 people alive. I guess I have no choice. I'll just kill anyone I come across from now on." Meanwhile, midway up the mountain, 2 teams stood locked in a standoff, all members clearly exhausted. But oddly, this standoff was different from the usual flag defense battles, because both sides had flags. On the defending side was a team led by Mo Harang from Manhwa House and Mok Yuchun. The short-haired girl who had originally been looking for flags had for some reason joined Mok Yuchun's group. The attacking side was led by the bald youth of Scarlet Death Valley. The moment they met, they immediately went to seize the flags. Mok Yuchun was deeply confused. The other team already had 2 flags, so why were they still trying to steal another? The bald youth called out to the girl, "Hey Mo Harang, you rejected me when I offered to be teammates, and decided to stick with these losers instead?" Mo Harang didn't answer. Instead, she told him to shut up. At the moment, Mok Yuchun is deep in thought. Damn it, is he trying to get rid of competition? I don't get it. Why would he do this despite the risk? The sun will rise soon. soon. Mak Yu-chan quietly whispered to his teammates, hold on a little longer. As long as we make it till dawn, this standoff will lose all meaning. But the bald youth scoffed at such delay tactics. You think this will get you through? That's impossible. We've got a guaranteed win strategy, and we've already used it to take out 3 teams. With that, the bald youth raised his left hand. Immediately, one of his teammates raised his voice and shouted loudly. The shout echoed through the entire mountain valley. The defending group had no idea why they did this. Why are they screaming? Mak Yu-chan fell into deep thought. That guy raised his hand. Then they all started acting. There must be a hidden plan. Just then, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be? He immediately yelled at them, asking them to stop. Running footsteps can be heard far away. Mo-Harang was puzzled. What is that? A huge shadow suddenly emerged from the bushes. The footsteps are getting closer and closer. At the sight of the hunter of the week, Mak Yu-chan broke out in a cold sweat. He had seen this monster in the mountains before, but now it was even bigger than it had been back then. He couldn't understand what had happened during this time. When everyone saw the shape of that shadow, their faces instantly froze. It's that monster from before. Shit, run! At that moment, Mo-Harang saw the bald youth charging toward their flag and immediately realized his intention. In this situation, shouldn't they be fleeing? But instead of staying alert, they're moving closer to the flag, so she suddenly shouted, it's the flag. Stick to the flag, everyone! Hearing her call, the teammates all ran toward their team's flag. However, the hunter of the week charged over at an astonishing speed. Because Mo-Harang was closest to the hunter of the week, she had no time to dodge. In the next second, the hunter of the week's sharp claws slashed toward her back. Blood splattered everywhere. Mo-Harang's body rolled across the ground several times before stopping. She struggled to get up. The bald youth looked at her laughing. Don't be too upset at me, you bitch. This is just what a competition is like. Hearing this, she was speechless, but with her inner power sealed, her body couldn't withstand such injury, and she collapsed helplessly to the ground. Seeing this, Mak Yu-chan turned and rushed toward her. Mo-Harang was his teammate, therefore, he couldn't just abandon her and flee. Mak Yu-chan picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it hard at the hunter of the week's face. That strike had completely enraged the hunter of the week. It bared its fangs and suddenly lunged at Mo-Harang. At that moment, Mo-Harang felt the fear of death. Dawn was almost here, yet she was about to die now. Mak Yu-chan dashed over desperately, trying to stop the hunter of the week's attack, but it was already too late. Yet just as Mo-Harang was on the brink of death, clang clang clang, countless iron chains appeared out of thin air, grabbing the hunter of the week, and the charging suddenly froze midair. In Mo-Harang's blurred vision, she saw the chains. Those chains rising from the ground were binding the hunter of the week's limbs and body tightly. At that moment, a deep voice came from the bushes. How lucky. Everything I needed is finally in place. Because of his exceptional performance in the Iron Ball battle, everyone recognized him immediately. Mak Yu-chan was gravely shocked. Mo-Harang jerked her head around, only to see Jong walking toward them with a faint smile, and beside him stood a white-haired girl wrapped in chains, transparent and blurry, as if from another world. The hunter of the week roared and struggled to break free, but the chains only tightened, rendering it completely immobile. Jong added, everything I need is gathered together. What a relief. None of the trial participants could believe that this beast, which had devoured countless others, was subdued in an instant. But at that moment, the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley suddenly shouted, what the hell is that stupid wolf doing? Kill her already. The bald youth didn't seem to care about Jong's appearance. He only wanted the beast to quickly eliminate these nuisances. However, things didn't go as he wished. The monster continued roaring, but it stayed rooted to the spot, completely motionless, as if something had it tightly bound. At this moment, even Mak Yu-chan couldn't help but ask himself why the monster wasn't moving. Yet now clearly wasn't the time to be thinking about that. Although he didn't understand why the monster suddenly stopped, this was the best chance to save Mo-Harang, so he immediately rushed toward her. He had already reached Mo-Harang and helped her up, but Mo-Harang looked dazed and muttered the same sentence over and over. It's tied up with iron chains. A girl. Mak Yu-chan instantly frowned. He could only guess she was hallucinating from blood loss. He spoke quickly to her. Stay awake. If you collapse here, it's a death sentence. As he spoke, he carried Mo-Harang on his back and began to leave the scene. Gyu Soha saw Mo-Harang looked at her, so she mouthed the words, Master, it seems like that woman can see me. Meanwhile, Jong also showed an intrigued expression and muttered softly, oh, is that so? At that moment, a loud roar echoed like a wave. At the same time, the hunter of the week's feet slammed into the ground with a booming crash that shook the earth. The iron chains that had restrained it began to creak as if about to break. Seeing this, the bald youth shouted in excitement, that's it. Start moving. Kill all those people for me. Unfortunately, things did not go as he hoped. The next second, Jong dropped from the sky. He stomped hard on the hunter of the week's head, and the nearly breaking chains suddenly tightened again, pinning the hunter of the week firmly to the ground. The force of the chains was astonishing, holding the hunter of the week completely immobile, with no room to struggle. Jong stepped on its gaping mouth and grabbed the hunter of the week's upper jaw, saying coldly, you'll need to pay for trying to steal what's mine, don't you think? Then, with both hands, he pulled its upper jaw violently. Crack! A pained howl burst from the hunter of the week's mouth. Then, along with a tearing sound, its mouth was ripped into two halves. At this moment, the hunter of the week lay on the ground struggling in pain, but due to the overpowering chains, it couldn't move at all. fall. Jong wasn't finished. As the Hunter of the Week's howls abruptly stopped, he followed through by tearing off its entire head. Splurt. Blood sprayed. Blood spattered all over Jong's body, making him look like a demon emerging from hell. This scene left all the youths speechless in shock, and the most shocked of all was the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley. He never imagined that the beast which had devoured so many trial participants would be torn apart in an instant, but soon he realized the situation was dire. With a trembling voice, he said to his teammates, "We need to get out of here." Looking at Jong curled up his mouth, the bald youth added, "Otherwise, we'll all die here." With that, he suddenly turned around, shouting, "Run!" His teammates understood instantly, grabbed their flag, and prepared to retreat. But before they could even take a step, Jong sneered, "Tie them all down." The moment his words fell, clang, 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 countless iron chains shot up from the ground, firmly binding everyone on the scene. In that instant, not just the bald youth, even Mak Yuchun and the others were utterly stunned. They felt as if an invisible force had nailed their bodies to the ground, so stiff they couldn't even move a finger. The bald youth thrashed madly, trying to break free, but with his inner power sealed, it was all in vain. At that moment, Jong slowly walked toward him, a slight smile on his lips, and said calmly, "All right, it's time to take a look at your flag." At this point, the bald youth and the others struggled with all their might to escape the chains, but even a beast like the Hunter of the Week couldn't break free, let alone trial participants with their power sealed. The bald youth's eyes turned bloodshot, and he cursed relentlessly, "Damn it, damn it, what the hell did this guy do to us?" Faced with the angry roars, Jong didn't respond. He simply walked toward Mak Yuchun's team's flag, picked up the pole, and carefully examined it. Everyone instantly realized his intention. "He's trying to steal the flag?" Mak Yuchun shouted. "No," trying to stop Jong, but Jong only let out a small sigh. "It's the same." Then, without hesitation, he snapped the flagpole. Crack. It broke in two. "No!" Everyone on the scene screamed in despair, because without a flag, they were officially eliminated. Mak Yuchun was so angry he wanted to rush up and slap him, but his body was pinned by an invisible force, and he couldn't move at all. He could only curse in frustration. "You bastard." After inspecting this flag, Jong walked over to the bald youth's side. Seeing this, the bald youth shouted in anger, "You plan to break ours too?" At that moment, the bald youth seemed to notice his hesitation and asked, "You're looking for a different kind of flag, aren't you? If so, you don't need to look anymore. Our flag is the same as theirs, but I know the incantation on another flag." Hearing that, Jong was slightly stunned, then a gleam flashed in his eyes. The bald youth continued, "I can tell you the contents, but in exchange," the bald youth stared at Jong and spoke slowly, "You have to join my team. I have a complete flag and enough team members. As long as you join us, we'll definitely pass this round." These words shocked not Jong but the bald youth's own teammates. "Are you insane? We already have enough people." The team instantly erupted in protest, but the bald youth snapped angrily, "Shut it. Do you want us all to die?" Then he forced a flattering smile, looked at Jong, and said, "I'll kick someone out. How about it? Join us." However, Jong didn't respond at all. Instead, he slowly walked toward one of the boys. At the boy's waist, there was a broken flagpole hanging conspicuously, so the incantation was here all along. Jong muttered softly. The bald youth's expression instantly became extremely awkward. He didn't expect that this idiot not only failed to memorize the incantation, but even dangled the flagpole with it engraved around like a toy. But at this point, the bald youth had no choice but to put on a calm face and say, "Yeah, that's right, that's the one. I'll give it to you now, so you'll join my team, right?" However, after receiving the flagpole, Jong said as if nothing had happened, "This thing was already mine." "What?" The bald youth's face turned livid with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Before he could even start cursing, Jong added, "And this flag is also mine. I don't even understand what you're talking about." The bald youth at the scene stared wide-eyed, as if he were witnessing the most shameless person in history. He had already cursed Jong 800 times in his heart, but with his inner power sealed, he had no choice but to suppress his fury. Just then, Mak Yuchun suddenly shouted, "Don't believe that despicable bastard. He'll stab you in the back the first chance he gets. We also have a flag that Moharang brought. Join our team instead." Normally, out of pride, Mak Yuchun wouldn't ask Jong for help, but with the situation this dire, he had no other choice if he wanted to survive. The bald youth, of course, understood that, and immediately countered, "That flag in his hand is originally ours. You guys didn't do anything. Why should he join you?" Mak Yuchun retorted without backing down, "All you do is use monsters like a coward. What right do you have to speak here?" Then he turned again to persuade Jong, "Don't trust a word that guy says." Seeing the situation turning against him, the bald youth quickly changed tactics and tried bribery. "Your name's Mak Jiangwon, right? If you help me this time, I promise I'll repay the favor. And having someone from Scarlet Death Valley owe you, that's not a bad thing, is it?" "Don't listen to him," Mak Yuchun immediately interrupted. "Even if we're half-brothers, are you really going to betray me?" "Shut up." The two shouted back and forth, quarreling non-stop. At that moment, Jong clapped his hands softly. The entire place fell silent. All eyes instantly focused on him. He smiled and said, "I'm so touched. Didn't expect everyone wants to team up with me so badly. I would love to be with you all, but the rules don't allow it, you see." Hearing this, the youth couldn't help but gulp. Jong smiled and said, "If I choose one group directly, wouldn't that be too unfair to the other?" As he spoke, he signaled Gyu Soha beside him. "So how about this?" In the next moment, the boys who had been bound suddenly suddenly regained their freedom. Zhang smiled faintly. All of you, start killing each other. The last 7 survivors will become my teammates. As Zhang's voice fell, the crowd of youth instantly fell into utter confusion. They had struggled all night, thinking they were just one step away from passing the trial. But as dawn approached, this guy actually wanted them to kill each other. In this desperate moment, the first to act was the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley. He suddenly twisted the neck of a nearby boy. The youth who had followed the bald youth were shocked by this sudden betrayal, but they couldn't protest. After all, if they wanted to live, they had to follow Zhang's demand, so they all began to ambush the others around them. Those who were slower to react became easy prey. In this moment, the familiarity in everyone's eyes disappeared. As if they had forgotten everything from before, they descended into madness and slaughtered each other. Watching this mountain valley become a killing field, Zhang smirked at the bald youth and said, "Not bad. You did well." The bald youth stopped. He knew that Zhang was mocking him, but his internal energy was sealed, and the other guy clearly had access to some strange power. No matter how furious he was, there was nothing he could do. Still, he vowed in his heart, if he survived today, he would do whatever it took to personally kill that bastard. Time flew by. The first rays of morning sunlight spilled down, gradually illuminating the bloodstained valley in the darkness. A boy raised a stone high and slammed it down madly on another boy beneath him. At this moment, he had completely turned into a beast who knew only how to kill. Even though the other was long dead, he still didn't stop. It wasn't until Mok Yu-chun rushed forward and stopped him that this brutal slaughter finally came to an end. And just then, a group of red-robed warriors appeared. The sight before them made their expressions freeze. As they moved forward to check the condition of the survivors, they couldn't help but question what the hell was going on. Not far away, a man wearing a demon mask and an old Taoist stood beside the broken corpse of the Hunter of the Weak, both of them equally filled with disbelief. The Hunter of the Weak's existence was meant to test the limits of these young participants. It was designed to force them to awaken their will to survive under extreme conditions. Yet now, it had been killed. What shocked them even more was that the Hunter of the Weak had evolved into its mature form. Its strength had already reached the level of a regional beast. Monsters of that level usually require several top experts working together to take down. The demon-masked man, without looking at the red-robed warrior, asked, "What about the forbidden pathlock? Did you check the internal energy of the boy who killed the beast?" The red-robed warrior was drenched in cold sweat. "The moment we found the beast's corpse, I checked his forbidden pathlock. His meridians are still completely sealed." Upon hearing that, the demon mask fell silent. After a moment, he turned and gave a command. No need to investigate further. Tell everyone to return. He had fought beasts in his youth, so more than anyone, he understood that killing a fully matured Hunter of the Weak with strength alone was impossible. That child must possess a power I don't know about, he thought silently. Looks like I'll have to keep a close eye on him. At that moment, Zhang watched the figures of everyone leaving, and finally let out a small breath of relief. Looks like they didn't catch us. My middle dantian was still open, too. Blue Spirit smiled faintly. They'd never expect that even with your meridian sealed by the forbidden pathlock, you could still use your second dantian, right? Then she added a reminder, but do not let your guard down. That demon-masked man over there is a very skilled martial artist. His strength is definitely no weaker than the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. With the way you're standing out now, you're very likely to draw unnecessary attention. From now on, you must be cautious with your actions. You'll create trouble for yourself otherwise. Zhang gently rubbed his neck and replied indifferently, "Well, I'll think about it." After that, it was announced that the trial was over, and they began choosing people. At this moment, 259 survivors gathered in an open square at the mountain peak. Among them, the 200 people appeared relatively relaxed, while the 59 people looked pale. They hadn't found a flag by dawn and were thus completely eliminated from this round. The demon mask figure began to screen the remaining 200. Only 80 of them, who knew the incantation on the flags, became qualified candidates from the second round. The remaining 120 were assigned as lower-ranking warriors of the Heaven and Earth Association. Although they all survived, some of them didn't look happy. Most people who entered Corpse Blood Valley definitely didn't aim to become lower-ranking warriors. They risked their lives trying to pass the trials to gain opportunities for higher levels, but they had failed. Foolish fellows, you underestimated the trial. The bald youth, being one of the 80, looked at those unqualified trial takers with disdain in his eyes. However, he didn't care what would happen to them next, because from now on, the real main event would begin. He would let Zhang know the true gap between them in this trial. "I will show you that I am superior." At this time, the demon mask figure gathered the 80 qualified candidates to one side. "Very well. Now, I will decide who is the top participant of this round." Saying this, he took out a silver plaque engraved with the character 2. The bald youth who recognized this plaque instantly felt determined. This was proof of being the top in this round. Possessing this silver plaque would be very advantageous in the subsequent trials. Just as everyone wondered to whom the demon mask figure would give the silver plaque, he walked slowly and muttered to himself, "How should I decide the top? Should I choose the one who can correctly recite the incantation on the flag, or the one with the most outstanding ability?" Hearing this, the bald youth shrugged. He unhesitatingly raised his hand. He had successfully memorized the martial techniques on 2 flags early on, so he was very confident he would secure the top position. position. Regarding the martial technique, I can answer correctly no matter how you ask. At these words, the surrounding youths all looked towards the bald youth. The demon mask figure said with great interest, since it's like this, then explain to me about the martial technique. The bald youth mouth curled up. It's a fast sword technique. It targets 3 vital points on the centerline and 6 major acupoints. Depending on how it's used, it can be both offensive and defensive, with versatile and ever-changing moves. Hearing this explanation, the demon mask figure nodded slightly. To grasp it to this extent under such circumstances, you've done well. Hearing this, the bald youth's heart instantly bloomed with joy. He glanced smugly in Zhang's direction. Although he had been humiliated by this guy using some unorthodox methods before, he believed that in terms of martial arts attainment, Zhang was definitely no match for him. This was the so-called talent barrier. At this moment, the bald youth already envisioned Zhang kneeling at his feet. However, just as he thought the top position of the second round was his for the taking, a voice suddenly shattered his fantasy. This incantation is not just an ordinary sword technique, but a sword formation, isn't it? The speaker was none other than Zhang. With these words, the gazes of the surrounding youths instantly shifted from the bald youth to Zhang. The bald youth was totally shocked and was frozen in place. Even the demon mask figure quickly turned his head. Why do you think it's a sword formation? Because the moves of this sword technique all follow basic principles. Each of their moves has been meticulously arranged, and none of the movements overlap. Hearing this, the bald youth was instantly aghast. He frowned, convinced this was impossible. Moreover, even if it were a sword formation, one would need to be a sword master at the Valley Master's level to discern this. Because a sword formation has specific rules and complex coordination, recognizing it solely from the incantation meant one must be able to perceive every move of dozens of swordsmen completely. Without reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, it would be fundamentally difficult to achieve. The bald youth didn't believe a teenager like Zhang could possess such attainment unless he was one of those peerless geniuses who could comprehend without learning, relying solely on intuition. Over here, the demon mask figure was also quite shocked by Zhang's answer. He didn't know if the other party was guessing or truly possessed such understanding, so he decided to test him further. Then tell me, how many swordsmen would be necessary for maximum efficiency? Zhang, unfazed, directly answered 8. A hint of surprise flashed in the demon mask figure's eyes. Zhang had accurately stated the minimum number of people required to deploy the sword formation. However, Zhang's next words shocked him even more. This sword formation can be deployed by a maximum of 16 or 32 people simultaneously. Any more than that, and they would overlap, making it impossible to deploy. At this moment, the demon mask figure fell silent for a second, then burst into laughter, something he rarely did. The youths were flabbergasted. This kid had even accurately stated the number of configurations the sword formation could take. A martial arts genius coveted by all. It seems the top spot for the second round also belongs to you. Thus, he unhesitatingly threw the silver plaque to Zhang. Hearing this, the other participants were shocked, with a hint of envy in their eyes. The bald youth is so mad, gritting his teeth. At this moment, as Zhang caught the silver plaque thrown by the demon mask figure, he never expected that by simply repeating what Blue Spirit had said, he would easily claim the top spot in the second trial. The surrounding youths immediately started discussing amongst themselves. The bald youth was so angered by this scene that he gritted his teeth. He had originally thought the chief position of the second round was his for the taking, but in the end, he had become a joke. Zhang's name was now deeply etched into his mind. No matter what, he had to avenge today's humiliation. Just then, the demon mask figure congratulated the 80 who passed the second round. You are now qualified to become an intermediate martial artist of the Heaven and Earth Association. Hearing this, some youths immediately became excited. An intermediate martial artist enjoyed different treatment within the Heaven and Earth Association. Capable intermediate martial artist could even lead a team composed of low-rank warriors. At this moment, although they were exhausted, their eyes rekindled with vitality. The demon mask figure continued, let me explain the third trial. Intermediate martial artists must possess the ability to lead a team. Therefore, you need to understand how to use sword formations. Heaven and Earth 8 Inscriptions Formation. That is the name of the sword formation written on the flags. It is a sword formation based on the changes of the 8 trigrams. This formation was created by the former leader of the Heaven and Earth Association. You need at least 8 and 32 at most. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. It turned out the second round wasn't just an extreme test. Forming groups of 8 from the beginning was for this very purpose. Alright, intelligent ones should now be able to guess what the third round is. Saying this, the demon mask figure's tone became serious. This third round requires each of you to form groups of 8 and perform the sword formation. Just as they thought they could relax, the demon mask figure's next words made their hearts leap into their throats again. First, you will have 1 day of rest. rest. During this period, you need to reform an 8-person team and select a team leader. The person who becomes the team leader will automatically pass the 3rd round, regardless of the outcome of the sword formation trial. These words made the youths frown. This meant that the 8 people who had protected a flag together didn't necessarily have to be in the same group. In fact, most in Zhang's team were distressed about being grouped with Zhang. This way, they could finally get rid of this demon. The demon mask figure spoke again. By the way, from now on, killing is prohibited. Instantly, the youths started discussing again. This was much more complicated than they had imagined. They had to choose a team leader without killing, and everyone wanted to be the leader. Just then, the demon mask figure added, "Also, I will release your forbidden path locks." They were finally able to use their internal energy, which excited many, including the bald youth, who was a bit shocked. At this moment, the bald youth's lips twitched. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He believed that because his internal energy was sealed before, he couldn't cope with Zhang's strange methods. But now that his internal energy was restored, the situation was different. Thus, he stared fiercely at Zhang's position. "Just you wait. I'll have you trampled under my feet sooner or later." At this moment, in the outer city of the Heaven and Earth Association, inside a brothel named Red Favor Pavilion, a hand slammed hard on a table laden with rouge and powder. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face reflected in the mirror, she sighed deeply. "I just wanted to find Zhang. How did I end up in such a state?" This person was currently possessed by Go-chan. As a familiar spirit, he actually really wanted to escape, but due to the familiar bond between him and Zhang, his life and death were entirely in the other's hands, so he had no choice but to follow him all the way to the Heaven and Earth Association. Yesterday, he had wanted to sneak into the Heaven and Earth Association, but the guards were too strict, so he had to think of another way. Later, he tried to bribe the guards to get in. "Since it's high time for you to get married, you want me to let you in so you can find a partner? I'm sorry, but if I do that, I'll die." The Heaven and Earth Association was not some third-rate minor sect. This path was also a dead end. However, through the guards, he learned of another way to enter the Heaven and Earth Association. "Have you heard of the Red Favor Pavilion?" Hearing this, Go-chan was confused and had no idea. At this moment, Go-chan looked around, looking at the sensual scenes around him, and he shyly lowered his head. As the most prosperous brothel in the Heaven and Earth Association's outer city, women from the Red Favor Pavilion were often noticed by high-ranking members of the society and taken home as concubines. Therefore, to infiltrate the society's inner circle, he had no choice but to disguise himself as a brothel courtesan and look for an opportunity. His successful infiltration of the Red Favor Pavilion this time was largely thanks to his ability to play the huqin, which quickly caught the eye of the brothel's madam. But Go-chan was, after all, originally a man. However, the familiar spirit strand that connects him to Zhang made him feel silent. Looking at the table piled high with rouge and powder, he couldn't help but swallow. After some hesitation, he finally picked up a brush and began to apply makeup to his face. There was no turning back now. No matter what, he had to enter the Heaven and Earth Association. Just then, the voice of the Red Favor Pavilion's madam came from the doorway. "Are you ready?" Seeing he was still not done with his makeup, the madam seemed a little impatient. "Why are you so slow with makeup? You're so beautiful. A little touch-up is enough. I believe with your looks, even without much makeup, you'll quickly be chosen as a favored concubine." Hearing this, Go-chan's skin crawled. The thought of being called darling by those greasy old men made him want to die. At this moment, he began to regret why he had done this in the first place. Perhaps he should have just risked his life climbing over the wall instead. In a building on the other side of the mountain, after a satisfying meal, the youths returned to their rooms to rest. At this moment, the bald youth stretched his body. Freed from its seals, he felt relief. His internal energy had now recovered. "Should I get going?" Once the forbidden path lock was undone, the chi he felt from Zhang was about that of a first-rate. He believed that with Zhang's first-rate level, he was no match for him. After all, he himself had reached the true peak realm and thought, "I am overwhelmingly better than him." Even if Zhang was very talented in swordsmanship, he didn't think Zhang could defeat him by transcending levels, because his internal energy is way superior. Therefore, as long as he could incapacitate Zhang without killing him, he wouldn't have to worry about this trial. Thinking of this, he decisively walked towards the door. Although he would have liked to meditate and rest like the fellow sitting on the bed, he knew that now was the best time to deal with Zhang, so he had to act quickly. However, the moment he pushed open the door, the scene before him made him freeze. Zhang stood expressionlessly at the door. The previously confident bald youth instantly felt a chill. Before he could react, Zhang said with a wicked expression, "Looks like we had the same thought. How surprising." With that, he directly shot a palm strike towards the bald youth's head. Facing Zhang's fierce aura, the bald youth couldn't understand why he was suppressed by the other's presence. He gritted his teeth, wanting to resist, but the force of Zhang's hand was so great that it directly grabbed his entire body and slammed him into the room, pinning him firmly to the ground. The bald youth, his face contorted, rapidly circulated his internal energy, trying to resist the force of Zhang's hand. However, when he tried to forcefully break free from Zhang's grip, he found that whenever he came into contact with Zhang, his internal energy would inexplicably dissipate. The bald youth was greatly alarmed. He didn't understand why this was happening, and could only shout angrily, "You bastard, did you use dissipating energy poison on me?" Zhang didn't answer. He wouldn't wait wait for the other to figure things out. So he sneered, "You're weaker than I imagined." With that, he punched the bald youth in the face again and again. With the sound of breaking bones, the bald youth's screams were incessant. He had no chance to use his special skills. Suffering this continuous assault, he almost lost consciousness. This scene scared the bald youth's roommate so much that he nearly wet his pants. However, Jong paid no attention to this youth's reaction. He grabbed the bald youth's bloodied, battered face and let out a cold laugh. "Even though you're so weak, I'll still let you join my group. After all, we two are like-minded. We'll definitely become good teammates, right?" At this moment, as Jong's voice slowly faded, the bald youth completely passed out. Seeing this, Jong didn't hesitate. He dragged the bald youth's body towards his own room. This action attracted a lot of discussion from the other trial participants along the way. They never expected the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley to be beaten like this. Moreover, they couldn't find any trace of injury on Jong. Therefore, they all avoided him as if he were a plague god. Jong, however, paid no attention to this, dragging the bald youth forward by himself. But one thing puzzled him. Since the internal energy restrictions were lifted, 7 out of the 80 youths had reached the peak realm, including the bald youth of Scarlet Death Valley. The reason Jong targeted the bald youth first was partly to make him a member of his group and partly to test his own strength. But he didn't expect this guy to be much weaker than he imagined. Hasn't he already reached the true peak realm? Why is he so weak? Hearing this, Blue Spirit couldn't help but click her tongue. "You can't really say that. It's not that he's too weak, but that you, kid, have become stronger. The reason you haven't realized this is because your way of getting stronger is too unorthodox. It's simply treading a unique path." Hearing Blue Spirit's words, Jong shrugged. Her words did make some sense. Judging the strength of peak masters based on the bald youth alone was indeed a bit hasty. Just then, Blue Spirit introduced Jong to the divisions of martial artist realms. The lowest rank among martial artists was the third-rate level, followed by the second-rate and the first-rate. Most martial artists remained at the first-rate stage for their entire lives. Only those with martial arts aptitude could break through the barrier and reach the peak master realm. This realm was also divided into early, true, and ultimate peak. If one could continue to comprehend, they could break through again to reach the transcendent realm. Mock Sword Manner's Manor Master was at this level. However, people in the same realm also had different strengths. There was a world of difference between the early Supreme Peak and the ultimate Supreme Peak. Among them, the King of Brilliance and the Corpse Blood Valley Master had reached the ultimate Supreme Peak, and those who could reach this realm were all peerless geniuses with extraordinary talent. Hearing Blue Spirit's explanation, Jong also found it quite interesting. He was very curious if there were other realms above the Peak Master realm. "Yes," Blue Spirit answered, which made Jong pause. Then Blue Spirit continued, "That would be the evolutionary realm. It's a state that surpasses human limits, capable of splitting oceans and mountains." Hearing this, Jong finally understood. He looked down at the bald youth on the floor. "That's right. Although that fellow has reached the true peak realm, he's still far inferior to an ultimate peak master like you. That's why you feel he's weak. However, even if you've reached the peak of the peak, don't get complacent. After all, in a place like the Heaven and Earth Association, you can never let your guard down." Jong pondered for a moment, then asked Blue Spirit again, "Then what realm have you reached?" But as soon as these words were spoken, Blue Spirit's expression immediately dimmed. She merely said faintly, "I will not say. You will learn about it someday." Seeing that the other party didn't want to bring up the past, Jong didn't press further. He dragged the bald youth into the room and casually threw him into a corner. Generally, trial participants shared a room with one other person, but Jong was an exception because no one was willing to share a room with him. This vacant room was used by him alone. At this moment, Jong wasn't in a hurry, just quietly watching the unconscious bald youth. However, just then, the unconscious bald youth suddenly woke up with a groan. "Wake up!" Hearing that voice made him alert. The moment his eyes met Jong's, he was instantly frightened into a cold sweat. After all, he had been beaten black and blue by Jong and had almost died. Such a reaction was not surprising. Jong smiled slightly. "You're finally awake?" The bald youth spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed at Jong. "You despicable bastard. You actually used dissipating energy poison on me." Upon hearing dissipating energy poison, Jong remembered the bald youth mentioning it before. This made him feel a bit puzzled. Fortunately, Blue Spirit explained to him at this moment, dissipating energy poison is a poison that can dispel internal energy. Your internal energy seems to have a similar effect, so he mistakenly thought you used dissipating energy poison on him. Hearing this, Jong looked at the bald youth nonchalantly. "So there's such an interesting poison." The bald youth knew the other was feigning ignorance, but just as he was about to rebuke him, Jong interrupted. "All right, think whatever you want, but have you considered my proposal?" Hearing this, the bald youth couldn't help but be stunned. He remembered what Jong had said to him before he lost consciousness. Although it was very damaging to his pride, at this moment he realized he had to admit that the other party was indeed stronger than him. So, no matter what, he could no longer have any contact with this guy. Thus, he gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out a sound. "Get lost." Hearing this, Jong was faintly shocked. The bald youth continued, "I will never be on your team, even if it kills me." At this moment, Jong, far from being angry, actually showed a look of appreciation. He clapped his hands gently. "The determination. I didn't expect you to have such an unyielding will. What a pity. I was actually quite keen on teaming up up with you. Hearing Zhang's words, the initially tense bald youth relaxed slightly. He had been worried that this madman would kill him regardless of the rules, but now it seemed that was not the case. This made him feel very fortunate, so he slowly got up. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: never to deal with this guy again, because he thoroughly understood that this fellow before him was, as he had initially sensed, an absolutely evil presence. He didn't even want to stay here for another second. However, just as he reached the door, Zhang's hand rested on his shoulder. Although the force was not great, the bald youth's body immediately froze. Zhang said coldly, "Where are you going? Do you think I'd let you leave so easily after you rejected me?" Hearing this, the bald youth's body couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't believe what Zhang had said. Hadn't the other party clearly stated he was giving up on having him join the team? Then he had no need to stay here. But what was happening now? Before he could figure it out, Zhang muttered a few words to himself. Instantly, an indescribable sensation swept through his body, as if a strange power was occupying it. He tried to circulate his internal energy to resist this force, but his meridians had been sealed at some unknown point. He only felt an unbearable coldness all over his body. Just then, Zhang punched the bald youth hard in the abdomen, the pain causing the bald youth to spit out a mouthful of bitter fluid. Zhang said with a playful yet icy tone, "Can't you see how badly you hurt me by turning down my offer? So, just give me your body." As he spoke, Demon Monk's figure slowly emerged, and countless tentacles began to invade the bald youth's body. The bald youth could only watch helplessly as he was slowly devoured, cursing weakly, "You bastard." Seeing this, Zhang finally showed a satisfied expression. However, just then, footsteps sounded outside the door, as if someone was walking towards his room. The footsteps were light but sounded somewhat unnatural. "Looks like her condition isn't very good." Zhang looked alertly towards the door. Demon Monk's speed couldn't help but quicken. With a few knocks on the door, Zhang asked softly, "Who is it?" "It's Moarang from the Manhwa house." Hearing this name, Zhang also felt quite puzzled. Why would she suddenly come here instead of returning to her room to recuperate? He fell silent for a moment, then turned to look at the bald youth. After the bald youth's body twisted for a moment, his eyes rolled back, and he returned to normal. Demon Monk, now possessing this young body, seemed particularly satisfied. He raised his hand and touched his face a few times. The nose that Zhang had broken was immediately restored to its original shape. For a spirit, appropriately adjusting a possessed body wasn't a difficult task. After everything was done, Zhang said, "Come in." She seemed a bit nervous, as if she had a request. Moarang pushed the door open and entered. However, the moment she saw the bald youth also in the room, her body couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this, Zhang hummed lightly and explained, "He wanted to be on my team." Demon Monk also pretended to nod. However, in response to their reactions, Moarang lowered her head. "What did you do to him?" These words also startled Zhang. Moarang continued, "He's not Yomjie at all." Instantly, the entire room fell silent. However, Zhang nonchalantly asked what she meant. "That extremely prideful fellow couldn't possibly submit to you so easily, and Yomjie would absolutely never become someone else's subordinate." Hearing this, Zhang pursed his lips. He remembered that during the flag-snatching battle, she was also able to quickly guess his intentions, and Gyu Soha had also said that Moarang seemed to be able to see her. At the time, he thought it was just a coincidence, so he didn't pay much attention. Now it seemed her eyes were indeed different. Looking at Zhang's strange expression, Moarang was momentarily confused. As someone from one of the 4 great assassin clans, she had undergone countless training sessions, including techniques to interpret psychology by observing people's expressions and eyes. But from Zhang's face, she couldn't discern his thoughts at all. Just then, Zhang gave a wicked smile. Moarang immediately adopted a defensive posture. However, Zhang merely took out a puppet from his clothes. "I knew it. You really can see them." With that, he formed a hand seal. "Reveal the veiled truth. Truth deep-rooted and old. Release." As the incantation ended, Moarang instantly felt goosebumps. A translucent, blurry figure appeared behind Zhang, with white hair and chains wrapped around its body. At this moment, Moarang finally realized that what she had seen before was real. But just as she was astonished, Gyu Soha waved his hand, and chains shot towards Moarang. She quickly drew her weapon to block the incoming attack. Seeing this, Zhang showed a wicked smile. "Since you found out, I'll have to silence you." Hearing this, Moarang was greatly alarmed. She quickly threw her weapon, trying to counter Zhang's next move. However, such an attack was easily dodged by Zhang. Just then, Gyu Soha greedily said, "Master, give me this body." He seemed very interested in Moarang's physical form. However, his request was quickly met with contempt from Blue Spirit. "Kid, didn't you always insist you were a man? Why are you now clamoring for this woman's body?" Hearing this, Gyu Soha immediately shut his mouth in embarrassment. Zhang approached Moarang step by step. This action made Moarang's heart tighten again. She shouted, "Wait, I didn't come here to fight you." However, Zhang had no intention of stopping. "Why should I believe you?" Moarang looked directly into Zhang's eyes. "I originally just wanted to confirm if what I saw was real." Hearing this, Zhang finally stopped. "So that's your wish, but the price you have to pay for this is not small." Facing Zhang's threat, Moarang showed not fear, but another emotion, as if she had found something she had been searching for all along. So she said firmly, "I am willing to pay any price, even my life. I need that power. Help me." Hearing her words, Zhang's eyes instantly lost interest. Having seen countless deaths, he He could clearly distinguish those who were truly prepared to die. Clearly, Moharang was that kind of person, so Zhang showed an impatient expression. You want me to lend you my powers? As long as you can agree to my request, you can take this body as you please. In return, lend me the power of the unseeable being. Zhang looked puzzled. Seems she can hear your voice. This sentence also piqued Blue Spirit's interest. Although Gyu Soha had intentionally revealed himself, he hadn't made his voice audible. Yet, she could hear Gyu Soha's voice. This meant her spiritual eyes had opened. Although her spiritual eyes can't see through the essence of things like your ghost eyes, they can see spirits on the brink of life and death. However, she seems to only be able to hear Gyu Soha's voice but not mine. Hearing this explanation, Zhang quickly recalled what Cho Yugong had once said. But among all the innate talents of the Taoist master, there is one which is deemed the greatest. It's the eye. So that's what it meant. To this, Zhang remained expressionless. You said you wanted my help, right? Moharang immediately answered yes. Why should I give it to you? Hearing Zhang's words, Moharang's eyes instantly sharpened. Call it spoiling the fun, but I could easily take your flesh right now. Is there a reason for me to go through all that trouble? At that time, sharp daggers appeared in Moharang's hand out of nowhere. She then looked at Zhang fiercely. You underestimate me a bit too much. As her voice fell, Blue Spirit immediately warned Zhang. Stand back, mortal. A cold gleam flashed, instantly leaving a bloody gash on Zhang's cheek. Fortunately, Zhang moved his body the moment Blue Spirit issued the warning. Otherwise, his chin or even a part of his body would have been sliced off. At the same time, countless crisscrossing threads appeared in every corner of the room. These threads were as fine as silk yet incomparably sharp. Seeing this, Zhang immediately understood. It seemed this was set up when she threw her daggers. After instructing Demon Monk not to move recklessly, Zhang said coldly, so you have a trick hidden up your sleeve. Saying this, he gently pinched a fine thread, and instantly, crimson blood flowed out. It seems you are a descendant of the Death King. At this moment, when Moharang heard Zhang accurately state her origin, she was instantly stunned. She looked at Zhang, puzzled. Who exactly are you? Just how do you know about the Death King? Hearing this, Zhang directly repeated Blue Spirit's words. It would have been stranger to not think of the Death King after seeing the consecutive death and the art of keen shadow flying daggers. However, these words shocked Moharang even more, because the Death King, the founder of the War of God of Manhwa House, had a unique set of martial arts known only to the sect master and his descendants, the art of keen shadow flying daggers. Moharang couldn't understand how Zhang knew about this martial art, so she immediately threatened Zhang. It seems the situation has changed. You must tell me how you know, or I can only torture you slowly. However, before she could finish her words, Zhang stomped his foot hard on the floor. Instantly, the ground collapsed, and wooden planks flew everywhere. Those crisscrossing fine threads instantly became slack and disorganized. Moharang sensed grave danger and her body retreated repeatedly. However, Zhang's figure had already lunged fiercely towards her. Moharang dared not be careless. The weapons in her hand were quickly thrown, swiftly attacking Zhang's face. But obviously, such an attack could not pose a threat to Zhang. He dodged it with a swift movement. At the same time, he extended one hand, directly grabbing for Moharang's head. But Moharang, after all, was a prominent figure among the younger generation of assassin organizations. With no room to retreat, she kicked off the ground, using the door behind her to leap into the air, simultaneously thrusting her dagger straight at Zhang's head. Unfortunately, just as the weapon was about to touch him, Zhang turned his head and gave her a strange smile. It seems you are much stronger than Yomga. With that, Zhang opened his mouth wide and actually bit down on the attacking weapon. This scene instantly astonished Moharang. In that moment of distraction, Zhang seized the opportunity and directly grabbed Moharang's neck. Thus, this battle also came to an end. Zhang spat out the weapon in his mouth, the force in his hand involuntarily increasing. Moharang frowned as if her neck was about to break, but despite such pain, she didn't utter a sound, because at this moment, a fine thread had appeared around Zhang's neck without him noticing. Zhang chuckled lightly. When did you wrap this around my neck? A fine thread slowly appeared in Moharang's hand. She managed to utter, I told you, don't underestimate me. Hearing this, Zhang slowly loosened his arm. In fact, for Moharang, she only needed to exert a slight force to cut off Zhang's head. But she didn't do that, because it would violate the rules of this trial, so she could only continue to threaten. While I can still speak to you nicely, you'd better confess quickly. However, at the same time Zhang loosened his arm, he gently touched the fine thread with his finger. The originally taut thread instantly went slack. Moharang's eyes widened. She was clearly still channeling her true chi into the thread, but it was as if it had lost its strength and no longer obeyed her. She completely didn't understand what had happened. Just then, Zhang fiercely punched Moharang in the waist. The immense force instantly deprived Moharang of her ability to resist. She knelt on the ground in pain, completely at Zhang's mercy. Just then, Zhang immediately grabbed her face. You'd be pretty useful. At this moment, facing Zhang's sudden change in attitude, Moharang was momentarily at a loss. I was originally thinking of giving your body to Gyu Soha, but now I've changed my mind. Saying this, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face. Just as Moharang was feeling puzzled, Zhang directly inserted his fingers into Moharang's mouth. The blood on his fingers flowed directly into her body through her mouth. Instantly, her heart felt abnormally hot, and a pain like raging flames engulfing her body assailed her. The twist bursting pain from her internal organs made her certain she was poisoned. As an outstanding assassin, Moharang had some knowledge of various poisons, but those poisons were nothing compared to Zhang's blood. That toxicity was like a concentration of countless poisons. If she didn't circulate her qi quickly, she would surely die. However, just as she was about to sit cross-legged, Zhang kicked her hard in the abdomen. This made her already uncomfortable body even more painful. All I want is a single thing, for you to be my loyal dog. Then, Zhang looked at her and said coldly, perhaps then I will consider lending you my power. Moharang's face was pale. You didn't need to go this far. Hearing this, Zhang's eyes grew even colder. I don't trust others easily. Besides, didn't I say you would pay whatever price for this? At this moment, looking at Zhang's smile, which clearly had no killing intent yet exuded an overwhelming sense of evil, Moharang couldn't help but waver. A murderous disposition. Moharang remembers asking his father what a murderous disposition is, which answered, legend says that among every tens of thousands of people, one is born with a natural propensity for killing. Such people with this disposition enjoy deriving pleasure and a sense of existence from death and destruction. Therefore, they are born with the highest talent for becoming assassins, an evil incarnate. Because they are not swayed by emotions, they show no hesitation when killing. Instead, they revel in it. If you encounter such a person, absolutely do not hesitate. The only thing you should do is run. She felt she had made a huge mistake. The youth before her was more twisted than she had imagined. This couldn't be defined by cruelty. He was absolute evil. With Zhang successfully bringing Moharang and Yongjie under his command, he attracted the attention of many youths along the way. They discussed amongst themselves, all guessing Zhang's identity. No way. Who the hell is he? At this moment, when Mok Yuchun saw this scene, he went back to his room and fell into deep thought. At the end of the second trial in Corpse Blood Valley, Zhang's words kept echoing in his mind. He was certain that guy was serious at the time. He didn't understand why Zhang, his half-brother, would want him and others to kill each other. Thinking of this, Mok Yuchun couldn't help but clench his fists. Does he really not care if I live or die? Although Mok Yuchun knew Zhang disliked him, he didn't think it was to this extent. This made him even more convinced that something must have happened to change Zhang so much. Mok Yuchun sighed lightly. Whatever, forget it. If he won't care what happens to me, then I won't care about him either. He sharpened his brows. From now on, I'll focus on keeping myself and only myself alive. Saying this, he began to cultivate his techniques by himself. From now on, he only cared about whether he himself could survive. Before his seals were released, he had thought he was the only one among the trial participants to have reached the peak realm, but the reality was far more than he imagined. This world was much bigger than he had thought, so to survive, he had to become stronger. Thinking of this, his hand movements became more forceful. However, just as he was fully focused on practicing martial arts, a sound caught his attention. Originally, I wasn't sure, but now it seems you are indeed practicing the martial arts of Mock Sword Manor. The speaker was Ma Sang, who shared the same room with him. Ma Sang asked curiously, you are clearly from Mock Sword Manor. What are you doing here in the Corpse Blood Valley as someone from the Orthodox Miram? Hearing this, Mok Yuchun fell silent. Ma Sang was the first person to extend a helping hand to him during the second trial. They had gone through life and death together to get to this point. This made him momentarily unsure how to answer, but he was equally curious. How could Ma Sang, from the Heaven and Earth Association, recognize the martial arts of Mock Sword Manor? So he retorted, how do you know this? Ma Sang unhurriedly closed the door. That's not important. What's important is why someone from an Orthodox Miram is here. Could it be that Mock Sword Manor has betrayed the Orthodox Miram alliance? Hearing this, Mok Yuchun was greatly alarmed and repeatedly denied it. Seeing Mok Yuchun's strong reaction, Ma Sang continued to press. Didn't you come here to become a high-ranking member of the Heaven and Earth Association? This statement plunged Mok Yuchun into confusion. What are you talking about? Ma Sang stopped in his tracks. Don't tell me you don't know. He paused, then looked at Mok Yuchun with complete seriousness, and continued that once you enter the final stage of the Corpse Blood Valley trial, you can become a disciple of the 5 kings or 3 sect masters of the Heaven and Earth Association. Mok Yuchun was completely stunned. Realization came rushing in, and he sat down processing everything. He suddenly understood. So that was it. No wonder everyone fought so desperately in the trials. For them, this was an excellent opportunity to improve themselves, because if they could become disciples of the higher-ups in the Heaven and Earth Association, they could become figures who could sway the martial world in the future. Having figured this out, Mok Yuchun was filled with regret. He had struggled so hard to survive, only to end up aiming to become the leader of his enemies. Facing Mok Yuchun's bewildered reaction, Ma Sang's eyes sharpened. It seems you really know nothing. And why did you end up here? Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Mok Yuchun confessed, I was sent here as a hostage. Hearing this, even Ma Sang was puzzled. Why would they send a hostage to Corpse Blood Valley? Mok Yuchun wasn't too sure either. Just as he was about to ask why Ma Sang was asking these questions, Ma Sang made a hushing gesture and then carefully checked around the window. Only after confirming there was nothing unusual around did he slowly speak. I'm sorry, I didn't believe what you said at first. Although Mock Sword Manor is a renowned Orthodox sect, I had to consider the what-ifs. Mok Yuchun was puzzled by these words, until Ma Sang's next statement instantly made his eyes widen. I am a spy from the Orthodox Alliance. I'm with the Hidden Force. It turned out that the Orthodox Alliance was composed of 4 4 major groups, among which the organization responsible for undercover missions and assassinations was called Hidden Force. However, the Orthodox Alliance, which pursued the path of righteousness, vehemently denied its existence, so this organization only existed in martial world rumors. After hearing Ma Sang's explanation, Ma Qiuchun seemed to think of something. So, Hidden Force did exist, he asked curiously, but is it really okay for you to tell me all this? Ma Sang directly brought a chair. The situation is urgent. He then sat opposite Ma Qiuchun, so I have no choice but to resort to this. Originally, including me, a total of 15 people successfully infiltrated Corpse Blood Valley, but the number of people eliminated was much higher than expected. Although all of us passed the first round, a full 11 died in the second round, so I hope to get your help. Ma Qiuchun's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Is it because of that monster? That's only part of the reason. As for the other reasons, you should be well aware. Hearing this, Ma Qiuchun immediately thought of Zhang. Just then, Ma Sang gritted his teeth and said angrily, "That's right, that bastard is the biggest reason. That crazy bastard killed 9 of our people." Looking at the furious Ma Sang, Ma Qiuchun felt a headache coming on, momentarily unsure what to say. However, Ma Sang continued, "Because you share the same surname, I initially thought you were with him, but when I saw him make you and the others fight each other, I changed my mind." Speaking here, Ma Sang's expression changed slightly. "Since you're still half-brothers, I might as well tell you in advance. Mok Jiangwon will die here." These words greatly shocked Ma Qiuchun. "We're in an urgent situation that we need your help. We don't have a choice anymore. We're going to eradicate all interference." However, when Ma Qiuchun thought of Zhang's cruel methods, cold sweat broke out again. He quickly spoke up, trying to stop him, but before he could finish, Ma Sang told him not to worry. "Even if that guy is crazy, we have people crazier than him." At this moment, in the corridor, a pink-haired girl with a graceful figure was walking towards a certain room. Everywhere she passed, she stirred the hearts of the youths. This person was one of the spies planted by the Orthodox Alliance and the Heaven and Earth Association. However, unlike other members, she belonged to the Ding Regiment of the Hidden Force. The members of the Ding Regiment were all people referred to as monsters. They were called this not only because of how strong they are, but there is also another reason. They were somewhat different from ordinary people, and this girl was just like that. Her body had undergone countless modifications, and she could no longer feel any pain. Therefore, her personality was also extremely twisted. At this moment, after Zhang had instructed Mo Harang and the other to gather people, he returned to his own room. But before he could rest for a moment, a seductive voice came from the door. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the pink-haired girl walked into the room on her own. "You're Mok Jiangwon, right?" Zhang was completely bewildered but still asked politely, "What can I do for you? Are you perhaps thinking of joining our team?" The girl smiled enchantingly. "I just want to talk with you." Zhang was even more puzzled, but before he could ask why, the girl unhurriedly removed her clothes, presenting herself completely naked before Zhang. "I wanted to talk with you with our bodies." As an innocent youth, Zhang had never encountered such a situation. His eyes suddenly sharpened. Wow! At this moment, Zhang looked at the unconscious girl lying on the bed, his heart full of doubt. Just now, she had walked into his room completely naked, proclaiming she wanted to have a deep talk with him. This had stirred even the usually cold-blooded him a little. However, in the end, he still knocked her out without hesitation. Zhang, who had never experienced such a thing, was very curious. What was she here for? Blue Spirit stated bluntly. "What else? Didn't she come here to mate with you?" Zhang suddenly understood. That's a blunt way of putting it. Hearing this, Gyu Soha at the side teases him. Zhang paid no mind to Gyu Soha and continued, "Anyway, this is a bit troubling. Should I wake her up and ask for the real reason she came here?" Hearing this, Gyu Soha instantly became excited, pointing at herself. "Why not hand her over to me?" Zhang immediately understood. "Well, do as you want." With this, Gyu Soha looked at the girl on the bed with ill intent. 2 figures were rapidly running towards Zhang's room. They were Ma Qiuchun and Ma Sang. Damn it, I hope we're not too late. It turned out that just now, upon learning that the Hidden Force was going to make a move on Zhang, Ma Qiuchun had unhesitatingly kneeled down. He repeatedly begged Ma Sang to spare Zhang this once. "Although I don't like him either, I can't just watch a brother from the same mock sword manner die in front of me. I promise you, I will try my best to persuade Zhang to stand on our side." Ma Sang also felt very troubled by this, but facing Ma Qiuchun's sincere guarantee, Ma Sang could only reluctantly agree. "It can't be helped. Let's go stop her before it's too late. I don't like that brat, but I feel you still have righteousness in your heart, so I'll give you this one chance." Saying this, they quickly rushed towards Zhang's room. Ma Qiuchun also firmly believed that no matter what Zhang had become now, as long as his roots belonged to the Orthodox Alliance, he would definitely be able to persuade him to turn back. However, everything seemed to exceed his expectations. When they reached the center of the first-floor corridor, they were blocked by a crowd. "What's going on? It looks like someone is being dragged out." The place was packed with trial participants, all wondering why these 2 people had been captured. Just as Ma Qiuchun was also feeling strange, Ma Sang suddenly showed a panicked expression and uttered, "Damn it." Ma Qiuchun curiously asked what had happened. Ma Sang said with a grim face, "Those captured are our people." Ma Qiuchun was greatly shocked. He turned to look at the crowd and immediately spotted Zhang in the center. "Isn't that Mok Jiangwon?" A warrior was smiling and patting Zhang on the shoulder, praising loudly quickly. Well done. Thanks to you, we were able to find the spies. It turned out that 15 minutes ago, Yu Soha had possessed Nung Wang's body. By exploring her memories, he learned that she was a spy from Hidden Force. Besides her, 3 other spies had also passed the second trial. This couldn't help but arouse Zhang's interest. However, Blue Spirit can't help but comment, they are truly foolish. Spies shouldn't know each other's identities. However, this also allowed Zhang to understand the relationship between the Orthodox Alliance and the Heaven and Earth Association. Although he wasn't interested in how this martial world operated, he felt somewhat annoyed by the reasons for their battles. Their way of dividing against each other due to different ideologies is still inefficient. Hearing this, Blue Spirit slowly spoke. You're indeed right, but nothing is more terrifying than conviction. People from both factions believe they are right. Sometimes they are even willing to sacrifice their lives for it. This emotion is heavier than personal grudges and feuds. Zhang understood what Blue Spirit meant. He turned to look at the girl who was getting dressed. Indeed, although I haven't met many people, I also find those self-righteous people the most annoying. These people mostly believe that everything except themselves is wrong. That's why I dislike such people. Speaking of which, Blue Spirit curiously asked Zhang about his next plan. It looks like they are planning to eliminate you. Zhang sighed lightly. Their doing so is indeed a wise choice. At this moment, Yu Soha, having dressed, asked, Master, do you need me to go and eliminate these people? Zhang pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly. No, there's no need for all that hassle. I just got a better idea. Then, he immediately headed out. And so, the Hidden Force spies were captured. Through this method, he didn't need to get his own hands dirty and could also receive commendation from the Heaven and Earth Association, eliminating threats and earning merit at the same time. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ma Sang exhausted all efforts and finally passed the second trial of Corpse Blood Valley. He had thought he could successfully infiltrate the higher echelons of the Heaven and Earth Association, but unexpectedly, the companions sent on the mission defected at the last moment. At this moment, watching his last 2 teammates fall before him, Ma Sang instantly panicked. He quickly thought about how to deal with the situation next, but before he could react, the defecting girl directly pointed at him. That guy over there is also one of them. This statement immediately caused an uproar. Ma Sang was even more at a loss. Without thinking, he turned and started to flee. Seeing this, the red-robed warrior finally reacted and immediately ordered his men to capture him. The guards behind him directly bypassed Mok Yuchan and rushed towards Ma Sang. Mok Yuchan looked at Zhang, unable to utter a word. To this, Zhang just gave a cold smile. If Yu Soha's retrieved memories are accurate, then this person before me should be the last of the 4 spies. This guy actually delivered himself to my doorstep. How unlucky. At this moment, Mok Yuchan was staring at him with murderous eyes. Recalling that Mok Yuchan and Ma Sang seemed to have arrived together, Zhang instantly understood. It seems he knows something. Just then, Mok Yuchan directly pushed Zhang aside. We need to talk. He began to question Zhang. Do you know what you're doing? You've just betrayed the Orthodox. However, before he could finish his words, Zhang coldly said, still too naive. Your emotions are written all over your face. Do you want to be treated as a spy too? Mok Yuchan seemed even more annoyed by this. He still believed that if Zhang hadn't reported them, how could they have been caught? However, Zhang looked at him directly. Do you really think the master of Corpse Blood Valley doesn't know the true identities of these guys? Hearing this, Mok Yuchan was utterly stunned. As soon as I learned these people were spies, I remembered. After the second trial ended, during the selection process, the master of Corpse Blood Valley was closely monitoring them the whole time. Mok Yuchan's eyes widened, sweat trailing down his temple. His breath caught. This wasn't just surprise. It was a sudden realization, sharp and unsettling. If it weren't for us both being from Mock Sword Manor, I wouldn't advise you. So stop fooling around. Especially if you want to live. You'd better not have this kind of mentality anymore. With that, he turned and left without looking back. Mok Yuchan gritted his teeth, his face flushed red. Do you even know the purpose behind the trials of the Corpse Blood Valley? Hearing this, Zhang stopped, his expression still cold. Am I supposed to care? Mok Yuchan didn't expect Zhang to have this attitude. He could only stare blankly as the other person walked away step by step. Yu Soha asked doubtfully, wouldn't it have been best to eliminate him together with them? Zhang initially thought so too, but he quickly gave up the idea. There's no need for that right now. Although I'm pretending to be Mok Jiangwon in the Heaven and Earth Association, many people know we both come from Mock Sword Manor. If I kill him, it might arouse others' suspicions, so it's better to leave him alone for the time being. Just then, a red-robed warrior walked up to Zhang. He pointed downstairs and said, the Valley Master wants to see you. Zhang couldn't help but be startled. Could he have noticed something? A short while later, in a room in the middle of the first floor, a figure sat on a chair, gazing at a bronze mirror. Hearing a knock on the door, he moved the mirror aside. As he moved the mirror, a scarred face flashed by. That person slowly put on a demon mask, then uttered, let him in. The door was pushed open, and Zhang walked in. The demon mask figure waved his hand, pointed to the chair in front of him, and said softly, take a seat. We need to have a good talk now. Zhang didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. The demon mask figure handed him a cup of tea and asked in a calm tone, I heard that you and Mok Yuchan are both hostages from Mock Sword Manor. Zhang didn't deny this, but suddenly, the demon mask figure directly drew his weapon and held it to his neck, the speed so fast there was no time to react. Then it's strange. You were clearly clearly brought here by force, so why did you proactively expose the Orthodox Alliance's spies? As he spoke, a terrifying killing intent emanated from the demon mask figure, as if Zhang would be splattered with blood the next second if his answer was unsatisfactory. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Your life and death are in my hands. Feeling the terrifying flame power from the sword, Zhang finally understood why Blue Spirit always told him, you are still far from enough. The speed, as well as this burning energy, he's ridiculously strong. Facing such a master, he had no power to resist at all. Just as he was quickly thinking about how to answer, Blue Spirit was also momentarily stunned. Then she spoke up. That sword, mortal, things might go smoother than expected. Just do as I say. Repeat after me. As Blue Spirit's voice fell, Zhang couldn't help but be stunned. Although he didn't understand why Blue Spirit said so, it seemed this was the only way now. At this moment, seeing Zhang remain silent for a long time, the demon mask figure also seemed a bit impatient, but just as he was about to question what the other was standing there dazed for, Zhang repeated Blue Spirit's words. Has the Li household learned how to control the fiery Dawn Qi? Instantly, the demon mask figure's body jolted violently. He couldn't believe what he had heard, so he asked with a trembling voice, how do you? But before he could finish asking, Zhang stood up on his own. How do I know about the Scarlet Flame Sword technique? Is that what you want to ask? And after hearing the words Scarlet Flame Sword technique, the killing intent from the demon mask figure became even stronger. One must know that those who could utter the name of this sword technique, including himself and the president of the Heaven and Earth Association, would not exceed 4 people. Yet now, a youth had spoken it. Could it be that hostage was just a pretext? Was he brought to Corpse Blood Valley to test me? The association head had once promised the Li household, show your loyalty for 4 consecutive generations, and I will allow the Li household to regain the title of king once again. The demon mask figure had thought that everything he had done was enough to prove his loyalty, but he didn't expect the association head still didn't trust him. Thinking of this, the demon mask figure clenched his fists tightly. Just as the demon mask figure was lost in his own world, Zhang spoke again. The Li household must have received the king title, so what are you doing here, in the Corpse Blood Valley? The demon mask figure didn't answer this. He questioned loudly, were you sent by the association head? Tell me, answer me, or today will be your death day. However, facing the demon mask figure's undisguised killing intent, Zhang remained unfazed. That doesn't answer my question. Saying this, his figure moved, and then, using his fingers as a sword, he performed a set of sword incantations. Upon seeing the opening stance of this sword incantation, the demon mask figure's eyes widened instantly, and as Zhang's hand movements continued to flow, the demon mask figure's astonished gaze became even more shocked. The gestures of this sword technique were extremely similar to the gestures of the sword art of the fingers. Among the higher-ups of the Heaven and Earth Association, no one didn't recognize it. Just as the demon mask figure was convinced that the youth before him must have been sent by the president, the moves Zhang subsequently displayed once again plunged him into confusion. This was not the sword art of fingers at all. At this moment, although Zhang had no weapon in his hand, the demon mask figure could clearly feel that the trajectory of the sword's momentum precisely locked onto the 8 major vital points on his centerline. Even though it was merely a mental simulation, it made him feel a pressure as if it were tangible. His body couldn't help but retreat repeatedly. These flawless moves, it really is that sword art, the martial art of that person whom grandfather mentioned countless times, Lunar Vein's sword art. Seeing that his demonstration had an effect, Zhang smiled slightly. It seems you've recognized it. I thought you wouldn't be able to since you look young enough to be Li Wamun's grandson. The moment he heard his grandfather's name, the demon mask figure was completely stunned. At the same time, his grandfather's words echoed in his mind again. Don't resent that person too much. The Lord whom I served faithfully half of my life is not the cruel traitor you imagine. Time rewinds to when the demon mask figure was 15 years old. At that time, he had repeatedly asked his grandfather, Grandfather, is our family really a household of traitors? But his grandfather at the time didn't answer, instead asking him, Jiam, are you asking me that question because of the injuries on your face? It turned out that Li Jiam, as a descendant of the Li household, had been called the grandson of a traitor since childhood and often suffered various humiliations and bullying. He had tried to ignore them, and had also resisted them, but all this seemed meaningless, because this was the price inherited from his grandfather who had sworn allegiance to the Lunar Vein. So he wondered, is this label something we can never get rid of? To this, his grandfather just gently comforted him. To maintain faith in the liege one has sworn allegiance to is the duty of a subject. But these words, for Li Jiam at that time, he could never accept. He did not like being harassed endlessly. Enduring this endless shackle is worse than swearing allegiance to the association head. He attributed all blame to the liege his grandfather spoke of. It's because of her that the Li household became a family of traitors, and you, grandfather, were demoted to being a valley master despite being much stronger than that. But to maintain our loyalty despite that? I don't get it. So he couldn't understand why his grandfather still continued to show allegiance to that person, nor could he accept that the entire family had to bear the blame for that person. My grandfather always just said it was because we are her subjects. I don't get it. Thus, from that day on, he no longer talked to his grandfather, just desperately practiced martial arts, because if he didn't immerse himself in practice, he would be tormented by endless anger and pain. Perhaps precisely because of this, he became the first in his family to cultivate the core cultivation technique of the Scarlet Flame Sword technique, the guiding flame art, to the 5th mastery level before reaching adulthood. Since no ancestor in the family had completed the Scarlet Flame Sword technique, even his grandfather had only cultivated it to the 8th mastery, he firmly believed he could definitely surpass his grandfather, reaching the 9th or even 10th realm. However, he didn't expect this excessive ambition to become his poison. Eager for success, he suffered a backlash from the technique during cultivation. Under the operation of the guiding flame art, the fiery dawn chi went out of control, instantly engulfing his arm and half of his face like a raging inferno. As cultivation of the guiding flame art deepened, the fiery dawn chi would inherently become stronger. The slightest carelessness could burn the cultivator's body, and at this moment, this power had far exceeded what Li Jiam could control. The flames engulfed him in an instant. Just as he thought his life was about to end, a figure flashed by like a ghost, absorbing the out-of-control fiery dawn chi for him. It was his grandfather, Li Wamun. However, his grandfather's appearance made the barely conscious Li Jiam even more pained. He knew well that neither his grandfather nor his father could completely control the fiery dawn chi in their bodies. Forcibly absorbing the flames would not calm them but would instead frantically burn the absorber's body. Sure enough, in an instant, his grandfather's entire body was enveloped in raging flames, the intensity of which far exceeded Li Jiam's situation. Watching the flames consume his grandfather's body inch by inch, Li Jiam's heart was like being pierced by a knife. He roared, trying to rush over to dispel the fiery dawn chi for his grandfather, but was blocked by his grandfather's profound chi. At this moment, Li Jiam's world collapsed. A reunion after 4 years ended in such a tragic separation. His cries were heart-wrenching, but his grandfather, until the very last moment, showed no trace of pain, only so as not to let his grandson blame himself. The flames burned out his grandfather's life, and the true chi maintaining the barrier also dissipated. Witnessing his grandfather die because of him, Li Jiam was filled with self-blame and regret, hating his own foolishness and incompetence. If he could trade back his grandfather's life, he would willingly pay any price. In the subsequent treatment, he was overwhelmed by grief, wailing until exhausted, and finally fainted. After waking up, Li Jiam attended his grandfather's funeral. He proactively confessed his mistakes to his father and asked for punishment, but no one in the family blamed him, because they knew well that his grandfather would not have wanted to see this. Li Jiam could only weep silently, his heart full of guilt and longing for his grandfather. After the funeral, his father gave him a poem his grandfather had left behind. He read it carefully. I recall my steps, following those of the fluttering black cloth in front of mine. No matter how much time passes, those times will not leave my heart. Looking at his grandfather's posthumous poem, Li Jiam's heart was filled with mixed emotions. His grandfather had adhered to his principles until death, while he, as a direct descendant of the Li household, had insulted this loyalty due to a moment of recklessness. From that moment on, he made a solemn vow to carry on his grandfather's will and restore the family's honor. Thus, Li Jiam put on the demon mask. He, this unworthy grandson, would inherit that loyalty. Even if it was a shameful brand, even if it was an endless torment, he would carry this mission forward in the darkness, awaiting the day of reunion with his liege. Returning to the present, Li Jiam looked at Zhang in disbelief. The sword technique his grandfather had described to him countless times was now being perfectly executed by Zhang. His eyes widened, his whole body exuding a murderous aura, and he sternly questioned, "Why do you know her martial arts?" With that, he unhesitatingly swung his weapon towards Zhang. "Who the hell are you?" Because he knew that the lunar vein sword technique had long been lost, its manual whereabouts unknown, and no one could decipher its contents. Yet this youth before him not only knew everything about the Li household's affairs but could also perform this lost sword art. His identity must be extraordinary. However, just as the weapon was about to slash across Zhang's body, Zhang's words froze Li Jiam in place. Better to see something once than to hear about it 1,000 times. Zhang grasped the puppet with his right hand, his left hand forming a two-finger seal. Seeing is believing. Let me show you her in person. Reveal the veiled truth. Truth deep-rooted and old. Release. In an instant, a strong smell of blood surged forth, and the entire world was instantly enveloped in a sea of blood. At the same time, a peerless beauty holding a pipe, with eyes like blood, appeared out of thin air. He slowly removed his mask and looking at her powerful and elegant figure, the image of the great one his grandfather had described vividly surfaced in Li Jiam's mind. She was stronger and more beautiful than anyone in the association. Li Jiam knelt down with a thud, his voice trembling as he cried out, "Li Jiam, head of the Li household, pays respects to the master of the lunar vein, my liege." He knelt. The once arrogant master of Corpse Blood Valley now unhesitatingly knelt before them. Seeing Li Jiam's respectful attitude, Blue Spirit's mouth curled up. "I believe that the bloodline of the Li household would have stayed loyal." She glared sharply at Zhang. "Did you see that, mortal?" But Zhang scoffed at Blue Spirit's words. After all, 100 years had passed. Could it be that she still believed in humans after becoming a vengeful spirit? If so, then she was truly foolish. However, he indeed hadn't expected that after more than 100 years, the Li household could still maintain this loyalty. Zhang couldn't help but click his tongue. He had originally wanted wanted to see Blue Spirit's hopes shattered. What a pity. But thinking about it, this wasn't entirely a bad thing, because it meant he still had value to be exploited. At this point, Blue Spirit bid Lee Jae-yum to raise his head and speak, but just as she was about to continue, Jong took out the puppet. With a few pats, he formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation. Life is fleeting, form of existence is without a fixed self. Life is volatile like the flipping of a hand. Swift decree. With the word seal uttered, a powerful suction enveloped Blue Spirit. In an instant, Blue Spirit's spiritual body was once again sucked into the puppet. At this moment, Blue Spirit, sealed in the puppet, was furious. She cursed Jong as a bastard. What on earth are you doing? She had finally come out once, and she didn't understand why Jong had suddenly sealed her back into the puppet. The sea of blood vanished, and the room instantly returned to its original state. Noticing the change, Lee Jae-yum frowned. He raised his head and asked, "What just happened? Where did my liege go?" Just then, Jong slowly spoke. "Didn't you see? She is with me." Hearing this, Lee Jae-yum stood up and put on his demon mask. The appearance of my liege just now was definitely not an illusion, so he requested of Jong, "Let me see my liege again. I still have many questions to ask her." To Lee Jae-yum's request, Jong pointed at himself and said, "Isn't she right here before you?" Instantly, even Blue Spirit showed a puzzled expression. "What?" Jong smiled faintly. "Although it's hard to understand, she is now attached to my body. I am her vessel." For Jong, his purpose was very clear. Blue Spirit might trust him, but I don't. Not yet, at least. It'd be better to have him under my control. The allegiance of generations. I'll be taking it. And hearing Jong's words, Lee Jae-yum was also stunned. He knew very well what the word vessel meant. So now this kid is the liege of the lunar vein? Jong saw through his concern. So, after a moment, he handed Lee Jae-yum a note. Upon seeing its contents, Lee Jae-yum's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is the guiding flame art. Could it be that my liege completed the remaining technique? Lee Jae-yum remembered what his grandfather had said when teaching him. The guiding flame art was originally an internal cultivation method created by me and my liege. It's just a pity that before it was completed, my liege met with such a tragedy. At this moment, Lee Jae-yum's hands trembled involuntarily. 3 generations of the Lee household had been trying to complete the technique, but they had never been able to achieve it. Now, the hope of the entire family was in his hands. Lee Jae-yum was naturally too excited to speak, and just after he carefully read the incantation, he actually shouted in excitement, "From the diaphragm shoe point to the Yang Link vessel with the fiery dawn chi. You came up with it so easily. You're amazing." However, his words greatly angered Blue Spirit. "Easy, my ass. I only realized it after I died and my spiritual eyes opened." Blue Spirit couldn't help but regret. When she explained the Lee household's affairs to Jong just now, she accidentally mentioned the promise and the techniques. She didn't expect this kid to remember everything. Now the master of Corpse Blood Valley trusted him even more. Just after Lee Jae-yum's excitement, he again showed a puzzled expression. "However, it doesn't seem like this is all of it." Jong didn't deny it. "That's right, I did it intentionally." Lee Jae-yum was puzzled. "Although I have perfected the technique, one must still be careful. You are in this position because you were in a rush to recover your household's social status, right? I was just worried that something like that might happen again." Hearing Jong's words, Lee Jae-yum's eyes instantly shone with understanding, and he knelt down again as if enlightened. "So I misunderstood, my liege. I didn't expect that even after becoming a vengeful spirit, you still think of the Lee household. So this kowtow is not for the technique, but to swear my loyalty to you again. Please take my bows." Saying this, he kowtowed heavily 3 times. Seeing Lee Jae-yum's actions, Jong just nodded slightly. However, Blue Spirit snorted coldly, because only she knew that even if Lee Jae-yum swore allegiance repeatedly, Jong would never completely trust him. At this moment, seeing Lee Jae-yum's loyal attitude, Blue Spirit began to advise Jong, "Although I can understand why you only gave him half of the technique, you don't trust him, but I trust him. I understand, so I won't say anything about it." To this, Jong still just smiled faintly. Blue Spirit's trust in her former loyal subjects was her freedom, but he wouldn't be like that. Before completely confirming the other party's loyalty, he intended to maintain a certain degree of vigilance. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Jong, Blue Spirit had no choice but to resort to threats. "In that case, when you try your tricks on him again, I won't help you." Just then, Lee Jae-yum suddenly spoke to Jong. "My liege, forgive your subordinate's impertinence. I have some questions I would like to ask you, if I may." Jong gave him a signal to continue. "Could I ask you about the Great Battle of Awakens?" Upon hearing Lee Jae-yum's question, Jong couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes instantly sharpened. This was the first time he had heard of the Great Battle of Awakens. Just as he was thinking about how to answer, Lee Jae-yum continued, "About 100 years ago, you were framed as a traitor because of this battle and killed because of it. I want to know the truth of that day." Hearing this, Jong couldn't help but glance at Blue Spirit. However, Blue Spirit looked displeased. "What are you looking at me for? You figure it out on your own." For Blue Spirit, that day was a memory she could never forget. But this was just as well. She hadn't planned on telling Jong what happened that day so soon anyway. So she suggested to Jong, "Perhaps you can confess to him now, and then let me handle it." However, Jong's next move completely exceeded her expectations. Jong nonchalantly retorted to Lee Jae-yum, "How much do you know about that matter? I'd like to hear how it's spoken of within the Heaven and Earth Association." Instantly, Blue Spirit couldn't sit still. She didn't expect Jong to use a question to defuse a question. How could this guy always find a breakthrough? At this moment, Lee Jiam seemed somewhat flustered. He wasn't sure if he could directly say what he knew. Zhang saw his difficulty at a glance and told him not to worry, just say it directly. Blue Spirit exclaimed, "It's not alright." Hearing this, Zhang's lips curled up. He taunted Blue Spirit, "See, you should have told me proactively just now." Blue Spirit was so angry that she was about to explode. She didn't expect Zhang to use this method to probe her past. She anxiously cursed, "Mortal, stop immediately." However, how could Zhang listen to her? He gently pushed the puppet back. That's right, this is it. He could finally know her past. Blue Spirit, the leader of the lunar vein, her relationship with the Heaven and Earth Association, and the reason she became a vengeful spirit. Lee Jiam started speaking. What happened was, hearing Lee Jiam start, Blue Spirit had an urge to break the puppet's seal and rush out. In an instant, just as she was about to exert force, Lee Jiam and Zhang simultaneously stopped their actions. They both turned to look out the window. Because Blue Spirit was sealed in the puppet, she couldn't sense the outside aura, so she was very puzzled by their identical reactions. What's going on? At this time, Lee Jiam slowly walked to the window. He pushed open the paper-pasted window, and the square in front of the dormitory came into view. But everything looked calm. This made Lee Jiam frown slightly. Just now, something had indeed stimulated his senses, but it disappeared in an instant. That aura made people feel very uneasy. Although he didn't want to let it go so easily, once the aura disappeared, it would be very difficult to find it again. At this time, Zhang asked him what happened. Lee Jiam pondered for a moment and then did not reveal his perception. "My liege, it seems to be nothing serious." However, Zhang's face darkened. "Could I ask for a favor, Valley Master?" To which Lee Jiam answered unhesitantly, "Yes." Zhang slowly spoke, "I'm going out for a bit." Lee Jiam seemed somewhat reluctant about this, but he didn't stop him. However, this was a good thing for Blue Spirit and the puppet. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what was happening outside, at least now she didn't have to worry about Zhang knowing her affairs. About a half-kilometer away from the dormitory, on a hill in Corpse Blood Valley, a warrior lay beside the carriage transporting spies. Nearby, Yu Soha had already separated from the pink-haired girl's body. However, he was now pinned to the ground by an invisible force. Beside him, an exorcist leaning on a staff muttered to himself, "I was right. So, this is where my curse poison was all along." This person was the Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master, Insuk. It turned out that half an hour ago, the 4 spies undercover in the Heaven and Earth Association were being escorted to the inner part of the Heaven and Earth Association. Yu Soha, because he was possessing the pink-haired girl's body, was escorted along with them into the city. But just as their carriage traveled to a hill about half a kilometer from Corpse Blood Valley, 2 figures suddenly blocked the carriage. The leading high-ranking warrior couldn't hide his confusion. He quickly got off the carriage and bowed. They were Insuk, Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master, and his disciple, Cho Yugong. Seeing the warrior, Insuk immediately questioned, "Where are you headed to?" To which the high-ranking warrior answered, "I was transporting the spies." Hearing this, Insuk slowly walked closer to the carriage. The high-ranking warrior asked what business they had in Corpse Blood. Insuk didn't answer, but instead asked the high-ranking warrior, "Was there anything special during the trial? If anything suspicious or strange happened, please be sure to tell me. Otherwise, I can only report to the Association Master and stop this trial." Facing such a question, the high-ranking warrior frowned slightly. Although according to the Association Mat's orders, the Underworld Assassin Pavilion could assist in the trial, matters concerning the trials were ultimately the responsibility of the Master of Corpse Blood Valley, so he had no obligation to report to the Underworld Assassin Pavilion. However, he still mentioned one noteworthy thing. A trainee named Mok Jiangwon subdued a monster that sounded like a pig with his bare hands. Instantly, Insuk showed an expression of utter shock. He didn't expect the Hunter of the Week to die just like that. Cho Yugong was even more incredulous, so much so that he excitedly shouted, "Master, it's that child, the child I asked you to take out from the exam." Hearing this, Insuk frowned. "You mean a child who has not even learned shaman arts for a month killed the Hunter of the Week? If this is true, then this child definitely possesses astonishing talent. It seems I must meet this disciple of yours." Speaking here, Insuk's expression changed. "However, let's find the lost item first." The next second, he tapped the ground lightly with his staff, and a magic array suddenly appeared at his feet. This scene frightened the leading high-ranking warrior, and Cho Yugong once again showed an expression of utter shock, because his master had actually deployed a curse energy barrier. This was a technique that could only be deployed by those whose curse energy had reached the moon realm level or above. Its effect was comparable to the ghost domain created by high-level vengeful spirits. But Cho Yugong was very puzzled. Why would his master deploy a curse energy barrier here? Until the next second, chains flew out from the carriage carrying the prisoners, heading straight for Insuk. Unfortunately, Insuk formed a hand seal with one hand and easily controlled the flying chains with a light lift of his hand. At the same time, Yu Soha's figure was pulled out of the carriage and slammed heavily onto the ground. Looking at the little girl lying on the ground in agony, Insuk's lips curled slightly. He said meaningfully, "I was right. So, this is where my curse poison was all along." Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master, Insuk, was a shaman who others considered strange for being interested in the strange shamanism art, such as the divine spirit insect and the poison art. When he reached the age of 60, he discovered the cave with the secret technique of the Manhwa sect, which is said to compose 60% of the currently existing shamanism arts. He had thought he could use these secret arts to become famous in the martial world, but he didn't expect that most of the secret arts were listed as forbidden techniques. Because most forbidden techniques required living beings as sacrifices, they were explicitly prohibited from cultivation by the 64 shaman pavilions. But the old man, to realize his ambition, resolutely betrayed the 64 shaman pavilions and joined the Heaven and Earth Association. Afterwards, relying on his research into these sinister arts, he became a powerful shaman. Cho Yugong finally understood. So this is the curse poison you said you lost. Thanks to his master's curse energy barrier, he was able to see it. To this, Insuk smiled slightly. It's a pity. If it could mature a bit more, perhaps it could reach blue spirits level. Looking at the two chatting and laughing, Gyu Soha gritted his teeth in hatred, because this old man before him was the culprit who had locked him in that hell. At this moment, he wished he could tear the other party to shreds, but thinking that the other party could deploy a domain as a mortal, his strength must be terrifyingly monstrous, so he didn't hesitate at all, scrambled up, and immediately turned to flee. He had to return to his master's side now, but at this moment, a flame shot out from Cho Yugong's hand, instantly hitting Gyu Soha's spiritual body. Accompanied by a scream, the spiritual power on Gyu Soha began to gradually dissipate. Finally, he could only collapse helplessly on the ground. You damned shaman, I'm going to kill you. Insuk, leaning on his staff, slowly approached Gyu Soha. I am like a parent to you, yet you dare to resist like this. It seems you need to be properly disciplined. Saying this, he took out a talisman from his clothes. As you will become my familiar spirit. At this moment, Insuk's face was filled with anticipation. He shouted to Cho Yugong, disciple, watch carefully how your master turns a vengeful spirit into a familiar spirit. Saying this, several magic incantations escaped his lips. The talisman transformed into threads of spiritual power and shot straight towards Gyu Soha. Vengeful spirits, as special existences in this world, are generally almost impossible to become a human familiar spirit, but this talisman could defy heaven's will. As long as it was successfully deployed, even an existence known as a calamity could be used by him. At this moment, watching the talisman merge into Gyu Soha's body, Insuk showed an expression of extreme excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now speak. He looked down haughtily at the spirit before him. From now on, I am your master. However, as soon as his voice fell, Gyu Soha's answer directly made him freeze on the spot. Shut up. Go to hell, you old geezer. Insuk simply couldn't believe it. Did I fail? This is impossible. The talisman clearly hit your spiritual body. Just as he was feeling extremely puzzled, a voice sounded faintly behind him. Old man, what are you doing to someone else's dog? Hearing the voice, Insuk frowned and looked behind him. He saw a youth standing there at some unknown time. This person was Zhang, and upon seeing Zhang's figure, Gyu Soha excitedly shouted, Master. Hearing this instantly made Insuk's eyes widen. Why had this youth before him become the master of this vengeful spirit? But before he could ask, Cho Yugong anxiously shouted, Master, it's him. He's my newly accepted disciple, Mok Jiangwon. Instantly, Insuk's gaze became incomparably sharp, and Zhang, after seeing Cho Yugong, was also slightly stunned. Jiangwon, this is my master. Learning that the old man before him was the pavilion master of the underworld assassin pavilion, Zhang cupped his hands and repeatedly paid his respects. But before he could finish speaking, Insuk questioned in an undeniable tone, say what you just said again. Zhang looked up, looking puzzled. Insuk continued, did you just say you are this thing's master? Hearing Insuk's questioning, Cho Yugong finally realized. To this, Zhang fell silent. Seeing that Zhang seemed unwilling to speak, a vast spiritual power erupted from Insuk. Feeling the other's overwhelming anger, Zhang lightly hummed an affirmation. You're right. Instantly, Cho Yugong's eyes also widened, but contrary to him, Insuk slowly retracted his spiritual power. He seemed unconvinced by Zhang's words. Then prove it to me. I don't care what it is. Just tell the spirit to do something. Zhang's face was calm. He nonchalantly told Gyu Soha to come to his side. Gyu Soha, in the next second, stumbled towards Zhang. This scene instantly dumbfounded everyone present. Cho Yugong repeatedly questioned, how exactly did you do it? Confess right now. To this, Zhang showed a disdainful expression. I did nothing. Besides, I have no need to tell you these things. Facing Zhang's rudeness and provocation, Cho Yugong's face turned red with anger. He believed this kid Zhang was definitely hiding something. It's fine if you don't want to say it. I have ways to make you talk. Saying this, he began to chant an incantation and form hand seals. At the same time, Zhang's bracelet emitted bursts of rosy light. He immediately sensed the prohibition spell on the bracelet. This old fox indeed placed other prohibitions on it. Is he trying to control me through the bracelet? But anyway, I used a fake name from the beginning. It shouldn't have any effect now, right? Thinking of this, Zhang showed a barely perceptible smile. In that case, I'll grant your wish. The next second, Zhang fell into a daze. His eyes were vacant, and he swayed back and forth as if he had lost his soul. Seeing this, Insuk immediately cast a satisfied smile at Cho Yugong. So you put that on him? Cho Yugong confidently answered, yes. As you can see, he's not obedient yet. This disciple of his was the most like him among all the disciples he had taught, and also the most intelligent. But despite this, he still hadn't let down his guard against Zhang. So, he directly brandished his staff and knocked Zhang to the ground. I must confirm if the technique has truly taken effect. Saying this, he stomped fiercely on Zhang's body 3 times. After a long while, seeing Zhang almost breathless from the beating, Cho Yugong stepped forward and repeatedly stopped him. Master, I think that's enough. It definitely worked. He swore on his name. After confirming that Zhang's expression hadn't changed from beginning to end, Suk finally affirmed that the other was indeed completely controlled. Very good. Help him up. Ask him what happened. A moment later, Cho Yugong began to question Zhang. Tell me, how did you make a vengeful spirit become your familiar spirit? Zhang, with vacant eyes, directly blurted out, the association master. However, these words made both of them show expressions of utter shock. Suk questioned loudly, the association master? Is that what you just said? Why are you bringing up the association master? But at this moment, Zhang began to mutter in a weak voice. The two couldn't hear what he was saying at all. In his anxiety, Suk grabbed Zhang's hair. What are you saying? Is the association master here? Speak louder. However, at this moment, Zhang revealed a strange smile. The next second, Zhang's hand directly pierced through Suk's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Suk was gravely shocked and was screaming from the pain. Zhang smiled coldly. The association master isn't here, obviously. Just after Zhang's arm pierced Suk's chest, Suk spat out blood, his eyes wide with anger. He couldn't imagine being ambushed by a mere kid. Looking at Zhang's eerie smile, he felt the threat of death for the first time, so he endured the sharp pain from his chest and tried to move his fingers to form seals and cast a spell. Among the secret arts he knew, there was one that could consume vital energy to enhance recovery ability. However, before he could even begin to cast it, another scream escaped his lips. Zhang had directly broken all his fingers. Zhang revealed a cold smile. It seems no matter how powerful your energy bursts are, your body is no different from an ordinary person's. Seeing this, Cho Yugong finally recovered from his shock. He quickly chanted an incantation, trying to rebind Zhang. However, no matter how he tried, the spell had no effect on Zhang whatsoever. Cho Yugong began to regret. It was all because he was temporarily blinded by the other's talent and so confidently believed he could control him. He shouldn't have accepted him as a disciple in the first place. At this moment, although Cho Yugong didn't understand what was happening, he could clearly feel the danger emanating from Zhang, so he quickly made a judgment, his body retreating repeatedly to create distance. At the same time, he took out 2 puppets with talismans attached from his waist and quickly threw them towards Zhang. Accompanied by an incantation, the puppets trembled frantically. The next second, they transformed into 2 enormous ethereal figures. One held a long saber, the other wielded swords in both hands, appearing like divine generals. Cho Yugong shouted, "Quickly, release my master." But seeing this, a strange glint flashed in Zhang's eyes. He asked doubtfully, "What kind of spell is that?" "It seems I still have much to learn, master." Cho Yugong had no intention of telling him. "Shut up, you never considered me your master at all." Zhang smiled slightly. He said, "Once a master, always a master," but his mind was already calculating how to deal with the situation. The power of those puppets seemed much stronger than he had imagined, and now Blue Spirit was still angry about the Corpse Blood Valley Master incident. It was unlikely she would help, so, in his current situation, it would be difficult to cope. However, he quickly thought of a countermeasure, so he said faintly to Cho Yugong, "Master, if you don't believe me, how about I give you a gift?" Cho Yugong showed a puzzled expression. Just as he was about to ask what he meant, Zhang unhesitatingly directly ripped out Suk's heart. Blood splattered everywhere. Suk collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, all signs of life extinguished. Cho Yugong was furious. "You bastard, you actually did this." To this, Zhang just repeated what he had said before. Cho Yugong questioned, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Zhang slowly extended his arm. "I helped you kill him. Now the position of Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master is vacant, isn't it?" Hearing this, Cho Yugong showed an expression of utter shock. "So, you mean as long as my master is dead, I can take that position? If that's the case, then you're too naive." Saying this, Cho Yugong approached Zhang step by step. "Although I don't have much attachment to my master, as a disciple, failing to protect my master is another matter. After all, a pavilion master who can't even protect his own master not only won't gain everyone's recognition but will also put me in a very precarious situation." At this moment, Cho Yugong knew clearly that although Zhang was trying to confuse him with words, he should be more determined. This kid had to die. Just then, Zhang grabbed Suk's corpse. "Master, you won't suffer any losses," and, with a crack, crushed the heart in his hand. Blood dripped from his arm slowly into the corpse's mouth. At the same time, an incantation escaped his lips. Cho Yugong immediately understood what the other was trying to do. This was the secret art he had once taught Zhang, the 6th spirit summoning art, a forbidden technique used to create living corpses. By making a recently deceased person consume their own heart's blood and then using a large amount of death chi to perform the spell, one could create controllable living corpses. But because these living corpses had too many weaknesses and required the sacrifice of countless lives, it was a very impractical secret art for the shaman. Cho Yugong believed Zhang couldn't succeed, but as Zhang's voice fell, Suk actually stood up. Cho Yugong couldn't believe it. Zhang had actually done it. Just as he was feeling bewildered, Zhang turned his head and smiled faintly at him. "This is my gift to you. You can control him step by step to take the position of Pavilion Master." The moment he heard these words, Cho Yugong's hair instantly stood on end. Do you still not want to take this chance? Zhang added. Soon, Cho Yugong bent over and laughed heartily. At this moment, his eyes became incomparably sharp. Very well, I can accept your gift, but on the condition that you must agree to 3 terms. To this, Zhang showed a faint smile on the surface, but secretly put his hand behind his back, quietly releasing a dense stream of death chi. Seeing this, Yu Soha immediately understood and greedily absorbed it into his belly. Meanwhile, Cho Yugong began to explain to Zhang. First, you must tell me why the oath shackles didn't work. Second, you need to teach me the method of performing the 6 spirits summoning art without killing anyone. This method was undoubtedly a huge temptation for Cho Yugong, as it compensated for the flaw in this forbidden art. If used properly, it could surely dominate the entire martial world. Finally, and most importantly, you need to ensure my safety. Cho Yugong couldn't easily trust someone like Zhang. After hearing Cho Yugong's conditions, Zhang slowly withdrew his hand. He sneered, no problem, but as for the last issue, I've thought of a better way. Saying this, he took off his bracelet and threw it to Cho Yugong. The moment he caught the bracelet, Cho Yugong's expression changed drastically. He had already guessed what Zhang wanted to do. Don't tell me you intend to. But before he could finish his words, Zhang directly spoke. As long as you put on the bracelet and swear to become my loyal dog, then I will have no reason to harm you. Don't you agree? Instantly, Cho Yugong was consumed by rage. He glared fiercely at Zhang. He never expected the other to dare threaten him so blatantly. Cho Yugong roared, I could just subdue you and torture you. Don't forget that I can force you to wear it again. Saying this, he immediately gave an order. The 2 divine generals quickly attacked towards Zhang. However, Zhang seemed to have anticipated this. He moved his body, instantly dodging the incoming weapons. He knew that to make Cho Yugong obey, he had to subdue him first. So, while dodging, he taunted. The first condition. Let me tell you why the oath shackles didn't work. That's because my real name is Imak Jiangwon, but Zhang. So you must remember, don't get it wrong when you swear your oath later. Hearing this, Cho Yugong was even more shocked. He didn't expect to be deceived by such a small lie. However, he quickly refocused. He knew that with Zhang's strength, it was impossible to defeat his divine generals. Moreover, the other had just consumed a large amount of internal energy to perform the 6 spirits summoning art, so Cho Yugong believed he could quickly take down the other. But just in case, he once again took out a talisman from his clothes. At this moment, Zhang was being pushed back by the divine generals, and due to a moment of carelessness, the opponent seized an opening. A fierce kick sent him flying. Fortunately, he managed to adjust his posture in time and land steadily. When Zhang looked up, at the same time, Cho Yugong leaped into the air, a burst of thunderous power erupting from him. He deployed the Chikmukcha Thunder Roar talisman, preparing to take down Zhang in one fell swoop. To this, Zhang, instead of being alarmed, actually laughed. He clenched his fist and shouted, now, tie him up. Instantly, a chain appeared out of thin air. Cho Yugong's technique couldn't be fully deployed before his entire body was tightly bound. This is impossible. How did this spirit recover its spiritual power so quickly? Did someone channel death chi to him? To this, Yu Soha laughed loudly. Careless, weren't you, stinky shaman? Due to Cho Yugong losing his control and balance, the bodies of the divine generals quickly disintegrated. In an instant, the 2 puppets turned into countless fragments. With a loud blast, the battle between the 2 thus ended. Looking at the tightly bound Cho Yugong, Zhang once again sneered mockingly. As for why I can easily perform the 6 spirits summoning art, it's because my internal energy is made from death chi. There's no need to kill people to obtain it. Instantly, Cho Yugong's face was filled with disbelief. That's impossible. This guy's name wasn't just fake. Even the form of his internal energy was extraordinary. What kind of monster was he? Watching Zhang slowly pick up the bracelet from the ground, Cho Yugong knew he had thoroughly lost. Now then, will you make the oath? Cho Yugong wanted to resist. Don't be ridiculous. Never. But when he stared into Zhang's evil eyes, he couldn't muster a shred of resistance. Facing such an out-and-out demon, he could only compromise. He tremblingly put on the bracelet. I, Cho Yugong, swear from now on to become Zhang's servant, to obey my master's will until death. As a rosy light flashed, the cursed power from the bracelet entered Cho Yugong's body. Zhang smiled slightly and opened his arms. Master, for helping your disciple like this, I am truly grateful. To this, Cho Yugong could only sigh helplessly. What have I done? It feels like I've actually taken a demon as my disciple. At this moment, with Zhang successfully bringing Cho Yugong under his command, Cho Yugong prepared to return to the inner sanctum of the Heaven and Earth Association with Insuk. But looking at his master, who had completely turned into a puppet, Cho Yugong's eyes were filled with complex emotions. He didn't understand why things had ended up like this, nor could he believe that Zhang had actually transferred control of Insuk to him. However, this also forced him to follow Zhang's orders to contend for the position of Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master. But what worried him most now was not this, but that in the current situation, he knew he absolutely couldn't deceive one person's eyes. That person was his senior disciple, Zhou Taichung. At a young age, he had already reached the same rank as his master and had 2 mythical beasts as his familiar spirits. He's a genius shaman. He was recognized by everyone as the next successor to the Pavilion Master position. Cho Yugong had also warned Zhang about this issue, but Zhang had thrown the problem back at him. You can figure out such trivial matters yourself. To this, this, Cho Yugong could only feel secretly troubled, but thinking that if he could really become the underworld assassin pavilion master, he could surely become a renowned shaman in the martial world like his master. Thinking of this, Cho Yugong hardened his heart. It seemed this time he had to use all his means, but for some reason, Cho Yugong always had an uneasy feeling in his heart at this moment. He seemed to have forgotten something very important, something he couldn't recall no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, Zhang was thoughtfully sipping tea. Recalling the scene just now also made him feel quite amused. He had only ordered Cho Yugong to forget his real name on a whim, but he didn't expect the prohibition to actually succeed. Afterwards, no matter how he asked, Cho Yugong only remembered his name was Mok Jiangwon. The power contained in this artifact made Zhang feel quite shocked, so he asked Cho Yugong if he could find other similar artifacts. Unfortunately, Cho Yugong only had this one. After all, this artifact was made by one of the 6 divine shamans, the Gold Supreme Myung Ryle. There are 3 more. One must know that the 6 divine shamans were the title given to the 6 shamans who had reached the pinnacle of shamanship. In-suk received this bracelet as a gift when he attended the meeting of the 64 shaman pavilions, and In-suk had spent over a decade researching it but couldn't unlock its mysteries. Hearing this, Zhang also felt it was quite a pity. However, this also meant there were 3 more such artifacts. Perhaps one day he would have the chance to obtain them. Just as he was lost in thought, Li Jiam interrupted his train of thought. After Zhang left earlier, he had been waiting in the room. Hearing this, Zhang slowly put down his teacup. He smiled slightly and looked at Li Jiam. It's time to get back to business. After all, this concerns Blue Spirit's past. So, tell me what you know about the Great Battle of Huaining. Li Jiam hesitated for a moment and began to organize his thoughts. Where should I begin? However, just then, Blue Spirit's voice sounded faintly. Hey, mortal. She wanted to persuade Zhang not to continue this topic. When the time is right, you will naturally know. To this, Zhang pretended not to hear anything. The more Blue Spirit wanted to hide it, the more interested he became. I'm busy. Later, seeing that she couldn't stop him, Blue Spirit seemed to have made a certain decision. She said sternly to Zhang, if you promise not to investigate this matter further, I will teach you one of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. These words instantly made Zhang's eyes widen. This made him even more curious. After all, Blue Spirit had always let him comprehend on his own before, but now she was willing to offer to teach him. It seemed she really didn't want that past to be revealed. At this moment, seeing Zhang's excited expression, Blue Spirit immediately stated, send a signal with your finger if you will do as I say. Zhang smiled slightly. Since Blue Spirit had said so, then no matter what her difficulties were, it would end here. However, this condition is not enough. The next second, Zhang immediately extended 2 fingers. At least 2 moves. These words instantly infuriated Blue Spirit. She directly began to curse loudly. You insatiable fellow. Don't you have any morals? You really dare to ask for so much. To this, Zhang still put on a thick-skinned appearance. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. If you're not willing, then forget it. Now, what will you do? Looking at this cunning fellow before her, Blue Spirit could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Hearing this, Zhang immediately showed a triumphant smile. This way, he would be able to master 2 of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Afterwards, he immediately got up and interrupted Li Jiam's thoughts. Valley Master, I apologize. Regarding this matter, I'll listen to that story later. Hearing this, Blue Spirit finally felt relieved. However, she still felt very angry. Even if one only comprehended one of the thought-shattering 8 techniques, its power was not to be underestimated. But if it couldn't be deployed at the right time, it couldn't display its full potential. So Blue Spirit had originally planned to teach it to Zhang at an appropriate time, but she didn't expect this guy, Zhang, to be so cunning. However, compared to that, she still didn't want Zhang to know her past. Or perhaps it could be said that she herself didn't want this matter to be brought up. Perhaps I just don't want to learn the version others were told. After hearing Zhang's words, Li Jiam was puzzled. He thought Zhang should know about this matter. Zhang, however, said, then let's talk after I've established a firm footing. Although Li Jiam was still puzzled, he didn't press further. Just then, Zhang asked Li Jiam, from your perspective, where does it seem like my martial realm is at right now? Li Jiam paused, as if unsure whether he should answer. Zhang directly told him to speak truthfully, so Li Jiam immediately began to think seriously. To be honest, based on my perception alone, I feel your level should be at the realm of a first-rate master. Zhang was somewhat surprised by this, because Blue Spirit had once told him that his internal energy alone was at the ultimate peak realm. Thinking carefully, it seemed others didn't seem to be able to judge his martial realm correctly. Can they not feel my chi? Blue Spirit explained to him, that's because your internal energy is composed of death chi. Generally, ordinary people cannot perceive or feel death chi. Zhang suddenly understood. Does this mean that even strong individuals cannot determine how strong I am? If that's the case, then he can hide his true strength at any time. Just then, Li Jiam also looked puzzled and asked Zhang if he could hide his internal energy. To this, Zhang just smiled faintly. No, you're right. My realm is just as you see it. Hearing this, Li Jiam's face instantly darkened. Zhang asked curiously, you seem pretty disappointed. These words made Li Jiam's body tremble involuntarily. He quickly spoke up to apologize to Zhang. Zhang, however, said with a calm expression that he could understand. After all, I am far from your expectations. But he added, I obtained this body half a month ago. At that time, the owner of this body wasn't wasn't even a third-rate martial artist. Instantly, Li Jian was greatly alarmed and immediately asked Zhang, "Is that true?" Zhang smiled faintly. "I know you don't believe me, and I understand your expectations, but I've only just started anew." He mistakenly thought Li Jian was displeased with his slow cultivation. To this, Li Jian's attitude was completely opposite. To reach the level of a first-rate master in just half a month, this cultivation speed was simply extraordinary. He felt deep admiration for Zhang, so he asked Zhang, "Then how long do you think it'll take for you to reach the realm you were at your past life?" However, this question made Zhang slightly stunned. He had never heard Blue Spirit mention this matter before. He only knew Blue Spirit was very strong, but he had no idea exactly how strong. Now, for Zhang, whether it was Blue Spirit's enemies or his own enemies, to defeat them, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. Therefore, the time Li Jian spoke of was also the time Zhang needed for his revenge. So Zhang thought of the proverb, "Revenge that takes 10 years to complete is not revenge taken late." There is that saying. It means that it's best to wait for the best timing. However, for him, 10 years was too long, so he decisively extended his fingers. But this completely shocked Li Jian. "Are you really sure? Isn't such a short time too fast?" Zhang, however, confidently stated, "Of course not." And these words also scared Blue Spirit badly. She thought Zhang must be crazy, and this was all because the time Zhang answered was 2 years. To want to reach the evolutionary realm within 2 years was simply a pipe dream. The evolutionary realm was the supreme state that could only be achieved by breaking through barriers and reaching the 3 flowers on the summit and 5 chi return to the origin. And in the current martial world, those who could reach this realm were only the 6 heavens and 8 stars, known as the strongest masters. At this moment, after hearing Zhang's affirmative answer, Li Jian was actually moved to tears. This once again angered Blue Spirit greatly. "Even if you die 100 times and start over, you absolutely cannot achieve it. By then, you will understand just how formidable I am for having reached that realm." Saying this, she made a bet with Zhang. "If you can succeed, I am willing to call you master for life and serve you like a servant." Facing Blue Spirit's assertion, Zhang revealed a meaningful smile. "I hope you can keep your word." At this moment, Mok Yuchun stared blankly at the bronze plaque in his hand. This was what Ma Sang had given him before fleeing. That time when Gyu Soha pointed Ma Sang, he was caught off guard. He immediately turned to flee, but before that, he called out to Mok Yuchun, giving him the bronze plaque. The other party hadn't told him what it was, only leaving a sentence, "From now on, you will take my place." This sentence deeply pierced Mok Yuchun's heart. He knew the other party must have given him something very important, so Mok Yuchun felt extremely guilty. Thinking of this, Mok Yuchun punched the wall hard. It was precisely because he pleaded for Zhang that this result occurred. If he were Ma Sang, he would definitely be very angry. However, until the end, the Ma Sang showed no expression of resentment. He didn't understand how he had fallen into such a predicament. He had originally thought that only Zhang could be trusted here. After all, they were half-brothers. But now he realized that was not the case. This guy was no longer the person he used to know. Although he didn't know if the other party was hiding his true face, he was now close to a purely evil person. The thought of Zhang's phrase, "Should I care?" made Mok Yuchun's anger surge. But now he couldn't change anything, so he could only vent his anger on the wall, punch after punch. As he slowly felt the pain from his hand, Mok Yuchun gradually calmed down. He began to sort out his thoughts. Although Zhang's actions made him very angry, what he said was indeed correct. His own will was indeed too weak. He had originally thought that as long as he survived here, he could return to his former life. But now he finally realized he was completely wrong, because whether in Mock Sword Manor or Corpse Blood Valley, only those with sufficient strength could decide everything. So now, what he needed to do was not just survive, he also needed to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he do what he wanted without any scruples. So he immediately made up his mind, sat cross-legged, and the Yon Mok Fire Heart technique began to circulate within him. "I will reach the evolutionary realm in 2 years." At this moment, although Zhang had already realized from Blue Spirit's reaction that his promise was indeed too absurd, Blue Spirit added, "You're being quite aggressive. Even me took 20 years to achieve that. You haven't even attained enlightenment. It's not something you can just speak of." But Zhang just smiled. He always remembered something his grandfather had said. How will you know if you don't try, especially with your talent? However, when he thought of this, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. He stumbled and almost didn't stand firm. Seeing this, Li Jian showed a worried expression. To this, Zhang said it was nothing, but his heart was in turmoil. He was someone who never forgot anything once he remembered it, even remembering every word his grandfather had said since he was a child. But he couldn't recall what his grandfather had said after that sentence. Whenever he tried to recall that sentence, his head felt like it was about to explode, as if something was stopping him, like it was being blocked artificially. Thinking this, he immediately fell silent. No way. Could it be my grandfather? Just as he was lost in thought, Li Jian once again voiced his concern. To dispel the other's doubts, Zhang could only pretend he was just too tired and said he would be fine after a little rest. Saying this, he asked Li Jian, "Do you know someone called Phantom Sword?" Instantly, Li Jian showed a shocked expression. How could he not know this person? Are you talking about one of the 8 stars among the 6 heavens and the 8 stars? Hearing this, Zhang fell into deep thought. Phantom Sword had killed his grandfather. This was the real reason he came to the heaven and Earth Association. He then replied, yes, I don't know much about the current martial world. At this time, Lee Jiam continued, that makes sense, I understand. First of all, Phantom Sword is infamous. He became famous for challenging masters from both orthodox and demonic factions to life and death duels. However, no one could survive his sword, which made him notorious. This made Zhang puzzled, and he thought to himself, since no one could walk away alive from his sword, how did Mokindon survive? Just as he was feeling bewildered, Lee Jiam suddenly thought of something. If one had to say someone survived his sword, then there's one person. It's a well-known story. He is one of the 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth Association, the Venom King, Bexaha. It is said that before Phantom Sword disappeared, he fought dozens of rounds with him. Hearing this, Zhang feigned a calm expression, but his heart was extremely surprised. He had originally thought the person Lee Jiam spoke of was Mokindon, but he didn't expect it to be someone else. Could it be that no one discovered Mokindon also survived Phantom Sword's hand? So he asked Lee Jiam. He fought against Phantom Sword. To this, Lee Jiam affirms, yes. Is there a problem? Zhang immediately replied, no, I just heard that Phantom Sword is a hidden master of the Heaven and Earth Association. Zhang thought for a moment. Mok Yu-chun said that Phantom Sword might be a master of the Heaven and Earth Association. Did I misjudge? To this, Lee Jiam explained, I've heard these words too, since the only survivor was someone from the Heaven and Earth Association. I've even heard that Phantom Sword has now become the Association Master's personal guard. Zhang couldn't help but frown. Personal guard? So, they're still maintaining that system. They are the ones who always protect the Lord. I see. Zhang appeared knowledgeable about the past, but in reality was just repeating Blue Spirit's words. Anyway, Phantom Sword's identity hasn't been revealed, right? To this, Lee Jiam confirms, yes, that's right, though the Venom King might know. It seemed there must be some connection between Phantom Sword and the Association Master of the Heaven and Earth Association. However, these secrets were probably only known to the Association's closest confidants. But for Zhang, he was one step closer to his revenge plan. But now was not the time to think about these things. Then, I have another question. Hearing this, Lee Jiam quickly answered, yes, what is it? He looked serious and asked Lee Jiam again, tell me, what is the ultimate purpose of Corpse Blood Valley trials? At this moment, Mok Yu-chun is cultivating the Yonmok Fire Heart technique. Previously, due to side effects, he had stopped practicing this technique, but in the current situation, this was the only thing that could quickly improve his strength, and he is feeling the continuous surge of energy into his body. Mok Yu-chun knew his idea was right. At this moment, he made up his mind. Whether it was Mok Jae-woon or anyone else, he would make them all kneel at his feet. However, he didn't know that as the technique circulated, his face gradually took on a dark brownish hue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee Jiam said bluntly, to distinguish gems from stones, which made Zhang a bit puzzled. The purpose of the Corpse Blood Valley trial is to screen out raw talents for the Heaven and Earth Association. Those exceptionally talented youths, after passing the test, will be selected as disciples by the elders of the 5 kings and 3 sects, and will have the opportunity to become high-ranking members of the Heaven and Earth Association. Hearing this, Zhang was slightly stunned. Now he finally understood why those youths were willing to gamble their lives for the trial. After all, as long as they could be selected as disciples of those people, they could not only gain powerful authority within the Heaven and Earth Association but also learn the top martial arts in the entire martial world. Thinking of this, he immediately came up with a brilliant plan. At this time, Lee Jiam was still apologizing for not recognizing his liege earlier, saying he would immediately arrange for Zhang to leave the trial. However, Zhang told him not to mind and decisively refused Lee Jiam's arrangement. Let's make use of this situation. Hearing this, Lee Jiam was puzzled. What do you mean by make use of it? Zhang calmly replied, didn't you say I could become a disciple of the executives if I reach the final stage? After all, if we want to take revenge on the Heaven and Earth Association, isn't it more interesting to start corrupting it from within? Hearing these words, a glint instantly flashed in Lee Jiam's eyes. Zhang crossed his arms in deep thought. Since it comes to this, I'll become the Venom King's disciple and gather information about Phantom Sword. Then his lips curled up. To do that, I just need to pass the final trial, right? Unbeknownst to him, Mok Yu-chun is preparing, thinking, the one who will rise from here isn't you Mok Jae-woon, it's me. At this moment, in Zhang's room, 9 youths looked at each other. They hadn't expected the originally planned 8-person team to have an extra person. This meant that to pass the 3rd round, they had to kick out one team member. Facing this situation, Mo Harang was the first to apologize. Perhaps it was because she and Young Jie recruited team members separately that they ended up with one extra person. Such a simple matter wasn't handled well. Young Jie, who is now possessed by the demon monk at the side, kept his head down and apologized. Helplessly, Zhang could only wave his hand. He looked at the remaining 6 youths and directly stated that his team only needed 5 people. One person needed to leave on their own. However, as soon as these words were spoken, a voice immediately expressed dissatisfaction. What do you think you are? By what right do you command us? Saying this, a burly youth pushed through the crowd and stood out. Seeing this, Zhang was stunned for a second. He hadn't expected someone to be so brave. Mo Harang, at the side, immediately turned her head away, unable to bear watching. She knew well that the other party was about to be unlucky. At this time, the burly youth was still recklessly provoking Zhang. Jong. I joined the team because of Ga. What right does a pretty boy like you have to act like a captain here? Damn it, why should I follow you? You think you're tough? Hearing the burly youth's clamor, the room instantly fell silent. A youth beside him quickly explained, didn't you see? He's really strong. Even Jie got completely wrecked by him. The burly youth didn't believe this at all. Don't talk nonsense. Look at his face. Does that look like someone who got beaten to death? Look at his delicate and pretty appearance. How does he look like someone who can defeat Jie? Maybe he seduced Jie with that pretty face? They say the leader gets a free pass, so they must have schemed something to make that happen. These words made the other youths waver. Facing the burly youth's frantic clamor, Jie quickly stood up. He wanted to teach this reckless fellow a lesson. However, he was stopped by Jong. Please don't do this. I can understand why you'd be suspicious. He knew that to prevent these people from causing trouble for him, he had to show his methods. So he asked, then how should I prove it to you? Should we have a match? The burly youth immediately became excited upon hearing this. But just as he was about to agree, a suction force swept through his entire body. Jong raised one hand, and without any warning, his entire head was grabbed by Jong. Before he could show a surprised expression, Jong sneered, grabbed his head, and slammed it hard onto the ground. In just an instant, he subdued the other. All the youths in the room showed expressions of utter shock. Although they didn't know what had just happened, they knew well that even if everyone here attacked together, they would be no match for Jong. At this moment, Jong looked at the youth who had passed out like a dead dog. Is it over already? That was boring. He hadn't expected the other to be so weak, so he turned to the other youths. Does anyone else want to challenge me? The youths all turned their heads away. Facing such a monster, they didn't want to ask for trouble. Seeing that no one dared to object anymore, Jong finally spoke. Then let's begin. This, however, left the youths puzzled. They were somewhat confused by Jong's words. Begin? What? Just then, the burly youth regained consciousness, confused about what was happening. But before he could stand up, with a crack, Jong unhesitatingly stepped on and broke his ankle. With a scream, the entire room once again fell into shock. The youth quickly questioned Jong why he did this. He was clearly already defeated by you. Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, Jong just smiled coldly. Why are you so surprised? This is just the beginning. The youth was puzzled, but Jong continued. We're about to get very busy. Before we face the trial, everyone except our team will have their arms and legs broken. This idea instantly left the youths dumbfounded. However, thinking carefully, this strategy seemed to have some merit. After all, the longer the trial, the more intense the competition. But if most competitors were eliminated in advance, their success rate would inevitably increase. And so, a nightmare targeting all trial participants thus began. At this moment, in a room, a team of youths occasionally heard noisy sounds from outside. While they were still wondering what was happening, a figure suddenly pushed open the door and then unhurriedly closed it. This person was Jong. The youths immediately recognized him and all thought he wanted to seek a team, but they didn't want to let such a god of death join. So they quickly said their team was already full and asked Jong to leave quickly. But Jong paid no attention to this. He just counted the number of people by himself. At this moment, seeing Jong had no intention of leaving, a youth once again advised him to leave immediately. We don't want to team up with you. However, as soon as his voice fell, Jong unhesitatingly kicked the youth's shin. With a crisp crack, the sound of bone breaking echoed through the entire room. That youth immediately lay on the ground, wailing. The youth never imagined that he, who thought everything was under control, would one day be backstabbed. At this moment, after Jong unhesitatingly broke one person's leg, a youth immediately asked in fright, what are you doing? Is it because we didn't let you join the team that you're attacking us? However, Jong decisively interrupted him. I've already found teammates. I came here just to break your hands and feet. Saying this, before the other could react from the shock, he punched him hard on the wrist. Then, with a flash, he appeared in front of another youth and kicked again. Two screams rang out. Finally, only one youth was left, blankly standing there. That youth was so frightened by this scene that he was momentarily at a loss. But he knew well that if he didn't run immediately, he would soon end up like the others. So he endured his fear and was about to run out the door. However, it was all too late. Jong's hand had, at some unknown point, already grabbed his wrist. He revealed a cold smile. Don't move. You might lose your wrist. The next second, only endless wails remained in the room. A moment later, Jong slowly walked out of the room. He gently wiped the blood from his cheek and began to calculate how many trial participants were left. Excluding the few guys he dealt with himself and the captured spies, out of the initial 80 trial participants, 64 remained. To deal with all of them, it seemed he would be busy today. Hearing Jong's words, Blue Spirit couldn't help but click her tongue. Are you really planning to break their hands and feet one by one? You bastard. You really. At this moment, Mok Yuchun was focused on cultivating the Yonmok Fire Heart technique. As his cultivation deepened, he also noticed the impact this technique had on his body. Although his strength improved rapidly, it also made him feel very uneasy. And just as he was pondering the reason, a slight sound suddenly came from outside the door. He turned his head and asked, who's there? The next second, he saw a figure push open the door. Upon seeing the person's face, Mok Yuchun immediately recognized him. Mujanjiak. The youth also didn't expect Mok Yuchun to still remember his name, so he quickly waved in greeting. Of course, I wouldn't forget my savior. After losing his companions in the second round, Mok Yuchun had been in a crisis. It was at that moment that this youth led a group of people to help him. His name was Mujanjiak. Although Mokyu-chan was very happy to see him, he was also very puzzled about why the other was looking for him. Mujanjiak scratched his head helplessly and said he came because he had encountered a small problem. A member of their team suddenly couldn't be contacted, so he went to the other's room to look for him, only to find that his leg had been broken by someone. Therefore, he believed someone must be intentionally eliminating competitors, and it was said that the person was the one who had won first place twice. Hearing this, Mokyu-chan was stunned for a moment. He immediately guessed that person should be Jong. Thinking about his previous behavior, it was most likely correct. At this time, Mujanjiak also stated his purpose for coming. So, I came to make an offer. Hearing this, Mokyu-chan was puzzled. I want to invite you to join my team. I heard your friends were all captured as spies. Saying this, Mujanjiak explained to Mokyu-chan that he didn't suspect him. Since you need to find a team, why don't we team up? This way we can also protect each other. Saying this, he extended his hand to Mokyu-chan. Facing Mujanjiak's invitation, Mokyu-chan was somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected the other to take the initiative to invite him. So, should I take that as a yes? Thinking that he indeed needed to find a team to pass the trial, he couldn't do it alone, and he had to stop Jong, so he decisively chose to join. Mokyu-chan raised his hand and shook Mujanjiak's hand. However, the moment their hands clasped, Mokyu-chan was inwardly surprised. He didn't expect the aura coming from the other's hand to be even stronger than his own. It seemed this guy also wanted to gauge his own level, which was why he revealed his aura. You are indeed very strong. Hearing Mokyu-chan's words, Mujanjiak nodded slightly. You too, welcome to join us. After briefly understanding each other's situation, Mujanjiak and Mokyu-chan began to discuss how to stop those guys who were breaking other people's legs. Just then, Mokyu-chan smiled knowingly. If that's the case, I have a plan. And so, 3 days later, the master of Corpse Blood Valley looked at the remaining trial participants in the square and began to announce the best team. He threw the first place badge into Mujanjiak's hand. That's right, their team had won first place in the third round. We really did it. Looking at their excited appearance, Blue Spirit began to mock Jong. Unexpected, right? You also have such a day. How does it feel to be stabbed in the back by someone? Jong looked indifferent. He glanced askance at Mokyu-chan and the other, and said coldly, not bad. Quite interesting indeed. Jong, the absolute intellectual powerhouse, almost everything is within his plans and control. However, he never expected that he too would have a day where he was outmaneuvered and had to bow his head. What he expected even less was that the person who outmaneuvered him was the simple-minded younger brother he looked down upon the most. Blue Spirit teases him. How does it feel to be stabbed in the back for the first time? Want me to comfort you? However, Jong just revealed a smile. Well, this is fun. It all started 3 days ago. According to Jong's plan, for the third trial originally involving 80 people, after excluding the 4 captured spies, he only needed to break the legs or arms of the remaining 68. Then his team could directly advance to the 4th round. Jong stretches his arms. With this, only 8 people are left. I hope the others are doing well too. Just when he thought everything was going smoothly and he only needed to deal with the last team, Mo Harang and Yeon Jie found him, panting. There's a problem right now. A problem has come up. Seeing their anxious expressions, Jong immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. And sure enough, after following the two to a room, he immediately saw 5 members of their team tied up and kneeling on the ground. Standing behind them was Mujanjiak's team. Jong instantly felt a bad premonition, but he still maintained a calm facade. He scratched his ear and slowly said, they seem to be my team members. Can anyone explain to me what's going on now? Actually, Jong had warned his team members from the beginning. Because their strength was relatively weak, they had to be careful and act together. He just didn't expect them to be taken down together in the end. At this moment, after hearing Jong's inquiry, a youth could only helplessly say, I'm sorry. They seem to have known our plan, so we carelessly fell into their ambush. Hearing this, Jong was also taken aback, but thinking about it, it made sense. It was indeed unlikely to break everyone's legs quietly without attracting attention, but he didn't think this was the reason they were ambushed. Just then, Mokyu-chan slowly spoke. Mok Jae-won, have you fallen to this extent? This trial is different from the previous ones. You don't need to do this at all. However, facing Mokyu-chan's questioning, Jong's expression remained indifferent. He said coldly, so what's the problem? I'm just reducing competitors, just like you're doing now. Mokyu-chan was instantly stumped by Jong's words. In fact, although breaking everyone's legs was indeed hard to accept, it couldn't be said to be absolutely wrong. After all, this was a competition. However, Mokyu-chan always believed he was different from Jong. We only took them as hostages so we wouldn't waste more energy on this matter. To this, Jong didn't care at all. The content of the trial is for an 8-person team to perform a sword formation in coordination. He immediately showed a sinister expression. Simply put, if your teammates and mine break the limbs of everyone except 8 people, we pass automatically. Hearing this, Mokyu-chan immediately realized that he couldn't persuade Jong with words at all. I know talking to you is a waste of effort, but do you really think we don't have a countermeasure? Hearing this, Jong was puzzled. Mokyu-chan nodded to Mujanjiak, and then, in front of everyone, began to take off his clothes. Everyone present showed surprised expressions. However, just as they were feeling puzzled, Mujanjiak slowly took out a silver needle. This silver needle is called the cartilage needle. It's a family heirloom of our clan. Anyone inserted with this needle, if not removed with the correct technique within half a day, will lose their ability to move within 10 days. And I have already inserted it into everyone present, including my team members. That is to say, if you are unwilling to cooperate, then neither of our teams will be able to pass the third round. Hearing this, Moharang was amazed by this clever strategy, thinking, even if Mok Jaeongwon's plan works, 5 of them will end up limping. This time, even he can't do anything. They not only accurately predicted Jong's next move, but also forced him to accept such a plan. Now do you get it? At this moment, looking at the silent Jong, Mok Yuchun said coldly, in the end, you still lost. However, as soon as his voice fell, Jong burst into maniacal laughter. His laughter was so chilling that everyone present couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end, especially Mok Yuchun, who felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his whole body trembling violently and involuntarily. At the same time, an immense killing intent erupted from Jong. His eyes turned scarlet, and the entire space became incredibly heavy under his gaze. He's furious. He's furious. Jong is finally furious. Due to Mok Yuchun's backstabbing, Jong's leg-breaking plan was completely interrupted. Facing the current situation, Jong had no choice. An inexplicable anger suddenly rose in his heart. At this moment, he completely regarded Mok Yuchun as an enemy. At the same time, a thought emerged in his mind. He wanted to kill Mok Yuchun right now. Instantly, the overwhelming killing intent made the surrounding air incredibly heavy. However, he quickly recovered his rationality from his anger. Although he could kill the other party now, leaving only 8 people on the field, he still wasn't sure if Mujanjiak would be willing to cooperate and remove the cartilage needles from the remaining people. So he forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and reined in his killing intent. At this moment, Jong's heart was still full of killing intent, but he put on a friendly face on the surface. Fine, let's end it here. He smiled and clapped his hands. I accept your suggestion, but in exchange, we also need 4 of your team members as hostages and exchange them in the morning. To this, Mok Yuchun thought the other was bluffing and stalling for time. However, before he could finish speaking, Mujanjiak interrupted him and decisively agreed to Jong's request. Hearing this, Jong's lips curled up, and so, the next day, both sides exchanged hostages. The following time was spent by each practicing the sword formation. On the day of the test, both teams displayed the power of the sword formation with outstanding performances. However, compared to Jong's team, Mujanjiak's team demonstrated a higher degree of completion. Therefore, Mujanjiak, as the team leader, received the chief badge for the third round, and when it came to deciding the first place candidate, the most difficult decision fell to the master of Corpse Blood Valley, Lee Jae-am. Due to Jong's actions, only 16 people ended up participating in the trial. Although Jong had previously told him that he would reduce some competitors without violating the rules, he hadn't expected him to intend to eliminate all the trial takers. Fortunately, those who were originally predicted to pass all managed to stay. Therefore, this trial was not significantly affected. Lee Jae-am secretly rejoiced. Finally, I can report to the higher-ups. After the end of the third round, the fourth round of the trial began immediately. This round required trial takers to avoid mechanisms and traps in a dark environment and successfully find the exit. Only those who passed before 1/3 of an incense stick had burned would be considered qualified. Anyone who passed this round would gain the qualification to become a preparatory regiment leader of the Heaven and Earth Association. Therefore, everyone gave their all in this round. However, even so, only 6 people successfully passed the fourth round. They were Yun Myung, Mok Yuchun, and Mujanjiak, as well as Moharang, and Yongga Jong was also one of them, and he successfully won first place in the fourth round. During the trial, he passed in less than 1/6 of the allotted time, breaking the record for the fastest passage in the history of Corpse Blood Valley. Especially the way he walked out of the cave as if strolling on flat ground made everyone present drop their jaws in amazement. One must know that the fourth trial was not as easy as it looked on the surface. Even a peak master would inevitably get injured somewhat in that environment. However, Jong was not only unscathed but even appeared so relaxed. Even Mujanjiak, who prided himself on his absolute strength, felt a sense of danger. Actually, when he confronted Jong that day, he had vaguely sensed a hint of unease. Although the confrontation with Jong lasted only a moment, it was only after Jong left that Mujanjiak belatedly realized, when he looked at his hands, it had been soaked in cold sweat without him noticing, and now it was the same. He had always believed that among his peers, there was no one particularly noteworthy or special. However, this time was completely different, because his trembling body seemed to be warning him that the fellow before him was a terrifying opponent. If one day he became his enemy, he should eliminate him immediately now. The fourth trial of Corpse Blood Valley finally ended. Jong once again won first place in this round by breaking the record. Now only the final trial remains, and before the final trial began, the remaining 6 who passed were once again summoned to the square. Regarding this result, Lee Jae-am congratulated them. From now on, you will all gain the qualification to become preparatory regiment leaders of the Heaven and Earth Association, and next, I will announce the reward for the winner of the top badges. Instantly, everyone in the square showed surprised expressions. Before this, none of them had felt much about obtaining the top badge. They all just thought it was merely an extra title. They hadn't expected there would be an additional reward. Zhang looked at his medal and thought, a reward? Of course, it wasn't going to be given for free. At this time, Li Jiam continued, anyone possessing 1 top badges will receive a secret elixir of the Heaven and Earth Association, the Chanji pill. One must know that anyone who consumes this pill can immediately gain 10 to 15 years of internal energy cultivation. Mujanjiak's inner excitement was already overflowing. He and Zhang, as the only ones to receive the top badge in this trial, would each get a Chanji pill. Li Jiam then began to announce the reward for possessing 2 top badges. That person will be allowed to enter the blood trial vault and can freely choose one technique he wishes to learn from there. Everyone showed great interest in this second reward, especially Mujanjiak, who immediately showed a regretful expression because he had heard rumors about the blood trial vault. It was said to store countless copies of superior martial arts and the top cultivation manuals of the current martial world. For those who practiced martial arts, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Even Makyu-chun, who was from an orthodox sect, was no exception. Someone like him, almost obsessed with martial arts, was even more envious, his eyes shining. However, in contrast, Zhang didn't seem to feel much about it. Although he needed to become stronger for revenge, he still doubted if learning too many techniques would really be helpful. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Blue Spirit seemed to read his thoughts. Although learning more techniques doesn't necessarily mean you become stronger, the more experience you have, the broader your perspective becomes. Hearing this, Zhang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Just then, Li Jiam, standing on the platform, spoke again. It has been a long time since someone obtained 3 top badges. The last time was 8 years ago. Therefore, the person possessing 3 top badges can also ask for guidance in martial arts from one of the higher-ups of our society, that is, one of the 5 kings, 3 sect masters, or any of the 4 valley masters. These words left the crowd speechless with shock, but Zhang didn't understand why they were so surprised. Is that a good thing? Mo Harang explained to him. Among the 5 kings, 3 belong to the 6 heavens and 8 stars. Each of them is a master who has reached the evolutionary realm. To be able to ask them for guidance is undoubtedly a heaven-sent opportunity. After hearing Mo Harang's explanation, Zhang's face instantly darkened, because he knew that if the 8 stars were all masters who had reached the evolutionary realm, then Phantom Sword must also be at this level, and the difficulty of his revenge would also become greater. Blue Spirit also felt somewhat surprised by this. She hadn't expected that in just a short 100 years, the Heaven and Earth Association had actually produced 3 more evolutionary realm masters. And so, after announcing the rewards, Li Jiam instructed everyone to rest well before the final trial began. Those with top medals could go and collect their rewards first. However, just as he turned to leave, Zhang once again raised a question. Then what reward can a person who obtains 4 top badges get? Hearing this, Li Jiam paused. He didn't answer immediately. After all, he had to maintain a cold demeanor in front of outsiders. Zhang was silent, waiting intently for an answer. After a moment of stalemate, he said coldly, the person who obtains all the top badges can become a disciple of the head of the 6 heavens and 8 stars, that is, the association master of the Heaven and Earth Association, and receive his guidance. Instantly, the entire square fell silent. At this moment, shock could no longer describe everyone's expressions. To be taught by the association, the head of the 6 heavens, was tantamount to directly stepping into the ranks of the top masters in the martial world. The allure of this reward was imaginable. Blue Spirit, however, seemed particularly annoyed by this. That kind of person actually became the head of the 6 heavens. Zhang knew that, whether in the past or now, the association master of the Heaven and Earth Association would inevitably become the endpoint of this hatred. Our mutual path to revenge just got a lot more complicated. Zhang, as the owner of 3 top badges, followed a high-ranking warrior deep into the mountain forest. After passing through an array formation barrier, he entered the blood trial vault of Corpse Blood Valley. At this time, a man covered in scars had long been waiting. As the guardian of the blood trial vault, Yang Muan was also quite surprised when he saw Zhang. This was not only because it had been a full 8 years since someone last obtained 3 chief badges, but also because this kid before him was only at the first-rate level. Yang Muan sized up Zhang with great interest for a long time. He didn't say much. After instructing the warrior to wait at the entrance, Yang Muan led him to the treasury vault's entrance. After passing through a dark corridor, the entrance of the vault is visible to Zhang. Yang Muan pointed ahead and reminded Zhang, ahead is the place where martial arts manuals are stored, but you can only choose one to take out, and you must finish copying it here before you can take it away. You'd better choose carefully. Hearing Yang Muan's words, Zhang asked doubtfully, can I flip through as many as I want? Of course, you'll need to pick one. After all, Yang Muan answered while passing him the torch. Hearing this, Zhang immediately showed a meaningful smile. That's a relief. With that, he walked towards the interior of the vault. Just as he was approaching the entrance, Yang Muan reminded Zhang once again, I almost forgot to tell you one more thing. There's a room inside with a red line drawn at the entrance. Do not ever try to go in there. Otherwise, you'll see something that will make your hair stand on end. Something that scary? Zhang questioned, but Yang Muan just waved his hand. A while back, well, something like that happened. Just remember what I said. Although Zhang felt somewhat strange about this, he didn't take it to heart. Just then, he reached for the vault's door, and when he truly entered the interior of the treasury. The sight before him instantly broadened his horizons. This was a cave larger than the entrance, with shelves around it densely packed with manuals. Looking at so many martial arts techniques, Zhang momentarily didn't know where to start. I didn't expect there to be this many manuals. It'll be hard to look through them all in just 2 hours. Just then, Blue Spirit's voice sounded in his ear. These are all useless things around here. Zhang was puzzled. Can you tell which martial arts are useful at a glance? Blue Spirit didn't answer, but instead told Zhang to go directly upstairs and take a look. Yang Muan is looking at Zhang as he goes upstairs. He was curiously thinking, why did Zhang go straight up? Does he know something about this place? At this moment, Zhang carefully observed the surrounding bookshelves. They were about 2 to 3 stories high from bottom to top, with platforms for walking in between. He asked Blue Spirit curiously, you seem to know this place well? To this, Blue Spirit just chuckled. The structure here is the same as the structure of the Heaven and Earth Association's vault back at the headquarters. These manuals must all be just copies too. Zhang was puzzled. If that's the case, then why build another one in this deep mountain cliff? Probably to prepare for the main base being attacked or caught in a fire. Storing copies in a cliff like this makes for a solid backup. Preparing countermeasures in advance is indeed a good choice. So, where should I start? Hearing this, she told Zhang to take out a manual from the right side. Zhang didn't hesitate, directly picking up the book and quickly flipping through it. However, Blue Spirit showed a surprised expression upon seeing this, because Zhang's speed of flipping through the book didn't look like he was reading at all, more like casually browsing. Can he really see the contents clearly like this? Just as she was feeling extremely puzzled, Zhang had already finished reading this manual. He didn't stop, continuing to pick up another one according to Blue Spirit's instructions. At this time, Blue Spirit asked out of curiosity, even if your memory is excellent, can you really remember it like this? To this, Zhang just responded faintly, of course, as long as I don't deliberately try to understand. I can remember all these manuals just by scanning them with my eyes. These words left even Blue Spirit somewhat incredulous. Although she knew this guy's memory was astonishing, she hadn't expected it to be so terrifying. It could simply be said to completely transcend the human realm. It seemed that in these 2-hour stay, Zhang's strength would inevitably advance by leaps and bounds again. Zhang closed another manual. What's next? At this moment, outside the blood trial vault, the high-ranking warrior couldn't help but sigh, because he had to wait here for 2 hours. But just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind him. When he turned around, his eyes instantly widened, because at some unknown time, 2 figures had already arrived behind him. They were a man and a woman, both wearing bamboo hats. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the blood trial vault? Saying this, the warrior reached for the hilt of his sword at his waist, but before he could even draw his sword, the man's hand had already pressed down on the back of his hand. The speed was so fast he couldn't react at all. Seeing the warrior's surprised expression, the man slowly spoke, judging by the outfit, you must be a warrior of Corpse Blood Valley, right? Please calm down. We are not enemies. Hearing the man's words, the warrior frowned. Then who are you? The man slowly took out a token from his clothes. On it were clearly written the 3 large characters, which translate as King of Brilliance, and he was Yip Wiseon, a disciple of the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. Meanwhile, inside the vault, Blue Spirit hadn't expected Zhang's memory to be so astonishing. It had completely surpassed human limits. At this moment, watching Zhang finish reading the manual at high speed, Blue Spirit once again had him pick up another manual. She instructed him to pick from the bottom right of the 3rd row. This manual was called Sunhyan Footwork. It was a martial art offered by a sect called the Sunhyan School during the founding period of the Heaven and Earth Association. It was known for its diverse variations and extreme speed. If refined and improved, it could be classified as an ultra-advanced martial art. Hearing this explanation, Zhang's eyes couldn't help but light up. He had once heard Blue Spirit say that so-called advanced martial arts were techniques that surpassed the true peak realm, while those that could lead to comprehension of even higher realms were called ultra-advanced martial arts. However, he wondered why a technique of this caliber was placed here. Blue Spirit was also a bit puzzled by this point. Just as she was feeling bewildered, Zhang had already finished memorizing the entire manual, so he asked Blue Spirit if there were any similar techniques nearby. Blue Spirit scanned the area and quickly found a manual called Taiguk Flow Palm. This was a palm technique belonging to the Wudang sect, arguably the pinnacle of Taoist martial arts, although it also belonged to the ultra-advanced martial arts. Blue Spirit advised Zhang against practicing it, because for Zhang, Taoist techniques would instead become a poison. Most of the qi in your body is death qi, and Taoist martial arts are based on nurturing life, so if you learn it incorrectly, it could very well conflict with your death qi. Hearing Blue Spirit's words, Zhang hummed in acknowledgement, but he still decided to memorize all of it. Blue Spirit was puzzled by this. You never know when it might come in handy. You once said that based on the injuries or marks left by a martial art, one can identify which sect it belongs to. If that's the case, then couldn't I use this knowledge to disguise my attacks as a technique from a certain sect? Hearing Zhang's explanation, Blue Spirit couldn't help but be secretly amazed. This guy's thinking was truly unexpected, always coming up with things ordinary people couldn't imagine. Just then, Zhang looked at the manual in his hand and called out to Blue Spirit, voiced a doubt. Didn't you say the books here are all copies? But the residual bloodstains on this manual are already dark red, looking like it's been around for a very long time. Hearing this, Blue Spirit was also incredibly shocked. After carefully examining the manual, she too became a bit uncertain. This seems to be the original. Jong was curious. Could it be that the original was too worn out, so they deliberately made a copy that looked old? But Blue Spirit quickly denied this. No matter how clearly a copy is imitated, the marks on the original won't change easily, because every original manual has unique traces. This is where the true martial intent lies. Hearing this, Jong had a sudden realization. I see. The content personally written by the creator of a martial art contains their temperament and habits in its brushstrokes. The traces of their techniques are thus embedded within. However, these words left Blue Spirit astonished. Someone who had been learning martial arts for such a short time could naturally articulate concepts that could only be understood after surpassing the true peak realm. This kid not only had an extraordinary memory but also an astonishing comprehension. Seeing Blue Spirit remain silent for a long time, Jong thought he had said something wrong. That's why I can feel the intent even from just the copy, right? Only then was he sure his understanding was correct, until he heard Blue Spirit's voice, a mix of envy and surprise. Just as you said, the original manual condenses the deep comprehension of its creator. If you follow the brushwork and habits while reading the feel it, you might be able to perceive the martial intent within. So Jong began to read this manual seriously, and just as he tried to imprint it in his mind, a magical scene occurred. As the brushstrokes flowed, the moves of the Taeguk flow palm were clearly displayed before his eyes. Each stroke contained the essence of each move, as if he were witnessing the creator performing the art himself. This was a completely different feeling from learning through imitation. For a moment, it even made Jong feel a sense of longing. Jong finished flipping through the entire manual, in deep confusion about what had just happened. For a moment, he saw a vision of the author performing the Taeguk flow palm technique. Just then, Blue Spirit called out to him. Hearing this, he immediately asked, "Did my reading speed slow down?" However, Blue Spirit let out a sigh of admiration. As expected, you just entered the state of selfless trance. Jong was somewhat puzzled by this. The so-called state of selfless trance refers to being completely immersed in something, entering a state where one forgets oneself. However, for Jong, who had not yet achieved enlightenment, entering a state of selfless absorption while reading a manual was an extremely rare occurrence. Just then, Blue Spirit added, "Right, and I've realized something. This isn't a replica of the headquarters vault. The Heaven and Earth Association's main vault moved here completely intact. Everything is an original." She excitedly told Jong to go to the third floor. In the corner of the third bookshelf, there is a manual I personally stored there. Hearing this, although Jong was a bit surprised, he still followed Blue Spirit's instructions and went to that spot. There lay a manual titled Yangbeak Sword Techniques. Jong carefully opened the scroll, and a folded note immediately appeared before his eyes. Jong felt a bit curious, but Blue Spirit seemed exceptionally excited. "I can't believe it's still here." Saying this, she urged Jong to open it quickly. On the note were clearly written two lines of an incantation: Moonless Sword, Moon-Facing Defeat Sword. At the same time, Blue Spirit's voice sounded again. "Consider it your lucky day. These two moves are the origin of the lunar vein sword art." Hearing this, Jong's body couldn't help but tremble. He held his breath and engraved every stroke of the incantation into his mind. Instantly, the path of the technique's movements appeared clearly before his eyes. At this moment, it was as if he saw a woman holding a long sword performing the moves. This was a remnant of the sword manual for one of the 5 great sword arts of the old martial world, the Moonless Sword. It was also, to date, a sword technique of a completely different level than anything Jong had ever seen. At this moment, watching the deeply engrossed Jong, Blue Spirit knew that he had entered the state of selfless trance. But what she found hard to believe was that, unlike before, the death chi on Jong's body began to materialize with his comprehension, slowly moving around him. That momentum was like a river flowing through, as if he had performed a complete set of sword techniques to materialize internal energy from just a few lines of an incantation. How did he do it? This is something only achievable by reaching a realm beyond the true peak. At the same time, a trace of worry couldn't help but rise in Blue Spirit's heart, because once one enters a true state of selfless trance, if disturbed at this time, it could very well lead to reversed chi and blood flow, resulting in chi deviation. Let's hope nothing interferes, and enlightenment reaches him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the vault, Yang Muon was sitting on a chair, yawning. But just then, he sensed someone approaching. It didn't seem to be a warrior from Corpse Blood Valley. Soon, a woman in a robe and a young man wearing a bamboo hat appeared before his eyes. Seeing the visitors, Yang Muon immediately became alert. "Who are you people? Don't you know you can't enter here without permission?" Hearing the voice, the young man spoke. "Are you the one in charge of the vault?" "I am Yip Wisian, disciple of the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun." Instantly, a hint of surprise flashed in Yang Muon's eyes. Why would a disciple of King of Brilliance, Sun Yun, come here? And after sensing the powerful aura from the other party, Yang Muon was even more astonished. It is said that all disciples of the 5 kings are masters in their own right. To reach such a realm at such a young age truly lives up to the reputation. "We're just going in for a look. We'll be out soon." Yang Muon directly refused. According to the rules, even if you are a disciple of the 5 kings, you cannot enter here without permission. Hearing this, the woman beside him, who had been silent all along, also took out a a token, and after seeing its contents, Yang Muon was stunned. He didn't hesitate at all, immediately kneeling down to pay respects. The woman told him not to be so formal. We're just here to retrieve something. We won't touch anything else. At this moment, although Yang Muon tried his best not to show it, he was still extremely surprised inwardly. Could she be the legendary one? Even though she was right in front of him, Yang Muon still found it difficult to see through the woman's martial arts realm. It seemed the other party was a powerhouse far surpassing him, a peak master. But even so, Yang Muon still blocked them. I'm sorry, it's not that I'm intentionally obstructing you, but there's still someone inside who hasn't come out yet. Please wait a moment. Hearing Yang Muon's words, Yip Wiseon immediately felt dissatisfied. We know that candidate inside obtained 3 top badges, but just because of him, you want our lady to wait? Yang Muon felt very troubled by this, but he was powerless to stop them. Don't worry, I know, we're not to interfere with the student. We'll leave quietly after we find what we're looking for. And so, Yang Muon could only watch helplessly as they forcibly enter the vault. At this moment, he only hoped that nothing bad would happen. A moment later, the two went inside the vault. Then the two looked at the blood trial vault, whose structure was completely identical to the Heaven and Earth Association's main vault, both showing surprised expressions. After looking around, they immediately spotted Zhang's figure. That kid upstairs should be the one who got 3 top badges, right? Hearing this, the mysterious woman looked at Zhang with surprise. To get 3 top badges in Corpse Blood Valley, that's really impressive. Upon hearing this, Yip Wiseon's eyebrows twitched slightly. His tone was slightly contemptuous. Not bad, but among the disciples of the 5 kings, anyone can do it. At this moment, although the mysterious woman noticed Yip Wiseon's intention, she didn't show any reaction. Since he might become a disciple of the 5 kings, it wouldn't be bad to get to know such a talent. Yip Wiseon, however, was very displeased by this. He finally had a chance to handle matters with the young lady, but he didn't expect her to pay so much interest to a mere candidate. He then looked up again and noticed something. With this, he silently grins. Just then, he said to the mysterious woman, "In that case, please wait a moment, young lady. I'll go bring him over shortly." With that, he leaped up to the 3rd floor. At this moment, seeing Zhang motionless, Yip Wiseon immediately snorted. I was right, because he had long discovered that Zhang had entered a state of selfless trance. No wonder he didn't notice anyone downstairs. So a malicious thought immediately arose in him. Since the young lady is so interested in you, if I disturb you a little, whether you go into chi deviation or not is none of my business. So don't blame me for this. You are just unlucky. That's all. Thinking of this, he extended his arm and silently reached for Zhang. Just as his arm was about a foot away from Zhang, the previously motionless Zhang suddenly opened his eyes, catching Yip Wiseon off guard. With a firm snap, Zhang closed the manual and turned to Yip Wiseon, his gaze intense. What do you think you're doing? A while ago, Zhang was in a state of selfless trance. Blue Spirit keeps in guard, thinking if Zhang is learning it properly. Just then, Blue Spirit noticed someone was coming. Seeing Yip Wiseon approaching Zhang with ill intent, Blue Spirit instantly felt something was wrong. The other party was clearly up to no good, seemingly intending to interfere with Zhang's comprehension. Thus, Blue Spirit immediately prepared to break out of the puppet and intervene. Mortal, wake up, mortal. Fortunately, just as Yip Wiseon's hand was about to touch Zhang, Blue Spirit noticed the death chi that had been overflowing from Zhang at some unknown point seemed to be drawn back into his body as if by some attraction. At the same time, he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze instantly becoming incredibly profound. He's out of his trance. He has been enlightened. Seeing this, Blue Spirit hurriedly shouted to Zhang, "Look to your side." Hearing the voice, Zhang instinctively turned his head and immediately saw Yip Wiseon's hand reaching for him. What do you think you're doing? This sudden turn of events made the ill-intentioned Yip Wiseon show a shocked expression. Before he could respond, Blue Spirit's voice sounded again. Can't you tell? He's trying to interrupt with you. Hearing this, Zhang was somewhat puzzled. Blue Spirit explains, when a person enters a state of selfless trance, if suddenly interrupted, it's very likely to cause chi and blood to flow in reverse, leading to chi blockage. That's probably what he was after. Hearing the explanation, Zhang coldly looked at Yip Wiseon. He had never seen this person before, yet the other came with malice. I heard that interrupting someone in a trance causes chi blockage. Am I right? Hearing this, Yip Wiseon just smiled awkwardly. He wanted to explain something, but Zhang immediately made his own judgment. So you knew. He instantly put away the sword manual, then fiercely punched towards the other's throat. No need for more words. Pay for your actions. In an instant, Yip Wiseon's entire body was sent retreating. Because he was caught off guard in his panic, he was hit unprepared. Damn it, this guy attacks my throat. I can't breathe. One must know that once the throat is hit, breathing instantly becomes difficult, and the circulation of true chi will no longer be smooth. Yip Wiseon could only cough while drawing his weapon. First, I need to put distance between us. Zhang didn't seem to intend to give him this chance. He used the momentum of his blade to fly up, then followed with several kicks. And seeing this, Blue Spirit was instantly shocked, because the footwork Zhang was currently performing was precisely the 4th form of the fluid mysterious footwork he had only glanced at once. Shadowless swift kick. Facing the incoming footwork, Yip Wiseon hurriedly raised his saber to block. Although he temporarily blocked this terrifying blow, the immense force caused his body to crash through the railing and fall towards the floor below. At this moment, Yeep Wuxian couldn't hide his shock. Although his throat had been hit, he had already reached the peak realm. How could he be repelled by a single kick? What is this guy's background? Although Zhang's strength exceeded his expectations, the thought that the young lady downstairs was watching this scene instantly enraged Yeep Wuxian, so he quickly switched techniques with his left hand, performing the third form of the fleeting life blade technique, line blade stroke. Facing the sharp saber momentum, Zhang swiftly turned sideways to dodge the attack, then landed steadily, and the saber's edge instantly cut the 5 bookshelves behind him neatly in half. At this moment, looking at the manuals that were cut in half along with the bookshelves, Yeep Wuxian's face turned deathly pale. Damn it, if Master finds out, he will definitely kill me. Thinking of this, Yeep Wuxian became even more furious. It's all this bastard's fault. I absolutely can't let him go today. Immediately, he thrust his saber into the ground, then concentrated his internal energy in his right hand. A phantom image condensed from sharp saber chi appeared. Seeing this, Blue Spirit was greatly alarmed. This is Keen Chi materialization, which can only be performed by those who have reached the ultimate peak. This meant that, unlike Zhang, whose internal energy cultivation had merely reached the peak realm, the opponent was someone who had truly reached the ultimate peak. Yeep Wuxian removed his straw hat and sneered, then quickly moved his body. Things had come to this. He had to finish this kid in one move. However, the next scene left him utterly shocked again, because at this moment, Zhang formed a sword seal with his hand, and the surrounding air, like ripples, converged on his left hand, then similarly condensed into a sword shadow. This scene made Blue Spirit couldn't help but exclaim, this guy can not only perform fluid mysterious footwork but can also materialize Keen Chi. I see, he reached enlightenment here. He was only ultimate peak in terms of the amount of internal energy he had, but now, he is truly in the ultimate peak realm. Yeep Wuxian, seeing the sword chi attached to Zhang's hand, also realized that the other party had been hiding his strength all along, but even so, the result will be the same, so he performed his secret technique, the second form of the fleeting life blade technique, fatal harm of fault technique. In an instant, vast internal energy, wrapped around the saber's edge, slashed towards Zhang. At the same time, Zhang's concentration was raised to the extreme. Perhaps it was because he had entered the state of selfless trance and experienced various techniques. At this moment, in Zhang's eyes, the trajectory of the saber incantation Yeep Wuxian performed was clearly displayed before him. Although it was only for an instant, he also perceived a subtle flaw in the opponent's move, so Zhang didn't hesitate, performing the Moonless Void Sword. His sword chi directly pierced Yeep Wuxian's saber shadow, and after dispelling it, went straight for Yeep Wuxian's pupils. The speed was so fast that Yeep Wuxian couldn't dodge it at all. Just at this critical moment, a figure suddenly blocked between the two. This person was the masked woman who had come with Yeep Wuxian. Seeing this, Zhang was puzzled, while Yeep Wuxian was utterly stunned. That's enough, but for you to be able to withstand my third master chi, it seems you're much stronger than you look. Hearing this, Zhang couldn't help but frown. He could clearly feel that the other party was very strong. You're pretty strong despite how dainty your hands look, too. Hearing Zhang dare to be so disrespectful to his young lady, Yeep Wuxian immediately wanted to rebuke him, but the next second, with a crack, Yeep Wuxian's wrist was easily broken by the masked woman. You idiot, you've made me lose face. If you dare say another word, you'll be executed on the spot. At this moment, the intense pain made Yeep Wuxian's face flush red, but he could only endure it, not daring to make a sound. Afterwards, the masked woman apologized to Zhang. I'm sorry about that. His loyalty is a bit too strong, so he makes mistakes like this sometimes. Zhang asked curiously for her esteemed name. The masked woman smiled faintly. I am Wai Soyan, the third disciple of the Heaven and Earth Association leader. Instantly, a strange glint flashed in Zhang's eyes. He never expected to meet someone so close to the association leader in such a place. No wonder she can enter the vault regardless of the rules. But this way, things have become troublesome. Just as he was pondering how to deal with the situation, the masked woman slowly removed her veil, and upon seeing her face clearly, Zhang was in utter disbelief, and even Blue Spirit gasped. No way, because Wai Soyan not only possessed a peerless face but also looked exactly like Blue Spirit. They had completely identical faces. At this moment, after seeing Wai Soyan's true appearance clearly, even the usually unflappable Zhang showed a shocked expression, so he quickly asked Wai Soyan to wait a moment, then turned aside, to quickly hide behind one of the bookshelves to question Blue Spirit. Did you happen to have a descendant? Were you married? This greatly angered Blue Spirit. How could that be? Let alone descendants. I've never even been married. Zhang, however, became even more curious about this. But haven't you always avoided talking about your past? Isn't it to hide this matter? There's no way I'd know, right? Hearing this, Blue Spirit was instantly speechless. For a moment, she didn't know what was going on. I never even got married, let alone had children, so she's definitely not a descendant. Hearing this, Zhang thought, but how can someone look that identical? It's like they're twins. If I had to compare, maybe the vibe is different. Blue Spirit was proud and cold, full of an oppressive aura, while Wai Soyan was bright and radiant, looking much younger. But Zhang quickly figured it out and sighed slightly. Just like him and the real Mok Jiangwon, they also had the same face, so he didn't think it was anything particularly strange. Seeing Zhang staring at her intently, Wai Soyan asked curiously, why are you staring at me like that? Are you perhaps captivated by my beauty? Facing Wei Soyan's joke, Zhang was completely unromantic. He shrugged. Of course not. Hearing such a response, Wei Soyan felt very displeased. What a blockhead. Just then, Zhang solemnly cupped his fists in a salute. I'm late with introductions. I am the newly appointed preparatory branch leader. He then smiled slightly. My name is Mok Jiangwon. Hearing his introduction, Wei Soyan tilted her head slightly. Throughout the entire Central Plains martial world, people with the surname Mok were quite rare. She had never heard this name within the Heaven and Earth Association either. The only Mok she had heard of was from Mok Sword Manor, one of the Orthodox prestigious sections. But how could an Orthodox sect send its disciples to Corpse Blood Valley? However, very quickly, Wei Soyan was attracted by Zhang's handsome face. It was the first time she had seen such a handsome youth. Not only was he good-looking, but his martial arts cultivation was also so eye-catching. He looked to be only about 17, yet is already like this. If she could recruit him for her own use in advance, it wouldn't be bad. So she immediately got to the point. Your internal energy is solid. It looks like you'll be. However, before she could finish her words, Zhang interrupted again. Before that, could you allow me to say two things first? Facing Zhang's rudeness, Wei Soyan instantly frowned. Knowing her identity and still acting like this, but thinking that it was her own people who were at fault first, she didn't dwell on it. Go ahead. As a disciple of the association leader, you must be well aware that my time here was originally only 2 hours. Hearing this, Wei Soyan immediately understood what Zhang wanted to say. Don't worry, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I've already spoken to Hall Master about this matter. Hearing this, Zhang was relieved, so he continued. Secondly, thanks to that gentleman sitting over there, I almost lost my life. Therefore, I want to receive reasonable compensation. Hearing Zhang's words, Wei Soyan frowned tightly. She had personally stepped forward to apologize earlier, and even broke Yip Wizian's wrist in front of him, already expressing goodwill. Yet this guy still wanted compensation. However, she still continued to ask, what do you mean by reasonable compensation? Hearing this, Zhang smiled coldly. Since I almost lost my life, he naturally has to pay with his life. Upon hearing this, Yip Wizian's face turned red with anger, as if he wanted to devour Zhang alive. Even Wei Soyan couldn't believe it. Does this guy really want to take Yip Wizian's life? Just then, Zhang continued, although that's the case, if I really did that, then you would lose a loyal subordinate, so I'd prefer a reward of equal value. Hearing these words, Wei Soyan became even more interested in the youth before her. She had met all sorts of people in the society, but this was the first time she had seen someone who dared to be so shameless right after entering Corpse Blood Valley. It seemed the other party was not only skilled in martial arts but also quite clear-headed. Although it was just a brief conversation, she judged that Zhang valued benefits more than he appeared, so she immediately decided to test Zhang. What you said also makes sense. In that case, let's do as you say. Hearing this, Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. Wei Soyan added, didn't you say you want to pay with his life? Then you can kill him now. Yip Wizian's expression also instantly became terrified. This answer exceeded everyone's expectations, leaving Zhang momentarily stunned. So Wei Soyan continued, since you feel I haven't done enough, then there's nothing I can do. However, after you kill him, I will not be responsible for the consequences. Zhang wondered what not responsible meant. You don't seem to know who he is, do you? Then I'll tell you. He is Yip Wizian, a disciple of the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. Hearing her explanation, Zhang turned his gaze to Yip Wizian. Only then did he completely understand Wei Soyan's intention. If I haven't misunderstood, you're warning me not to ask for trouble, lest I regret it, right? Wei Soyan didn't answer, just quietly looking at Zhang. She was testing him. She wanted to know what choice Zhang would make. If he backed down now, it would mean he was just a guy who only knew how to talk big. Soon, Zhang sighed helplessly. I guess I have no choice. Considering the King of Brilliance, I have no choice but to give up to avoid future troubles. Hearing this, Yip Wizian's expression finally relaxed a bit, and Wei Soyan seemed somewhat disappointed. Getting in so quickly? It seems this guy only has this much capability. However, just as she was about to say something, Zhang's figure flashed, and then he fiercely punched Yip Wizian in the face. Although this punch didn't contain internal energy, being suddenly attacked made Yip Wizian both shocked and angry. He roared at Zhang, you bastard, what the hell? However, as soon as his voice fell, he saw Zhang reveal a wicked expression. You spoke. At this moment, Yip Wizian was still in a daze, until Zhang's next sentence instantly made his expression incredibly stiff. Didn't your master just say that if you speak again, you'll be executed on the spot? Yip Wizian couldn't believe it. This kid's punch just now was to force me to speak? Even Wei Soyan didn't expect this. Just then, Zhang slowly turned his head towards Wei Soyan. Although he was smiling, that smile was clearly full of malice. I wonder if what your lord said just now still counts. Looking at this scene, Wei Soyan's expression was completely different from before. She gasped, killing with a borrowed knife. He wants to use my hand to kill Yip Wizian to avoid the wrath of the King of Brilliance. How shameless. At the same time, Zhang's voice sounded again. It's truly regrettable. I originally just wanted to hit you once and let you go, but now it seems you must die. Hearing Zhang's words instantly panicked Yip Wizian. He hurriedly looked at Wei Soyan. My lady, if you really kill me, master will definitely. Before he could finish his words, Zhang mocked. How disgraceful. Hearing this, this? Yip Wisian looked up fiercely at Zhang, but Zhang continued, you actually want to use your master to force your own lord to go back on her word. You'd better not tarnish your lord's reputation and die peacefully. Yip Wisian gritted his teeth, furiously looking at Zhang. At this moment, he wished he could tear this kid to pieces on the spot, but he knew that the more anger he showed now, the less Wai Soyan would pity him, so he could only shut his mouth. Just then, Wai Soyan's lips curled up and she burst out laughing, while the two remained silent on the side. She had initially thought Zhang was merely a profit-seeking person, but the other party had come up with such a bold plan in such a short time. It seemed his mind was also extraordinary. Compared to talents outstanding in martial arts, intelligent talents were even rarer, so she immediately made up her mind to definitely bring Zhang under her command. She smiled faintly at Zhang. Then have you ever thought that if I kill you now, I can hide everything that happened here? Zhang thought for a moment. He was not afraid at all. He revealed a daring smile. Then try and do it. Zhang's actions made Wai Soyan even more satisfied. You really are to my liking. She no longer made things difficult for him. She took out an item from her clothes and then threw it to Zhang. Yip Wisian was also completely bewildered. He stared wide-eyed at the token in Zhang's hand. It was a token, engraved with the 6 large characters Heaven and Earth Association. Wai Soyan. Zhang was full of doubt. Why are you giving me this? Wai Soyan explained to him. Holding this token means that no matter what request you make, I will agree to it once. Consider it compensation for Yip Wisian's life. Zhang instantly understood. She's quite clever. She hadn't fallen into the trap he set, so he slowly put the token into his clothes. Then I shall accept it with gratitude. Wai Soyan shook her head. You don't need to thank me. Just consider it an investment in you. Zhang was somewhat puzzled by this. Wai Soyan no longer hesitated and spoke frankly. Mok Jiangun, preparatory branch leader, join me. Perhaps you've already guessed. I intend to become the next association master of the Heaven and Earth Association. Then I must recruit talents widely. So, join my command. For a talent like you, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. However, Zhang decisively refused the invitation. I'm sorry, but I must refuse the offer. I'm not fond of conflict. Wai Soyan raised her eyebrows lightly. She thought Zhang was looking down on her. It seems you're unwilling to ally with me, the weakest one. However, Wai Soyan was full of confidence in herself. Too bad. Your seniors already have more than enough talent. Even if you go elsewhere, no one will value you as much as I do. And eventually, the moment of decision will come. Do you think the choice you make then will be your opportunity? Zhang immediately answered, it will be, which made Wai Soyan speechless. I believe opportunities are never too late. It will be, if I'm still someone worth desiring by then. Hearing this, Wai Soyan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Zhang's last sentence kept echoing in her mind. This youth before her was truly different. There wasn't a trace of falsehood in his eyes. Finally, Wai Soyan sighed. This is the first time I've failed to recruit a subordinate. With that, she turned and walked towards the interior of the library pavilion without looking back. You're full of confidence. Then let's see if things go the way you say. Then she smiled softly. I'll be looking forward to it. Zhang cupped his hands slightly. I'll live up to your expectations. Moments later, after both of them left, Blue Spirit said that she was very dissatisfied with Zhang's decision. Why didn't you do as I instructed? Whether you meant it or not, you should have pretended to bow to that woman. You think opportunities like this come easily? Zhang didn't answer this, because he knew Blue Spirit was feeling regretful of losing an opportunity to obtain a body identical to hers. That's the body of the Lord's disciple. Having it would make accelerating the plan much easier. Zhang continued looking at the manuals and softly apologized. There's no absolute certainty of success yet, so I can't take risks for this. Li Jiam had previously told him that the most powerful successor within the Heaven and Earth Association today was the eldest disciple, Na Yeliang, who has support from 40% of the factions to become the next association master. And Zhang's main goal was revenge. So if he became Wai Soyan's subordinate now, he would make enemies with other successors in the Heaven and Earth Association. Why should he look for trouble? Hearing Zhang's words, Blue Spirit could only snort coldly. In the following time, Zhang continued to browse through the manuals. However, after reading through most of the manuals in the vault, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. A strange aura was emanating from a corner on the first floor. It was a room with a red line drawn on it. Because his attention had been focused on the manuals before, Zhang hadn't paid too much attention to this room. But now, observing carefully, he found that this room was constantly emitting death chi. At the same time, Blue Spirit also noticed the unusual nature of this room. Combined with Yang Muan's earlier reminder, Zhang immediately became curious about this room, so he decisively walked to the room's entrance. The room wasn't very large, but inside there was only one table on which a wooden box was placed, and that dense death chi was emanating from a crack on this box. This made Zhang even more curious, so he turned to look in Yang Muan's direction. At this moment, he was distressed over those manuals that had been cut in half. It seems he wouldn't have time to pay attention to this side. Zhang unhesitatingly stepped over the red line and walked into the room. Just as he stepped into the room, a voice sounded in his mind. Zhang Na. Hearing this voice, Zhang's expression instantly froze. That was grandfather's voice. Help, grandfather. It's too suffocating here. Confirming that it was indeed grandfather's voice, Zhang began to wonder, what on earth is going on? Why is grandfather's voice coming from that box? Just Just as he was feeling extremely puzzled, Blue Spirit's shout came from his ear. "Mortal, wake up. What's wrong with you?" He immediately asked Blue Spirit if she could see it. "See what?" Hearing Blue Spirit's answer, Jong suddenly understood. It seemed he was hallucinating, but how could he be confused by mere hallucinations? It just made him very unhappy that the other party was using his grandfather's voice to confuse him. And seeing Jong not being deluded, a terrifying death chi suddenly erupted from the wooden box. At the same time, a roar was heard. "Damn cursed spirit like you, daring to interfere with me." These words directly made Blue Spirit jump in anger. She had been a vengeful spirit for so long, and this was the first time she had been insulted like this, so she was immediately about to rush out and teach the other party a lesson. However, just then, another voice came from the wooden box. "Human, open the box." Hearing this, Jong did not react. The voice continued, "Then I, who command the forces of death, will grant you any wish you desire." Hearing this, Jong just chuckled lightly. "Now you're just blatantly peddling nonsense." Blue Spirit also let out a mocking laugh. "You can't even save yourself, yet talking about granting wishes." At this moment, looking at the wooden box emitting dense death chi, Blue Spirit quickly understood what it was. It seems some kind of evil spirit must be sealed inside. Since the wooden box is old, cracks must have let the voice leak out. And indeed, as Blue Spirit said, however, there were no talismans or sealing items on the box. So what method was used to seal the other party in this box? Just as she was feeling puzzled, a roar came from the box. Damn it, this lord thought he was lucky to meet someone who could hear his voice, but didn't expect it to be a Taoist monk carrying a stray spirit. If you must call it something, think of me as a wandering spirit handler. Hearing Jong's words, a puzzled voice came from the box. "Wandering spirit handler? You must be the same type as that salmon guy who came last time, right?" Jong wondered who the person the other was talking about was. "You don't know salmon? Literally means crab-eyed, a strange being born from the womb of humans. It is said that he symbolized misfortune from birth, so they are usually killed right after birth." Hearing this, Jong sorted out his thoughts. It seemed that the three-eyed shaman had sealed the other party in the box. A sigh came from the wooden box again. "Anyway, since that guy appeared, no one has been able to perceive my existence anymore, as if I never existed at all." Hearing this, Blue Spirit strongly denied it. "How is that possible? Even if time passes and human magic becomes stronger, eliminating existence is a matter against heavenly principles." To this, a mocking sound came from the wooden box. Unexpectedly, a small stray ghost knows so much. This angered Blue Spirit so much that even the puppet sealing her showed cracks, seeming as if it would break free at any moment and destroy the wooden box. Fortunately, Jong spoke up in time to dissuade her. "Just bear with it for a moment, Blue Spirit, because I have a good idea." Hearing this, Blue Spirit immediately understood. "I see, you, kid, really have a knack for refining familiar spirit, but it's better to weaken his death chi first." Jong also had this intention, so he raised his hand, preparing to absorb it. Seeing Jong's action, the voice from the wooden box sounded again. "Human, don't think I'm easy to deal with just because I'm trapped here. I am the master of the forces of death. Don't you want to see your grandfather again?" Hearing the other's voice, Jong's eyes became even sharper than before. The other party was repeatedly using his grandfather to delude him. This made him very angry, so he didn't hesitate at all, raising his hand and reaching straight for the wooden box. "Since you're so powerful, why not share some of your power with me?" Saying this, he silently chanted the devouring ritual. Following this death chi began to flow from the crack into Jong's palm. A vast death chi continuously poured out from that crack, and upon sensing this change, a terrified voice came from the wooden box. "Human, stop." However, it was all too late, and what surprised Jong was that this vast death chi was even more abundant than he had imagined. Just absorbing it for a moment was equivalent to the death chi of 50 people. For Jong, this replenished a lot of death chi, and as the death chi inside the wooden box was continuously absorbed, that voice also became weaker and weaker, but it still kept shouting, "Stop." This made Jong start to wonder, who exactly was this entity to possess such profound death chi, and it vaguely gave him an uneasy feeling. Soon, the death chi inside the wooden box was almost completely absorbed. Just then, Blue Spirit told Jong to stop absorbing. "This amount is enough. You can now proceed to refine it into a familiar spirit." Jong agreed and immediately formed a sword seal with his hand. He then reached for the crack in the box. He tried to use sword chi to split this wooden box. The surrounding air rippled under the impetus of the sword chi. However, the moment the sword chi touched the wooden box, an unknown force repelled Jong's body 5 steps away. Jong was greatly alarmed. He had clearly absorbed all the death chi from the crack. What on earth was going on? But even Blue Spirit didn't understand what had happened. Just then, the wooden box made a crisp sound. That crack actually began to shatter on its own. Seeing this, both of them felt something was wrong, but it seemed too late. In an instant, the space fell silent. The room, originally enveloped by death chi, now faintly emanated wisps of white energy. This white energy gradually permeated the entire room, surrounding Jong, who was currently at loss, and even Blue Spirit, who was puzzled. At the same time, an excited voice came from within the wooden box. "You are a human who knows how to control death chi. To be able to destroy this box made from sacred spirit wood with death chi, I didn't think a human could possess such power. Truly, you're very lucky." At this moment, Jong knew he had been deceived. It seemed the thing inside the wooden box had deliberately deliberately pretended to be subdued, then used his hand to break the seal. As the voice fell, the wooden box quickly disintegrated along the cracks, finally, with a bang, turning into fragments scattered on the ground. And as the wooden box shattered, an old scroll shot out from within. It floated in midair and slowly unfurled. The scroll depicted a landscape painting. Majestic mountain peaks were shrouded in dense fog, breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang's eyes. However, the only thing that made him feel displeased was that on the mountain peak in the center of the scroll sat a white-haired old man, eyes closed in meditation. And the moment he saw the figure clearly, a terrifying energy erupted from within the scroll, and the white-haired old man in the scroll opened his eyes, then actually stepped out of the painting, treading on the mist. Zhang felt a chill down his spine for the first time, because an astonishing death chi emanated from that white-haired old man, as if formed by the convergence of countless death auras. Impossible. How could this be? Blue Spirit muttered in a surprised tone. She had been a vengeful spirit for so long and had never shown fear or wavered before any monster or ghost. However, at this moment, she had only one thought. Mortal, he is an opponent you cannot possibly defeat. Blue Spirit's tone was different from usual, exceptionally tense, even stiff. This is a spirit beast level monster. Hearing the words spirit beast, Zhang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, because spirit beasts, in the otherworldly system, apart from mythical divine beasts, were existences known as legends. There is such a record in the classic of mountains and seas. There are many monsters in the world invisible to humans. Some of these monsters are not only untouchable by humans but also unapproachable by other monsters. They have existed since ancient times, and these monsters are all called spirit beasts. At this moment, Zhang looked at the white-haired old man with a strange glint in his eyes. At the same time, the white-haired old man casually brushed his hair. Are you trembling? Actually, for Zhang, death didn't have any special meaning, so he wouldn't feel fear, but the tension brought by the obvious power gap was unavoidable. Standing before such an existence, Zhang felt as if his skin was being burned by raging flames, making it difficult to look up. It could be said that even Blue Spirit wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of such an existence. Truly a world beyond the world. It is a catastrophe beyond comprehension. At this moment, looking at the insignificant human before him, the white-haired old man snorted contemptuously. Then, with a light tap of his finger, a terrifying force swept through Zhang's entire body. At this moment, he clearly felt the gap in strength between them. The white-haired old man felt disappointed. I meant to crush you to death. Zhang looked up. I didn't expect you to still be so powerful after being sealed for so long. The white-haired old man looked disdainful. Although I have become extremely weak after being sealed for 1,000 years, it's not for a worm like you to comment. Zhang frowned slightly. Indeed, from the immeasurable death chi emanating from the other party, it could be seen that in the other's eyes, he was indeed just a worm. If this is his weakened state, then how strong would he be at full power? Just then, the white-haired old man raised a single finger again. Originally, I wanted to tear you to shreds, but you are indeed very special. Saying this, the two puppets in Zhang's clothes actually flew towards the old man on their own. One of the puppets let out a cry for help. Sealed inside was Gyu Soha, and the other puppet began to shatter inch by inch. Blue Spirit leaped out from it. At this critical moment, she quickly grabbed the puppet sealing Gyu Soha and flew forward. However, this action was not taken seriously by the white-haired old man. He chuckled lightly. A mere stray spirit. You really have some tricks. I was just hungry. This should at least satisfy my appetite. Saying this, he took a deep breath, and the surrounding death chi began to frantically pour into his belly. At the same time, Blue Spirit's entire body seemed to be bound, and red mist continuously floated out from her, finally all being absorbed into the white-haired old man's mouth. Although Blue Spirit couldn't feel physical pain, at this moment, for some reason, she let out a painful groan, and as the spiritual power from her body was continuously absorbed, the white-haired old man became increasingly excited. This lord is the master of death, a being born from gathered delusions and resentment. Offer your spiritual power to your master. Seeing this, Zhang felt a deep sense of foreboding. His figure moved, attempting to launch a surprise attack, thrusting a sword chi towards the white-haired old man's glabella. But the white-haired old man didn't even deign to look. He casually raised his hand, and instantly, Zhang felt a swooping force. His entire body crashed through the cave roof, nearly half a foot deep. Although he had protected his body with death chi, he was still severely injured. He spat out blood, but there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Seeing this, a strange glint flashed in the white-haired old man's eyes. What a strange human. I can't see a trace of fear in his eyes. So he raised his hand again, and Zhang's body was like a cannonball being played by the white-haired old man, crashing back and forth inside the cave. But even so, Zhang didn't make any sound of pain. Just then, Gyu Soha roared, "Let go of my master," and rushed out of the puppet towards the white-haired old man. At the same time, chains formed by spiritual chi instantly wrapped around the white-haired old man's body. Unfortunately, in just an instant, the chains wrapped around the white-haired old man turned to ash with a crack. My chains were actually destroyed so easily. Gyu Soha's eyes darted around frantically, but the white-haired old man's mocking voice had already reached his ears. You're quite the tricky little spirit, but daring to offend this lord, you must pay the price. Immediately, he flicked his finger, and instantly, Gyu Soha's arms arms, formed by spiritual chi, exploded and disappeared. The intense pain made him let out a painful wail. Blue Spirit, having had her spiritual chi absorbed, also lay weakly on the ground. She was terrified. Even as a spirit beast, the opponent's strength made her doubt if he had really just been unsealed, and at this moment, the severely injured Zhang struggled to get up. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but let out a self-mocking laugh. Looks like I've really provoked the wrong person this time. As the other party said, no matter how much they struggled, they were merely worms. You're laughing in this situation? How amusing. Now I want to see you trembling in fear. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. What's going on here? At this moment, Yang Muon stood outside the room with a shocked expression. He couldn't believe the strange scene happening in the room. Who is that white-haired old man? And hearing Yang Muon's voice, the white-haired old man slowly turned his head. So it was you. I've always wanted to devour you alive. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Saying this, he raised one hand, trying to suck Yang Muon towards him. However, nothing happened. Yang Muon remained standing in place, motionless. This not only made the white-haired old man extremely puzzled. What's going on? So he looked at the red line drawn at the entrance. Is it because of that red line? Damn 3 eyes. What did he do? With that, he no longer paid attention to the people in the room and walked directly towards the red line. Yang Muon, without thinking, turned and started to flee. But in just an instant, the white-haired old man had arrived at the entrance. But just as he tried to cross the red line, a powerful force caused the space to distort, and the white-haired old man's body was heavily repelled. Just as the white-haired old man was caught off guard, Zhang knew this was the chance, so he shouted loudly, "Get out!" And Blue Spirit and Gyu Soha, as if waiting for a long time, flew out simultaneously the moment they heard the voice. As spiritual bodies, their speed was much faster than Zhang's, so they passed through the red line without any hindrance. And Zhang, even if he used lightness skill, was still a step too slow. Noticing the anomaly, the white-haired old man gently raised his hand, and Zhang's body was once again bound to the ground. Blue Spirit and Gyu Soha were greatly alarmed upon seeing this. They wanted to turn back to rescue him, but saw Zhang repeatedly shake his head. In this situation, if they re-entered the room, they would be bound just like him. Just then, the white-haired old man had a regretful expression on his face. I didn't expect your reaction to be so fast. To judge the situation in an instant, Zhang didn't respond, but said softly, "This is really troublesome now." But the one who truly felt it was troublesome was the white-haired old man. After all, he hadn't expected that three-eyed fellow, who clearly didn't have an immortal's realm, would possess such power. Just then, Zhang asked the white-haired old man, "Is the previous offer still valid?" The white-haired old man was puzzled. "You said if I let you out, you'd grant me any wish?" The white-haired old man smirked. "Offer? Yes, because in the end, isn't it thanks to me that you were able to get out?" Hearing this, a terrifying spiritual chi emanated from the white-haired old man. His lips twitched. "Why would that be thanks to you? Don't make me laugh. You merely satisfied your own greed. You've been trapped for thousands of years and finally managed to escape. Can't you be a little more tolerant?" Hearing this, the white-haired old man snorted. He didn't feel anything special about Zhang's words. After all, in his eyes, the other party was just a worm. However, the only thing that made him feel interested was, "Why do you have no fear? Or do you think that even in this situation, you are confident you won't die?" Saying this, the white-haired old man squinted and took a step closer. At the same time, with a crack, Zhang's arm was forcibly broken, but Zhang just let out a muffled groan, his face still showing no expression of pain. Zhang's mouth curled up. "Well, I can at least say it's not the second one." The white-haired old man became even more curious. "In that case, what if I tear off your entire leg?" Zhang's expression didn't change. "Tearing it off doesn't matter, but if I die, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place either, right?" Hearing this, the white-haired old man finally showed a hint of a smile. "So if I spare you, you'll let me out? You say that, but are you scared to die after all? What's so scary about that? Everyone has to die eventually." The white-haired old man was curious. "Then why are you begging me for your life?" Zhang looked at him fiercely. "Because I still have things to do. There is someone I need to kill." Upon hearing this, a strange glint flashed in the white-haired old man's eyes. "Revenge? Interesting. So, all you want is your life spared?" Zhang immediately answered, "Well, it's not like I'm in a position to ask for more." The white-haired old man smirked. "At least you know your place." So he waved his hand, and Zhang fell heavily to the ground. "After thousands of years, this lord is in a good mood. I'll make an exception and agree to your request this time." Zhang, who had fallen to the ground, grabbed his reversely bent left elbow, then with a crack, forcibly snapped his arm back to its original position. Although his face flushed slightly, he still showed no pain. Seeing this, the white-haired old man snorted. "Look at this brat." However, Zhang paid no mind, thinking it would take a while to use this arm properly again. At this moment, Zhang looked at the red line drawn at the entrance. He knew he only had one chance, even if it was just for an instant, so he began to silently chant the thought-shattering 8 techniques in his heart. But a sudden change occurred. His body once again involuntarily floated up. The white-haired old man let out a chilling laugh. "Do I need to make a deal with you? I could just directly control your body by myself like this." At this moment, Zhang knew this was truly bad. He didn't trust humans, and this spirit beast before him was even more so. Moreover, because the other party had lived for too long, he hadn't revealed even the slightest flaw. Zhang felt an unprecedented sense of power powerlessness. Grandpa, am I really going to die before I can get my revenge?